Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 150 to 149 a figure underscore 1 Chapter 150, Chapter 149 a figure underscore 1 who? Sun Manqing. Zhang Guanglei ate with Sun Manqing. It seemed like a chance encounter. Sun Manqing was seated first, followed by Zhang Guanglei. Both were somewhat surprised, but they chatted for a while, hurriedly finished eating, and then left one after another. However, from the angle of another surveillance camera, it seemed like a man was following Zhang Guanglei all the time, but the man was wearing a hat, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. I've sent the surveillance footage to your email. Zhou Ning heard a ding from his phone and quickly checked it, receiving 2 videos that were clearly edited excerpts. When Sun Manqing and Zhang Guanglei met, it wasn't tense at all. Sun Manqing paid the bill, and Zhang Guanglei didn't resist accepting it. Sure enough, as the two got up to leave, a man in the corner quickly followed them. The surveillance timestamp read 7:30, which matched the time for breakfast in Zhou Ning's autopsy analysis, nothing unexpected there. Yet Zhang Guanglei having breakfast with Sun Manqing seemed incredible. Zhou Ning's gaze was drawn to the man in the corner of the video. Mr. Zhao quickly opened another segment of the surveillance video. This angle was slightly better. The man in the corner followed Zhang Guanglei towards the roadside, and as he turned his head toward the camera, he reached up to adjust his hat. Zhou Ning raised his hand, signaling Mr. Zhao to pause the video. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. That oversized thumb knuckle allowed Zhou Ning to recognize the man instantly, but a glance at the hair near his ears made Zhou Ning frown slightly. Wearing a wig, huh? The features of this finger are consistent with Chen Chuanxi. It seems I overlooked some details when I searched his car this morning. Mr. Zhao gave a sidelong glance. What else do you want to do? You think you're a fortune teller, with one spin of the compass you know who the killer is? Don't get too ahead of yourself here. Are we supposed to live with you solving cases like this? As for the hair, it doesn't look fake to me. Probably cut it yesterday to change his appearance and avoid drawing attention. Zhou Ning tended to agree with this analysis, but following this line of thought, the idea that Chen Chuanxi wanted to kill Zhang Guanglei didn't seem to make sense, especially since Wang Mengmeng was clearly helping Chen Chuanxi. And they had entirely set up Sun Yannian as the scapegoat. The recent dialogues and various records, each one was meticulously planned, a feat not easily accomplished. It also gave the detective squad quite the runaround. So why could Chen Chuanxi cooperate with Wang Mengmeng? Wang Wenjing, in order to prove she wasn't at the crime scene, even went as far as to injure herself with a fracture. What was all this for? Zhou Ning paused as diphacinone came into his mind, and he stood up abruptly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhang Guanglei was introverted, not good at expressing himself, and even unsociable, disliking social interactions. His relationship with Yumeli was mainly a mismatch, which led him to be with Wang Wenjing afterward. Wang Wenjing's mother opposed the relationship. As for Wang Mengmeng's attitude, it was even more telling. Still, they persisted for over 2 years. Zhang Guanglei had been poisoned for over a year as well. Could it be that Zhang Guanglei kept pestering Wang Wenjing? Perhaps, to get rid of him, Wang Wenjing resorted to poisoning him, realizing that poison couldn't kill him and would only worsen his health. So she simply arranged this car accident. If it were established as an accident, there would be a full compensation from insurance. If not regarded as an accident, at least Sun Yannian would be taking the blame. However, an unexpected element was introduced. Zhou Ning came along to help out. At that moment, Zhou Ning's cell phone rang. He answered right away. This is Zhou Ning. This is the lab. The toxicology test you requested, I've done 6 extractions. In the dead skin under Wang Wenjing's fingernails, I found diphacinone, which matches completely in composition and properties with the toxins and impurities extracted from the deceased's blood. Additionally, we were fortunate on the metal hammer. On the fibers extracted from it, we found a male DNA. After comparison, it matches with the ones previously submitted for Chen Chuanxi. So, can our lab close now? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning was quite embarrassed. Although Cui Lily's attitude was still cold, she was the one getting the work done. She wasn't there to please anyone. Having to work overtime was more than enough to keep her temper. Thank you, Mrs. Cui. You all head off work now. I won't be sending any more tests today. Mr. Zhao took a sharp breath, not knowing quite how to contain his excitement. Zhou Xiao, we don't have the report in hand. Shall I go fetch it? As they were talking, Zhou Ning's phone beeped a few more times, and he received the lab report by email. Mr. Zhao ran off with a smile, knowing where to get it printed without needing instructions. Zhou Ning patted his chest and pressed the call button. Suda, could you come out for a moment? We've got feedback from all the investigations, and we guessed right. Zhou Ning's guessed right made Su Dayuan unconsciously raise an eyebrow and stand up, handing Chen Chuanxi a tissue. Try to control your emotions for now, we'll continue in a bit, he said. Having said that, Su Dayuan quickly left the room, followed by the clerk. The large interrogation room was then left with only Chen Chuanxi and Wang Mingming. Wang Mingming still had her head down, but her hand was already reaching out to Chen Chuanxi, pulling a tissue from in front of him. At the same time, their gazes exchanged a communication. Chen Chuanxi pursed his lips, the comforting look from earlier gone from his face, replaced by a hint of warning in his eyes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Wang Mingming hurriedly covered her face with the tissue. This series of subtle movements, if not looked at closely, would have gone completely unnoticed. But Mr. Zhao didn't blink, observing the whole scene. Chen Chuanxi is warning Wang Mingming. He seems very dissatisfied with her performance. Did you see that? Did you see that? I think they must have rehearsed earlier, or perhaps they analyzed the possible situations. It's just that things have gone beyond their expectations now. Su Dayuan glanced at the one-way mirror, a bit annoyed by Mr. Zhao's bluster. We're not blind, we saw it. Zhou Xiao, tell us what you found, he said. Zhou Ning hurriedly shared the details of 2 phone calls and the test results, prompting a look of surprise on Su Daiwan's face. Zhang Guanglei and Sun Manching had breakfast together by chance, quite the coincidence. But finding Chen Chunks' DNA on the murder weapon, that's solid evidence. It seems he had been tailing Zhang Guanglei, only how did he catch up to him? Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao both shook their heads, and then Zhou Ning looked toward Chen Chuanxi inside the interrogation room. For this, perhaps we should ask Chen Chuanxi. Su Dayuan flipped through his phone, locating the photos Mr. Zeng had previously sent, and looked through them again. Yesterday, Mr. Zeng pulled their call records. At 7:44, Sun Manching received a call from Yumeli. This matches Sun Manking's actions in the video. He left a bit after Zhang Guanglei, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Greater than I think he must have seen the person following Zhang Guanglei and wanted to catch up to see what was happening. Zhou Ning nodded, recalling from the video how Sun Manching looked in Zhang Guanglei's direction after seeing him leave, then got delayed by a phone call for 2 minutes before he walked toward the side of the road, eventually going out of the surveillance area. The traces of diphacinone found under Wang Wenjing's fingernails can be evidence of her poisoning Zhang Guanglei, but I still want to check out Zhang Guanglei's home. If she's been poisoning him for such a long time, Wang Wenjing must have been very secretive. If we find this, I think they won't have anything left to hide. Su Dayuan looked at his watch, noting that it was now 1849, then nodded, placing a hand on Zhou Ning's shoulder. I won't waste time on pleasantries. I'll start interrogating Chen Chuanxi right away. Call me if there's news on your side. Mr. Zhao also stood up and came over. I'll come with you. We have too few forensic technicians. They're barely enough. Zhou Ning shook his head. Indeed, they were short-staffed, but they lacked people who were actually willing to work. He had met enough forensic technicians in the city bureau's technical department, old, middle-aged, and young, but not many of them were truly committed to working on cases, especially since criminal cases were already a weak area for the city bureau. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p anything slightly challenging, and they would think about consulting experts from the province. Let's go then, he concluded. Having said this, Zhou Ning dragged Mr. Zhao out. Mr. Xing, appearing from nowhere, hurried over upon seeing them. Suda asked me to go with you to Zhang Guanglai's home. Are we going now? Zhou Ning nodded, and without further ado, they quickly got into the car and drove to Zhang Guanglai's home. The police on duty at the door let them in. The room was filled with a musty smell, indicating that the deceased was not very tidy. They turned on the light and saw that the cleanest part of the room was probably the kitchen, suggesting Zhang Guanglai rarely cooked. Because the kitchen's trash can was filled with takeout containers, the cupboards were bare, and the white rags were as stiff as dried fish. Mr. Zhao hurried over, glanced at Zhou Ning, and then put on gloves, just like Zhou Ning. Where should we start? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 151 to 150. Do you want to hear the interrogation _1 chapter 151? Chapter 150. Do you want to hear the interrogation _1? Zhou Ning looked around and spoke faintly. Diphacinone is an anticoagulant rodenticide, a drug that acts slowly. These types of substances are lipophilic, which means they are ineffective in water because they are completely insoluble in it. First, they require fats, and second, a prolonged period of exposure to ensure continuous contact with Zhang Guanglai. Mr. Zhao looked around furtively. The kitchen wasn't in use. It was impossible for the poison to be in the condiments and food. He had also checked every other item in the room but found nothing out of the ordinary. Mr. Zhao became somewhat anxious, walking aimlessly around the room, considering there weren't many things in it that one could ingest. What about its color, smell, and taste? Is there anything distinctive about them? There's no peculiar smell. I remember the description of the poison stating it has good palatability, which as bait, wouldn't be easily refused. In other words, it doesn't have any distinctive smell. As for the color, it's a grayish-white powder. Mr. Zhao paused, tilted his head to look at Zhou Ning, and seemed to have an idea. He quickly walked towards the tea table in the living room and found an organizer box under it, filled with medicine bottles inside a huge box. It was filled with a dazzling array of items. Zhou Ning also followed over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There were blister packs thrown to one side. He searched and found 2 white bottles without any printing or labels, with Zhang Guanglai 2011.7 and Zhang Guanglai 2011.8 written on them with a marker pen. Upon opening the bottles, there was no aluminum foil sealing inside. They contained capsules with brownish-yellow powder. A piece of paper was stuffed inside, which Zhou Ning carefully extracted with tweezers and unfolded to read the printed words. Once a day, 3 pills at a time, to be taken before sleep. Mr. Zhao compared the two, and it was evident that July's bottle had fewer capsules than August's. Apart from these, there wasn't a single capsule form of medication in the box. Is this diphacinone? Zhou Ning opened a capsule, shuffled the powder around, and indeed amid the herbal powders, there were finer grayish-white granules of a completely different material. It seems so. This substance is lipophilic, and if repacked, it would have to be mixed with the medicinal powder. The act of filling the capsules could easily leave residues in the fingernail crevices, which are not easily washed off. Prolonged contact with the nails could also lead to the presence of the poisonous substance inside Wang Wenjing's body. Let's also test Wang Wenjing's blood for poison tomorrow. Mr. Zhao blinked his eyes. Alright, well, only know the results after the tests. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After withdrawing from the scene, they sent a message to Suda on the way back, telling him about the suspected poison-mixed medicine powder they found and that they would need to perform a chemical test to know the results. Su Dayuan told them to head back first and discuss it further tomorrow. Mr. Zhao volunteered to take care of it and dropped Zhou Ning off at home first. The following day, upon entering the office, Zhou Ning saw Mr. Zhao slurping noodles. He glanced at the desk and noted a report already laid out there. Mr. Zhao raised his eyebrows at Zhou Ning. His face was full of praise-me expressions. Zhou Ning couldn't help but hide a smile. Mr. Zhao's personality was truly good. Working with him guaranteed no negative emotions would be an issue, as he was able to dispel gloom within minutes. Are the test results out? Didn't we tell Mrs. Cui last night that we wouldn't submit any more tests? What excuse did you use? Mr. Zhao grinned cheekily. What are you implying? Am I that kind of person? We don't need an excuse. I simply found the person on duty, brought over some snacks from Mr. Zhu's place, directly delivered them, and then made it clear to leave the toxin analysis for tomorrow as we had promised Mrs. Cui not to submit any tests today. That person argued with me for a while, and while the machine was running the tests, we ate a couple of roast ducks and other snacks. By the time we were done eating, the tests were finished too. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody PC. The results are out, and even the comparison has been done. The poisonous substance found in the Chinese medicine powder matches exactly with the substance found in the deceased's body, as well as on Wang Wenjing's hand. Oh, there was also a trace amount in Wang Wenjing's blood, just a bit less. Another test result was somewhat bizarre. The bloodstains found where Chen Chunks's car was scratched were Sun Manking's. The white streaks matched Sun Manking's Jeep. I remember the surveillance showed the Jeep being hit sideways, but we couldn't see what hit it nor did we find any vehicle at the scene. Seems like this was Chen Chunks's doing. Zhou Ning took a look at the results, let out a sigh of relief, and gestured to Mr. Zhao. Let's go. Mr. Su has been waiting all night for these results. We should head over and see. Oh, and have they brought Wang Wenjing in yet? Mr. Zhao shook his head. After I sorted out the test reports, I called Mr. Su. His phone was busy, probably because he was in an interrogation. I didn't call again. As they talked, they had already arrived at the front building. Just as they entered the offices of the first squad, they heard a woman's high-pitched screaming. It was a kind of frenzied howling. Let go of me, I am a patient, my leg can't be moved. Where's your hand touching? I am going to file a complaint. What's your badge number? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. After a frantic outburst, many people in the corridor looked towards the source of the noise, only to see Wang Wenjing grasping a doorframe, screaming for help in the hallway. Before Zhou Ning and the others could approach, they saw Lu Yufei take a couple of running steps and directly kick the door with a loud bang, startling Wang Wenjing, who was holding the doorway. Mr. Zhao shrank his neck, finding Lu Yufei's actions excessively fierce, a far cry from her usual quiet demeanor. But on reflection, one could realize that a woman's beauty would not be the reason for her stay in the criminal police force. That kick alone felt like it came from a black belt. Mrs. Lu is trained. Lu Yufei glanced at Mr. Zhao, then turned to look at Wang Wenjing. Stop making a scene here. Without solid evidence, do you think we could bring you in? Your daughter and Qin Chuanxi have both confessed. Think hard about what you're going to say later on. Take her away. With a wave of her hand, several criminal police officers directly pushed Wang Wenjing into the office, since the interrogation room was occupied by Chen Chuanxi. Only then did Lu Yufei turn to smile slightly at Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao. Let's go to the next office. Mr. Su will be here soon. Last night Chen Chuanxi was interrogated the whole night, and he hasn't said a word. Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao scurried after Zhou Ning into Su Daiwan's office. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. In a short while, Su Dayuan sauntered in, holding a takeout container with steamed buns which he ate one by one, signaling them to sit down. After wolfing down the buns and guzzling a bottle of water, he finally pounded his chest and looked at the report in their hands. Hurry up and tell me what's in the toxicology results, he urged. Zhou Ning was used to Su Daiwan's impatience and placed the report right in front of him. In the victim Zhang Guanglai's home, we found 2 bottles of self-capsuled herbal medicine. Within them, difascinone, an anticoagulant rodenticide, was discovered. It matches completely with the residue found in the victim's body, under Wang Wenjing's fingernails, and in her bloodstream. It's certain that Zhang Guanglei had been poisoned by Wang Wenjing over a long period. Additionally, there was an unexpected finding. The blood on Chen Chunks' car came from Sun Manqing, and the white paint from the scrape matches his Jeep, indicating that he also played a role in Sun Manqing's death. Su Dayuan slapped his thigh, raised his bloodshot eyes, and hummed with satisfaction. That settles it. Now we have a complete chain of evidence. Wang Wenjing poisoned Zhang Guanglei, but although he was poisoned, his delayed death saw him seeking medical attention everywhere, which likely raised suspicion, so he staged the car accident with Chen Chuanxi, /P break time equals 300 ms, / prosody / speak, prosody P. Wang Wenjing injured her own leg as an alibi for Chen Chuanxi and involved Wang Mengmeng in leading Sun Yani into the scene, hoping to cast suspicion on him given the history between his father and Zhang Guanglei. Agreeing with this analysis, Zhou Ning looked at the excited Su Dayuan and tentatively asked, "Has Chen Chuanxi confessed?" Su Dayuan gave a withering look and downed another cup of water. "Confessed? Do you think I'd look like a red-eyed rabbit if he had? That guy refused to say a word all night, even with us taking turns at him. That's why I had Lu Yufei bring Wang Wenjing in early this morning, but before I expected it, your toxicology report came out. Just in time. Do you want to hear the interrogation?" Zhou Ning, seeing Su Daiwan's eager face, could only nod slightly. Suggesting he wanted to sleep now would ruffle Su Daiwan's feathers. Better to let it be, as he always maintained such propriety. "I do." As expected, Su Dayuan grinned with satisfaction, took them by the shoulders, and pulled them into the adjacent office. For Wang Wenjing, having more people present during the interrogation added pressure. Wang Wenjing was handcuffed and secured to a wheelchair. Mr. Zhao was holding a law enforcement recorder. Su Dayuan, Lu Yufei, and a clerk sat to one side, while Zhou Ning stood next to Mr. Zhao. With such a lineup, Wang Wenjing lost her earlier defiance, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody P. Her hands clutched each other tightly, lips pressed firmly together, with no panic gibberish, but she couldn't help coughing a few times. When she raised her hand to wipe her nose, she didn't even realize blood was trickling from it. From Wang Mengmeng to Chen Chuanxi, and now to Wang Wenjing, all three participants showed a similar state, meaning they completely anticipated the possible scenarios and even rehearsed them. And the woman before them, seemingly fragile, might be the actual puppet master. Zhou Ning bent down, opened the investigation kit, and took out an evidence bag containing Wang Wenjing's fingernails, then passed it in front of Su Dayuan. Wang Wenjing's head didn't move, but her gaze followed Zhou Ning's actions closely, showing she knew what this was with just a glance. Su Dayuan picked up the evidence bag and shook it, then held up two of the lab reports and walked over to Wang Wenjing. "You're clever, picking diphacinone for rat poison, a slow-release agent that typically takes effect 6 or 7 days after ingestion. I guess you did a lot of research, didn't you? However, you clearly haven't studied much. You're not a professional in this field, and you only know so much. You didn't even wear gloves when packing the poison. Let's have our forensic doctor enlighten you on the properties of this poison," said Su Dayuan. Listening to Su Daiwan's words, Wang Wenjing blinked continuously, her gaze locked on the report, a clear sign of extreme nervousness, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody P. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering if what he had surmised had already come to pass, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody P. Chapter 152 to 151 Dog bites dog _1 Chapter 152 Chapter 151 Dog bites dog _1 Zhou Ning approached, holding a folded document in his hand. Actually, it was a hand-drawn relationship diagram he had made. Folded up as it was, no one else was able to see the contents. He casually shook the document at Wang Wenjing before he began to speak slowly. Last night at Zhang Guanglai's home, we found 2 bottles of self-filled traditional Chinese medicine capsules, the kind with printed labels, dated 2011.7 and 2011.8. No handwriting was left behind. Very smart indeed. However, diphacinone is a fat-soluble chemical. Moreover, diphacinone is completely insoluble in water. That means once it gets on your hands, it seeps into your skin or stays in the crevices of your nails, mixing with the oils on the surface of your skin. Only when you come into contact with fats will it partially dissolve. You, having poisoned Zhang Guanglai, are naturally aware of all his symptoms. I think you've noticed that you've started to exhibit some of those symptoms as well, especially since women's capillaries are more fragile. You've been finding unexplained bruises all over your body, haven't you? A year and a half of poisoning, cautious as you've been, would still accumulate a significant amount. Symptoms like nosebleeds, coughing, low-grade fevers, chest tightness, gastrointestinal discomfort, or even bloody stools, not to mention prolonged menstrual periods with sudden increases in blood flow, /p break time equals 300 ms, / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. You've noticed these things, haven't you? Wang Wenjing's breathing paused conspicuously for a moment, and she instinctively raised her hand to wipe her nose. However, as she looked down, a drop of blood cooperatively slid from her nose. Observing the droplet of blood on the back of her hand and the obvious wiping marks, she scoffed. Seeing me with a nosebleed and a cough, you start playing mind games with me, spewing such nonsense. Because I'm a woman, you throw dirt on me, thinking I'm weak, disgusting. It's your incompetence that you can't crack the case. This is all slander. I didn't kill anyone. After shouting, Wang Wenjing supported herself on the armrests of the wheelchair, trembling continuously. Seeing her like this, Zhou Ning laughed and leaned over to look into Wang Wenjing's eyes. Tilting his head slightly, he quickly rolled up Wang Wenjing's sleeve. She was already quite thin, her deltoid being one of the few places with some flesh, and sure enough, injection marks were visible on both sides. TSK, no wonder you're so confident. It looks like you've been searching on Baidu how to treat poisoning from anticoagulant rodenticides. Indeed, it says there that vitamin K1 can be used to treat such poisonings. But the proper dosage and method isn't mentioned, as vitamin K1 is normally administered by intramuscular injection. For detoxifying anticoagulant rodenticides, however, it requires intravenous administration. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but the effective dose is very close to the toxic dose, and it needs to be used under strict hospital monitoring. But you didn't dare go because if the hospital found traces of diphacinone in your blood, it would indirectly prove that you were the one who poisoned Zhang Guanglai. Although you wouldn't be the direct murderer, you couldn't escape being the mastermind. Su Dayuan crossed his arms and stretched out his legs contentedly. Working with Zhou Ning was always so seamless. Every statement seemed like a lecture in medical knowledge, but each one struck at the heart, leaving no hiding place for the suspect. Who could compare to such an assistant? He sighed and looked at Wang Wenjing. Zhou Ning knew Su Dayuan was about to continue, so he quickly stepped aside politely, retreating next to Mr. Zhao. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Your fiancé and daughter were both at the police station, but you didn't dare make a single call to ask about them. Truly heartless. Do you think that Wang Mengmeng, being under 16, won't be held legally responsible? Do you think we can't convict you if you all stick to your denial? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Furthermore, we now have conclusive evidence. Before the car accident, Zhang Guanglai was struck on the head with a hammer that was jammed against the car's accelerator. Residue on it contained Chen Chunks' DNA, and he has confessed to his actions without reservation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. You must be thinking it's impossible since you all agreed to deny everything. After all, Chen Chuanxi took you to the hospital at the time of the incident. Let me tell you, based on Chen Chunks' testimony, we found the driver he arranged to pick you up. At that moment, Su Dayuan flicked through his phone and showed Wang Wenjing a photo, then swiped sideways to reveal the second photo, which was of the car in question. I bet you definitely remember what that person looks like, don't you? Check and see if it's him. His car's license plate is Luby89500. His brother handles some small projects for Chen Chuanxi. You may think your trick of switching things unseen was flawless, but to us, it's a clumsy tactic. The surveillance camera opposite the hospital has captured you getting out of the car, and the car door has an Ivy logo and a 400 phone number on it. As for the hospital, they've confirmed that your injury isn't from a car accident, but from being hit with a stick. With both eyewitness and material evidence at hand, do you still think your alibi is airtight? Show her Chen Chung's interrogation footage. As he spoke, Su Doyuan waved a hand. Zhou Ning stared blankly. Hadn't Chen Chuanxi not confessed? How could there be interrogation footage? Although curious, Zhou Ning didn't dare to move. Lu Yufei stood up, holding a law enforcement recorder up to Wang Wenjing. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The screen was small, but it clearly showed Chen Chuanxi nodding repeatedly, then signing his name and stamping his thumbprint on a paper that the officer before her now held. Then, Chen Chuanxi was pulled up by 2 police officers from the metal chair, looking as if he could barely walk. Such a series of actions spoke volumes without words. Wang Wenjing panicked. She shook her head persistently, losing the composure she had before. In contrast, Su Doyuan stood up, arms still crossed. Chen Chuanxi said, "Everything was orchestrated by you. Of course, it was all planned by you too. He didn't know what you were up to, but he said that you constantly cried to him about how Zhang Guanglai's harassment wouldn't leave you alone and that you were the mastermind behind the entire case. Do you confess?" Wang Wenjing kept shaking her head, releasing her grip on the wheelchair to place her cast-covered foot on the ground. Such a movement made her forget the pain as she tried to move forward, reaching out to grab Su Daiwan's sleeve, but she couldn't make contact. "It's not like that. It's not. Guanglai Zhang is normal most of the time. He only beats me when he's drunk. I wanted to get away from him, but when I brought up breaking up, he became even more violent. I did drug him, but I didn't kill him. The forensic doctor said so. I was poisoned too. It was Chuanxi Chen. He told me he liked me and wanted to give me a stable home. He offered to help me escape Guanglai Zhang's harassment. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. He had a once-and-for-all solution. He told me to injure myself and then claim he was taking me to the hospital. That way, no one would get implicated. As for what he asked Mei Meng to do, I really didn't know. How could I let my own daughter risk her life? The reason I wanted to get away from Guanglai Zhang was that he even wanted to lay hands on Meng Meng when he was drunk. Otherwise, why would I drug him? But I honestly didn't expect Guanglai Zhang to die, nor did I know what Chuanxi Chen did. I'm innocent. I thought Chuanxi Chen just wanted to teach Guanglai Zhang a lesson, to stop him from bothering me and my daughter." Heartbroken and tearful, Wenjing Wang spoke movingly and was so overcome with emotion that she slid off her wheelchair. Dayuan Su waved his hand dismissively, and Yufei Lu stepped forward, propping Wang up, though it looked more like she picked her up. Then, she turned to face Wang. "Tell us in more detail. When did you start drugging Guanglai Zhang? When did Chuanxi Chen tell you about the plan to injure yourself?" Wang wiped away the tears and blood from her nose with the back of her hand. After a moment of thought, she said, "I drugged Guanglai Zhang off and on. The first time was last May. I made dumplings and added the poison to them. Afterwards, he said he felt unwell and went to see a traditional Chinese doctor. I was terrified back then. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, but he asked me to help him with the herbal prescriptions, which came in these little packets of powder that he couldn't swallow. I suggested that we could buy capsules and fill them ourselves. Afterward, when I helped him with the prescription, I mixed in crushed diphacinone. This year, during the Spring Festival, Guanglai Zhang was especially brutal after drinking too much. Because I had met Chuanxi Chen and wanted to break up with him, but he wouldn't agree, I increased the dose in his medication. I wanted to leave Qingdao with Chuanxi Chen. He told me not to worry, that he would handle it, but advised me not to provoke Guanglei Zheng for the time being. On the evening of the 3rd, Chuan Shichen told me he was ready. I told him not to act recklessly. He said I shouldn't worry. Then he told me that in the morning of the 4th, after dropping off Meng Meng, to find a deserted alley and injure my own leg. Then call him, and he would arrange for someone to pick me up and take me to the hospital. He also told me to instruct the driver not to point the car towards the hospital and definitely not to get caught on surveillance. I did as instructed, only realizing Guanglei Zheng was dead when you showed up. I really don't know what happened. Da Yuan-su nodded indifferently and waved to the clerk behind him. The clerk had already brought the printed transcript to Wang. Take a look and confirm if the content of the record is accurate. If it is true, go ahead and sign it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After examining it carefully, Wang wiped her hands and then took the pen to sign and press her thumbprint. Then, she looked up at Da Yuan-su. Officer, what exactly happened to my daughter? Da Yuan-su shook his head. Take care of yourself first. She's being taken away. We will re-examine Chuan Shichen. Mr. Zhao switched off the enforcement recorder and Wang was wheeled out. After the room cleared, Mr. Zhao peeked out the door before shutting it, then glanced at the transcript and looked puzzledly at Da Yuan-su. Boss, what are you up to? Da Yuan-su gave him a look and rubbed his neck and lower back. I'm getting too old to keep this up for so long. It was just a little ruse. Chuan Shichen signed Wang Mengmeng's transcript as her guardian. You understand. As for the part about dragging him out, that footage was just from last night, when we had someone change Chuan Shichen's clothes on purpose to record it. Enough talk. Let's get moving. We need to get the fresh transcript to Chuan Shichen quickly. That's how people are. They stick to their story until one breaks, then they all start talking. For the sake of deflecting blame from themselves, they'll spill all the details. This is a case of dog-eat-dog. But you're not my apprentice anymore, so it's no use telling you more. Let's move on to the next thing. Come and witness it with me. Mr. Zhao grimaced, didn't budge an inch, crossing his arms and looking defiantly at Da Yuan-su. Are you casting aside the apprentice after outliving his usefulness? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 153 to 152 Everyone dies together _1 Chapter 153. Chapter 152 Everyone dies together _1 After he spoke, Mr. Zhao regretted his words, realizing he had just called himself a donkey. He quickly stepped forward and said, Look at this, now that you've used us, your attitude changes instantly. But I'm puzzled. I came here with Zhou Xiaodo. How did you know Zhou Xiao would cooperate with you? It looked as if you had rehearsed it, leaving me completely dumbfounded. Su Dayuan laughed and gave Zhou Ning a nudge on the shoulder. He's got a sharp mind. This kind of cooperation comes naturally to him. No need to plan ahead. But it's normal for you not to understand, because you're dumb. Inside the interrogation room, Su Dayuan patted Tao Zhinshan on the shoulder. Carrying his thermos, Tao Zhinshan stood up and walked out, his face showing frustration and anger. As he turned into the next room and saw Zhou Ning and the others standing there, his face cleared of its gloom. Drawing closer, he set down the thermos and looked at the group up and down. What's this? Any breakthroughs? Mr. Zhao grinned, flashing his teeth and gestured towards Lu Yufei with a nod of his chin. Ask Mrs. Lu. We don't know anything. We're just here for the show. Tao Zhinshan slapped Mr. Zhao on the back and raised his fist in frustration, but still didn't approach Lu Yufei. I don't dare to provoke her. She's the provincial champion in Sonda. You think I'm kidding? Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Yufei. He had gotten a taste of her kick earlier, but a provincial Sonda champion was on a whole different level. This explained why she could work in the criminal police team and why no one dared to belittle her. Mrs. Lu, cover for me from now on. Lu Yufei didn't expect Mr. Zhao to come out with such a remark, and it made her laugh on the spot. Not calling me Mr. Lu anymore? Mr. Zhao brought his hands together, rubbing them in front of Lu Yufei. My mistake. You're my dear sister. Since you look so young and beautiful, it's easy to mistake your age. Anyone who calls you miss upon meeting you must be blind. Tao Zhunshan coughed and interposed his hand between the two. I'm the deputy team leader, after all. What's this supposed to mean? Isn't someone going to explain to me what's going on here? You're all jovially joking around while I'm still clueless. How about you go and have a meeting with Chen Chuanxi, this tough nut to crack? Mr. Zhao kept grinning, unfazed by the trouble. Just watch patiently, Mr. Tao. It's no fun if we spoil the ending, right? We are people with public spirit. Tao Zhinshan gnashed his teeth in response, but said nothing more, quickly grabbing a pair of headphones. Mr. Zhao, quick on his feet, snatched up another pair and passed them to Lu Yufei in a sycophantic manner that Zhou Ning couldn't bear to watch. After all the tension over several days, letting off some steam seemed to relax everyone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Lu Yufei didn't take the headphones, signaling Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao to listen together. She just moved closer to the one-way mirror, staring intently at the movements inside the interrogation room. Su Dayuan wasn't sitting. He was holding a stack of papers, leaning against the edge of the table, watching Chen Chuanxi. You've got stamina. It's been over 10 hours since last night. However, take a look at this. I think once you've read it, you'll feel that your 10 hours of persistence are beginning to pay off. As he spoke, he threw the stack of papers on the table and held up a law enforcement recorder in front of Chen Chuanxi. The video didn't start from the beginning, but from the part where Wang Wenjing tearfully claimed ignorance of everything and that it was all Chen Cheng's manipulation, up to when she was handcuffed and taken away. Upon reading, Chen Chuanxi made no move, but Su Dayuan laughed, lit a cigarette and, while smoking, continued to watch Chen Chuanxi. According to what Wang Wenjing said, her poisoning of Zhang Guanglei falls under the category of the crime of delivering hazardous substances. Fortunately for her, after checking the list, the diphacinone she used is not among the 1,059 types of highly toxic substances listed for that crime, so it's considered a minor case. Considering she caused harm to Zhang Guanglei but didn't endanger his life, we can determine the circumstances are minor. At most, she's looking at 3 to 10 years of fixed-term imprisonment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p+. Wang Wenjing has shown a good attitude in admitting her guilt and has made meritorious service, which could lead to a lighter sentence. With a good lawyer, it might even be reduced further. However, according to her, you're the mastermind behind Zhang Guanglei's murder with both witness testimonies and physical evidence against you. You know the kind of punishment you should receive, don't you? After finishing his speech, Su Dayuan displayed Wang Wenjing's statement to Chen Chuanxi, emphasizing the last page signed with the above statement is true and Wang Wenjing's signature inked beneath it, with 2 lines of bright red fingerprints standing out sharply. Chen Chuanxi tried to grab the statement, but Su Dayuan quickly pulled it back and handed it to the clerk instead, snuffing out his cigarette and crossing his arms as he said, "This is your last legal lesson. If a criminal suspect caught by the Criminal Investigation Authority refuses to admit to their crime, it's up to that authority to investigate whether the suspect has committed a crime and deal with it according to the results. If there's enough evidence to prove a suspect has committed the crime, they should still be held criminally responsible, even without the suspect's confession. Of course, without sufficient evidence, no criminal responsibility can be pursued. Refusing to admit guilt will be seen as having a bad attitude, and the courts will issue a heavier sentence. Do you understand? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. With the murder of Zhang Guanglei, we have ample evidence. Even if you deny any wrongdoing, you'll still be transferred to the procuratorate. I have shown you the evidence before, with fibers from gloves containing your DNA found on the murder weapon, and the murder weapon also has the blood of the deceased Zhang Guanglei. Furthermore, the murder weapon was used to wedge the accelerator pedal, helping to hold it in place, The surveillance footage from near the hospital has also been reviewed, and you did not take Wang Wenjing to the hospital. We have found the driver and vehicle that did. All right, talk about your motive for the crime. Of course, you can also say something else. Consider this your last chance to speak. Su Dayuan spoke at a measured pace, each sentence delivered with utter detachment. In actuality, what he said was not an exaggeration. The current evidence was sufficient for referral to prosecution. Everyone knew, however, that Wang Wenjing was the key person behind this, even though she only induced the act and never actively demanded anything. But defining exactly how to classify her involvement was very challenging. Chen Chuanxi sighed and glanced at the pack of cigarettes Su Dayuan had thrown on the table. "Wanna have one?" Chen Chuanxi shook his head, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I knew Wang Wenjing would say this. Am not at all surprised. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. In fact, I also thought that if the day came when this is exposed, I'd take all the blame, just to keep her out of it." Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning. "What's the meaning of this opening statement? Does he have regrets?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "It boils down to one thing. I can selflessly give, and I can tarnish my own reputation, but you can't splash your dirty water on me." Chen Chuanxi must have felt extreme disappointment. Perhaps he was deeply in love with Wang Wenjing. Lu Yufei glanced at Zhou Ning. "What are you getting sentimental for? Do you have a girlfriend? Have you experienced this kind of profound affection? Or are you saying?" Mr. Zhao raised his hand, stopping Lu Yufei's barrage. "That's enough, sis. I was wrong, sister. Don't be so hurtful. You start firing heavy artillery the moment you open your mouth. Who could withstand that? Let's watch the interrogation. It's a critical moment now." Lu Yufei laughed and gave Mr. Zhao a glare, then turned to look at the interrogation room. And saw Chen Chuanxi lift his head and continue, "I've figured it out. Since I'm going to die, let's die together. Ill talk." Chen Chuanxi began to confess, and the situation was not very complicated. He met Wang Wenjing last year when he lost his wallet while getting breakfast, which was quite embarrassing. Wang Wenjing paid for him. They got to know each other and realized she bore a striking resemblance to his ex-girlfriend. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Latter he saw injuries on Wang Wenjing's body, and she was always trembling, feeling as if someone was following her. Under Chen Chunx's interrogation, she revealed she had a boyfriend who was a civil servant. He was usually fine, but became violent when drunk. Each time she broached the subject of breakup, she would end up brutally beaten. Chen Chuanxi felt tremendous sympathy for her. To comfort her, he invited her for a meal, and afterwards, they ended up in bed. Wang Wenjing regretted it immensely, telling him not to get involved in her affairs and not to bring trouble upon himself. The more she refrained, the more Chen Chuanxi saw her as kind-hearted. After the spring festival, Wang Wenjing was beaten again, to the point of hospitalization. Chen Chuanxi went to find Zhang Guanglei, but Zhang was defiant, telling him to stay out of their business and insulting Wang Wenjing, calling her promiscuous. They got into a fight, but nothing was resolved. By the end of June, Wang Wenjing attempted suicide. She said she couldn't get rid of Zhang Guanglei and had drugged him, but he didn't die. She cursed for him to die in a car crash and asked Chen Chuanxi to take care of her daughter in the future. Chen Chuanxi became agitated upon hearing Wang Wenjing wish for Zhang Guanglei to die in an accident. He suggested staging a traffic accident. After tailing Zhang for 2 days, he learned that Zhang also frequented Jinko district every day. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. They plotted together, with Wang Wenjing promising to increase the drug dosage. She would hurt herself in a quiet place to create an alibi for Chen Chuanxi while he would intercept Zhang Guanglei on the road, knock him unconscious, and then stage the car accident. They chose the 4th of the month, as it rained continuously, and dense fog formed every morning, poor conditions for surveillance and suitable for action. Wang Wenjing had her daughter to find Sun Yannian in Jinko at the time of the incident. This way, even if someone started investigating, Sun Yannian would have more motive, especially since his father was with Zhang Guanglai's ex-wife. This implicated many issues that weren't easy to clarify. However, Chen Chuanxi hadn't expected to see Zhang Guanglai having breakfast with Sun Manqing, nor did he anticipate that Sun Manqing would follow him to the scene of the accident, and even less that he would end up crashing into Zhang Guanglai's car. Sun Manqing wasn't dead at that time and was trying to call the police with his mobile phone. Chen Chuanxi rammed his car into him, then found Sun Manqing and Zhang Guanglai's mobile phones. After pulling the cars aside, he took a canister of gasoline and doused them. Before he could set the fire, a third truck crashed onto the scene, and the two vehicles were instantly crushed. Chen Chuanxi was terrified. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Taking advantage of the dense fog, he made his way directly to Jimmy Cliff, smashing the phones and throwing them into the sea, discarding his clothes there as well, and then returned to the construction site only after cleaning up. Seeing Chen Chuanxi signing the record in the interrogation room, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhao sighed deeply, remarking with great emotion, "If one were to say Wang Wenjing was the mastermind, then for the death of Sun Manqing, Chen Chuanxi bears an inescapable responsibility. Will he be sentenced to death?" Lu Yufei shook her head. Zhou Ning glanced inside the interrogation room and said slowly, "That is for the court to decide. Come on, let's go write the report. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 154 to 153 alarm _1 Chapter 154. Chapter 153 alarm _1 The case was closed. It was transferred to the prosecuting authority at the fastest speed. Mr. Zhao, who was reliable, asked Su Deyuan what would happen to Wang Wenjing and Chen Chuanxi in this 7.4 case. Su Deyuan said Wang Wenjing was the mastermind, an undeniable fact. However, Chen Chuanxi knocked Zhang Guanglai unconscious, staged the car accident, and then hit Sun Manqing to cover up the evidence. The sentences for the two wouldn't be much different. As for Wang Mengmeng, it depended on how the judge would rule. She had cooperated, so at the very least she wasn't completely unaware. July 11, 2011 Early in the morning, Mr. Zhao took Zhou Ning to the backyard of the technical department. Zhou Ning had looked at the car. If he wasn't complaining about the price, then he didn't like the style. They had been going back and forth for 2 weekends already, and Mr. Zhao was reluctant to accompany him anymore. Although Zhou Ning now had enough money on hand to afford a car, he still couldn't bring himself to spend it. The two got out of the car, still arguing, when another car followed them in. Mr. Zhao nodded towards the direction of the car with a tilt of his chin, making a clicking sound with his mouth. "Zhou Xiao, you should buy this car. I think you can afford it with those tech stocks you have. If you buy it, it'll even be your free chauffeur. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning glanced over, a slate gray and blue sedan parked next to them, its streamlined body looking very upscale. He took a quick look at the parking space sign but didn't immediately recognize the car. This logo looks like a Zongzi. No wait, is that 2 overlapping ms inside a triangle? As he was speaking, the car door opened, and a beautiful woman in black stepped out. The moment she took off her sunglasses, Mr. Zhao poked Zhou Ning's lower back repeatedly, but he didn't need such a reminder to realize who the woman was. Last time at the front desk, he had seen her fight with Chai Ruhua and her son. Although she wasn't very old, her fighting ability was quite impressive. The woman was Yumeli, and her purpose for being there, given her attire, went without saying. Yumeli held up her phone and dialed a number, then spoke politely, "Mr. Pang, I've arrived." Mr. Zhao pulled Zhou Ning, and the two walked inside the building, just in time to meet Mr. Pang. He raised his hand to stop Zhou Ning. "Dr. Zhou, good that you're here. Yumeli has come to collect the autopsy report notification and the death certificate. However, as for the cause of death, could you explain it to her? After all, Sun Manqing was also one of the victims of the 7.4 case." Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Peng waved to Yumeili, leading everyone to the third-floor office. Once everyone was seated, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao brought in some bottled water, and Yumeili then spoke. When you called me on Friday, Dr. Zhou, I was signing a contract, so I couldn't come over right away. Sorry about that. Mr. Peng waved his hand, smiling as he said, No problem, like I told you. Within 10 days would be fine. This file is related to Sun Manking's autopsy. The insurance company will need it too. Take good care of it. As for the body, you can contact the funeral home, and they will provide that service. Can I ask about his cause of death? Was it just a traffic accident? Mr. Peng shook his head and pointed to Zhou Ning. It wasn't merely a traffic accident. Let Dr. Zhou explain to you. This chain of car crashes is connected to a criminal case. Yumeili looked at Zhou Ning, who explained, I think you know that the first victim of that chain of car accidents was your former husband, Zhang Guanglei. He didn't die in an accident. The killer knocked him unconscious and staged the traffic accident during the fog. Sun Manching had met with Zhang Guanglei before the incident. They happened to meet while having breakfast and talked for a while. When the killer followed Zhang Guanglei, Sun Manching saw it and wanted to warn him, but was interrupted by a phone call. He rushed to take a closer look and got into a rear-end collision. However, he didn't die at that moment. The killer crashed into the driver's side of his car to take away both Sun Manching and Zhang Guanglei's phones, preventing him from calling the police. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It was only after that the multiple car pileup happened. Yumeili covered her mouth, tears flowing down her cheeks without a sound, as if the floodgates had opened. Zhou Ning swallowed the rest of what he was going to say. If Sun Manching hadn't rushed to check, maybe he wouldn't have been involved, but saying so would only add to Yumeili's guilt. None of the three said words of comfort, because this wasn't sadness that could be avoided with consolation. After an undefined period, Yumeili clutched the file bag in her hand and took a deep breath. Her tear-stained face was also wiped clean. Thank you all. It's good to have the truth restored. He was a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to check. All right, they'll be leaving now, she said as she stood up and gave a bow to the three of them. He then turned and walked away, and Mr. Zhao went to the window, constantly shaking his head. This woman is so strong-willed. Hey, quick, come look. The ex-wife is here again. Following Mr. Zhao's shout, Zhou Ning and Mr. Peng had already gathered at the window, and sure enough, Chai Ruhua had arrived with Sun Yannian, and Mr. Chai also rushed in front of Yumeili and slapped her across the face. Perhaps out of concern for Mr. Chai's age, Yumeili stepped back and then rushed to the front of the car, clutching her cell phone as if she was making a call. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Peng had already run out, summoning the duty guards to intervene. After all, this was the backyard of the municipal bureau. To take action here was nothing short of brazen. As expected, when the guards came out and yelled at Mr. Chai, the old man stopped charging forward. Police hitting people, you're quite bold. Do you think just because you're old, you won't be dealt with? What do you think this place is? A tirade followed, and Mr. Chai stiffened his neck, his actions much like Sun Yannian's. It seemed Sun Yannian hadn't taken after his father, but had learned all his bad habits from this old man. Don't try to scare me. I'm old and not afraid of your intimidation. This vixen seduced my son-in-law, made him abandon his wife and child, and ultimately caused his untimely death. If I don't hit her, I might as well save it for New Year. As he spoke, Mr. Chai tried to go after her again, but was directly apprehended by the approaching police. You've got guts, I'll give you that. I'm telling you to stop, but you keep charging. Are you showing contempt for the police? This is a society ruled by law. I'm standing here to stop you from committing violence, yet you don't cease. Do you know the consequences of showing contempt for the police? Chai Ruhua immediately charged forward, butting her head against the chest of the police officer. Then she fell to the ground, beating the pavement while crying with snot and tears streaming down her face. What sins have I committed? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Sun Manching is dead, and this vixen wants to kick us out and even demands we pay for her car. Her father runs such a big company, with factories and all. Once the father dies, the son inherits. What's there to argue about? This damned vixen, she claims that the company is operating at a deficit and that she's the legal representative. Sun Manking's estate comprises only debts, no assets. Even the house we live in, the car we drive, are all Yumeli's. Yumeli covered her mouth, holding up her cell phone as if filming, and intermittently covered her ears as if she was also on a call using her earphones. Noticing such behavior, Zhou Ning hesitated slightly and pulled Mr. Zhao back, stopping him from moving forward. She had received a slap and hadn't panicked, but calmly collected all the documents and then started filming the call. Evidently, she was well prepared for the actions of the three, and this entire drama was triggered by her deliberate maneuvering. The police were at a loss as a woman on the ground clung to one officer's leg, throwing a tantrum while wailing and playing the martyr. The officer, embarrassed, did not know how to react when two cars arrived at that moment. One was a police car and the other a luxury sedan from which quite a few people alighted rapidly. The officers from the police car looked around. What's going on? Who called the police? Yumeli raised her hand. I called. Chai Ruhua, her father, and her son cornered me and she hit me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I believe there are surveillance cameras in this courtyard, and these two officers are witnesses. The officer who had been grabbed around the leg nodded. For the first time in his life, he had become a witness, a shift in role that felt quite unique. The old man slapped her and wanted to continue his assault, but I stopped him, otherwise, it would have been 3 against 1. The police separated everyone and glanced at Chai Ruhua on the ground. Stand up and speak. At that moment, 2 men dressed in shirts and ties came down from the other car and jogged over to Yumeli's side. She tossed her cell phone to them. I recorded a video. Everything Chai Ruhua said is on here. Show it to the police. The man nodded, played the video on the phone, and handed it to the officers who had responded to the 110 call. After watching it, several officers seemed somewhat confused, but an attorney quickly handed over several documents. The deceased Sun Manching was the husband of Ms. Yumeli, and they had been married for 14 months. He raised a copy of their marriage certificate. Before their marriage, they had made a notarized property agreement. He raised a copy of the notarized document. You can retrieve the original from the notary office. Sun Manching had a debt of 17.48 million before the marriage as evidenced here. All fixed assets were sold off, and the remaining cash of over 200,000 was stolen by Ms. Chai Ruhua, as per the police report from that time. /p. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After the marriage, Ms. Yumeli invested 30 million into Mr. Sun Manking's company to restart operations. All external debts now total 4.21 million. Regarding the property and vehicles that Ms. Chai Ruhua and her family are using, they are all part of Ms. Yumeli's premarital assets. Officer, please look. These are the relevant property documents and vehicle registration information. They came to Qidong for Mr. Chase medical treatment, and Yumeli lent them the house to stay in. She did not expect them to try to take over the property and claim Sun Manking's assets. Just wondering, how much of Sun Manking's debts is Ms. Chai Ruhua willing to take over? Now that the police are here and everything is out in the open, why don't we clarify and sign the relevant paperwork to proceed with everything? Being so well prepared, it was clear that Yumeli had planned this. Among this second generation of wealth, to maintain assets without shrinkage and even come out ahead, it's not just luck. Yumeli is a case in point. She had thought of all possibilities and prevented loss to her assets. Even if Sun Yannian inherited a portion of the estate, it would only be about the amount covered by the car insurance payout, while the core assets remained unscathed. Zhou Ning patted Mr. Zhao, and the two turned and left. Such a drama revealed the ugliest side of human nature. Zhou Ning did not enjoy watching it, as he still had his own troubles to deal with. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 155 to 154. The ex-girlfriend who was burned to death _1 Chapter 155. Chapter 154. The ex-girlfriend who was burned to death _1 exiting from the clinic of the psychologist Shirtian Shao, Zhou Ning let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as he got into the car, Mr. Zhao opened his eyes, which seemed a bit hazy from sleep. "You're out. Why did it take so long?" Zhou Ning shook his head. He had remembered some things again just now, but they were still fragmented dreams, and he didn't know whether they were real experiences. That was the hardest part. The worst thing was that since dealing with that dismemberment case in Xinhua, the system had crashed. The transparent big screen was still there, but it could only display Zhou Ning's information. Things like the accumulated points hadn't changed at all. He didn't know whether the system going on strike had anything to do with seeing the psychologist, but these two things for Zhou Ning, regaining memories of his parents was more important, so let the strike be a strike. He sighed, then glanced at the time. "Mister, he should be here by now, let's hurry over." Mr. Zhao stepped on the gas and the car drove off, him still sighing continuously. "You're getting a car and our legs are becoming thinner from all the walking. Have you made up your mind this time?" Zhou Ning nodded. "I went home yesterday and my grandpa gave me a card. I couldn't say no to it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He told me not to hesitate, to hurry up and buy a car, and then take him to see my new place, since he hasn't been here yet. Your grandpa is just worried about you, especially knowing you've remembered some of your past. It must have made him reminisce about the old days. Perhaps the old man has regrets too." Zhou Ning didn't say anything, just pushed his glasses up, and at that moment, the upgrade points on the big screen changed. It soared from 60 straight to 460. Zhou Ning blinked, making sure he wasn't seeing things. His heart seemed to skip a few beats. With 460 points, there were only 40 left until the upgrade threshold of 500. Could it be that for these two cases, because he hadn't taken on any tasks, the system defaulted to upgrading? But that wasn't right. According to the previous rules, if you didn't take on a task, the points would accumulate automatically and could be used together the next time you exchanged rewards. So what was this about? Unable to figure it out, Zhou Ning stopped thinking about it. This time, case 7.4 was solved without the system's urging or task prompts, and in a short period of time too. Perhaps this was also another kind of training. In that case, he just needed to find the clues quickly every time he took on a case. The car jolted and pulled over to a stop. Zhou Ning looked up and realized they had arrived at the car city. He was standing on the roadside with his arms crossed, obviously having been waiting there for a while. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The two of them got out of the car and Mr. Zhao walked over with a smile and hugged Mr. He's shoulder. "Buddy, sorry to keep you waiting. That psychiatrist held us up a bit too long. Let's hurry up and order the car for Zhou Xiao, and then we can go for some barbecue and drinks. How about it?" Mr. He grunted twice, but stopped complaining after hearing that the delay was due to the psychologist. "Did you remember a bit more?" Zhou Ning nodded. "I can see those three people a bit clearer now, one with blonde hair, a short and chubby one. The one who was shooting was wearing high-top boots, but I couldn't see his face, though he is really skinny. When I remember more details, I'll get Mr. Xia to help me sketch them out." Mr. He hummed in response, offering comfort. "Don't rush, it's not something to be anxious about. Look, we're making progress naturally." Zhou Ning smiled. He knew that both Mr. Zhao and Mr. He were concerned about him, afraid that he would put too much pressure on himself. Otherwise, if his memories didn't return, he might drive himself mad. "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. If my father had an accident, his friends and comrades wouldn't let the perpetrator get away with it. It's just that we might not know the outcome, and I want to remember not to be trapped in my own memories." To use Dr. Sher's words, I need to learn to let go. That's right, let's talk about it now. Which car did you finally decide on? Mr. Zhao sighed, patting He Shansuan on the shoulder. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhou Xiaozhou doesn't want to spend too much money, absolutely no more than 150,000 yen for the car. He wants a big brand with plenty of space, and also an SUV or similar type of spacious vehicle. Can you guess what it is? Mr. He blinked and glanced at the 4S shop behind him. It's not a Touran, is it? Half an hour later, after completing all the procedures, the three of them came out. Mr. He sighed. Your granddad really cares for you a lot. He has been comforting your uncle's family, gave you money for home renovations, and even provided the funds for the car. Does he lack a grandson or something? Should I also go and adopt a godgrandfather? Mr. Zhao squeezed between the two men, wrapping an arm around each, but his height made the gesture seem somewhat comical. Mr. He, I have to tell you, there's a cue for that. I've already taken the lead and talked to the old man. You're behind me. Damn it. Why are you competing with me for this? Zhou Ning laughed. Let's go eat. Just to be clear, the budget is 200 yen. I've just bought a car and the monthly loan payments are already set, so I can't be spending recklessly. Mr. Zhao shook his head. Zhou Ning's frugality wasn't something new. Having 200 yen to spend was already quite generous. All right, barbecue is enough. Come on, let's go to the seaside. The three of them went straight to Haikao Road, next to Shirlaren, to enjoy the view for a while before turning into a small alley. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This small restaurant, with many sunshades set up in front of it, was elevated enough to offer a view of the sea. Oysters grilled on a wire rack kept twisting over the charcoal fire. Mr. Zhao looked at the beer in front of him and then turned to look at the car, giving Mr. He a white look. No wonder you're single. You keep all the clever ideas to yourself. Just now you rushed to park the car at your workplace so that you could drink, didn't you? What about me then? Call a designated driver. Seeing Zhou Ning say so, Mr. Zhao grinned, picked up his beer, and clinked glasses with Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao really has a clever mind, but Mr. He, I feel like you're different from us. We're the true bachelors, the single since birth kind, while you feel like you've got a story. He Shansuan smiled, and Zhou Ning got interested, handing Mr. He a skewer of flat tendons and tilting his chin at him. Come on, share so we can have a laugh. He Shansuan took a few sips of beer and gave Mr. Zhao a wide eye. Now that I think about it, it's almost like something from a past life. At the start of my freshman year, I dated a girl, also from Qidong. We studied together, interned together, and took the postgraduate exams together. Then, right before I graduated, she disappeared. No one could find her, her phone was unreachable, and her things from the dorm were gone. Her roommates had no idea where she went. I asked around a lot, and even ended up reporting it to the police. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Later her father came to see me, saying she was already engaged and the wedding was imminent. The groom didn't want her to work, had bought her a house and car before marriage, and even gave a dowry of 500,000 yuan, asking me to no longer seek her or disturb her life. I was dumbfounded at that time. We had been together for nearly 8 years. When did she get herself a fiancé and arrange all these things? Even if we were not to continue together, or she felt I was unsuitable, couldn't she at least have told me? But no, she just vanished like that. Zhou Ning listened and was somewhat stunned. No wonder Mr. He never mentioned it. It was such a history. Mr. Zhao raised his bottle to clink with Mr. He. Buddy, don't be gloomy. Your ex-girlfriend probably couldn't resist her family's arrangements. Maybe she was forcibly taken away. She couldn't change any of it. See it in that light. He Shansuan smiled and shook his head, tilting his head back and finishing the bottle of beer, then lit a cigarette. I comfort myself with that thought. After all, she was just a student with little exposure to society. Maybe it was all arranged by her family. At that time, I just regretted not having visited her home. If I'd known the address, I could have at least seen her once. Zhou Ning fixed his eyes on Ishan Kun's eyes and saw him looking in the direction of the sea, seemingly reminiscing. It appeared that the matter of this ex-girlfriend wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Mr. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhao kicked Zhou Ning's shoe lightly and gave him a look, obviously hoping Zhou Ning would offer some comfort to Mr. He. But with such matters, consolation from others isn't what pulls one through, just as Zhou Ning could not find solace while seeking the memories from 10 years ago. Can comfort really stop the thoughts? Can comfort release one from the torment of those memories? Impossible. You have to accept it yourself, no matter how unbearable, how raw, how heart-wrenchingly painful. Acceptance allows you to move forward, and then those memories are not so frightening. Though recalling them might still hurt, they're no longer torturous. That's the true letting go. At this moment, the absent-minded Mr. He continued. Last weekend's night shift, I saw her, I didn't expect to see her in such a way. When she was brought in, her body was 80% burned, and her fingers were missing. Her daughter was already showing no signs of life when she arrived at the hospital. She held on for 6 days. By yesterday morning, she was gone. I wanted to save her, to ask her why she left without a word back then. But she didn't make it. She left just like that. An accidental burn? Shansuan shook his head. I don't know if it was an accident. She was transferred from Jinko District Central Hospital. Her husband and father came together, but later a lot of police came too. I heard her husband was arrested, suspected of arson murder, / break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but as a father, even if he hated his wife, would he burn his wife and daughter to death together? Mr. Zhao blinked and leaned in with curiosity on his face. When did you break up with this ex-girlfriend? Still immersed in sorrow, Shansuan was taken aback by such a sudden question, but then thought and said, 8 years ago. Why? What's her name? Feng Hua. Mr. Zhao leaned forward with his plump face, tilting his chin at him. How old was that girl? Shansuan thought for a while. 7 or 8 years old, I don't remember exactly. Ask the nurses in the emergency department, they'll have this on record for sure. Why? Just ask, man. Ask for her birth date, and be quick about it. Unable to resist Mr. Zhao, Mr. He made a call and sure enough, the nurse remembered clearly. The child was 7 years old, born on March 1, 2004. Hearing this, Mr. Zhao slapped Ishan Kun's shoulder. We need to look into this. Could that child be yours? Shansuan was taken aback and then waved his hands repeatedly. Get lost, get lost, get lost. I thought you were going to say something serious, not that you were waiting here for me. I'm grieving, you know? Although I've resented her for leaving without a word back then, I didn't wish for her to die like that. Besides, although we were intimate, we hardly saw each other for over half a year before graduation. How could she possibly be mine? Zhou Ning had remained silent all this time, but Mr. Zhao nudged his shoulder. What are you thinking about? / break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. I'm wondering, since her husband is suspected of arson and killing his wife and daughter, perhaps the forensics department would know, right? / break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 156 to 155. The tutor's assignment _1. Chapter 156. Chapter 155. The tutor's assignment _1. Mr. Zhao, trusting as ever, dialed the direct line to the inspection department, and after a short while, the call connected. Hello, this is Zhao Xinli from Team 2. I wanted to ask if there has been an arson case from Jinko District Bureau brought in for inspection these past few days. The person on the other end seemed to search for a bit before answering. We've received quite a few samples. Why has this case now been handed over to Team 2? Mr. Zhao was startled and quickly said, No, I'm just asking. A friend of mine was classmates with the victim, Feng Hua. He's quite upset after hearing about it and just wanted to inquire. It has nothing to do with our Team 2. The person on the line gave an O in response. I see. I thought you had taken over. The folks from Jinko District are just waiting here for the results. They said that the husband set fire to and killed his wife and daughter. It's quite a tragedy anyway. Mr. Zhao made some pleasantries and then hung up the phone. Looking at the situation in Jinko District, it looks like this case is pretty much closed. Do you still want to know the details? If you do, I can ask around for you. He let out a long sigh and shook his head as he grabbed the bottle of liquor, looking at the two men. No need to ask. What's the use when the person's already gone? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Since we've called for a designated driver, let's just drink up today and celebrate Zhou Xiaogo buying his car. I've already had a bottle myself. Why haven't you guys started? Come on, no dawdling. Are we fish farming here? September 2nd, 2011. Zhou Ning opened his eyes and rubbed his arms, legs, and even his hair, which seemed to still carry that charred smell as if struck by lightning. The system wasn't working, but the nightly grueling training went on as usual, not a single day off, and recently there even seemed to be an upward trend. The types of autopsies were becoming more varied, and the mixed injuries were particularly difficult to assess, which gave Zhou Ning a headache. However, there was one advantage: the tougher the training, the less he had those dreams. Just after Zhou Ning finished washing up, his phone rang. It was a call from Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, so early? Zhou Xiao, come to Qidong University a bit early. Professor Li Chumbin arrived last night, and first thing in the morning, Mr. Liu called me and said Professor Li wants to see you, so we've arranged it for 8:30. Zhou Ning was startled and quickly stood up. The Professor Li he had been thinking about had actually arrived. I'll be there right away, 10 minutes tops. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning changed into a short-sleeved police uniform, his most formal attire. After all, his other clothes were just t-shirts, and he didn't pay much attention to dressing up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He hurried over to the office building of the computer science department, where the podium had already been designated as the software development center. As he entered, he saw Dr. Liu standing by the door, hastily waving to Zhou Ning. You wouldn't believe it, Professor Li is just like you in temperament. He just got here too. Come on, I'll take you to see him. Zhou Ning nodded, his palms sweating with nervousness. After all, Professor Li's international reputation was formidable, and his expertise in criminal investigation and forensic anthropology was uniquely insightful. Following Dr. Liu to the reception room, as the door opened, Professor Li turned around to face Zhou Ning and quickly walked over. It seems you must be Zhou Ning, also known as Zhou Xiao? Zhou Ning was a bit embarrassed and, after shaking hands with Professor Li, he fidgeted nervously with his pants. Nice to meet you, Professor Li. You can call me anything. I've always admired you deeply. Ever since choosing this field of study, I've often followed various reports, and a documentary too. I even made notes. Professor Li laughed uncontrollably, and Dr. Liu, standing by, also joined in the laughter while Mr. Liu gestured. Looks like Professor Li has gained a fanboy as a student. Let's sit down to talk, don't stand up anymore. As they all took seats on the round of sofas, Zhou Ning was pulled to sit next to Professor Li, feeling his palpable joy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Dr. Liu already informed me about you, and I was taken aback at first. I did read that paper, and I remember thinking at the time, who is this person I've never heard of? After all, I know a few people in the domestic forensic circle who specialize in this area of study. Hearing him say how young you are, I was quite surprised. To think that you also spearheaded this software is really outstanding, a true case of the student surpassing the master. But which university did you graduate from, and who was your advisor? Zhou Ning felt a bout of awkwardness. Could he leave out the part about his advisor? I graduated from Lucy Medical University with a master's in forensic science. My advisor. Before Zhou Ning could speak, Dr. Liu interjected, aware that Zhou Ning had already relayed the embarrassing incident and mentioned his mentor's name to him. If Dr. Liu were to inquire further, it would indeed be an embarrassing situation. Dr. Liu patted Li Chengbin on the back. Before Zhou Ning could speak, Dr. Liu interjected. After all, Zhou Ning had told him about the embarrassing incident at the time and had mentioned his mentor's name. If someone were to inquire, it would truly be terribly embarrassing. Dr. Liu patted Li Chengbin. Let me tell you, Professor Li, Zhou Ning was not exceptional during his school days and was constantly chided by his mentor. Only his face was memorable. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Who would have thought that once this young man entered the workforce, he would critically analyze problems? You haven't seen the research directions Zhou Ning listed for me. Not even professionals show such logical thinking. While speaking, he handed a stack of documents to Li Chengbin. These were all the ideas Zhou Ning had shared with Dr. Liu. However, they had been summarized and organized by Dr. Liu, and each item had been carefully analyzed, along with expansive musings on research directions such detail. Zhou Ning glanced over and couldn't help doubting, were these really the ideas he had sent to Dr. Liu? Upon reflection, he felt relieved. Every famous person has one or several disciples who can dissect what they say and think. The truly astounding thing is not the words in the original works, but this analysis, which is more thought-provoking. Often, the success of the software was prompted by Zhou Ning's suggestions and lists, which inspired Dr. Liu. Li Chengbin carefully reviewed the documents, nodding more and more as he read, even discussing some parts with Dr. Liu. Zhou Ning, on the other hand, didn't say much. After half an hour of reviewing these documents, Li Chengbin put down the files in his hands and looked at Zhou Ning with great emotion. I never expected that frontline work would give you so much inspiration. I think your ideas are very advanced. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. To my knowledge, people both domestically and internationally are researching related software, but their perspective is limited and they're detached from practical application. Even if they develop some features, they can't spread widely. Zhou Ning nodded. Of course he knew. After all, as the software developed, it increasingly strayed from the original concept and was geared towards practical application. Now, every case he solved had the shadow of the software's application within it. This is the credit of the team. I just have the ideas, but others need to implement them. When I worked in Qidong, I insisted on involving Dr. Liu and the team in the investigation of our cases. The same is true now at the technical department in the city bureau, where we even established specialized laboratories. Take the 7.4 car accident case we just solved, for example. Without the second phase animation simulation of the software, we couldn't have reconstructed the impacts caused by the accident. After all, each impact leads to different kinds of damage that correspond to fracture locations, compression strength, and injury severity, a series of calculations that can't be completed through just surveying and autopsy alone. Li Chengbin inquired about the details of the case and, discussing his expertise, Zhou Ning was no longer nervous. He spoke freely, introducing each case from Zhang Guanglei to Sun Manqing, including the investigation process. Li Chengbin continuously nodded in agreement. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Indeed impressive. You've collaborated with many domestic enterprises to manufacture specialized equipment for your team. I'll definitely take a look when I have the chance. If possible, it should be promoted together with the software in an integrated laboratory. Such remarks made Mr. Liu quite excited. I had the same intention. After all, we have the blueprints for this equipment and the patents in our hands. If we could promote them together, we could have complete control. With uniform training, even non-professionals could operate it. It seems you've also considered this. Good, then allocate people and expedite the development of phases 3 and 4. If the video processing is also completed, and after some operational testing, you can promote it internationally. However, the premise is establishing the database, which I will help you to do. Oh, and there's another crucial task. It's to make sure that you don't only focus on the domestic market for the software and various patents. You must register and apply for patents internationally first, to prevent some people from exploiting any loopholes. After all, countries like Ing City and Me Country have also invested a lot of manpower and resources. Moreover, when you register, aim for a broad scope that covers a wider range. Mr. Liu was very happy. After all, Professor Li's intentions were to help Qidong University maintain control of the software, which would be a great help in its promotion. /p break time equals 300 ms/ prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It wasn't until nearly noon that their conversation ended. Li Chengbin still seemed to have more to say, but glancing at the time, he sighed. The time is too rushed. It'll come again next time. I want to spend a few days with Zhou Ning at their technical department and work on a case using the software. The more we talk, the more eager I am. But I have to fly to Me Country soon. There is a forensic science conference to attend. Zhou Ning is now effectively my PhD student. As for the research direction, I think it's best not to set it for now. Let's proceed with your current research directions. That way, I can also benefit from it. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me, whether it's related to research or cases. With that, Li Chengbin stood up, and everyone else got up to see him off, evidently heading straight for the airport. But just as he stood up, he smacked his head and said to Zhou Ning, "Oh, right, there's something I need to ask of you. An old friend contacted me recently. His son has been arrested in Qidong as a suspect in a high-profile case. His son, Dong Chengwen, is a lawyer, one of the top-tier ones in Qidong. He doesn't believe his son would kill someone, especially not setting a fire to kill his wife and daughter. However, he himself has cancer and is undergoing chemotherapy, so he can't come here. He hopes I can help him find someone to review the case, to perform another autopsy, and conduct a secondary investigation. I've already spoken to Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms/ prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Who about it, but am hoping you can take over the second autopsy and identification for this case at the technical department." Zhou Ning was taken aback. Instantly, he thought of Mr. He's ex-girlfriend, who appeared to have been burned to death by her husband. He tentatively asked, "Is it the arson case at the end of June in Jinko District that killed the wife and daughter? The victim's name is Fang Hua?" Li Chengbin paused, pulled up his phone, found a message, and forwarded the contents to Zhou Ning. "Yes, that's the name. His granddaughter is called Dong Xiaomi. I've forwarded you the message from his father. There's just one principle, to check if there are any hidden aspects to the case and to restore the truth." Zhou Ning nodded. "Don't worry, Professor. As a forensic doctor, I know my duty. /p break time equals 300 ms/ prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 157 to 156 newcomers arrive _1 Chapter 157. Chapter 156 newcomers arrive _1 after sending off Professor Li. Zhou Ning had dinner with Dr. Liu and Mr. Liu. Although Dr. Liu was now a vice president, Zhou Ning still wasn't used to calling him Mr. Liu. According to Dr. Liu, Zhou Ning could call him Old Liu or any other nickname he liked, a statement which only made the elderly man seem more endearing to Zhou Ning. By the time he returned to the technical department, it was almost 1:30 in the afternoon. Before he could go upstairs, his phone rang a landline number. Zhou Ning answered without much thought, but a passing water truck blared music so loudly that he could barely hear the other party on the call. "Hello. It's Hu Guangjian." Zhou Ning paused, sifting through his memory, completely unsure who Hu Guangjian was. Yet, the voice sounded familiar. After searching through everyone he knew with the surname Hu, he suddenly remembered that the deputy director in charge of criminal investigation was surnamed Hu. Zhou Ning shivered as he realized this must be related to the arson case Professor Li had mentioned earlier. He had already spoken with Mr. Hu. Zhou Ning hurriedly responded, "Mr. Hu, I was just about to go to your office." "Humph, don't play smart with me. You have 5 minutes to get to my office." Not daring to waste a moment, Zhou Ning rushed toward the front building, raced up to the 5th floor to catch his breath, and then walked to office 507. /p break time equals 300 ms/ prosody Speak. Speak, prosody, P. He patted his chest and was about to knock when the door opened. Su Dayuan held the doorknob and gestured to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning exchanged a questioning look with him, and Su Dayuan raised his eyebrows towards Mr. Hu's direction. Don't pull any stunts in front of me. These are all games I'm done playing. Close the door and come sit down, both of you. Zhou Ning obediently shut the door and walked to the office desk where Mr. Hu pushed a file folder towards them. I'll cut to the chase. Regarding the 6.29 arson case, Su Dayuan, you're in charge of leading the reinvestigation. I've looked over the file, and while the details seem complete, the suspect has never admitted to arson and murder. However, the house caught fire after he left, and by the time he returned, the blaze had already grown. As for the autopsies, they were conducted in two parts. The first victim, Dong Xiaomi, died of asphyxiation with 60% of her body burned. The other victim, Feng Hua, had second-degree burns over 60% of her body and 20% were third-degree burns. The cause of death was severe burns and a serious infection that followed. Su Dayuan flipped through the file, his brow furrowing. And then? Mr. Hu paused, not immediately catching Su Dayuan's drift. What and then? The investigation of this case is already complete, right? Looks like it was about to be handed over to the prosecution. How do we take over something like that? Mr. Hu shook his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The case was returned by the prosecution due to insufficient evidence. Based on surveillance footage, it only suggests that Dong Qingguen is a suspect. The fire started after he left the house, and by the time he returned, a big fire had erupted. The fire investigation report only identified the starting point of the fire in the second-floor master bedroom's walk-in closet. As for Dong Qingguen's arrest, it was because neighbors reported the fire incident. After the disaster, Dong Qingguen rushed into the fire and rescued his wife and daughter, crying out, "It's all my fault. I've doomed you all." In his statement, he never admitted to arson, maintaining his innocence throughout. Dong Qingguen was also burned. The case was sent back due to lack of evidence. His categorization as a suspect was because he had a record of purchasing an excessive amount of gasoline, and the fire spread rapidly at the scene, which led to suspicions of gasoline as an accelerant. Su Dayuan frowned deeply. Arson cases like this were the hardest to determine. Since we're launching a second investigation, will the fire department be on it as well, under the jurisdiction of the city fire brigade? Mr. Hu let out an exasperated laugh, surprised at Su Dayuan's reluctance to take on the case, though he genuinely didn't have anyone else more capable on hand. Enough talk. Hurry up and start the second investigation. I want to see concrete evidence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the forensic examination, Professor Lee hopes to have Dr. Zhou's Unit 2 in charge of the second autopsy. I've already had the body sent to your technical department by the branch bureau. The fire brigade will also conduct a second investigation. Discussion turned into orders, and Su Dayuan said no more. The two left office 507, not uttering a word in silent agreement, heading straight to the technical department in the back court. Coming down from the corridor, they saw the vehicle transporting the bodies leaving. Su Dayuan shook his head. That was quick. Are you going to perform the autopsy right away? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Peng standing at the door. In fact, since a new investigation was underway, there was no rush for the autopsy. Especially in fire cases, the evidence remaining at the scene is very minimal and even less so after so much time has passed. The autopsy isn't urgent. I want to take a team to the scene to look around and also meet with Dong Qingguen. Mr. Hu mentioned he was injured as well, so we'll find a professional doctor to assess his recovery. This will also help establish what happened when he charged into the fire. According to the case file, while a neighbor did call the fire department, Dong Qingguen was the first to enter the scene to rescue people before the firefighters arrived. I didn't find details about this in the case file or in the statements. Su Dayuan snapped his fingers, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Good thinking. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The scope of your consideration has broadened. That's right, you should contact Dr. He. On my end, I'll send someone to the scene and investigate the social relationships of Dong Qingwen and Fang Hua. This guy has managed to offend the entire legal community in Qidong. Supposedly, no lawyer wants to defend him. The branch bureau wanted to hand the case over to the prosecution office swiftly, since they were going to need a lawyer, but nobody was willing to take his case. Before you arrived, I discussed with Mr. Hu that one of the main reasons the branch bureau closed the case so swiftly was because Fang Hua's father was causing a ruckus at the Jinko branch bureau, claiming that Dong Qingwen had been abusing Fang Hua and was pushing to have the case concluded quickly to sentence Dong Qingwen to death. Zhou Ning was taken aback. Clearly, Su Dayuan knew more than he did. But thinking about the state of Mr. He during their last dinner, Zhou Ning still furrowed his brow and shook his head. We can't ask Mr. He. Doesn't he have some involvement with Dong Qingwen? Su Dayuan looked surprised. Since they were both transferred from Qidong, they weren't too familiar with local relationships in Qidong. Zhou Ning mentioning some involvement confused him. What's the connection? The victim, Fang Hua, was Mr. He's ex-girlfriend. They dated for 8 years, from college to graduate school, and then she disappeared without a word, only to have a flash marriage soon after with Dong Qingwen. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was Mr. He who organized the rescue efforts. Despite 6 or 7 days of attempts at the central hospital, they couldn't save her. Su Dayuan blinked rapidly, his mouth hanging wide open. Who would have thought Mr. He had such a past? No wonder he's not married at his age. But you don't have an ex-girlfriend like that, do you? You've been getting along well with Xia Momo. If you can settle down with her, you better hurry and make it official. Zhou Ning was somewhat at a loss for words. Su Dayuan was even more eager to push him than his second uncle. We're off topic. Other than Mr. He, I've run out of doctors I know from Qingdao Hospital. You handle it. Su Dayuan ground his teeth. You cheeky kid, stop making demands. If Mr. He won't come, have him send a doctor from the burns department instead. I'm going to contact the detention center now. We'll head over there in a bit. There are other things to do, so hurry up. After speaking, Su Dayuan lifted his phone to make calls. Indeed, there was a lot to arrange. At that moment, Mr. Peng waved at Zhou Ning. Seeing that quite a few people had gathered at the door, he quickly walked over. Mr. Peng's face was all smiles as he pulled Zhou Ning along to start introductions. We have some new people in our technical department. Let's assign them to the groups. These 2 are for your second group. This young lady is Forensic Doctor Zhou Ning, who interned in our department last year. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The other is the trace examiner Yang Xuedong, transferred over from Rongqing. He's quite an experienced trace examiner. As they were introduced, Zhou Ning looked over at the 2 of them. Zhou Ning was a young woman, quite tall, with lightly curled short hair, small eyes, and a pair of tiny fangs. She wasn't beautiful, but her appearance was nonetheless pleasant to look at. The trace examiner, Yang Xuedong, appeared to be in his 30s, a fit man, neither too tall nor thin, but evidently someone who worked out regularly. Hello, Chief Zhou. The 2 of them were polite, a form of address that Zhou Ning found a bit awkward. After all, Mr. Zhao always called him Zhou Xiaozhou, while Sun Gaodai was forever calling him Dr. Zhou. It seemed Zhou Ning had secured a government position. He had reported for duty around this time last year as well. Mr. Zhao, standing beside him, was stunned, his gaze fixed on Zhou Ning. This expression surprised Zhou Ning. Could Mr. Zhao have a crush on Zhou Ning? But it didn't look that way. It seemed more like recognition. Zhou Ning quickly said, "Hello, welcome to the second group." Just in time, Mr. Hu has assigned us a case. Head upstairs to prepare your investigation kits. We'll be leaving shortly. Also, Mr. Peng, about the driver, did you discuss it with the chief? Mr. Peng blushed. Privately, Zhou Ning's question could have been deflected or postponed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, in front of the new recruits on their first day, especially since they were from his second group, it seemed embarrassing for him to refuse. We're looking for a driver. Haven't found the right person yet. The vehicles are requested, though. We in the forensic department have been allocated 2 cars, so you can drive them whenever there's a case. They are Iveco vans, though, which most of us can't drive under a regular license. Mr. Zhao grinned, moving closer. Chief, I have a Class B license. Any extra pay for driving? Mr. Peng laughed. He was grateful for the out. Patting Mr. Zhao's arm, he replied, "Don't worry, I'll submit the request for a fuel allowance and everything else soon. Before we get a driver, we'll just have to manage." Zhou Ning finally smiled. He hadn't wanted to inconvenience anyone, after all. Using his own car meant wearing it down, even with fuel compensation. Mr. Peng, we'll get to work then. Mr. Peng waved his hand, a chuckling smile on his face. If the chief has given the order, then get to it quickly. Nothing is more important than the case. With that, Mr. Peng trotted off, his movements almost like he was fleeing. Sun Gout had already brought down several investigation kits. Zhu Xingxing and Yang Xuedong were quick to help with the car loading. One had interned here, and the other had years of experience as a trace examiner. There was no need for further instructions. Instead, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao came over to Zhou Ning, poking his arm worriedly, and asked, "You seem off. What's wrong?" Zhou Ning lowered his voice. "Never mind the case for now. Do you know Zhu Xingxing?" Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose and spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "Well, we grew up together in the same courtyard. Then her father got transferred, and they moved to Jiangxia province. How was I to know she'd suddenly turn up here? I hope she didn't recognize me." Zhou Ning coughed. "Look at you, childhood friends, and she's followed you here." Mr. Zhao's eyes widened, and he quickly changed the subject. "Stop worrying about my business. What's the case about? Did you pick up another case that nobody else wanted? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 158 to 157 Visit to the Detention Center _1 Chapter 158. Chapter 157 Visit to the Detention Center _1 Zhou Ning told Mr. Zhao about the case, and Mr. Zhao was incredibly surprised. Actually, he already knew that even without Dr. Li's instructions, if this case had come up, they would have had to go through it carefully, given that it involved Mr. He's ex-girlfriend. After thinking it over, he said, "We can't keep this from Mr. He. Let him know, and whether he wants to come along or send someone else, that's his business. We've said what we needed to, and it wouldn't be right not to say anything." Zhou Ning nodded and dialed Mr. He's number, repeating what had just been said. Mr. He listened in silence for a long time before finally sighing and saying, "I'll have Dr. Chen go with you. He's more of an expert in burns. In fact, Fang Hua's death doesn't sadden or enrage me much. I should have forgotten what needed to be forgotten long ago. It's just that I don't understand why she left without saying goodbye back then. Still, I should avoid any appearance of bias." "All right, well, go pick up Dr. Chen." The car started, and Mr. Zhao was indeed an excellent driver. On the way, he kept chatting with the newcomer Mr. Yang and Dr. Chen, so it wasn't too awkward. Neither Zhou Ning nor Su Dayuan spoke. Zhou Ning had his eyes closed, while Su Dayuan was intently reading a dossier. Half an hour later, they arrived at the detention center. Su Dayuan and Mr. Xing went down to coordinate, and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao turned back to look at Zhou Ning. "Zhou Xiao, we don't all need to go in, do we?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Dr. Chen will go in with me and Su De later. You guys wait here for a bit, and afterward, we'll take a look at the scene of the incident. You all can rest for now." Mr. Zhao had no objections. He hopped out of the car, grabbed some bottled water, and handed them out to everyone. Of course, he didn't forget the people in Liu Yufei's car behind them. Shortly after, Su Dayuan waved at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning called for Dr. Chen, and they went over to him. "The three of us will go in, the others will wait here." Mr. Zhang nodded without any unnecessary words and went back to the car. After all, this was a detention center, and even if a case needed to be reviewed, it wasn't possible for so many people to go in. Passing through several checkpoints, they arrived at the detention center's visitation hall, where a corridor looked very deep and felt cool even without air conditioning. Dr. Chen rubbed his arms and buttoned up his short-sleeved white lab coat. Looking around, they noticed various slogans on the walls. "Awaken your conscience, rebuild your soul. One person away, a whole family worries. One person safe, a whole family blessed. Your repentance is the greatest filial piety to your parents." This atmosphere made it impossible not to stand properly. Just then, a plump, dark-skinned police officer came over and shook hands with Su Dayuan enthusiastically. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I didn't expect to see you here. What case are you taking on? Su Dayuan seemed equally surprised and thumped the man's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Wow, Mr. Ma, you've moved up. Should I address you as Mr. Ma now?" Mr. Who assigned us a case that the prosecutorial authorities had sent back. Our brigade took over and needs to reinvestigate the Jinko District 6.29 arson case. Mr. Ma had a moment of realization and grasped Su Daiwan's hand firmly. "I know. The suspect is a very famous attorney named Dong Qingguen, right?" Su Dayuan nodded, noting that being remembered meant there must be something special about the case. "So, someone's asked you to look out for him?" Mr. Ma shook his head and pointed towards a waiting room. Through the window, they could see a tall woman standing there. In a black dress, it was only when she turned around that one could notice her belly looked to be 6 or 7 months along. Holding a briefcase, she occasionally checked the time on her wristwatch. Someone passed along a message, but no one has come forward to ask for special treatment. "See that pregnant woman? She's said to be Dong Qinggwen's cousin, also a lawyer, but she's not very well known. She wants to see Dong Qingguen to act as his defense attorney. Despite being heavily pregnant, she's come several times, but Dong Qingguen has refused her. It's said that this woman has sought many lawyers in Qingdao, but no one has been willing to help. I inquired about his law firm's people. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Dong Qingguen may be very good with financial cases, but is known to be unprincipled, even having sent his opponent's lawyer to prison, so his reputation isn't great. And there are many who are just enjoying the show now that he's in trouble." Su Dayuan came to a realization, understanding that getting some information could be helpful for the case. He doesn't seem to be from around here, and he has no relatives in the area. This cousin is. Mr. Ma looked pensive. He's from Jingzhou, Hubei. This cousin is his maternal aunt's daughter. They weren't very close before, and she's the only relative he has in the area. That's understandable. When things are going well, everybody shows up at your door, but once trouble strikes, many keep their distance. It's human nature. How has he been behaving in the detention center? He's been kept in solitary. When he arrived, his burn injuries were serious. He had a fever for many days and didn't talk much. So I placed him in a single cell closest to the duty room. He's been very despondent, having lost maybe 30 or 40 pounds since he got here. Su Dayuan seemed surprised and smiled at Mr. Ma. I brought a forensic doctor and a physician to examine his injuries, to further determine the process in which he tried to save someone during the incident. After that, we can compare it with the crime scene. Please make the arrangements. No problem, but our staff must be present. Of course, well, follow your procedures. After Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Mom made some arrangements. Zhou Ning and others were led into a meeting room with a table and a chair on each side, along with a few more chairs by the doors. Su Dayuan gestured for everyone to sit down. After a short wait, accompanied by the sound of unlocking, a man in a fluorescent yellow vest was brought in. Zhou Ning looked up for a long time. The current Dong Qingwen bore little resemblance to the photo in the file. With a buzz cut, 2 bare patches on the side of his head showed clear signs of burns, as if he had aged 10 years. His cheeks and eye sockets were sunken, his eyes lifeless, his beard unkempt. The handcuffs were unlocked by the police, his left hand cuffed to the table while his right hand curled up. He sat down without speaking or looking up, his gaze falling on the table. Su Dayuan knocked on the table and held up his badge as Dong Qingwen finally looked up at him. I'm Su Dayuan, captain of the 1st Brigade of the Jinko District Bureau's Criminal Police Squad. We're reinvestigating the 6.29 case and collecting evidence anew. I've brought a physician and a forensic doctor to examine you first and then to ask you some questions. At the end of this speech, Dr. Chen stepped forward to examine Dong Qingwen. As Dong looked up quickly, his eyes no longer held that despondent look. However, seeing Zhou Ning in his police uniform, his gaze instantly carried a trace of resignation and disappointment, even a self-mocking smile. Such a young forensic doctor, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan was also somewhat surprised by this abrupt comment. Glancing at Zhou Ning, this remark suggested that Dong Qingwen knew about his father's request for Li Chengbin and expected a senior forensic practitioner to be sent. Dong Qingwen was surprised to see such a young forensic doctor who seemed unreliable at first glance. Zhou Ning remained motionless, arms crossed as he sat. Dr. Chen's examination was quick. He gestured to Zhou Ning, who then walked over. Zhou Ning saw that the burn scars in Dong Qingwen's palm were very deep, covering the whole palm, with 1/5 of the scar tissue contracting together, making the hand look more like a chicken claw. This is a severe 2nd-degree burn. Without timely reconstructive surgery, even future operations will hardly restore 80% functionality, explained Dr. Chen professionally. As Mr. He had said, Chen was excellent in treating burns. Zhou Ning naturally trusted this assessment. After all, once someone was taken into custody, how could they arrange follow-up surgery? Dr. Chen sat down, and Zhou Ning's gaze landed on Dong Qingwen's face. Perhaps because of his remark about a young forensic doctor, Zhou Ning began to scrutinize Dong Qingwen closely, from the sides of his nose bridge to his eyes and lips, before speaking indifferently. The marks on either side of your nose bridge and the slight bulging of your eyes suggest you wear glasses regularly. Maybe you lost them at the fire scene. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's a surgical scar on the sclera near the inner corner of your left eye, indicating you had surgery for pterygium 2 or 3 years ago, which seems to have recurred somewhat. Your lips have just shed some dead skin. Wait, it's not just dead skin, but even scabs that have been peeled off. This is due to compulsive skin-picking disorder. Judging by the pigmentation marks, this isn't a short-term behavior. In other words, it didn't start because you are in custody. You have been living under high pressure, with anxiety, depression, and significant negative emotions, which at least indicates that your work and life haven't brought you any joy. Su Dayuan lowered his head, holding his arms. He knew Zhou Ning took the comment about being too young to heart. With Zhou Ning's achievements over the year, what he had accomplished was beyond the reach of many forensic doctors over a decade. Not just Zhou Ning, but even he felt uncomfortable hearing it. Dong Qingwen paused, looking steadily at Zhou Ning. The confusion in his gaze dissipated, and he nodded apologetically. I'm sorry for being presumptuous, for thinking you were too young and feeling like Professor Li was brushing off my father. But you should know I really have nowhere else to turn. I've even come to terms with it. Dr. Chen brought over a chair. Zhou Ning nodded at him and then, with an inquisitive look, turned to the policeman sitting beside him. The officer nodded slightly, and Zhou Ning then sat down. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You can't see anyone but your lawyer while you're in custody. According to Mr. Ma, your cousin is a lawyer, yet you refuse to see her. Even so, you were able to reach Professor Li through your father and mention my youth upon seeing me. Clearly, although you seem helpless, You've carefully arranged many things. No need for further preamble. You've gone through so much trouble to have us come here. Now tell us the course of events. We need to understand the process to decide how to proceed with this second assessment. Speak up, we want the truth. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 159 to 158 first scene _1 chapter 159. Chapter 158 first scene _1 Dong Qingwen laughed. With his nearly incapacitated hand, he smoothed back his hair before he began to recount the tale. On the evening of June 29th, I returned home at 21:07. The exact time, though, I only knew later after reviewing the surveillance footage. Past 11, my wife Feng Hua was hungry. She wanted to eat wontons from Juxiantai, but the restaurant wasn't listed on the food delivery app. Amidst this fuss, Xiaomi also woke up and started saying she was hungry. So, I drove out of the neighborhood. Su Dayuan tapped the desk and stared into Dong Qingwen's eyes, showing little expression. Get to the point. When did you notice the fire, and what time did you get back home? Dong Qingwen nodded and continued. 20 minutes later, I was driving back when I entered the neighborhood and saw thick smoke rising from the villa area where my house was located. Feeling anxious, I quickly reached my house, only to find that there was smoke coming from the second floor of the villa. I rushed out of the car and went straight upstairs, first bursting into Xiaomi's room. Although it was filled with smoke, there was no open flame. That's when I dashed to the master bedroom door and realized the handle was hot to the touch. When I broke down the door, a wave of heat knocked me over and the fire instantly spread outwards. At that moment, I didn't feel any pain. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I got up, draped a carpet over myself and then ran into the bedroom. I wrapped them, mother and daughter, in the blanket and dragged them out. By that time, I could hear the fire alarm. Feng Hua had woken up and was shouting at me to take the child out first, so I carried the child downstairs and laid her on the ground outside before rushing back to carry Feng Hua down. The firefighters came over and pulled us to one side. That's when I noticed Xiaomi wasn't moving. I started screaming frantically, begging the bystanders to call for an ambulance, bowing to them repeatedly. Then the medical personnel from the ambulance arrived and said that Xiaomi was dead. I was completely devastated. She was only 7 years old, so young, yet there she was, motionless in my arms like a piece of charcoal. It was all my fault. If I hadn't gone out, maybe they would have been fine. It was me who caused this. By this point, Dong Qingwen had lost control of his emotions, grasping the edge of the table and trembling incessantly. The anguish of losing a child is perhaps something only a father can understand, and his heart-wrenching sobs seemed not much of an act, apparently genuine. Whether there was self-pity for his current situation, that was harder to judge. Su Dayuan did not interrupt him, and it was quite a while before Dong Qingwen managed to quell his wailing. He wiped his face with his hand, and then Su Dayuan resumed the questioning. And then? Dong Qingwen shook his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't remember. You don't remember? The room fell into a stunned silence as they tried to grasp what he meant by that. Had he passed out? When I woke up again, I was in the hospital, but with handcuffs on my wrists. I had no idea what had happened. The police said they found a receipt for 70 liters of 97-octane gasoline in the utility cabinet on the first floor. The quantity of gas on the receipt doesn't match the 62 liters that my car's fuel tank holds. Also, in our master bedroom, they found hydrocarbons, a byproduct of gasoline combustion, so they concluded that I set the fire that killed my wife and daughter. But how could I possibly commit arson, especially to burn the two people I love the most to death? Zhou Ning examined Dong Qingwen, not because he lacked empathy, but because as part of his profession, he was constantly listing the existing evidence, and with a brief pause, he asked, "Have they checked the gas station's surveillance footage?" "The police have, yes. The footage only shows the other side, My side only shows the front of the car, and there's no way to see if I was given extra gas. The gas station attendants don't remember clearly, but there are customers who do this. After all, if you go to get gas alone, you have to register with an ID, and if you add a little extra during the fueling, they tend to turn a blind eye. Zhou Ning closed his notebook and Su Dayuan packed away the case files, then spoke. I understand the situation. I must be going. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Qidong Qingwen became anxious, jumping to his feet, causing his handcuffs to clink loudly. The nearby police officer hurriedly shouted a warning. Hey, sit down. Captain Su, please save me. Now only you can prove my innocence. Su Dayuan picked up his belongings and turned back for a glance at Dong Qingwen. I will investigate with all my might. Dr. Zhou has also agreed to help you with a secondary investigation and assessment. We will find out the truth. After the officers left the visitation room and Dong Qingwen was taken away, outside the detention center, Su Dayuan did not go to see Mr. Ma, but headed straight to the Iveco van. He gestured to Mr. Zheng. You take Dr. Chen back. Thank you for today. Lu Yufei and the others got into the Iveco, and Dr. Chen, looking back at the detention center, spoke with emotion. This is no place for humans. You really can't commit crimes. Look at the once high-profile lawyer, locked up for 2 months, turned into something neither human nor ghost. We must be law-abiding citizens. Mr. Zhou approached, snickering at the remark. Cut it out. What are you getting sentimental about? Go back and tell Mr. He about today's events. ITLL save Zhou Xiao some breath. Dr. Chen nodded and walked away with Mr. Zheng. Everyone got into their cars and headed straight for Jinko District. Mr. Zhao even took the tunnel. After all, it was official business, and he was as excited as a fool, his exclamations never ceasing. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Arriving at the scene of the crime, Shanghai building, the name was very elegant. The cars headed towards the villa area above. This was actually a not-so-high hillside, nestled by the mountain and sea, with an environment beyond reproach. From a distance, one could see a charred villa. Wow, no wonder Dong Qingwen said that you see the villa's smoke as soon as you enter the residential area. It really is easy to spot. As Mr. Zhao spoke, he had already parked the car. Everyone got out, and Su Dayuan looked around, seemingly searching for someone. Leader, is there anyone else coming? Before Su Dayuan could answer Mr. Zhao, several police cars pulled up close and stopped. Several people hurried out of the cars, nodded to Su Dayuan, and quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Long time no see, Dayuan. Facing the enthusiasm of the other party, Su Dayuan appeared much more indifferent, politely responding with composure. Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning, tugged at Lu Yufei's sleeve, and the two of them quite naturally stepped back. Mr. Zhao lowered his voice and said, This guy is Su Kejiang, nicknamed Smiling Tiger, the captain of Jinko District's criminal police team, an old Jinko local. Our leader once handled a case where the suspect was his brother-in-law. Privately, he approached our leader, but the case was handled as usual. It was during the Strike Hard campaign, with strict and swift actions. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning and Lu Yufei didn't ask how he knew, but such a reminder obviously meant that the events of those years were no secret. Zhou Ning also came to a realization. No wonder Mr. Who had given him that case, which Su Dayuan had so opposed. After the pleasantries were over, Su Dayuan gestured to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, start the crime scene examination. Mr. Zhao hurriedly gestured, calling over the newly arrived Yang Xuedong and Sun Gaodai. Together, they went to the car to get their equipment and, once dressed, they began to enter the scene. Zhu Xingxing sidled up next to Zhou Ning, and, seeing that Zhou Ning wasn't chatting with Lu Yufei, leaned over and asked, Group leader, can I come and have a look too? Go ahead, but make sure you're protected and don't interfere with Mr. Zhao's evidence collection. Zhu Xingxing ran off with her little tiger teeth showing. Lu Yufei directed a few detectives to look around the perimeter and then instructed people to find the eyewitnesses from the case file. Hearing this arrangement, Su Kejiang spoke loudly. The eyewitnesses have all made written statements. Besides, you won't find anyone at this time. Why not come to our team and look at the relevant materials? What do you think? Even though it was a polite inquiry, it left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. All eyes fell on Su Dayuan, who nodded. Mr. Liu, take people with Mr. Su to look at the materials. There's no rush to verify with the eyewitnesses. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Lu Yufei naturally had no objections and called someone over to accompany Su Kejiang. Shall I go with you, Mr. Su? Seeing that Su Dayuan had no intention of moving, Su Kejiang gave a smile and nodded. All right, I'll take you to see the materials. Since your Mr. Su wants to see the scene, then let's have a look. After saying that, he turned and waved to the people behind him, taking Lu Yufei and the others to the car and leaving. After the people left, Su Dayuan went to make a phone call, apparently instructing Mr. Zhang to hurry over after dropping off the people. Only then did Zhou Ning turn his attention to examine the villa carefully. The villa had 2 floors, and according to the previous file records, there should be a basement level as well. Moreover, the basement level of such a villa is not smaller than the area above ground, leading directly to the underground garage below. If one wished to drive out, they could go directly underground via the basement. Certainly, next to the villa above ground, there were also 4 private parking spaces. The exterior of the villa was charred and blackened. The first floor didn't seem to have been engulfed in flames. The several windows on the second floor within sight were all shattered, and the roof had sustained some damage. A 6-meter-high barricade encircled the villa, apparently set up by the property management. There was a sign hanging on it, "Dangerous building, please do not approach, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. However, such an incident would affect the housing prices in the community. The property management's actions were also to protect the living experience of other property owners, which indirectly served as protection for the crime scene. He stepped into the villa, where traces of water and various items were scattered everywhere. There was a very delicate Barbie doll covered in soot. Zhou Ning picked it up to examine it. The doll was exquisitely made, with movable joints, clearly a high-end item. As he looked up towards the second floor, Mr. Zhao shouted from above, "Zhou Xiao, hurry up here and see what I found, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak." Speak, prosody, chapter 160 to 159 a piece of a wine bottle _1 chapter 160. Chapter 159 a piece of a wine bottle _1 Following the sound, Zhou Ning quickly ascended the stairs, with Su Dayuan right behind him. Mr. Zhao held up an evidence bag containing an L-shaped object, dark and seemingly metallic, with one broken end showing signs of chopping. Zhou Ning recognized it as a doorknob. Despite its simple design, the craftsmanship must be expensive since it didn't peel or deform even in the fire. However, it seemed to bear a crocodile skin-like pattern. Taking the bag from Mr. Zhao, Zhou Ning lifted it for a closer look and instantly thought of the scars on Dong Qingwen's hands. The main bedroom's door handle? Mark it for the record and test the skin tissue on it when we get back. If Dong Qingwen wasn't lying, then this should be from the skin of his hand. Su Dayuan took a glance with a look of disdain and then stared at Mr. Zhao. Just for this thing, you're making a big fuss? Mr. Zhao's face was like that of a bitter gourd as he spread his hands towards Su Dayuan, pointing around. The search here wasn't done just once. Just look at these footprints. No less than 40 people, including fire rescue personnel and police officers, have entered the scene. Everything that could be found as valid evidence has been searched. This is a fish that slipped through the net. Shouldn't we be glad? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Su Dayuan didn't speak, going over to young Xuedong, who was sorting through a pile of trash-like items in the middle of the bedroom, and looked it over. As young Xuedong worked, he explained, Mr. Zhao is right. Initially, there was little evidence at the site of the fire. The firefighting itself was destruction to the scene. Moreover, it's been searched multiple times, even the trash has been sifted, and the floor has been swept. There's not much valuable evidence left in a place like this. Su Dayuan rubbed his head, aware of the difficulty, but didn't expect there to be so little left behind. Zhou Ning, however, said nothing, closely observing the dark bedroom. The bedroom was over 30 square meters, wider than the average living room, with a window on both the south and east sides, both completely shattered, which shows how intense the fire had been. The bed, now just a metal frame, was placed against the north wall and, even in its current state, one could tell how luxurious it once was. The bed was where the fire burned most fiercely. Only the spring framework remained of the mattress, and embedded in the bedside cabinet next to it were broken pieces of red wine bottles and glasses. On the floor was an area of severe burning, which upon inspection appeared to be a large rectangle, extending from in front of the wardrobe door to beneath the bed. The floorboards here were gone. The concrete surface even had burst open, indicating a thick shag carpet must have been laid here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Next to the bedside cabinet was an open wardrobe, and on the side closer to the bedroom door, where there was no door, must be the bathroom. The bathroom was relatively intact. Zhou Ning walked over to the wardrobe with a window, and in the center was a dressing table. The decor here seemed to be wooden, burning violently, leaving metal rods and chunks of fallen concrete, along with half a turret head. Moving to the dressing table, Zhou Ning's foot slipped as though he had stepped on something. He lifted his foot, and his shoe cover was torn, revealing a shiny object on the ground. Zhou Ning crouched down and gently wiped away the ash, exposing the melted glass pieces. Mr. Zhao followed closely behind and, seeing Zhou Ning's discovery, quickly came over to take photos. He then crouched down too, carefully prying with tweezers. The floor had carbonized completely and easily gave way. They carefully lifted the piece of floor with the melted glass and placed it into an evidence bag. Only then did Mr. Zhao take a closer look. Could the fire have started in the wardrobe? I remember glass has a melting point of 500 degrees, and at a typical fire scene, it might reach 400 degrees after 10 to 15 minutes. But with so many combustibles here, it's not impossible. Zhou Ning watched the glass in Mr. Yao's hands and then surveyed the surroundings. As he continually scraped his foot over the floor, many more specks of glass became visible, extending all the way to the doorway of the wardrobe. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In the corner of the doorway, wedged against the skirting board's edge, was a chicken egg-sized piece of glass with a greenish glow. Mr. Zhao rushed over, carefully photographing the glass against a measurement scale before prying it out and placing it into an evidence bag. His gaze turned to the dressing table as many broken bottles and jars were laid out, most of which were also burned into a semi-melted state. Green, I wonder what cosmetic bottle it is? Wait for Mrs. Liu to return and ask her if she recognizes it. Zhou Ning stared at the window, estimating the distance and pressing his lips together with his arms folded. Zhao looked on, puzzled. What's the matter, Zhou Xiaozhou? You don't think it's a cosmetics bottle? Zhou Ning pointed to the spot where the first piece of glass was found and gestured to young Xuedong. Mr. Yang, come over here. Could you measure the straight-line distance from this spot to the window? Yang Xuedong came over with a tape measure and took the measurement. The straight-line distance from the window to this spot is 2 meters 8. Continue, measure the distance from the window to the doorway of the wardrobe. This activity drew Su Daiwan's attention. He approached, his gaze shifting between Zhou Ning and the glass in Mr. Zhao's hand, wearing an expression of confusion. Glass fragmentation is common at fire scenes, but Zhou Xiaozhou, do you think there's a problem? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning pondered for a moment before speaking. This needs to be confirmed with the fire department. I remember a question I got wrong before, which I still remember vividly because of that. It was about what the shattered glass at a fire scene can prove. The correct answer was, it can prove the direction of force, the timing of the breakage, the intensity of the fire, and the temperature at the fire scene. Generally, when glass shatters at a fire scene, it's mostly because high temperatures increase the internal pressure, causing it to explode outward. Even if there are glass fragments inside the room, they wouldn't have scattered this far. As he spoke, Zhou Ning walked over to Mr. Zhao, took the evidence bag with the green glass, and asked young Xuedong for a magnifying glass to give to Su Dayuan for a closer look. With curiosity, Su Dayuan lifted the magnifying glass. The edges of the green glass were no longer sharp. They appeared to have melted somewhat, and only small dots could be seen. However, in the center, one could still distinguish a letter and 4 digits, if looked at carefully. It seemed to be an uppercase B followed by possibly 2009, although it could also be 2008 since that part was very blurry. Zhu Xingxing leaned in closer. The younger eyes were sharper. She wasn't shy and asked directly, "What does B 2009 mean?" Mr. Zhao leaned in, took a closer look, and slapped his forehead. "I took it for granted and didn't look closely earlier. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This is a beer bottle from our Qidong second factory. I think there's some sort of national standard that requires distinguishing between the types and years of beer bottles produced before and after, hence the beer is marked with AB followed by the year of production. But how did this beer bottle end up here?" Su Dayuan passed the evidence bag to Mr. Zhao, his brow furrowed in concern. "There is a possibility that someone threw a gasoline-filled beer bottle at this window, essentially a Molotov cocktail. With the accelerant, and no door to stop the flames in the cloakroom, the fire would have instantly engulfed the entire room. If the people didn't react in time, they couldn't have escaped." Zhou Ning nodded. This was what he suspected. Picking up the half-brick, he waited. It was not light. If a Molotov cocktail were thrown directly at the glass, it would shatter upon impact. However, it's much easier to smash the glass with a brick first, and then throw in the Molotov cocktail through the gap. The dispersion of the glass fragments was too great, and along with that piece of the beer bottle, they both seemed to come from the same angle, thrown directly from the window towards the door of the cloakroom. But if the brick broke the glass and the Molotov cocktail was thrown through, that would have made a lot of noise. How come Feng Hua and her daughter didn't wake up? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to Dong Qingguan, Feng Hua was hungry, and Xiaomi was also fussing for food, which is why he went out to buy something to eat, and it was only 20 minutes before he came back to find the place on fire. Could they have been sleeping and slept extremely deeply? Yang Xuedong looked embarrassed. This was the area he had just searched. He had found the melted glass, but hadn't thought much of it. Yet, Zhou Ning had found a problem with it. "Team leader, you should criticize me. My survey just now wasn't thorough." Zhou Ning shook his head. "You're overthinking it. When we take on cases like these, they have usually been screened several times by others. Finding a problem is a matter of chance. Now let's clear the dressing room and mark the location of all the glass, labeling the transparent glass and green glass separately." Zhu Xingxing came over and followed by placing a few small labels. The team quickly cleared the scene and began placing labels. Starting from the window towards the doorway of the cloakroom, they eventually found some glass on the floor of the bedroom too, but here it was already mixed with the cement below. Su Dayuan went outside. He sent someone to inspect the villa's backyard and also called Lu Yufei, asking her to gather all the materials, which included the security footage copied earlier. If someone had thrown a gasoline bottle from the north side of the villa, there would definitely be traces left, and the surveillance would have recorded it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing that they were busy, Zhou Ning went downstairs. The first floor had a more open layout, a large hall of nearly 100 square meters, with the kitchen and dining room enclosed in glass walls, offering a wide view. However, now most of the glass was shattered, exposing a door at the back of the kitchen that appeared to lead to the north side of the villa. Walking to the dining area, he noted several chairs overturned, and something was lying face down on the floor. Zhou Ning used a brush to sweep the ashes away and found it was an overturned cake tray. Gently lifting the tray, Zhou Ning saw that the cake had completely spoiled, but could see the remnants of dark brown stains, revealing it was a chocolate cake about 8 inches in size. There was a card with a fork beside it on the floor, which read "Happy 8th Wedding Anniversary, my love." Zhou Ning placed the cake tray and the fork card each into evidence bags. Walking down the stairs, he could reach the basement. Near the staircase was a room with its door open. Zhou Ning looked inside to find it filled with fishing gear and children's toy cars, and on a side table lay a man's sun protection clothing with a standard evidence photo marker next to it. It seemed to be left behind by someone who had previously come to survey the scene. However, recalling Dong Chengwen's statement, Zhou Ning realized that the fuel receipt might have been found in the pocket of this clothing. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning didn't linger. He went straight down the stairs to the basement. There were many rooms, almost unaffected by the fire, just some water stains on some walls. There were a billiard room, an audiovisual room, a study, a laundry room, and a nanny room. From the basement, he entered the garage, but there was also a security door next to the roller shutter door. Zhou Ning pushed open the security door and found it connected to the underground parking lot. As he turned around to leave, Zhou Ning stopped in his tracks, his attention caught by a pattern on the wall. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 161 to 160. Where is the nanny? _1 Chapter 161. Chapter 160. Where is the nanny? _1 Next to the anti-theft door on the wall. About 1 meter above the ground, there was a chalk-drawn star. Such marks are generally those used by thieves as a signal for a burglary. I remember Master once saying that they had cracked a case last winter where the burglars had broken into a house and then killed the homeowner on a spur of the moment, and there was an inverted triangle drawn in front of that victim's door. It was only after interrogation that it became known that this was their line's usual modus operandi. An inverted triangle represents a single female, an X denotes that nobody's home, and AO that there are people living there permanently. After casing the place multiple times with no changes, it would then be safe to make a move. Through that case, the anti-pickpocketing brigade had continuously cracked several related cases in succession, smashing a few burglary rings. Could Dong Chengwen's home have been targeted by thieves? Zhou Ning looked around and, not far from the underground parking garage, spotted a surveillance camera pointed in the direction of Dong Chengwen's garage roller door, and additionally, the exit to the garage was only about 100 meters to the right. Turning back to the anti-theft door, he saw that it too was secured with a combination lock. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. As for the ground, it was very clean with hardly any dust. Even after a close observation while crouched down, he found no residual footprints, except for some under the garage roller door. At that moment, young Qidong caught up, seemingly feeling that his first day's performance was not satisfactory. He was eager to follow Zhou Ning's footsteps, after all, wanting to integrate faster and keep up with Zhou Ning's pace. Team leader. Zhou Ning waved his hand. Collect those footprints and lift fingerprints from this anti-theft door too, both inside and outside. I didn't find a keyhole on the roller door. It probably has a remote control lock on the outside, and there should be a button inside the garage. Lift fingerprints from there as well. Got it. Young Qidong didn't waste time and immediately got to work. It was only then that Zhou Ning went upstairs. After searching for a while, he saw Su Dayuan standing outside. With such weather, after walking around the site, one's body would already be soaking with sweat. Su Dayuan was wiping perspiration, and Mr. Xing, having arrived at some unknown point, was chatting with him. Zhou Xiao, any findings? Zhou Ning approached and handed over the clipboard he was holding, which contained a rudimentary floor plan he had drawn up, 3 sheets in total, marking out the layout from the basement to the second floor. The origin of the fire was in the master bedroom. There's no dispute there. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. But having looked at the ground floor and basement, I found that this villa has a total of 3 exits. There's the front door, a back door behind the kitchen on the ground floor. I guess it's for taking out trash or for a maid to clean the yard, and the basement garage directly connects to the underground parking lot. In the dining room, I found a cake tray on the floor with an empty cake on top, with a card stuck into it that read Happy 8th Wedding Anniversary, dear. I think we could check who, either Dong Chengwen or Fang Hua, picked up a cake on the 29th of June. Additionally, the garage was empty and no car was found on the parking space above the villa. According to what Dong Chengwen said, he drove out for 20 minutes on June 29th and then came back, but where's the car? Su Dayuan nodded continuously. The car is at Jinko Branch Bureau. I've already asked them to deliver it to the technical department. I'll have Jinshan check the cake shop later. His team is also about to arrive in Jinko District. Lu Yufei just called. She sent over some detailed information from Jinko Branch Bureau's investigation, including the villa's architectural floor plan, and she also copied the surveillance videos. She'll be here shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, a taxi pulled up, and Lu Yufei got out. Su Dayuan squinted his eyes. He knew that when Lu Yufei and Su Qidong were leaving earlier, they were in their car. Didn't they offer her a ride back? Didn't they give you a lift? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Lu Yufei didn't show much expression, just patting her pocket. The leadership agreed to reimburse the taxi fare. Saying this, she rushed over to the small group and flipped open her notebook, revealing several surveillance video copies inside. Seeing the hand-drawn floor plan in Zhou Ning's hands, she pointed to it and said, "Their team's printers weren't working well, so I found it bothersome and directly copied them onto the computer to bring back. These cameras, number 1 and 2, are to the left and right of the main entrance, while number 3's is the rear surveillance of the villa. It can see the north side wall of Dong Chengwen's yard, but not inside the yard. As for the rest, there are the community's main gate, the surrounding walls, and the underground parking lot. This one is the camera pointing at Dong Chengwen's garage." Zhou Ning looked at the last surveillance video and asked, "Did the people from Jinko Branch Bureau mention if there was anything wrong with these cameras?" I asked, and they said there were no abnormal findings. However, they did copy a month's worth of data from June 28th to July 27th. Zhou Ning lifted his phone, showing the others the pattern he had just photographed next to the garage's anti-theft door. This was found outside the garage, and it looks like it's been marked for quite some time. I remember Master mentioning last year when they cracked a case that involved such markings. Su Dayuan glanced over and nodded continuously. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Last year, we cracked a case that indeed had such markings, like triangles, circles with crosses, but never a marking with a star. I'll ask the pickpocket squad later about the meaning of this marking. The scene has been surveyed, so let's wrap up here. We won't head to the Jinko Branch Bureau. Jinshan, go investigate the cake shop. Mr. Xing, follow up with Mr. Zhao for the photos, and check the information of that wine bottle. Yufei, look into Dong Chengwen's social connections and see if he had any enemies. A big-shot lawyer with such a reputation gets implicated in a homicide. Other than a cousin, no one else is coming forward to help. According to Mr. Ma's reactions, it might be because he was ruthless in his tactics and was feared by others. Wouldn't such a person have quite a few enemies? Based on what we've just discovered from our investigation, if someone really threw a Molotov cocktail into the fire from the north side cloakroom, then Dong Chengwen's suspicion would be cleared. But who would want to do this? What would they achieve by doing this? Apart from seeking revenge, I can't think of a second reason. After all, even if Dong Chengwen were sentenced to death, his estate would still go to the Dong family, so let's all get moving quickly. Lu Yufei and Mr. Xing hurriedly affirmed, and Zhou Ning took a copy of the video before they each drove away with their respective teams. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody Piao and his team came down from upstairs, stripped off their survey suits, looking like they had just been fished out of the water. Su Dayuan hung up the phone and glanced over. You've all worked hard, but hurry up with the lab tests for what you've found. It looks like you've collected quite a few fingerprints, right? Zhou Ning nodded in agreement. We found some physical evidence and fingerprints. We'll send them for examination immediately. Suda, it would be best to contact a scene investigator from the fire department. I would like to have the lab simulate the fire scene to see how much accelerant is needed to spread the flames quickly and prevent escape, and then compare it with the footage from the surveillance. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Zhou Xiao, you head back first. I'm going to visit the fire department. Don't rush the special case meeting. Let's wait until your lab results come back. Of course, if I manage to contact someone from the fire department, it'll go directly to the lab to find you. As for a second autopsy, I think it's not urgent. We can wait until I get back and review the autopsy findings together. Zhou Ning nodded, no nonsense, and left with Mr. Zhao and the others. Back at the technical department, Mr. Zhao took young Qidong to submit the evidence for examination, which was also to inform the lab in advance since they were people from their own second group. Zhou Ning went straight to the lab where Lu Yongxin quickly came over. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P. Peng told me you've taken over an arson case, one that has already been investigated by Jinko District. Zhou Ning nodded and recounted everything to him, including the statements from Li Chengbin. Lu Yongxin nodded continuously and signaled Mr. Chu to come over. You're the expert, so quickly review those surveillance tapes to see if anything was missed. Mr. Xia, can we simulate this fire scene? Xia Momo furrowed her brows and looked at the floor plan Zhou Ning had sketched by hand. I need exact data, room dimensions, wall height, the distance from the courtyard wall to the villa, as well as interior decoration arrangements. Everything has to be digitized before we can analyze. Zhou Ning knew that while the calculations sounded simple, if the data was even slightly off, the results could be significantly different. He turned to Zhu Xingxing. Zhu Xingxing, go to the office and bring all the files to the lab. I remember there's a mobile hard drive in there with the floor plans, although those are for the rough house layout. I'm not sure if they're usable. Zhu Xingxing hurried to get them. The rough house layout will do. After all, you've been to the scene. Tell me in detail about the differences between each location and the rough house layout, and we can make adjustments. This won't be a problem. The files were quickly brought back, and Zhu Xingxing, looking intrigued, followed Xia Momo in uploading various blueprints, documents, and videos from the mobile hard drive. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P reviewing the blueprints. Zhou Ning recalled some details and pointed out that Dong Chengguan hadn't made significant changes to the villa beside a few spots, especially the size of the open doorway in the cloakroom. Were there no large pieces of glass or mirror shards in the cloakroom? No, the glass remnants on the scene were from the window shattering and the fragments of the green glass bottle. The glass on the makeup table had shattered in place, not exploded outward. Xia Momo looked puzzled. For such a large cloakroom to not have a dressing mirror is quite unusual. And speaking of which, since their house had a nanny room on the basement level, where is the nanny? Zhou Ning paused. Right, such a large villa, spanning over 600 square meters, if they could afford to live in a place like that and were celebrating their 8th wedding anniversary, surely they wouldn't expect the wife to clean the house and take care of the children, would they? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak. Prosody P Chapter 162 to 161 Conspiracy Theory _1 Chapter 162 Chapter 161 Conspiracy Theory _1 just after 4 in the afternoon. Xia Momo processed the simulation animation, showing a brick shattering the window followed by the throwing of a Molotov cocktail. In an overclothes-filled cloakroom without a glass door, it took only 5 to 6 minutes for the fire to engulf the master bedroom's bed. Su Dayuan heard the news and came over, then watched the animation again. Afterwards, they viewed the surveillance footage from around the time of the fire on June 29th. Comparing the times on the surveillance, you could see faint smoke from 23:17, and by 23:22, flames were continuously flying out of the window. It really was just a 5-minute span. And Dong Qingguen left the house at 23:03. The time he drove back was 23:22. He hadn't even turned off the car when he dashed into the villa. Less than 5 minutes later, he had carried Dong Xiaomi and Fang Hua down the stairs in succession, and onlookers began to gather. Of course, when Fang Hua was brought down, he was still on fire. At 23:27, firefighters took over at the door. Dong Qingguen collapsed on the ground, seemingly crying and continuously trembling. 2 ambulances took away the 3 of them. Dong Xiaomi and Fang Hua were on the first one, Dong Qingguen on the one behind. It wasn't until 23:40 that police cars arrived at the scene, evacuating all onlookers, controlling the order on site, and by then the fire was essentially under control. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P at 0:28, the firefighters withdrew, and the crowd dispersed, leaving only personnel from the Jinko Branch Bureau securing the scene. I never thought that just one Molotov cocktail could cause such a fire. According to Jinko Branch Bureau's assessment, the detection of the chemical compound aromatic hydrocarbons in the room is definitely correct. Liu Yongxin nodded in agreement. A 750 milliliters bottle filled with gasoline, when lit and thrown in, is surely powerful enough. The forensic lab found glass fragments on the brick, proving that the brick was used to break the window. Su Dayuan opened his phone, found several photos, and handed them to Zhou Ning and Liu Yongxin for viewing. We just asked Jinko District's fire brigade, and they gave us some photos from when they first entered the scene. They also confirmed our judgment. In a fire, window glass typically shatters outward or falls near its original position, not splatter inward over 2 meters. Even if some did, it would be just slag. With temperature reaching a certain point, these would have melted long ago. Xia Momo leaned over. What about the housekeeper? Have they found her? Not found. Jinko Branch Bureau hasn't looked into this. However, according to neighbors, Dong Qinggwen's family had a housekeeper who had worked for many years, a woman in her 40s, slightly overweight with a Yuntai accent. When picking up and dropping off children, they heard the housekeeper speak English. The pronunciation was very standard, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. We still need to check the surveillance footage to identify this person's physical features before we can investigate further. Zhou Ning wasn't too surprised. After all, in Shanghai, there were housekeepers who were international students, and they were paid very well, cultured enough to tutor children and act as nutritionists at home. Dong Qinggwen's family certainly wasn't short on money. Just then, Su Daiwan's phone rang. It was Tao Zhinshan on the line. After a brief conversation, he hung up. On June 29th at 13:22, Dong Qinggwen went to the Black Swan cake shop to pick up a cake. This was ordered 4 days prior by his assistant, Yi Xiao, who specifically requested not to include mango or mango sauce, mentioning that a child was allergic to mango. This they have on record. Oh, the shop staff also said that when Dong Qinggwen came, he was holding flowers picked up from next door. Of course, the flowers were also ordered by Yi Xiao. He seemed very rushed. However, parking in front of their shop is scarce, so he had to pull over temporarily. There was someone honking in the car, but he was very polite. Liu Yongxin blinked. That's very attentive. I don't even know what my spouse is allergic to. I'm ashamed. It seems he took this memory day very seriously. Su Dayuan nodded. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Mr. Zhao rushed in, holding a lab report in his hand. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He ran up to Zhou Ning, handed her the report, and with round, bulging eyes, it was clear he had discovered something particularly notable. The cake box that Zhou Xiao found had some residue on it. After testing, they found it contained components like chocolate, cream, strawberries, and more. But there's something else you guys wouldn't guess. What is it? Su Dayuan lifted his leg and kicked Mr. Zhao in the back, glaring at him. We're in an urgent situation here and you're still in the mood to play guessing games? What's in the cake box, Zhou Xiao? Zhou Ning flipped through the report, shocked as well. Diazepam, the ingredient in Valium. Sleeping pills? Lu Yongxin moved closer, glanced at the concentration on the report, then looked at the on-site photos taken by Zhou Ning. Such a high concentration, it appears the drug was injected into the cake from the side. The surface is all piped with cream, a hole would be easily noticed. I think the diazepam was injected from the side, and the quantity is significant. It was done so hastily that much of it remained on the cake plate. Zhou Ning approved of the analysis. The maximum pediatric dose of diazepam shouldn't exceed 10 milliliters. For adults, more than 25 milliliters can also lead to poisoning, cause respiratory depression, and induce respiratory arrest. Finding this concentration on the cake plate means a large quantity must have been injected into the cake itself. This stuff must be bitter, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, wouldn't they notice something off when they ate it? Zhou Ning shook his head. A chocolate cake made with natural cocoa butter generally has a bitter taste, so the bitterness of the drug would be masked. Su Dayuan rubbed his chin. These discoveries had changed the nature of the case. Let's sort this out. On the afternoon of June 29th, Dong Qingwen went to pick up flowers and cake. Obviously, it wasn't meant to be eaten at noon. After having the cake in the evening, Feng Hua and Dong Xiaomi were anesthetized, and their awareness wasn't very clear, so even when the window was smashed and a Molotov cocktail thrown in, they didn't react. It seems that we will have to wait for the investigation results from Lu Yufei. All the evidence provided in the files retrieved from Jinko Branch Bureau has to be re-verified. Mr. Xing, arrange for someone to go to the Shanghai building in Jinko District immediately and visit all the villas surrounding the Dong family. The investigation should focus on two aspects. One is to ask the neighbors' maids if any of them are familiar with the Dong family's maid, including contact details. The other is whether Dong Qingwen was taken away by the police or by an ambulance after he rescued people. Zhou Ning glanced at the files, which recorded that Dong Qingwen was taken to the hospital. However, according to Hishan Suin, the hospital only admitted Feng Hua and her daughter, and didn't treat Dong Qingwen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. When he woke up, he found himself at the hospital, with no recollection of the time from the rescue to the moment he regained consciousness. Indeed, there were some discrepancies in the records, but there was another issue. Zhou Ning called to Su Dayuan. Su Da, the files don't mention the cell phones. The phones of the victim, Feng Hua and Dong Qingwen, were not found at the scene, and Dong Qingwen's car still hasn't been delivered. Su Dayuan nodded. I know. They said they couldn't find the phones. I'll have Jinshan retrieve the call records. Before I came here, I urged Su Kejiang again. He said the tow truck is already on its way, but it can't go through the tunnel and has to come via Huanwan Expressway. However, according to the timing he mentioned, the car should have arrived by now. Mr. Chu raised his hand, though he usually spoke little. When it came to his expertise, he was quite proactive. Don't raise your hand, just speak. Encouraged by Su Daiwan's words, Mr. Chu took a step forward, pointing to the computer as he spoke. Can you give me the phone numbers first? I can use them to check for various social media accounts they may have registered, like QQ chat software, to hack the passwords, extract the chat content, and even find any transferred files. Oh, and of course, shopping records on platforms like Taobao. Su Dayuan smiled, moved closer to Mr. Chu, and patted his shoulder. I have the phone numbers. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than I was just thinking of asking those guys from the information department, but it seems that's unnecessary now. You're right, they take too much time to crack these things. Mr. Chu nodded. It's quite bothersome, but I'll try to stay up late and work on it tonight, aiming to crack it by tomorrow. Mr. Liu, it looks like I owe you guys a good meal. Mr. Chu, take note of the phone numbers. All right, enough talk. I need to get busy. We'll discuss everything at the special case meeting tomorrow. Su Daoyuan left the phone numbers and departed with his team. Mr. Zhao blinked and looked at Mr. Chu. Are you stupid? Let the information department handle it. If they can't do it, then we'll talk. Can't we dump all the work on our lab, can we? Mr. Chu chuckled and shook his head. It's not that troublesome. But didn't you find any burnt phone parts at the scene? Mr. Zhao waved his hand and grabbed a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down. Find what? The scene was sifted through so thoroughly, we only found those things either trapped under the floor or splattered in the corners, and it seems like only a cake box was on the surface. Cases like this are harder to manage. Lu Yongxin nodded in agreement from the side, appreciating Mr. Zhao's comment. Half-baked rice is hard to cook. Based on what you've said, the investigation in Jinko District was done, but their capabilities are limited. Even so, they've tampered with the crime scene, adding lots of difficulties to the subsequent investigation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but when you went to the detention center, didn't Dong Qingwen mention anything about the cake? Zhou Ning shook his head and let out a sigh as he looked out the window. I have a feeling that Mr. Dong isn't telling the truth. Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes, fingers fiddling as he spoke. I'm not into conspiracy theories, but one's status determines their lifestyle. It's certain he's hiding something. He has to put on a facade of a good husband and a good father in front of us to win our sympathy, to work hard on solving this case, and to unconsciously make us want to prove his innocence. With his assets, I looked up his net worth online. His conservative annual income is in the millions. As for those famous economic cases he's handled, the prices are undisclosed. Do you think they lack women? It's just that they need to create such an identity, to appear as a person who balances career and family in the eyes of clients and peers, which benefits his image. With his methods, if he weren't ruthless enough, would there be no one among his peers speaking out? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, chapter 163 to 162 ongoing to section _1 chapter 163, chapter 162 ongoing to section _1 the next day. Zhou Ning arrived at the technical department. He hadn't slept well that night, tossing and turning as he dwelled on the words Mr. Zhao had said. Mr. Zhao's words were harsh, but they did have a certain logic to them. Since returning from the detention center, they had all been desperately searching for hidden evidence in the case. All of this was based on the trust in a father, something Dong Qingwen had easily achieved. Moreover, it was the kind of influence that left no trace. Now that Zhou Ning thought about it carefully, he feared that it had started from the moment they entered the detention center and saw the cousin who had been turned away. The groundwork for all this had been laid out. Guilt, a desire not to be forgiven. But he never admitted to the arson. It seemed as if he was struggling with self-reproach, but in fact, he had never given up on his two objectives, which had always remained the same. First, not to confess. Second, to retry the case to clear the suspicion. When he arrived at the office, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Chu seemed to be arguing about something. Upon seeing Zhou Ning come in, Zhu Xingxing was the first to approach him, seemingly more interested in her group leader after following him to the scene the day before, her small canines showing directly. Group leader, come see, these two are about to start fighting. Mr. Zhao glared, and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu also unexpectedly looked toward Zhu Xingxing. You little snitch, how can you tattle like that? When have we been about to start fighting? We are having a debate, you get it? It involves knowledge points from various aspects. It's essential to have such discussions. Zhou Ning looked at the two of them and set down his backpack. Speak human. Unembarrassed, Mr. Zhao leaned into Zhou Ning and tilted his chin toward the outside. Dong Qingwen's car has been brought in. It's parked downstairs. The gas station receipt previously showed a refill of 70 liters, while the vehicle's fuel tank is marked as 62 liters. Mr. Chu and I don't agree, and we were just discussing it. I think we should go to the gas station Dong Qingwen went to for an on-site measurement to find out exactly how much 70 liters really is. Furthermore, we should drain his fuel tank and fill it up again to see. But Mr. Chu thinks there's no need for that. A scan can achieve full accuracy. As long as Dong Qingwen's vehicle tank is emptied, he can calculate the capacity and make a comparison. Zhou Xiao, whose idea do you think is reliable? Zhou Ning pushed up his glasses and nodded toward Mr. Zhao. Mr. Chu, listen to Mr. Zhao. The quantity of fuel at gas stations can't be calculated with your measuring cup. Just find a fuel tank from the same model of car and take it there for experimentation. You two go together. Mr. Zhao glanced at Mr. Chu, shaking his head continuously. Let him go with Yang Xuedong. That's fine. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I saw the body being sent to autopsy room number 2 to be thawed. Aren't you doing an autopsy today? Zhou Ning nodded slightly. Currently, there was no news on many fronts, such as the source of the diazepam injection in the cake, who injected it. The key was to know their cake-eating time, then afterwards throwing the Molotov cocktail through the window, perfectly avoiding all surveillance and hiding away. All these impossible tasks were perfectly accomplished in this case. If it was a case of seeking revenge, the most regrettable aspect of the case would be Dong Qingwen's departure. However, making the suspect Dong Qingwen might provide even more satisfaction. But if it wasn't about seeking revenge or retaliating against Dong Qingwen, just a mistress ascending, then it didn't make sense. To ascend, the man usually needs to still be living freely with distinguished family background, wealth, and property. But now, Dong Qingwen was implicated and even became a criminal suspect. Wouldn't that ascent be digging one's own grave? Zhou Ning shook his head to clear his thoughts. These relationship mysteries that had troubled him all night made his head ache. He looked at Mr. Zhao before saying, "Last night, I studied the autopsy report sent by the Jinko Branch Bureau. Dong Xiaomi's time of death was June 29, 2011 at 23:27. I think this time of death was recorded by the emergency personnel when they made contact with the victim. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P in reality. When Dong Xiaomi was found, she had already died. Therefore, her autopsy was very simple and also very hasty. It was done on the same night and only consisted of an external examination and a tracheotomy. The other victim, Fang Hua, died on July 5 at 6:22. She also had an external examination. The family of the deceased didn't agree to a dissection. All the provided content came from the physicians who tried to resuscitate her, which is not accurate. I think I still need to perform the autopsy myself. So, last night I asked Suda to contact the victim's father. I think he should have arrived by now." Mr. Zhao came to a realization. No wonder he found Zhou Ning's condition to be off today. He got up and waved his hands toward Mr. Chu and Yang Xuedong. "Both of you, hurry up. If you need to refuel at that gas station, just go, but remember not to simply use a measuring cup to collect it. That could be easily rejected. We've already got a fuel tank from the same model of car yesterday, so bring that with you. Show your ID and ask for their cooperation, and keep any other talk to a minimum." The two exchanged glances and quickly went about their business. Mr. Chu was from a lab background, the epitome of an academic, taking every little thing seriously. He didn't understand the indirect methods that Mr. Zhao was referring to. Mr. Zhao watched the two leave and shook his head repeatedly, bumping into Liu Yongxin's shoulder in the process. "Old man, do you think Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak? Speak, prosody, P. Chu is too much of a bookworm who lacks a good beating by society?" Liu Yongxin gave him a blank look. "Don't waste time. Hurry to the autopsy room. There are enough people today. I won't join you." At these words, Zhu Xingxing excitedly moved closer, but Mr. Zhao sighed and stopped her with a hand while giving her a warning glance. a new assistant and an intern who has only participated in one autopsy, dealing with 2 secondary examination fire victims. It's tough as it is. How can you just drop your responsibilities? Have you forgotten that phrase you used to throw at Mr. Su every day, "I have a good apprentice"? Lu Yongxin rubbed his nose and let out a sigh. Fine, let's go together. I'll help you oversee things. Zhou Ning gave Mr. Zhao a thumbs up. Mr. Zhao waved his hand, and everyone rushed down the stairs. Autopsy room number 2 was all set up. The body of the girl, Dong Xiaomi, had been laid out on the autopsy table first. On the large screen beside it, there was an X-ray image. Zhou Ning glanced over it and noticed that the deceased's knee joints were slightly curled. This wasn't due to rigor mortis or freezing, but rather shrinkage caused by burning. Mr. Zhao turned on the video mode and smoothly went through the introduction of the deceased and the case-related information. It was then that Zhou Ning motioned for Sun Gaodai with his fingers. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Sun Gaodai pushed over the LED magnifying lamp, and Zhou Ning adjusted the light to begin a detailed examination of the bodice surface, noticing the clear signs of eyelash singeing and goosefoot pattern changes. With no signs of external injury on the body, Zhou Ning finally picked up the scalpel and started the autopsy. As the scalpel sliced through the charred surface of the body, Zhou Ning could clearly sense Zhu Xingxing shudder beside him. However, as he looked up, Zhu Xingxing seemed as if nothing could faze her, fixating on Zhou Ning's hands. Zhou Ning returned to his task. In the previous autopsy, only Dong Xiaomi's trachea had been opened. During the external examination, Zhou Ning had found large quantities of black soot and carbon dust inside her trachea, which proved that the victim was alive before the fire. According to the autopsy results provided by the Jinko Branch Bureau, Dong Xiaomi's death was due to lack of oxygen. The conclusion was drawn just based on the tracheotomy, and Zhou Ning refrained from commenting. As the dissection continued and the chest and abdominal cavities were fully exposed, the body, so small in size, was somewhat challenging for Zhou Ning to handle, even though he tried to stay in control. When it came time to find the appropriate retractor hooks, he struggled somewhat. The instruments were all too large. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Lu Yongxin came over, kicked Zhou Ning's shoe lightly, and while looking at Zhou Ning, he said, "We don't have the right instruments at the moment. Zhu Xingxing, come here. You hold the left retractor hook, and I'll hold the right one." Zhu Xingxing replied with a yes, but her voice was a bit shaky, betraying her nervousness. Both prepared, Zhou Ning had already adjusted his state of mind and nodded at Lu Yongxin to proceed. He began to remove the sternum to examine the thoracic and abdominal organs, noting the distinct pulmonary edema. After taking samples, Zhou Ning cut open the trachea. The longitudinal section of the windpipe showed signs of inflammation in addition to the soot, a result of inhaling hot air and direct exposure to flames, indeed causing death by suffocation due to pulmonary edema. Without pausing, Zhou Ning kept narrating his findings while he cut open the victim's esophagus. Then he took out the stomach, which had already clenched to the size of a fist due to the intense heat, an indication that all internal organs would have sustained damage. Zhou Ning carefully cut open the stomach, and a clump of black and reddish material appeared before everyone's eyes. This discovery brought a glint of joy to Zhou Ning. "Quick, bring me the evidence box. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p chapter 164 to 163 Where did the blood sample go? _1 chapter 164. Chapter 163 Where did the blood sample go? _1 Mr. Zhao raised his camera, taking photo after photo with the constant click of the shutter. By now, no explanation was necessary. Everyone had guessed it was the cake. It hasn't adjusted? Zhou Ning shook his head, turning to Zhu Xingxing, who had asked the question. Cream cakes generally take 4 to 6 hours to fully digest. Just now, there was black material in the esophagus, which I think was a portion of the stomach contents being squeezed out during stomach contractions. The amount of cake the victim ate that night must have been far more than this. Lu Yongxin nodded continually on the side. Let's take samples, stomach contents, esophageal residues, blood from the heart. Given this state of digestion, the victim died about an hour after eating. Zhou Ning nodded, his face growing more serious. It seems Dong Qingwen is lying. He didn't go out at 11 to buy wontons. They ate the cake around 10, and one wouldn't be hungry an hour later. Everyone naturally agreed with this deduction. How could one get hungry at 11 after eating an 8-inch cake at 10? This excuse was really clumsy, but why did Dong Qingwen say this? What was he trying to hide? Lu Yongxin waved his hand, and Sun Gaotai had already taken the various samples and gone straight to submit them for inspection. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. With Dong Xiaomi's autopsy completed on Zhou Ning's side, he stepped aside and jerked his chin towards Zhu Xingxing. You try suturing. With fire case victims, a simple continuous stitch won't do. You need to find the softer tissues and perform single-needle suturing. Zhu Xingxing nodded firmly, excited by the trust placed in him. He rubbed his gloves together and began to look for the needle holder and suturing needles, meticulously stitching the body back together. Mr. Zhao turned off the recording equipment and finally let out a sigh of relief. It's hard to see such a young deceased. I'll go find someone to transport the body back, then bring Fanghua's body. With that, he turned to arrange the transport. Soon after, the cart brought over Fanghua's body, and Dong Xiaomi's body was taken away. From external appearances, Fanghua's burn marks seemed more severe. Zhou Ning changed his gloves and dialed He Shankun's number. What's up with you this time? I know you're busy, so I'll just ask you something. Fanghua's blood samples for emergency treatment and blood collection, are they preserved, or have they been handed over? I remember in such cases, you guys always keep part of the blood samples. Let me ask about it. He Shansuan asked the head nurse, then told Zhou Ning. When blood was drawn, Jinko Branch Bureau took a sample. As for where it went, we don't know. What exactly do you want to know? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than a cake box was found at the deceased's home, and after analyzing the residues on it, it was discovered they contained the components of diazepam injection. So, I wanted to ask if blood samples were retained from the deceased, because someone who wasn't asleep wouldn't just fail to escape a fire, they would be burned lying obediently in bed. He Shansuan was stunned by the analysis and hesitated, followed by the sound of metal clips shuffling through papers on the other end of the line. Hold on for a moment. Dr. Chen treated Fanghua that night, and I remember he wrote something about this in the medical records. Let me check the records and get back to you. After hanging up, it seemed that Dr. Chen had found something, but it was unclear if there were any relevant records. Zhou Ning glanced at the body on the autopsy table. Fanghua's cause of death was issued by the hospital, massive skin burns leading to failure of various organs and hence death. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and began the autopsy on Fanghua's body. This time, he worked very quickly. The deceased's dura mater was contracted, with subdural heat hematomas. The respiratory tract mucous membranes were swollen, parts of the respiratory tract were obstructed, and ash was visible in the stomach and duodenum. Samples of the deceased's nails, hair, vaginal contents, and slices of various organs were all sent for testing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After Zhou Ning finished the concluding speech, Zhu Xingxing also completed the suturing, skillful and efficient, and to perform such work on fire case victims was indeed commendable. With Mr. Zhao having turned off the recording equipment, Zhou Ning gave Zhu Xingxing a thumbs up. You did very well. From now on, during autopsies, you can assist me. Zhu Xingxing was extremely excited, struggling to control his facial expression as his small fangs appeared and disappeared. Mr. Zhao cleared his throat twice. It's noon already. Shall we go to the cafeteria or take out? Sun Gaotai retched, casting a resentful glance at Mr. Zhao. Mr. Li, you've gone too far. I've barely recovered a bit. Can we not think about food in the autopsy room? Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Quit complaining. You'll get used to it after a few times. Since nobody else has any objections, I'll assign you and Zhu Xingxing to go fetch food from the canteen. We need the autopsy report out as soon as possible. I'll head to the inspection department. Mr. Su is rather impatient. If he finds out the autopsy is over, he'll bound over here immediately, demanding the test results, including the autopsy results. What are you winking at me for? Trying to dodge work? Sun Gaodai stared at Mr. Zhao, continuously winking at him. But Mr. Zhao, immersed in his own sentiments, didn't notice Sun Gaodai's gestures. By the time he finished speaking, he realized that Zhou Ning and the others had instinctively stepped back. What? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, what's with that look? Is there something on me? A slap sounded, interrupting Mr. Zhao's words. Ouch, who's looking for us? Mr. Su, you arrived just in time. Su Dayuan gave Mr. Zhao a stern look, then glanced at the already cleaned autopsy table. You little brat deserve a beating, showing no respect for your elders. Just wait until I report this misbehavior. Zhou Xiao, is the autopsy finished? Are the test results out yet? At that, both Sun Gaodai and Zhu Xingxing couldn't help but lower their heads and chuckle, admitting Mr. Zhao's imitation was quite accurate. Lu Yongxin gave Su Dayuan a disdainful look. Now that he was no longer in Qidong, Lu Yongxin felt more confident. Previously, he hadn't minded Su Dayuan urging him, but now he wouldn't stand for Su Dayuan rushing his apprentice. With his chin up, he said to Su Dayuan, "Don't just come in demanding things. I know you're anxious. But if you want a horse to run, you have to let it graze, right? First, let's go upstairs. Mr. Sun and Zhu are fetching food from the canteen. We'll eat in the lab and go over the details of the autopsy while we're at it. Mr. Zhao, you go to the lab and push for the results." Su Dayuan rubbed his nose, revealing a smiling face. Okay. With that, the group headed upstairs. Zhou Ning quickly organized the autopsy report and then went to the lab. Mr. Zhao chased after. Surprisingly, he really had gotten hold of a few reports. That was quick? Mr. Zhao grinned, showing his teeth. Mrs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Chui personally did the toxicology test. Plus, we had a direction, which made the process naturally faster, didn't it? Zhou Ning, holding the reports, quickly entered the lab and flipped to the last page. Zhou Ning's movement stiffened for a moment, which Su Dayuan noticed and hurriedly came over. Hurry up and talk. What's the situation? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Zhou Ning slightly lifted his head and handed the reports to Lu Yongxin before speaking. Feng Hua's fingernail scrapings contained remnants of cake, and within these remnants, traces of diazepam were found, albeit in extremely minute quantities. Her stomach was empty, which is consistent with having been sustained on liquids for several days due to emergency treatment, hence undetectable. As for the cake in Dong Xiaomi's stomach, diazepam was detected, and the concentration of diazepam in the heart blood was exceedingly high, at 70 micrograms per milliliter. Even in adults, this dosage could induce toxicosleepy, with milder cases resulting in coma and severe cases leading to sudden cardiac arrest. Thus, Dong Xiaomi would have died of drug poisoning even if not for asphyxiation caused by the fire. Su Daiwan's brow furrowed, but before he could speak, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was He Shansuan calling, and Zhou Ning quickly answered. I've found Feng Hua's medical records, which document the resuscitation process. Upon arrival, she showed signs including bradycardia, delirium, tremors, and vomiting. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The treatment was initially focused on these symptoms, and although the delirium and tremors quickly subsided, the bradycardia wasn't corrected until 24 hours later. If we go by what you said, and Feng Hua took a large dose of diazepam before being burned, then these symptoms make sense. Fortunately, she began vomiting in the ambulance, expelling most of the gastric content, or she might not have made it to the hospital. Furthermore, about the blood sample you mentioned, I found the person who signed for the sample. His name is Zhang Pengfei, a forensic doctor from the Jinko Branch Bureau. You don't need his phone number, do you? Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, who was shaking his head and pulling out his phone, before replying, "No need, thanks." After hanging up, Su Dayuan had already dialed a number on his phone. The ringing lasted for a full minute without an answer. Determined, he dialed the number again, and this time it was answered immediately. "Captain Su, we've just checked with the Central Hospital. When the victim Fang Hua was being resuscitated, one of your bureau's forensic doctors, Zhang Pengfei, took a sample of the victim's blood. I've asked the city's inspection department, and there's no record of your submission. I want to know where the blood sample went. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 165 to 164 special assistant _1 chapter 165. Chapter 164 Special Assistant _1 Su Qidong across from him was startled, seemingly not expecting Su Dayuan to be so blunt, but then he laughed. "Look, Mr. Su, you hit me with this out of the blue. Where am I supposed to know from? How about this? I'm in a meeting at the city bureau. I'll ask about it tomorrow and let you know," he said. Such a dismissive answer turned Su Dayuan's face dark, and his voice rose an octave. "Give you 10 minutes. After you ask, call me back." Snap, Su Dayuan hung up the phone. Lu Yongxi nudged Mr. Zhao, whispering instructions to make a trip to the inspection department. Mr. Zhao, quick on the uptake, promptly trotted out of the lab and headed straight to the inspection department on the second floor. At the door, without waiting to knock, it swung open just in time. Cui Lily, seeing the hurried Mr. Zhao, looked slightly surprised. "What's the matter? You're back again so soon. Are you guys done for the day, or what? What samples now? What else needs testing?" Mr. Zhao shook his head continuously, gasped a few times, and then spoke. "Mrs. Cui, don't rush. I'm not here for testing this time. I need to check a record, the arson case from Jinko Branch Bureau on June 29th. The forensic doctor from their bureau, Zhang Pengfei, collected the blood sample of the deceased Fang Hua at the hospital. Do you know if it's been sent for testing? I think your department definitely would keep a record of the testing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Cui Lily retreated to the lab, grabbed a registration book which was for external district testing of the city's 2 other zones. She searched directly for the records from June 29th to July 10th. Zhang Pengfei did not submit many samples, only 6 in total, but there were absolutely no blood samples among them. Seeing this, Cui Lily shook the registration book. "Do you need me to make a copy for you?" Mr. Zhao grinned. "Mrs. Cui, you're sharp, guessing my little plan. A copy would be even better, but I can do it myself if need be, so as not to delay your work." Without any fuss, Cui Lily simply tossed the registration book to Mr. Zhao. "Photocopier's inside, just put it back after you're done. I'm off to get busy. Ever since Dr. Zhou came, my workload's noticeably increased." Mr. Zhao offered a sheepish smile. "You should mention to the superiors, if staff needs to be added, they should be added. We've got data to collect over here. Naturally, that means more cases to handle. Thankfully, we've got you. Anyone else would have blown up by now." Cui Lily chuckled, giving Mr. Zhao a playful glare. "Only you, kid, can talk like that." By then, Mr. Zhao had finished photocopying. He hung the register back up, took the copies he made, said goodbye to Cui Lily, and then dashed back to the lab on the 4th floor. As he entered, everyone looked up at him. "Got the register." There were 6 samples sent in by Zhang Pengfei, but no blood sample among them, he reported. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p at the statement. Zhou Ning was the one to go still. No blood sample. Then where was the blood sample? The autopsies of the 2 victims were merely to check if there was any ash residue in their tracheas, though one was officially declared dead after failed resuscitation in the hospital, and the other child had died instantly at the scene. Lu Yongxin patted Su Daiwan's arm and glanced at his phone. "Don't panic. I know Zhang Pingfei. He's a few months my junior and also about to retire. Maybe it's a matter of habit, but he might have sent the sample to a hospital in the Jinko district for examination, or maybe they were never tested but are still stored somewhere. I think you should mention it to Mr. Hu. After all, no matter what you say, it won't mean much between peers, right? Su Daiwan's brows knit tightly. Zhou Ning could very well understand his feeling. Making this call was akin to snitching, and if every issue required the leader's intervention to progress, then Mr. Hu would have nothing else to do but coordinate these problems, which he couldn't keep up with. Moreover, even if a nearby inspection was foregone in favor of one far away at a Jinko hospital, it was hard to comprehend, given that the downstream inspection could not perform toxicology analysis. As the lab fell into silence, Su Daiwan's phone rang. An unfamiliar number came through. Hello? Who is this? This is Zhang Pingfei, the forensic doctor from Jinko Branch Bureau. Mr. Su, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Our captain called me just now and asked me to tell you. I checked the records, and the blood sample taken from the hospital has been lost. The car door wasn't locked, and a thermal box carrying the samples was stolen, which was beyond my control. Su Dayuan gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly shooting flames as he slightly closed them. When I just asked your captain, he told me he didn't know and needed to check. How come he knows now? Zhang Pingfei was utterly unfazed. Isn't that normal? After clearing the scene on June 29th, it was past midnight. In the morning, I took the samples planning to send them for testing. It was too early, so I went for breakfast. You wouldn't think someone would steal those, right? I told Mr. Su then, but he probably didn't pay attention. However, the cause of death for the victim was explicitly provided by the hospital. As for the autopsy of that child, it was clear at a glance. I didn't delve deeper into the dissection, especially since the family was strongly opposed. Su Dayuan snapped the phone shut. If he had listened any longer, he probably would have cursed. Zhou Ning quickly stepped forward, grabbing Su Daiwan's arm and trying his best to comfort him. Su-da, don't be dejected. In the crevices of Feng Hua's fingernails, we also found remnants of the cake, and the emergency treatment at the hospital can indirectly prove that she also ingested a certain amount of diazepam. It's just that her dosage was not as high as Dong Xiaomi's. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Look at Feng Hua during the emergency treatment. She had bradykinetic movements, delirium, trembling. These are all symptoms of diazepam intoxication, and they provided timely correction. Su Dayuan let out a long sigh and nodded at Zhou Ning. It's hard to make half-cooked rice, and now I'm experiencing it. Luckily, I have you guys. Let's go eat first, then head to the detention center to meet this Dong Qingguen. After eating, Su Daiwan's phone kept ringing. The results of Tao Zhenshin's investigation were out, the communication records had been sent over, and Mr. Chu had cracked Dong Qingguen and Feng Hua's social media software. Faced with the huge stack of printed papers before them, they had no choice but to review them separately. Tao Zhenshan was indeed reliable. They had already verified over half of the communication records, with names, organizations, and events carefully noted on the back, saving them a lot of trouble. Lu Yongxin clicked his tongue in appreciation. Zhenshan is really efficient. It's not easy to keep up with your pace, with your impatience. But it seems these are all work-related. This Yi Xiao has the most calls. Is she an assistant at Dong Chengwen's law firm? Su Dayuan glanced at the annotations on the back and then nodded. I'm going to meet this Yi Xiao. You guys prepare the reports. We'll reconvene in a while. After speaking, he didn't delay, heading straight downstairs, driving to meet up with Tao Zhenshan and going directly to Dong Chengwen's law firm. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Greater than a few minutes later, just as they arrived downstairs, they saw a group of people shouting about calling the police. The cries were very loud. As Su Dayuan and his colleagues approached, the group instantly quieted down, and the woman in the center, who had been surrounded, already had her hair in disarray. After smoothing her hair, the woman pointed at Su Dayuan and his group and said, "The police have arrived. Are you going to continue hitting me? I've said it, if you think the law firm's compensation method is unfair, then sue us. What's the use of you all ganging up on me? I'm not Dong Qingwen." Tao Jinshan looked around the crowd and pointed at the chubby leader, saying, "What's going on here? Explain the situation before leaving. Come on in and talk." The fatty immediately turned timid, smiled sheepishly, and took 2 steps back, gesturing to the others. "Nothing serious. We just came to ask the assistant when Mr. Dong would be back. That's it, we're leaving now." Without waiting for a reaction from the crowd, he took off running, and the other onlookers scattered as well. Yixiao let out a breath of relief, and then turned to look at Su Dayuan. "Are you looking for me? Or someone from Ningyuan law firm? Are you Yixiao?" The woman nodded, opened the door, and revealed a large hall. Many onlookers, seeing the police come in, also dispersed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p clearly. They were all from Dong Qingwen's law firm, but given the intensity of just moments ago, no one had come forward to help, which was a testament to the cold reality of the world. "Please come in, let's talk in the meeting room." Everyone took their seats, and Yixiao brought over some bottled water for the group, but Su Dayuan waved his hand. "Sit down. We are from the Qingdao City Criminal Police Brigade and need to reinvestigate the 6.29 arson case. We need to verify some details with you, so no need to busily attend to us." Yixiao nodded, walked over with a folder in hand, and also held a tablet. Evidently, such investigations were not new to her, and she was very experienced. "This is my work schedule for June 29th, the details of the calls I made to Mr. Dong, and the times I made them." The tablet contains copied surveillance footage from the law firm because there was a court session scheduled for July 1st. "I worked overtime until 9 before leaving. I arrived home at 21:33. Too tired to eat. I fed the cat, took a bath, and then went to sleep. The last piece of surveillance here is from my living room, resting time, which I think was about 2,200 hours. Everything was meticulously prepared, especially the living room surveillance." The moment Yixiao entered, her cat was meowing towards the camera, one of her usual means of communicating with her cat, which was clearly familiar with it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Tao Jinshan checked the surveillance footage, which included hallway and main entrance cameras. There was no problem with the timing. Su Dayuan skimmed through the call content Yixiao had organized. Indeed, it was all about preparations for the July 1st court case, with some even having audio file names appended. Yixiao handed over her mobile phone, opened the voice recorder, and inside corresponded with the appropriate audio files. Su Dayuan didn't play the audio files. With preparations to this extent, collecting substantial evidence was enough. "To your knowledge, does Dong Qingwen have any enemies? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 166 to 165 enemy list _1 Chapter 166. Chapter 165 enemy list _1 Yixiao smiled bitterly, opened the folder, located a document, and slid it across the table to Su Dayuan. "Since Mr. Dong became famous, our law firm has been developing amidst controversies. It's fair to say that no lawyer from the opposing side doesn't hate Mr. Dong, and none of them aren't happy to see him in trouble. Most cases he handled were economic ones. These aren't ordinary economic disputes, but rather large-scale torts or contractual cases. You all know about the herbal tea trademark rights case. That was one Mr. Dong led our team to win. He even managed to put 3 lawyers from the opposing counsel's team behind bars in the Beishan Group's economic case. This list I'm giving you is what I've compiled these past few days. Some on it had launched personal attacks on Mr. Dong during trials, some had threatened him, and a few had hired thugs to puncture his car tires. However, speaking of which, I don't know who would go so far as to set fire to murder Mr. Dong and his entire family. In a society governed by the rule of law, it shouldn't get to this point, and in the past 2 years, Mr. Dong wasn't as aggressive as before. Sometimes when his car was vandalized, he didn't even report it. So well prepared and articulate, such an assistant clearly showed the high regard and trust Mr. Dong had for her. However, looking at those people outside, it was evident that morale had already dissipated. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Can the law firm hold on? Yi Xiao laughed again, compressed her lips, and after a long pause said, I own 2% of the shares in the law firm, and I trust Mr. Dong as a person, so I want to keep the firm steady, waiting for the day Mr. Dong is released. However, due to the sudden replacement of lawyers for the cases we had taken before, we lost all of them, creating chaos internally and externally. Several partners want to withdraw their investment, and I'm almost unable to hold on. Now the operation of the law firm itself is an issue, and I receive resignation letters every day. Izia's eyes moistened, her emotional attachment to the firm palpable. For an assistant to have earned 2% of the shares, her dedication was self-evident. Su Dayuan tapped the table casually and asked, How is Mr. Dong's relationship with his wife? Pretty good. Mr. Dong is a decent husband, and Mrs. Fong is very understanding towards him. Have you met their nanny? Do you know how to contact her? Yi Xiao shook her head. I knew the previous nanny. She worked in their home for 5 or 6 years. But I heard her family elder was not doing well, so she resigned. The new nanny, a highly educated individual, is excellent at tutoring children and worked for less than 3 months before Mrs. Fine, not quite satisfied, let her go. Oh? Tell me more about that. Yi Xiao took a moment to recall, reached for her phone, scrolled through a chat history, and handed it to Su Dayuan to look at. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. On Father's Day, June 19th, Mrs. Fong couldn't reach the nanny. Unable to contact Mr. Dong either, she reached out to me. The nanny was supposed to take the children to swimming lessons, then to Mrs. Fang's father's house, but they didn't show up after an hour's wait. I had to call Mr. Dong out of a meeting to end it early, and together with a few others, we went searching for them. Eventually, we found them at an ice cream shop next to the swimming pool. Mrs. Fong was scared out of her wits and demanded to know why the nanny hadn't answered her phone. The nanny claimed she didn't hear the phone, and besides, the swimming lesson ran late and Xiaomi wanted to have ice cream, so they came here. She even complained about Mrs. Fang's attitude. Mr. Dong asked the nanny to leave for the day, no longer needing her services, and settled her pay. Was she very young? Yi Xiao thought for a moment before nodding. She dressed very Western. Apparently she studied in Mi country, specializing in early childhood education and nutrition. Although she is called a nanny, her earnings are quite high. I remember she was introduced by a neighbor. Do you remember which neighbor? Yi Xiao shook her head. I have to remember too many things every day. Unimportant details don't get written down in my notebook, so I didn't pay attention. But she definitely was a neighbor from Shanghai Building, as everyone is quite cautious when it comes to picking up children. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan flipped through his notebook, coming across 2 circled words cousin. He raised an eyebrow and glanced out through the Venetian blinds. Do you know Mr. Dong's cousin? I've heard she's also a lawyer. Is she with your Ning Yuan law firm? Yi Xiao paused, as if searching her memory, and then, seemingly struck by a realization, she scrolled through her phone and presented it to Su Dayuan, showing a name and a mobile number. Is this the person you're talking about? Tall and thin with a Lin Dayu vibe? Su Dayuan didn't know the cousin's name. He checked his phone, found a surveillance screenshot that Mr. Ma had sent him, and showed it to Yi Xiao. In the screenshot, the cousin stood sideways, tall and slim, only her stomach protruded. Yi Xiao took one glance and quickly nodded. I've seen her a few times. She is Luo Qian. According to Mr. Dong, she moved to Qidong to develop her career at the end of 2009. However, she wasn't with our firm. Where she works or who her husband is, I'm not sure. She's quite secretive. Moreover, she only came to our firm 2 or 3 times. She seems to be the daughter of Mr. Dong's great-aunt, and they always converse behind closed doors. I don't know anything other than that. What's the matter with her? If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I never asked. Yi Xiao was very tactful. Su Dayuan didn't mind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He recorded Luo Qian's contact information and then slowly said, inside the detention center, only she had gone to request a visit with Dong Chunguan and even wanted to become his lawyer to fight his case. We ran into her when we were there, so I'm asking you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was stunned and shook his head slightly. I haven't heard about them being particularly close, but I've contacted many lawyers, hoping someone would take on Mr. Dong's case. However, no one would. I asked someone to reach out to Mr. Ma at the detention center to inquire about who Mr. Dong wanted to contact, but the answer we got was that he wasn't looking for anyone. He wanted to defend himself. After thinking for a moment, Su Dayuan nodded. Indeed, that was the case. No one was more familiar with the angles to argue this case than Dong Chunguan himself. If they proceeded with the legal process, he was the most suitable. If the lawyer they found wasn't appropriate, it would only hinder the case. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Dayuan nodded to Yi Xiao. Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything else that needs to be reported to us, please contact me by phone. As for the videos and audio recordings you've provided, please send them to this email address. Tao Zhinshan had already written an email address. Yi Xiao was quick and efficient, immediately sending over the surveillance footage and recordings. He also handed Tao Zhinshan the spreadsheets he had compiled. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p greater than I hope this can help you solve the case sooner, and it would be best to prove Mr. Dong's innocence. To say that their marriage was full of affection, I think it's too fake, but compared to the average couple, their relationship was still very stable, and Mrs. Fang's father held Mr. Dong in high regard. Su Dayuan stood up and nodded slightly. However, Mr. Fang did not agree to the autopsy. That's a different matter. His refusal to agree to the autopsy comes from not wanting to see his daughter and granddaughter suffer such an ordeal even after death. Although he's an intellectual, he only had that one daughter. It's understandable that a parent who has to bury his child would feel this way. Even if Mr. Dong didn't set the fire and was being wrongfully accused, Mr. Fang still feels that it was because of Mr. Dong that his daughter and granddaughter died, and that's a shift of hatred. Psychologically, it's a kind of self-consolation. We should understand that. Su Dayuan was somewhat surprised. An assistant who looked to be only in his 30s had such profound insights into life, speaking words that seemed to come from someone much older. But then again, it made sense. How could anyone else manage to be Dong Chengwen's assistant? Thank you, no need to see me out. The two left and bought some bread on the way. They choked it down in the car and sped back to the technical department's backyard. As soon as Su Dayuan got out of the car, he waved at Tao Zhinshan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Alright, it'll take some people to the detention center. Mr. Fang, Yufei will go with you for a visit. Talk to him. As for that list of enemies, have your people verify their alibis for June 29th. Call Mr. Zhang and ask him to check at Shanghai Building to find out who introduced the nanny to Mr. Dong. As for Luo Qian, let's leave her be for now. Focus on these leads first. Tao Zhinshan rolled his eyes. Not even Huang Shiren is as ruthless as you, prioritizing these investigations. We can't finish all of these in one afternoon. Boss, you're too harsh, he said. Before Su Dayuan could step forward, Tao Zhinshan's car had already sped off. Su Dayuan took out his phone to make a call but heard a ringtone nearby. Turning around, he saw Zhou Ning and the others walking out of the main entrance. Whoa, that's what I call initiative. Well done, I commend you. Mr. Zhao approached with a grin, handing Su Dayuan a bag containing a cup of tea and a wrap. Zhou Xiao said that you would be busy and might not get a proper meal, so she prepared a wrap for you. There's also jasmine tea, sugar-free, so drink up without worry. My driving is steady, you can trust me. Su Dayuan also smiled. Thank you, I've been dragging you all along for these investigations. This isn't even part of your job. But having Zhou Xiao around gives me peace of mind, like carrying a lightning rod in a thunderstorm. Let's go, I'll fill you in on the details on the way. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The three of them got into the car, and Su Dayuan quickly ate the wrap and drank the tea, feeling much more comfortable. I just munched on some bread earlier, and my stomach didn't feel satisfied with the sugar and salt content. This feels much better. Zhou Ning looked at him. Was there a problem with that assistant? Su Dayuan waved his hand. On the contrary, that assistant is very impressive. She's the one propping up the law firm on her own. As for the questions I had, she had already prepared all the necessary information, videos, recordings, and even a list of those who might seek revenge, all more detailed than the case files delivered by the Jinko Branch Bureau. I've told Zhenshan and Mr. Liu to continue the investigation. Moreover, the assistant also mentioned that Mr. Fang had initially opposed the autopsy. Regardless of whether Mr. Dong is the murderer, at least it's related to him. That is understandable. It's just that I'm puzzled about the nanny. Zhou Ning turned to look at Su Dayuan. What about the nanny? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 167 to 166. The one who cheated was actually her _1. Chapter 167. Chapter 166. The one who cheated was actually her _1. Su Dayuan repeated Isaiah's words without missing a single one. Mr. Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Damn, could the nanny be involved with Dong Chengwen? Highly intelligent, well-educated, and so presumptuous, ordinary people can't pull off something like this. Especially someone of Dong Chengwen's status. Would his family entrust care to someone whose background they don't fully know? Even us ordinary folks need to go through an agency to find someone. Su Dayuan nodded. I have my doubts about this too. And according to what Ishiao said, the nanny was dismissed on Father's Day, June 19th, and then, 10 days later, this incident occurred. It's indeed worth investigating. Let's wait for Mr. Xing's news. The three of them stopped talking as the car sped along. After about half an hour, they arrived at the detention center. They had already contacted Mr. Ma that morning, and the guards were aware of their visit, so the way was smooth. They didn't have to wait long in the visiting room before Dong Chengwen was brought in. Today, he seemed a bit more spirited than before, with a shaved beard and a washed face. Handcuffed to the chair, the prison guard sat to the side while Su Dayuan stared at Dong Chengwen and said, I don't have the time to keep running to the detention center. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If you want to be convicted and spend your life in here, don't bother sending messages to your father or having people hope for a new investigation without a single word of truth. How do you expect us to investigate if you're just mocking the police? Dong Chengwen's face showed no guilt or feigned confusion. He just looked up at Su Dayuan. Zhou Ning patted Su Dayuan's arm and said soothingly, Suda, don't rush. Let me ask. Dong Chengwen, we need to know what exactly you did the night of June 29th. We conducted a second autopsy, and Dong Xiaomi died within an hour after eating cake. That means it was around 10 o'clock when you all ate the cake. Lying to us doesn't help the investigation, do you understand? Dong Chengwen was silent for a long while. Just when Su Dayuan thought he was stubborn as a mule and wouldn't tell the truth, he let out a sigh and looked at Zhou Ning. That night, I returned home very late. I had planned to take them out for dinner, but something came up last minute. I didn't get home until after 9, which the surveillance footage can verify. Xiaomi was very happy and wanted to eat cake, so Fang Hua and I cut the cake. I have high blood sugar, so I don't dare eat sweet things. I just took a small bite. Xiaomi ate most of the cake, and the rest was eaten by Fang Hua. She loves that kind of bittersweet chocolate cake. Then, I asked Fang Hua to put the kid to sleep, but Xiaomi didn't want to go to her room. She insisted on staying in our bed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I went to wash my face, and then I had to discuss something with her. Don't interrupt me after every sentence. I don't have time to waste here. What did you talk about? Dong Qingwen closed his eyes, as if making up his mind. I had prepared a divorce agreement, and I brought up divorce with Fang Hua. We started arguing, and in the heat of the moment, I said some harsh words and stormed out. Fang Hua was crying heavily, and I didn't want to soften again. I drove around to cool off, but then I started worrying she might do something foolish, so I rushed back. What I didn't expect was to see smoke rising from the villa area just as I was entering the complex. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurried back, only to have the subsequent events unfold. If I hadn't gone out that night, maybe what followed would never have happened. Su Deyuan narrowed his eyes. This narrative gave him a lot of information. Didn't want to soften again, implying he had considered divorce before and softened, which is why the marriage continued. Furthermore, Dong Qingwen and Fang Hua's relationship wasn't as happy as outsiders saw it to be. So who was involved in their marriage? Was it Yixiao? An assistant who had greatly helped him in his career, even managing his life, faced with investigating officers, provided all the necessary evidence, even keeping call recordings and surveillance footage intact. Something not every legally aware person would do. Keeping such evidence seemed somewhat deliberate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Why did you want a divorce? Dong Qingwen was silent again, and Mr. Zhao, who was behind him, was getting restless. He stood up, smiled at the prison guard, and leaned in toward the table, slamming his palm down onto it, drawing Dong Qingwen's attention. Can you cut the hesitation? If there's a mistress, just say it. We've investigated this far. Everything is just a matter of time, understand? I don't know what else you have to hide. Speaking the truth is to your own benefit. Do you really want to see the law firm you've worked so hard to build get destroyed? Are you aware that people are queuing up every day causing trouble at your law office? Dong Qingwen exhaled and looked at Su Deyuan. The situation is rather complicated. Last year in the second half, I took on a case from Tong'an City in Sujiang Province, which you may have heard about. For this case, I only charged a lawyer's fee of 100 yuan, and I visited Tong'an 7 or 8 times before I obtained some clues. Some thought I did it for the fame, but by that time, I no longer cared about such things. I was helping a father reclaim his son's triangular debt from outside parties. The case was difficult since the client's son had died in a car accident and many pieces of evidence were hard to find. Just before Christmas Eve, someone from the law firm who was sent to investigate found a lead and located a witness from that time. Hearing the news, I rushed over immediately. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody p. Fang Hua was quite angry at that time because I had promised her that we would go to Pumin to spend Christmas together, but for the case's sake, I still left. In a few days, I managed to gather evidence and convince the witness to testify. On Christmas Day, I left the team and flew back to Qidong alone. I didn't inform Fang Hua to pick me up. I wanted to surprise her by driving a colleague's car home. On the way, I booked a restaurant and also flights for that night to Pumin. As the car neared my home, I saw Fang Hua sneaking out of the back kitchen door and briskly run out of the villa to get into a blue Buick van. At that moment, I was very curious and rolled up the car window to follow. The car headed straight for the sea crossing tunnel. Over an hour later, we arrived at Wenquan town in Xinhua City. Fang Hua, followed by a man, walked into the area, arms around each other. I didn't recognize the man, but he looked very much like this forensic doctor here, tall and skinny, and quite young. Zhou Ning was taken aback. The thought of Hishankun's stature unconsciously came to mind, but tall and skinny didn't fit the description. It seemed that Fang Hua had a third party involved, which was quite a surprise to Zhou Ning. At this point, Dong Qingwen continued. I waited outside for over an hour. Fang Hua did not come out, and at that moment, I wished I could rush in and drag the two out. But I didn't do that. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody p. greater than I made a phone call to start investigating the car's license plate and the registration details of the Hot Spring Hotel. You know the conveniences of my profession. To my surprise, the other man turned out to be a lawyer as well, but a recent graduate, working as a legal assistant in a private small law firm. Further investigation showed that he might have deliberately approached Feng Hua, manipulated by the opposing lawyer from the Tongan case. It all became clear. I was furious and had the police raid at night. Afterward, I took Feng Hua back home and had someone watch over her while handling the case. I immediately took Dong Xiaomi to do a paternity test, and luckily, the child was mine. I proposed a divorce to Feng Hua. Perhaps you would say, having been married for so many years, didn't you ever have a change of heart or look for other women? My answer is yes, I did, and not just one. You can call me unfaithful or a hypocrite, but I want my wife to be the person who is always there waiting for me. As for filing for divorce on June 29th, it was simply because I was tired of having someone constantly keep watch over Feng Hua. She no longer showed me the affection of the past, and this pretense of happiness was very exhausting. I wanted to let go. Dong Chengwen's words took Su Dayuan by surprise, as he had not expected the situation to unfold in this direction. Did you retain any evidence? Dong Chengwen nodded with difficulty. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The police records can be found in the Wenquan police station of the Xinhua City Public Security Bureau archive. As for the video footage taken at the time and the letter of guarantee written by Feng Hua, they are stored in the safe in my office. Yixiao can go in. I can give you the password. Su Dayuan tossed a notebook to Dong Chengwen, who opened it, wrote down the password, and Su Dayuan glanced at it before throwing the notebook to Zhou Ning. What next? Is there anything else you're hiding? This time, Dong Chengwen nodded earnestly. Of course, there is more, but the rest is unrelated to this case. Officer, I would like to know if this fire was an accident or caused by someone. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning before nodding and saying, based on our current investigation, the fire is very likely to have been set intentionally. Since you have nothing else to say, Dr. Zhou has some questions for you. Zhou Ning leaned his arms on the table and stared directly into Dong Chengwen's eyes, asking without blinking, the cake was ordered over the phone by Yixiao 4 days ago. Was it on your instruction? Did you choose the cake shop, or did Yixiao? I chose it. Xiaomi likes the chocolate and red velvet cakes from that shop. We checked the cake shop's register. You picked up the cake and flowers at 13:22 on June 29th. From 13:22 until you arrived home at 21:07 that evening, where was the cake kept? Did anyone else touch it? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dong Chengwen paused, frowning as he looked at Zhou Ning. What do you mean? Was there something wrong with the cake? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 168 to 167. The suspect's phone is lost _1 Chapter 168. Chapter 167. The suspect's phone is lost _1 Su Dayuan rapped his knuckles on the table, urging, answer the question, who touched the cake, or who might have touched the cake? Dong Chengwen closed his eyes, ceasing to pursue further. He knew that probing further wouldn't elicit any response. After a moment of silence, as if straining to remember, he said, ever since the day I was brought in here, my mind has been playing a movie, constantly recalling everything that happened on June 29th. I wish I could relive that day every day, recalling what was said, what was done, who was seen. I remember around 1:30 in the afternoon, I picked up the cake and flowers. I drove to Liuhe District because a former client had introduced me to a case. We met and talked for nearly an hour. Afraid the cake might melt, I left the car running with the air conditioning on. Afterward, I returned to the law firm. Yixiao helped me put the cake in the law firm's refrigerator. I didn't touch the cake from about 3 in the afternoon till 9 in the evening when I left and took the cake and flowers with me. But Dr. Zhou, why do you ask this? Zhou Ning didn't answer his question and continued to gaze into his eyes, pressing on, where is the law firm's refrigerator located? Mr. Zhou had already pulled up a surveillance video. This was the internal surveillance footage of the law firm, taken when Yi Xiao provided them with a time alibi, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. It covered the entire layout of the law firm and would prove useful now. Dong Qingwen glanced at it and pointed to a door in the northeast corner, saying, "This is the pantry. Inside are 2 refrigerators. Every day, Yi Xiao orders afternoon tea for everyone in the firm and places it in the refrigerators for anyone to take whenever they want. After all, working overtime is routine for us and we often don't have time to go out to eat. Is there a problem with the cake? Has anyone been in your car?" Dong Qingwen knew he had no right to question and let out a long sigh, suppressing his irritation. After thinking for a bit, he listed 4 names: Yi Xiao, Luo Qian, Chen Zhongshi, Su Mingyuan. Seeing Luo Qian's name, Zhou Ning paused, but showed no surprise on his face. He pointed to the other 2 names and asked, "Who are Chen Zhongshi and Su Mingyuan?" "Like I said before, that client talked with me for a while and introduced these 2 men to me. They followed me out to my car, and we spoke there for a while before they left. The whole thing took maybe 10 to 15 minutes. And Luo Qian, how did she come to ride in your car?" "She also lives in Shanghai Building, but in the high-rise on the east side of the villa area. I happened to run into her on my way home. Her car had a flat, and she was waiting for a taxi, so I just gave her a ride on the way." "Can someone tell me what exactly is going on with the cake?" Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The appearance of Luo Qian was indeed unexpected, and this person even lived in the same community as Dong Qingwen. It seemed she had not been investigated before. However, Dong Qingwen could also have been the one to drug the cake, especially since diazepam isn't very difficult to obtain. More details and reasons couldn't be discussed. Su Dayuan raised his hand, looking at the anxious Dong Qingwen. "Regarding the details of the case investigation, we can't say much, as you are one of the suspects. Now tell us about the housekeeper you hired later. What's her name? Contact details? Do you have any other relationship with her?" Dong Qingwen pursed his lips. Knowing that no matter how much he asked, he wouldn't get any answers, he sighed and continued, "The housekeeper was introduced by my neighbor Mr. Chen. Her name is Lu Yino, English name Nona, a graduate of Brandeis University in my country. They are affiliated with an agency, the Budapest Language School. As for her contact, I only remember the 4-digit number 8338. This girl is good at mingling with families like ours. Taking advantage of Fang Hua's absence, I was seduced into having a relationship with her once. I paid her 100,000 yuan, and then the swimming lesson incident happened. I took the opportunity to dismiss her, of course, also paying her 3 months' worth of salary, 90,000 yuan. Was that neighbor Mr. Chen also blackmailed?" "Yes. After the 19th, you haven't hired another housekeeper, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Fang Hua contacted the property management butler service to come and clean every other day. Last question, where's your phone?" At that question, Dong Qingwen was stunned and spread his hands. "I don't know. My memory stops at the instant the ambulance arrived on June 29th, and after that, I can't remember anything. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital with my hand cuffed to the guardrail of the bed. Then came a torrent of police interrogations. I don't know where my phone is, I was dressed in a hospital gown." "All right, we'll take our leave now." Su Dayuan stood up, Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao followed suit, nodding to the guard. "Thanks, buddy." The 3 left the detention center, Mr. Zhao constantly shaking his head. "Leader, where do you think Dong Qingwen's cell phone has gone?" Su Dayuan glanced at him. "If I ever handle such half-baked cases again, my name's not Su." Mr. Zhao laughed naively. "Don't be so sure. The higher up we go in the city bureau, the more cases like this we're bound to encounter." "But is Su Kejiang from Jinko Branch Bureau deliberately uncooperative, making the evidence transfer insufficient?" Upon hearing Mr. Zhao's judgment, Su Dayuan shook his head. "Though we've had our disagreements before and can't see eye to eye, after all, The person we arrested is his brother-in-law, not his real brother-in-law. But that doesn't mean he'd hide evidence. That's a different matter. The scene was chaotic at the time. Don't forget, Dong Qingwen also bit into a cake. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I think his passing out has something to do with that, right? Zhou Ning nodded. Mr. Zhao hurriedly added. It seems this nanny is just a high-class hooker, scamming money through her job and naturally running far away once she gets it. I think the likelihood of her seeking revenge after being fired is slim. Su Dayuan walked towards the car, nodding as he spoke. Even though she's not a major suspect, we still need to rule her out. I'll ask Mr. Xing to talk to Mr. Chen later. The three got into the car and Zhou Ning closed his eyes. Su Dayuan poked his arm. Tell me, after meeting with Dong Qingwen a second time, what are your impressions? Both men are quite the players. To say they're estranged in appearance only would be an insult to the expression. Dong Qingwen used both overt and covert hints. He's the victim, his wife's betrayal and doubts about his child's DNA. If we were to theorize a bit, the various pieces of evidence in his safe might not have been planned for a long time. Perhaps it was just a way to protect his property. Zhou Ning's words made Su Dayuan pause, as he hadn't considered this angle. Now that you mention it, there's a real possibility. Betrayal in the marriage with tangible evidence. If Dong Qingwen had acted early, transferring assets and taking preventive measures, then Feng Hua would get hardly anything in a divorce settlement. No custody of the child, not much property. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao exclaimed excitedly. I'm telling you both, with this in mind, Dong Qingwen is even less likely to have killed his wife. It wouldn't cost him much to deal with the wife and protect his property, plus he'd get to keep his daughter. He didn't need to go to extremes, especially if he still wanted to be in this line of work. Su Dayuan ran his fingers through his hair, kicking the back of Mr. Zhao's seat. Drive your car, why so much nonsense? I'm already distressed enough, investigating in circles, now back at square one. Zhou Ning knew Su Dayuan was getting frustrated and said, Don't be glum. How about we go to the scene? A second inspection might reveal some overlooked clues, especially since our investigation is at a standstill now. Su Dayuan nodded vigorously. I was thinking the same. I'll call up the team now. Arrange things with the new trace examiners and assistants. I'll have Mr. Liu pick them up and we'll all go back to the scene. Once you're there for the inspection, I'll head straight to Jinko Branch Bureau. From the rearview mirror, Mr. Zhao looked at Su Dayuan. What's the plan, boss? Are you going for broke or to settle scores with Su Qidong? I say forget it. Even if we go, we won't find the phone. Su Dayuan didn't bother with small talk, but started making phone calls immediately. Almost everyone was called in, besides Tao Zhinshan, who was busy with the investigation. The scale of the operation was extraordinary, and Zhou Ning also notified Yang Xueting and their team. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Given the circumstances, everyone should go. On the way, Yang Xueting and Mr. Zhao discussed their experimental results. According to the gas receipt for 70 liters, filling Dong Qingwen's car model left it with some to spare. A full tank would need 74 liters. Of course, the results from measuring with a graduated cylinder were shocking too. The supposed 70 liters were actually 63 liters, which Mr. Zhao said was quite decent for a gas station. The amount of gasoline needed for a Molotov cocktail was very little. No traces of spilled gasoline were found in Dong Qingwen's car, but a trace of cake frosting was discovered on the back seat, indicating that someone had opened a cake box there. Clearly, the Jinko Branch Bureau's gas refueling evidence was basically refuted. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 169 to 168. You give it a try _1 Chapter 169. Chapter 168. You give it a try _1 an hour later, Shanghai Building. Mr. Xing had been lingering around here for most of the day and was quite familiar with the scene. He approached Su Dayuan closely. He reported the investigation results regarding Mr. Chen and, as expected, he too had been blackmailed. The condition for leaving was even more bizarre. He had to find her a new employer so she could continue working as a high-end nanny. Su Dayuan instructed Mr. Xing to contact this nanny, Lu Yino, whether she was a hooker or a nanny. At the very least, they needed to verify her whereabouts at the time of the incident. Then Su Dayuan left, taking quite a few people with him. Mr. Zhao watched the direction of the departing cars, shaking his head continuously. The boss has taken it personally. He's probably going to check up on Luo Qian. We've been a bit biased, always thinking that she took the initiative to help Dong Qinguan with the lawsuit, so our suspicion of her was somewhat diminished. But investigating a case isn't like solving a riddle. We need to clarify each suspect. Enough talk, let's get to work. Although we surveyed the backyard last time, we didn't find anything. If someone stood in the backyard to throw a Molotov cocktail, they would have left some traces. This time, we'll search the surveillance blind spots. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Several people nodded in agreement, and Yang Xuedong, accompanied by Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaotai, headed towards the other side of the hedge. They couldn't leave any corner unchecked if they were to perform a thorough search. Mr. Zhao didn't join in. He picked up a pebble from the ground, stood at the northernmost edge of the shrubs, and glanced at the position of the surveillance camera. It was completely out of sight from here. Raising his hand, he threw the pebble towards the second-floor cloakroom window. Whoosh! The pebble flew through the window, entering right at the upper edge of the window. Zhou Ning glanced over. Mr. Zhao might look well-built, but he wasn't particularly strong. Sun Gaotai had easily beaten him at arm wrestling before. If he could make the throw, a woman probably could as well. Zhou Ning picked up a pebble and called Zhu Xingxing over. Zhu Xingxing was baffled, thinking she had done something wrong, and cautiously looked at Zhou Ning. "What's up, team leader?" "Here, try to throw the stone into the cloakroom window, just like Mr. Zhao did. See if you can do it?" Zhu Xingxing emitted a no, stood where Mr. Zhao had been, lightly tossed, and the stone flew into the room. "If you were to throw a 2-pound object from the furthest northeast corner, do you think you could make it through?" Mr. Zhao perked up, realizing Zhou Ning wanted to test whether a woman could accomplish this throw. "Wait here, I'll find something for you. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Saying that, he ran off quickly and soon came back holding a large mineral water bottle, stuffing it into Zhu Xingxing's arms. "It's not exactly the right weight. This one's 1.3 liters. Should I drink some first?" Zhou Ning gave him a look without saying a word, but Zhu Xingxing had already positioned herself in the northeast corner and threw the bottle into the room without so much as touching the frame. Mr. Zhao turned back and stared at Zhu Xingxing, his gaze sweeping up and down in disbelief. "How can someone as skinny as you be so strong?" Zhu Xingxing continued to look puzzled, turning her gaze towards Zhou Ning. "Team leader, should I have thrown it in or not?" Mr. Zhao burst out laughing, tugging at Zhu Xingxing to clear the way after he had his fill of laughter. "Zhou Xiao means we should see if a girl can perform the throw, given the height. Your throw was too easy." Zhu Xingxing rubbed her nose and stiffened her neck towards Mr. Zhao, no longer confused like before. Men naturally have the advantage in explosive power, but this kind of throw doesn't require much strength. Not just forensic doctors, even nurses who deal with ampoules and trash bins every day, their accuracy is unmatched by ordinary people. And about teachers? The force of a chalk piece, you haven't tasted it, have you? Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose and hung his head, while Zhou Ning nodded affirmatively. Zhu is right. Professional and behavioral habits do need to be considered. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. But we've been experimenting for half a day now, and this angle is indeed out of sight of the surveillance. But how could anyone leave this courtyard? Over these hedges? At this comment, everyone's eyes turned to the hedge. The compound had been completed for 3 to 4 years. The hedge was tall, dense, and enclosed. There was a layer of iron fencing in the middle surrounded by the hedgerow. Not only in summer, but even in winter, it was impossible to see through from the outside. With such a double-layer structure, how could one easily find a gap to get out? Let's drop the idea of the hedge, Zhou Xiao. There are no gaps, and climbing over it is even less likely. With my height, I still can't reach the top, let alone climb over. Besides, if you climb over, it would be seen by the surveillance. This direction doesn't work. Zhou Ning focused on the villa's north gate. This gate was made of stainless steel, anti-theft, with double-layered glass, quite elegant and attractive. Although this position was directly under the cloakroom, the fire hadn't engulfed this area, so the glass on this door wasn't broken. Did you collect fingerprints from the north gate? Yang Xuedong walked over and raised his hand. I was the one who collected evidence during the last inspection, and no fingerprints were found on the north gate. Yang Xuedong nodded very affirmatively. No fingerprints were found. The handles inside and outside the door were covered in dust. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After I swept them, I collected some samples and only found some circular imprints, not traces of knit gloves or latex gloves. I made a record, but when summarizing it, there was no option for that on the form, so I didn't fill it in. However, what can be determined is that the door had been carefully cleaned before the fire. Look, team leader. Yang Zitong's voice grew softer, feeling a lack of confidence for not reporting promptly since there were no special findings, while Zhou Ning didn't say anything reproachful, but instead enlarged the tablet image that had been passed to him. The mark wasn't big, no longer than 1.7 centimeters, irregular dots on it, along with wiping traces. Zhou Ning thought for a while, then his eyes lit up. It's a towel imprint. Both latex gloves and knit gloves would seem out of place at this fire scene, but a towel imprint is different. It can easily be dismissed as a cleaning mark. This length and location suggests someone might have pressed down on the handle with a towel. Mr. Zhao leaned in, extracted the trace, and Zhou Ning closed his eyes, visualizing someone covering their face with one hand, the other pressing a towel against the handle to rush into the villa, and then heading straight downstairs to leave through the garage. Zhou Ning opened his eyes and said firmly, after throwing the Molotov cocktail, it would be unrealistic to leave from the main entrance or climb over the wall without being captured by surveillance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. That leaves only one route, entering through the kitchen door and then leaving through the basement. As long as surveillance is avoided, no trace would be left. Zhou Ning paused, and Mr. Zhao's face showed disbelief as he pointed at the north gate and said, "This has a lock." Zhu Xingxing spoke excitedly, rushing to say, "I think there won't be a shortage of people with keys." 2 housekeepers, Dong Chengwen, Feng Hua, the property manager, and, of course, such a big house wouldn't be without a spare key, right? Zhou Ning squinted. A spare key? Don't tell me I forgot about that. At that time, in the first-floor storeroom, one wall was covered with numerous items, and the gas station receipts were found there. Yang Xuedong stretched his neck over, saying uncertainly, if someone left through the garage, would the surveillance not capture it? All surveillance footage extracted on June 29th has been sifted through several times, not only by Jinko Branch Bureau but also by Suda and his team, and we haven't found anyone leaving through the underground garage, right? Zhou Ning waved his hand and dialed Mr. Chu's number. We've arrived at Shanghai Building. We need to run a test. You said before that someone could remotely control the surveillance on my command, right? Yes, I gave Gao Tai a box similar to a power bank and asked him to take it to the surveillance room. I told him how to plug it in, and that's all. Good. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In a moment, find us in the surveillance, compare it with the surveillance from the 29th, and see if we are visible. After hanging up, Sun Gaotai was already holding up his bag. Zhou Ning had put the call on speaker, so he knew it was his time to act. Excited at the chance to do something independently, he said, "Team leader, I'm heading to the surveillance room. Mr. Chu has already told me what to do." Zhou Ning nodded, and Sun Gaodai took off. They all put on shoe covers, geared up, and entered the villa through the north gate. Zhou Ning activated the timer on his phone, bypassed the staircase, and headed straight for the storeroom. Next to the stand where Dong Qingwen's coat was found, there was a message wall with a few hooks in the shape of artistic antlers, holding 3 sets of keys, one set with a self-adhesive sticker on it. Zhou Ning took them down and checked each one. They were labeled back door, garage, master bedroom, study, children's room, guest room. Clearly, these were the spare keys. Although the other 2 sets weren't labeled, the keys were identical. Indeed, there are spare keys. Yang Xuedong opened an evidence bag and placed all 3 sets of keys inside. However, the likelihood of finding any clues on them was slim, as they all knew the murderer was highly skilled in counter-surveillance. Knowing to cover their fingerprints with a towel when opening doors, there was little chance anything would be left behind on these keys. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Throw the Molotov cocktail, return the spare keys afterward, go straight downstairs, let's go check below. The group followed Zhou Ning downstairs, passing through the level's security door and into the garage. Zhou Ning glanced at the time. They had stayed a bit and had only used 1 minute. Zhu Xingxing was about to press the button on the wall to raise the garage door when Yang Xuedong stopped her. Don't rush, Dr. Zhu. Let me take samples first. Mr. Zhao gestured dismissively. I've already taken samples here. Fingerprints of Fang Hua and Dong Qingwen were found on the button. As for that door handle, there were palm prints of these 2 individuals, along with circular traces. According to Zhou Ning's analysis, the murderer probably used a towel to open the door, but how did the surveillance not capture this? Zhou Ning opened the security door. Don't worry, we'll know once we try. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 170 to 169, extras _1 Chapter 170, Chapter 169, extras _1. A few people left the garage, and the security door was not closed. Mr. Zhao, following Zhou Ning's gesture, dialed Sun Gaodai's number. The connection started, and shortly after, Zhou Ning called Mr. Chu. Can you see us? Wait a moment. Okay, I've found the surveillance camera position. I've taken a screenshot and sent it to you. I can see Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing but not you. Zhou Ning glanced at the positions of the 4 people. At that moment, Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing, one stood in front of the rolling shutter door and the other at the driveway location, while Yang Xuedong stood right in front of the security door, which was ajar. Zhou Ning stood to the west of the security door, hiding behind a car that likely obstructed the view. So, the security door to the west of the rolling shutter and Yang Xuedong can't be seen, right? Can't be seen. I tried adjusting the angle, but it doesn't work. A car is in the way. Zhou Ning followed behind the car, walking directly westward, turning through several areas, arriving at a spot that was very spacious, and looked up to see a sign with the words West Area. Mr. Chu, could you check if the West Area is the upper part of the Shanghai building? From the other end of the microphone came the pitter-patter of typing, and then Zhou Ning's phone vibrated. He opened QQ and received a floor plan. He glanced at the screenshot sent earlier. It indeed matched his analysis. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Dr. Zhou, I checked, and the ground-level villa area is separate from the high-rises west area. However, underground, there are 2 passages connecting them. This is a requirement of the civil defense design. The Shanghai building's blueprints had been altered. Before, they were completely separate. Because of this, the residents of the villa area were quite dissatisfied, explained Mr. Chu. Zhou Ning halted, surrounded by many cars. It wasn't night yet, so he guessed many people had not returned. Had it been evening, there would likely be even more vehicles. If someone walked over from the villa area and hid among these cars, it would naturally be impossible to spot them. Mr. Chu, do you have the surveillance footage from June 29th to the next morning? Yes. Do you need me to filter the vehicles that entered and left? Yes, check both in and out. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning returned to the position of Dong Chengwen's home garage. Mr. Zhao was squatting on the ground, examining a spot on the security door. Zhou Ning, puzzled, moved closer. What did you find? Zhou Xiao, look here. The edge of the security door has a metal decoration strip that came unglued. If you lift it, I found what seems to be bloodstains on it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning quickly squatted down. At about 75 centimeters above the ground, the raised metal strip indeed carried bloodstains and seemed to have a strand of fiber as well. Mr. Zhao went to retrieve the fiber, but Zhou Ning stopped him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Use pliers to cut off this metal strip and take it back for inspection as a whole. Judging by the height, someone probably scraped their leg while passing by. If they walked from inside to outside, it would be the left leg that got scraped. Mr. Zhao began to move, and young Qidong also helped out. After pinching off the metal strip with pliers and shaking it a couple of times, it fell off. They collected the evidence, and then everyone went upstairs as the sky had become darker. Let's go, we'll head back. Send what needs to be sent for inspection and match fingerprints where needed. Zhu Xingxing blinked, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. We're leaving just like that? We only proved someone could leave through the garage, but we still have no clues about who it might be. Mr. Zhao made a gesture for silence and tilted his head towards Zhou Ning. Just follow orders. We naturally have a suspect in mind. Young Qidong also showed interest and leaned forward to ask, who? No one answered. At that moment, a car drove towards their location, its headlights flashing. Recognizing the police lights on top, they knew Su Daiyuan and the others had returned. Zhou Ning slightly relaxed and walked toward the car. Su Daiyuan and his team jumped out of the car. Mr. Zeng held up an evidence bag, smiling, which clearly contained a phone, and the case was very sparkly and eye-catching. We found the phone. Did you discover anything here? Zhou Ning gestured to Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhao, who walked over and took the evidence bag containing the phone. Pressing the power button did nothing, and upon inspection, he saw the case wasn't snapped shut properly, and one corner had traces of a cracked screen. Don't tell me it was used by someone? Su Daiyuan's face was very dark. Clearly the process of retrieving the phone was not so smooth. As long as it's found, that's good enough. We need Mr. Chu to check if anyone has used it and also to investigate the numbers and usage records inside. Zhou Ning nodded in agreement. We conducted an experiment, avoiding surveillance by standing at the edge of the shrub wall to smash the glass and then throwing in a Molotov cocktail. You could return to the villa through the kitchen door, consequently escape via the basement level by car. As long as you stick close to the edge, you can completely avoid the cameras. Of course, we also found blood and fibers on the anti-theft door frame beneath the garage. Additionally, I found that the basement of the villa area is fully connected to the high-rise area on the west side. I've mentioned this to Mr. Chu. We need to screen all vehicles entering and exiting the two areas after 11 p.m. on June 29th. Another critical point, should Luo Qian be added to the suspect list? Su Daiyuan paused for a moment. Zhou Ning had made a quick turn, and after thinking it over briefly, Su Daiyuan nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. You mean, Luo Qian came back with Dong Chengwen, and although she lives in the high-rise area on the west side, it is connected after all. I think she can be considered a suspect. In that case, I'll go see Luo Qian directly to draw blood and take fingerprints for samples, and we can bring her in afterward. Zhou Ning shook his head. Don't forget, she's pregnant. It's too late now. I think we can have someone watch her, start by investigating her timeline, as well as review surveillance footage of her entering and exiting the building. We can take her in for questioning early tomorrow morning. The blood tests and other procedures won't take long. If we send samples for examination tonight, Mrs. Cui is going to murder me. Su Daiyuan chuckled and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Zhou Xiao, you really are thorough. I was being impatient again. Let's do as you suggested. Mr. Xing, don't go back. Stay here and keep an eye on Luo Qian. You know which building, right? Mr. Xing was about to shake his head, but Mr. Zhao had already passed him a mobile phone with an address on it, found by Mr. Chu. If he claimed not to know it, he would have only himself to blame. West Area, Building 5, Unit 1, Apartment 2102. I'll set up surveillance immediately. After saying this, he dashed off. Su Dayuan glanced at him, holding back his anger. Nothing was going smoothly, and the few people at hand seemed to be fumbling in the dark, drifting from one thing to another, and also constrained by Su Kejiang. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just thinking about it made him fume with anger. Forget it, let's go as well. Zhou Ning and I will take my car. Lu Yufei, join us, and tell me about the situation with Mr. Fong. Let's ride in the Iveco. Mr. Zhao spread his hands and grabbed a young police officer. He wasn't particularly familiar with this man, but knew his name was Chen Tao and that he held a B license. Buddy, don't run off. You drive this. I need to organize the physical evidence on the way back to send for examination. Seeing Su Daiwan's gaze, Chen Tao hurriedly took the keys. Everyone got into their respective vehicles and drove out of Shanghai Building. Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan sat in the back seat behind the driver's seat, with Lu Yufei sitting to one side, slightly turned to speak quickly. Mr. Fong is being treated at a rehabilitation center in Tangshan. The deaths of Fong Hua and Dong Xiaomi have hit him hard. After all, with Mrs. Feng's passing years ago, these were his only two blood relatives left, and now they've perished in a fire. I talked with him for a long time. At first, he was very angry, insisting that it was Dong Qingwen who had killed Fong Hua and Xiaomi, even suggesting that Dong wanted to change wives. After calming him down, I asked for details. Dong Qingwen treated Fong Hua well, at least, he managed to do well on the surface. In fact, Mr. Fong also knew that Dong had no shortage of women outside. At his level, maintaining their family this way already counted as decent. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He had even advised Fong Hua to turn a blind eye and preserve their family relationship, as even if there were to be a separation in the future, she'd likely not find anyone better than Dong. I pressed Mr. Fong to say if he knew who Dong Qingwen was involved with or if Fong Hua had ever said anything. Mr. Fong said he had seen them twice and had asked Dong Qingwen, who didn't avoid the topic, claiming he would never divorce and would always treat Fong Hua as before. As for those women, they were not important and would lead to nothing. Su Dayuan kept nodding, apparently believing Mr. Fong knew men better. No progress is also a kind of progress. Don't be discouraged, it's clear Mr. Fong has a pretty good understanding of the situation. Considering Dong Qingwen has many women around him, wouldn't Yixiao know even more? After all, things like ordering a cake for an anniversary are all taken care of by her, not to mention managing all afternoon teas and such at the office. Even with Dong Qingwen's status, she's still working hard to keep the law firm operating smoothly. I don't think it's just because of her 2% shares. Mr. Zhao leaned his plump face towards their row of seats, grinning as he spoke. Yixiao is smart. Before we arrived, she had all the surveillance and various information ready. If I were Dong Qingwen, I wouldn't choose a woman like that for a wife. If you have even the slightest idea, she'd know about it before you even act on it. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Better to find someone like Fong Hua, who just needs to be responsible for being pretty. Su Dayuan, unusually, did not disagree and even nodded slightly, seemingly concurring with Mr. Zhao's point of view. You make some sense. By the way, I had someone look for Yixiao, and we've also retrieved the evidence Dong Qingwen stored in his safety deposit box. As he spoke, Su Dayuan opened a file bag, revealing a portable hard drive and a stack of paper documents, which were photocopies of interrogation records. The young man who had accompanied Fong Hua was named Ruxing, 24 years old, an assistant lawyer at Xingchen Law Firm. Although his title was assistant, it essentially meant he was an intern. The records detailed how he Ruxing pursued Feng Hua and the arrangements they made to meet at the Hot Spring Hotel. After reading through them, Zhou Ning frowned slightly and Su Dayuan asked with a smile, "You see it?" "Yeah. Why does it seem like they hired extras, and not very professional ones at that? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. Chapter 171 to 170. Lawyers everywhere _1 Chapter 171. Chapter 170. Lawyers everywhere _1 Zhou Ning shook his head. When I got these materials, I contacted the Wenquan police station immediately, and they really found this report record. The reporter was Dong Qingguan, and the transcript photos they sent were exactly the same. However, who arranged for Ruxing? That's hard to say. Lu Yufei pursed her lips and snorted coldly. Wealthy people really lead exhausting lives. It's like something out of a spy film. But when you think about it, it makes sense. A divorce could mean losing a large part of their assets, and the ownership of the law firm might change as well. If the parting isn't amicable, the other party could do something irrational in anger. All the companies, credibilities, and brand's reputation that has been built up over the years might vanish in an instant. However, if this was all Dong Qingguan's design, then the man cannot simply be described as devious. He's utterly unscrupulous. No wonder no one is willing to represent him in court. Su Dayuan laughed. Lu Yufei's reaction was intense. After all, from a woman's perspective, the whole situation felt dirty. Enough with the sentiment. Hurry back to the station. Send what needs to be sent for inspection and rest if you need to. Tomorrow, Yufei, you'll interrogate with me. After all, the other party is pregnant. Zhou Xiao, aren't you going to help me contact a doctor? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. Zhou Ning didn't open his eyes, instead turning his head toward the window, folding his arms in a pose suggesting he was about to sleep. Shankun's professional association is at the Central Hospital, not in the Forensic Medicine Office Team 2 of the Technical Department. If we're going to find a doctor, just find someone nearby. Don't ask me. Su Dayuan poked Zhou Ning's lower back and laughed, exasperated. Shall I make the contact then? The next day. Just as Zhou Ning stepped out of the car, his phone rang. Before he even took it out, Mr. Zhao commented from the side. Is the boss in a rush? A glance confirmed it was a call from Su Dayuan. Hello, boss. We've just arrived. Hurry up, bring the stuff over for Luo Qian's sampling. She's already here. By the way, have the results from last night's sentence samples come out yet? I'll bring the results over in a bit. Having reassured Su Dayuan, Zhou Ning quickly headed upstairs. Zhu Xingxing and the others hadn't arrived yet. After all, it was only 7:30. Mr. Zhao ran to retrieve the lab results, and soon he returned at a brisk pace. On the anti-theft door of the garage, we found a bloodstain, female, unidentified. But that fiber is interesting. There are two types. One is black 85% nylon plus 15% spandex. The other is black 95% polyester imitation silk plus 0.5% conductive fiber. Zhou Ning reacted for a moment. Black stockings and what fabric? Mr. Zhao grinned, showing off his white teeth, and raised his eyebrows. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. Of course, black stockings are what otakus immediately think of. I guess the same thing at first. But this isn't about black stockings. It's pants with a similar material, the kind worn as leggings for running and yoga. Mrs. Choi said the other fabric is likely from a high-quality yoga skirt or shorts. However, the blood mixed with the two fabrics, given the height of 75 centimeters from the ground and the average height of a woman, that would place it near the thigh. Zhou Ning thought for a moment. He seemed to remember seeing such an outfit in advertisements, though in reality, it seemed rare for someone to walk around dressed like that. But then it clicked in his mind, recalling a comment made by Luo Qian. She wasn't familiar with her, didn't know which law firm she was at, or who her husband was. Could this be some sort of hint? Seeing Zhou Ning suddenly pause, Mr. Zhao knew that Zhou Ning must have thought of something, so he just quietly moved closer and sorted out the lab reports, watching him. Let's go, you're coming with me to Team 1. The two hurried through the corridor and arrived at the first floor below the first team office. The hallway was filled with hurried figures. Lu Yufei was standing in front of the interrogation room gesturing to them, so they quickly walked over. Mr. Su is in the observation room. Who is going to draw Luo Qian's blood? Mr. Zhao took over the box and handed the reports to Zhou Ning. Ilgo, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P drawing blood and taking fingerprints, right? By the way, has the doctor arrived yet? Zhou Ning nodded. Earlier than us, you go ahead. With that, Mr. Zhao entered the interview room with Lu Yufei, and Zhou Ning also entered the adjacent observation room. Su Dayuan was standing in front of the one-way glass looking into the interview room. He turned to Zhou Ning when he heard the noise. Did the blood found yesterday match up? Zhou Ning shook his head and handed the lab report to Su Dayuan. A female DNA, not Feng Hua, and no blood relation with the other two deceased. You brought her in so early? Su Dayuan flipped through the report, sighing. Yes, we had to. Luo Qian booked a flight at 17:20 this afternoon to Hubei. We asked her questions all the way here, but she wouldn't say why she's going back to Hubei, just silent like that. Zhou Ning glanced at the interview room, where Luo Qian was wearing a dress, not particularly maternity wear, just the slightly loose kind. She didn't resist the blood draw and was very cooperative with Mr. Zhao's requests. Who is her husband? Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat strange as he looked at Zhou Ning. I didn't expect that your point of interest would be the same as Lu Yufei's. We checked last night and her household registration indicates she's unmarried. We asked her on the way, but she didn't open her mouth at all. She just wouldn't say anything no matter what we asked. That's also the reason I didn't go in. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning glanced at Luo Qian in the next room, as well as that doctor. Is Luo Qian's physical condition okay? Don't ask her a few questions only for something else to happen. The doctor Mr. he found, Dr. Wang, said that Luo Qian's condition is good. We also found her prenatal checkup records at the central hospital, and there is no registration of a husband or boyfriend. What does that mean? Zhou Ning didn't say anything. He had a suspicion in his mind. Although it was against human ethics, Zhou Ning still had doubts because Luo Qian's anxious state did not resemble that of a cousin. This intuition lingered in his heart. It doesn't mean much, just that Luo Qian is very secretive. Zhou Ning didn't ask any further. If Su Dayuan didn't want to say, then he wouldn't force it. He wasn't a criminal investigator anyway. These were things for Su Dayuan to worry about. Seeing Mr. Zhao finish taking samples, Zhou Ning waved his hand at Su Dayuan. Mr. Su, we're going back first. We'll do the comparison later. I say, Comrade Zhou Xiao, you're leaving just like that? Don't you want to listen to the interrogation? Zhou Ning shook his head, glancing at the time on his watch. DNA results come out at the fastest in 5.5 hours, and then we need to analyze the comparison results, which takes about half an hour. It's 7:12 now, so the earliest we will know anything is 13:12 this afternoon. And if the DNA doesn't match her, will she have to go back to Hubei? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan smacked his lips and no longer stopped Zhou Ning. All right, let me know the results as soon as they come out. Also, the surveillance footage from all the exits of Shanghai building from June 29th to July 1st has been saved and sent to Mr. Chu's email. I asked them to help me look through it since the quality of the surveillance is just SOSO. It's difficult to distinguish license plates and genders at night. Zhou Ning nodded. Okay. After saying that, he turned and walked away. At this moment, Mr. Zhao and Dr. Wang also left the conversation room. The three exchanged a few polite words before directly leaving. Su Dayuan rubbed his chin and, seeing Lu Yufei come out, approached her and said, "Delay the time a bit. I'll talk to her later. DNA takes almost 6 hours. Give her something to eat and drink. Find a policewoman to take care of her, and then you talk to her first. It doesn't matter if she doesn't speak. Understand? Liu Yufei nodded and pointed to herself. Mr. Su, who are you suggesting to get a policewoman to take care of her? In our team, I'm the only woman. You can't expect me to talk to her alone, can you? That's not according to the rules. Su Daoyuan was taken aback, raising his hand to stop her. Wait, I'll go get someone. Why is everyone so prickly today? In the laboratory. Zhou Ning watched the large screen, which displayed 4 surveillance feeds, 2 from vehicle exits and 2 from pedestrian exits at Shanghai residential area. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The timestamp had advanced to the morning of June 30th, 7:20 a.m. There was almost no movement of fire engines or police cars. The number of vehicles at the entrance was gradually increasing. Every time a car appeared, Mr. Chu took a snapshot and checked the vehicle information, while Xia Momo searched for the information of the drivers. Each match was either the car owner or the car owner's wife or husband. Just as a black Volkswagen Longy came into the surveillance frame, the driver paused for a moment with a sideways head movement, as if mouthing something. Zhou Ning raised his hand. Mr. Chu, slow down this frame. Lu Yongxin leaned in, along with 2 technicians from the Information Technology Department, as there were many videos to process, and they thought it inappropriate to leave it all to Mr. Peng in the lab. They all looked at Zhou Ning. What happened? He seems to be talking. The fast-forward speed was too rapid, and I couldn't see clearly. Mr. Chu had already clicked for normal playback, and the car entered the camera frame again. The brakes were hit hard, as if the male driver was not familiar with the surroundings. When the scrolling screen that read the license plate appeared, the car started again. At the same time, the man turned to the passenger seat and moved his mouth. The action was very slight, as if he said 3 words. Can Mr. Xia handle the image quality? Xia Momo had already been attracted over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After toiling all morning and finding some clues, they were very cautious. Xia Momo nodded and quickly operated on the keyboard, significantly enhancing the clarity of the image, which was zoomed in on both the car cabins to fill the screen. In such a state, they could see the man's face more clearly. A baseball cap shielded his eyes, but his mouth was indeed moving. However, after replaying it 4 or 5 times, Zhou Ning didn't see anyone else in the car. Lu Yongxin looked puzzled and rubbed his chin as he said, "From this angle, it seems like there's no one in the car, not even a security guard. What's he muttering? Is he cursing someone?" Mr. Zhao tried imitating the man's lip movements, making several attempts. 3 words. It's not the classic curse word. The first one seems to be a puckered mouth like pronouncing the W sound. The second one has the mouth slightly open, hard to guess, and for the third one, it looks like teeth are together, lips slightly puckered. Without a lip-reading expert, how can we guess? I'll check on the car first. The car owner is named Hiruxing, and he's actually a lawyer as well. Are lawyers everywhere these days? Before he could continue, Zhou Ning was taken aback. He remembered this name. He was surprised at that time because he was the lawyer assistant who went to the Wenquan Resort Hotel with Feng Hua. At this sensitive time, what was he doing here? How could it be him? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 172 to 171, sitting on the ground eating melon _1. Chapter 172. Chapter 171, sitting on the ground eating melon _1. Mr. Zhao spoke quickly. After some introductions, everyone became aware of Hiruxing's identity. Their expressions were all incredibly vivid as Zhou Ning looked up. Check it out, whether he owns any property in Shanghai building. Mr. Chu got to work quickly, while saying, after 2,200 hours on June 29th, I hadn't seen this car enter at all, probably just came here temporarily. The vehicle's electronic entry record also shows this is the only entry and exit record this month. If he owns a house here, why would it be empty? He could at least rent it out for income. Mr. Zhao popped a wafer into his mouth and mumbled, "An assistant lawyer is just a jack of all trades. I asked the Shanghai building's high-level management, and the cheapest is 16,800 now. Even the newly opened districts around here can't reach this price. Plus the shared space in the high floors is quite extensive, and the property fees are outrageously expensive. It's impossible for him to own real estate. Are we perhaps barking up the wrong tree here?" He Ruxing shows up early in the morning. Given his past behavior, clinging onto a wealthy woman's coattails would suffice. What were those three mumbled words about just now? Xia Momo had been silent all along, but her fingers never stopped tapping on the keyboard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning glanced over and saw that Xia Momo had forwarded the video to someone and was chatting with them. Now they had finished speaking, and Xia Momo raised her head and said, "I just consulted with a lip-reading expert. She gave a direction. It's possibly the combination of three pinyin letters starting with WNZ, but as the head was turned sideways, it's not very accurate." Mr. Zhao blinked, took out his phone and typed the letters WNZ, leading to a plethora of combinations. 5-year plan, I'm holding, no female lead, I'm thinking, the inept one, 10,000 years of bamboo, walk south, where to go I can find. Mr. Zhao scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by the search results. What is all this, talking to himself to this extent? Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen. Mr. Chu kept that snippet on loop. When he Ruxing spoke, he turned his head, an unconscious movement, perhaps. If there was someone in the car, or to say someone was hidden there, then it'd make sense for him to say where to go or walk south. "Mr. Chu, can you make out which direction this car headed and afterward?" Mr. Chu switched to another surveillance camera, one that captured the pedestrian exit, but still visible whether a vehicle merged onto the road ahead. He found the same time span. The black vehicle came into the frame, signaled right to merge, then signaled left crossing 2 lanes, and the car turned onto the opposite direction road. Southwards, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This road driving forward is northwards. He took a turn, heading south. Sadly, it's been too long. We can't check the road surveillance, or else we could track this car's whereabouts. Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhao and nodded his chin towards him. "Call Suda, report our findings, and check into this Ruxing. Besides, when zooming in the video, I saw a dashcam on the car. Even if the data is deleted or overwritten, Mr. Chu can recover it." Mr. Zhao nodded. "Tell him, we suspect there's someone in the car, like someone hiding inside." Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao hurried to contact Su Dayuan. The investigation had become more and more complicated. Luo Qian's demeanor, way too casual. If she was the murderer, what good does it do for her? As for this Ruxing, if he was hired by someone, then was it Dong Qingwen who found him? Could it be that someone else sought him out aside from Dong Qingwen? Showed up at such a sensitive time at the crime scene, it couldn't have been a coincidence. Was he the murderer? If he was the murderer, when did Ruxing enter the community? Seeing such a big fire, burning down none other than Dong Qingwen's home, even a fool could make some guesses. To be manipulated so easily, wasn't he just drawing all suspicion onto himself? He's a lawyer, there's no way he wouldn't understand the law, right? As he pondered, Mr. Zhao returned, gripping a part of the report in his hand. "Mrs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Peachway had someone send over a report first. Luo Qian's blood doesn't match the blood type of the samples found at the crime scene. The DNA test is still ongoing." Zhou Ning paused. This result could be said to have overturned his judgment. Could it be that his previous judgment was mistaken, that the bloodstain could belong to the previous housemaid? Mr. Zhao patted Zhou Ning's shoulder, thinking he was feeling disheartened. "Don't be discouraged, Zhou Xiao. The DNA result will be out soon." Zhou Ning returned to the large screen, gesturing to Mr. Chu to pull up the Shanghai building's surveillance again, to continue searching for any females walking or moving inside the community after 10 o'clock, not leaving out the underground garage either. Over at Xia Momo's computer, she was searching for vehicles that entered the community earlier on the night of the incident, as well as the appearance of the pedestrians, hoping to find Hiruxing among them. Just then, at a laptop in the distance, a series of beep-beep-beep sounds emitted. Mr. Chu promptly clicked pause, and Lu Yongxin waved to the two technicians in charge of information technology, gesturing for them to come and continue the work. Zhou Ning followed Mr. Chu's gaze as he rushed to the laptop, unplugging a glittery phone. Zhou Ning hurried over, and the computer had already exported a lot of data. All call logs were displayed, along with missed calls. There were 7 missed calls around 2301, the name labeled as Qianqian/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning raised his eyebrow. Mr. Zhao, how's the interrogation at Su Da's side going? Did you find Luo Qian's mobile number? Mr. Zhao took out his phone and handed over a photo from QQ. The number's here. Zhou Ning compared the numbers and sure enough, this Qian was Luo Qian. Such a designation didn't seem fitting for a cousin. Glancing at Luo Qian's age, Zhou Ning noticed for the first time that she was the same age as Dong Qingguen, both 37. However, Luo Qian's birthday was 1 month ahead of Dong Qingwen's. The speculation that had been in Zhou Ning's mind kept growing. He grabbed his phone and dialed Mrs. Cui's number. Mrs. Cui, Luo Qian's DNA test is out. Could you please compare it with Dong Qingwen's DNA to see if they have a familial relationship? The other party paused for a moment. Close kin. The household register shows that Luo Qian is Dong Qingwen's aunt's cousin. I don't know if it's possible to compare their relationship to see how similar they are. We can check. Mitochondrial DNA is maternally inherited. So, the mitochondrial DNA of maternal cousins is the same. For paternal cousins, it's impossible to confirm directly through DNA testing, but wait a moment, the results are about to come out. All right, I'll have someone go up and wait. As soon as he was done speaking, without Zhou Ning having to instruct, Mr. Zhao had already pushed Sun Gaodai out. Just then, Mr. Chu made a curious sound. Huh? This phone actually has monitoring software installed. It's quite sophisticated. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. That single remark made everyone present freeze. Is it possible to know who's monitoring it? Mr. Chu shook his head. You think too highly of me. This thing can't be traced backward. However, if we find the phone of the person doing the monitoring, we can detect traces. Mr. Zhao leaned in. It's like something out of a spy movie. What kind of secret does Dong Qingguen have that requires such surveillance? Maybe it's the killer. They want to know Dong Qinggwen's every move. Their goal might be just one thing. They don't want Dong Qingguen to die, but they do want Feng Hua and Dong Xiaomi to die. Zhou Ning's mind was in disarray. Mr. Chu printed out the recovered cell phone information. There was a lot, especially on QQ, many file-like things. Zhou Ning flipped through them and noticed a conversation with Yi Xiao that caught his eye. April 2nd, 2011, 1340 Dong Qingguen. Underneath the card holder in my office, I placed a card with 200,000 in it. Take it as compensation for last night. Yi Xiao, Dong attorney, you don't need to give me a card. I've already forgotten about last night. Should I help Qianqian's sister find a repairman later? Dong Qingguen, yes, go ahead. The password is 323,200. The content after was very normal, but the meaning of compensation was not lost on any man. Mr. Zhao whistled and blinked his small eyes. Damn, what a scoop. Obviously, he's got his assistant too. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I remember Yi Xiao saying that she didn't know Luo Qian well, but here she is, Qianqian's sister. That's the password for the door lock, right? German orthopedics? Could the child actually be Dong Qingwen's? Wouldn't that close kinship lead to abnormalities? Mr. Zhao looked at Zhou Ning and saw no surprise on his face, then rubbed his nose. Zhou Xiao, did you guess this long ago? Just a suspicion. I've asked Mrs. Cui to compare the DNA of Luo Qian and Dong Qingguen. The pregnant woman is already 7 or 8 months along. The child's DNA can be detected in her blood. Maybe they're not close relatives. The last few words were quite soft, but Mr. Zhao heard them. He looked at Zhou Ning in disbelief. Zhou Ning rarely spoke about his suspicions, and when he did, there was definitely something he had discovered. Although he did not explain in detail, Zhou Ning's demeanor suggested that his guess might be accurate. Take a look. Does Fanghua have a QQ account? Mr. Chu clicked a few times. Huh? There's Fanghua's QQ account, but it was cancelled on the night of June 29th. Since it's cancelled, I can't retrieve the chat history. Zhou Ning frowned. Could it be that she cancelled her QQ account late at night due to discussions about divorcing Dong Chengguan? QQ chat history would be the best evidence to prove whether or not she had an affair. While the conversation was lively, Momo did not come over. Mr. Zhao glanced and nudged Zhou Ning's arm. Mr. Xia is still watching the surveillance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning walked over and glanced at the screen in front of Momo, which showed the entrance surveillance footage at 2200 hours. Did you find anything? Momo shook her head. I've looked at these before. But if you look at the guard's position, it seems like there's something like a mirror inside the room. As soon as a vehicle comes in, the latter half of the license plate gets too bright to see clearly, and only the front part with Lu Bi is visible. Before, I saw that Volkswagen, with 7 or 8 of them being black, but I couldn't distinguish the license plates. Let me just process this footage a bit. Just as Mr. Xia was about to adjust the video, Zhou Ning raised his hand. Pause it and rewind 10 seconds. I think I saw someone familiar. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 173 to 172 change of face _1 Chapter 173. Chapter 172 change of face _1 in the laboratory. Everyone became tense and instinctively gathered closer to where Xia, Momo, and Zhou Ning stood. The surveillance footage had been rewound, and Zhou Ning stared at the screen. At 22:23, the fast-moving car, now only seen as a blur, was frozen on the large display. Although the image was paused, the license plate was unreadable due to the angle of the car's entry, which was almost side-on. The driver could be seen in the driving seat, wearing a baseball cap and glasses, looking almost identical to the surveillance image from June 30th. However, Zhou Ning furrowed his brows, feeling that it didn't seem to be the same person. Mr. Zhao looked carefully twice, pointing to the position near the rearview mirror where the dashcam was located, and said, "This is He Ruxing's car." Looking at this position, although the details can't be seen clearly, you can make out the tan wooden bracelet with bright yellow tassels. And in the footage of He Ruxing leaving earlier, you can see this decoration. Xia Momo quickly found the surveillance footage that Mr. Chu had just pulled up. The two images were placed side by side on a monitor, and the size of the captured content was adjusted to be as similar as possible. Despite the significant difference in lighting and the license plates being unclear, the bracelets indeed looked exactly the same. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Xia Momo continued to tap at the keyboard, trying to enlarge the footage and adjust the clarity. The face was obscured and couldn't be recognized, but as the person in the video slightly turned their head, a mole on the right side of the jaw caught Zhou Ning's attention. Extract the skeletal data of the two faces from the screenshots for comparison. Xia Momo didn't speak and hurriedly put the two screenshots together. The skeletal data was rapidly captured, and the comparison results came out in a moment. At a glance, the two looked very similar, but the data was completely different. This person was 5.7 centimeters shorter or taller than He Ruxing. This was not easy to notice unless the two screenshots were compared side by side. But the mole. Zhou Ning closed his eyes and searched his memory, trying to remember who had such a mole on their jaw. At that moment, Lu Yongxin recognized something and kept nodding. It's the same car, but it looks like a woman is driving this time. She's disguised herself, but her height and arm length can't be faked. Zhou Ning looked towards Lu Yongxin and nodded slightly. A master indeed had a very keen observation. Just as he was about to speak his suspicions, the door to the laboratory was pushed open, and Mrs. Cui hurried in, clutching a stack of reports, and walked straight to Zhou Ning. She handed him the reports with such formality that Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. It seems the comparison results are out. Mrs.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Cui folded her arms and, seeing that Zhou Ning showed no surprise, sniffed. You're not big, but your mind is like a little fox. Go ahead, it's just as you guessed. Look for yourself. Taking the report, Zhou Ning looked somewhat embarrassedly towards Cui Lily. Mrs. Cui, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. It's very difficult to find evidence in the aftermath of a fire, and it's not easy to convict a suspect even if you find one. I think that the brick was thrown in by the murderer. Glass can melt, but a brick won't. Could you search it several more times to see if you can find any of the murderer's DNA on it, even just fragments for comparison? Mrs. Cui didn't say anything, just nodded slightly and left. Mr. Zhao then came over to take a look. After reading the content of the report, he became unsettled. Damn, Luo Qian's child is Dong Qingwen's. What kind of twist is this? Moreover, Dong Qingwen and Luo Qian are not related by blood at all. Zhou Xiao, did you suspect this all along? Zhou Ning nodded. It was just a suspicion. When I met Luo Qian in the detention center, the look in her eyes when she looked towards the visiting room wasn't worry or nervousness. It felt like she was holding back, like she was restraining herself from rushing in. That gave me a different feeling. Just because of that? Lu Yongxin had also finished reading the report and poked Mr. Zhao. Stop talking nonsense and take the report to Suda/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Dong Qingwen kept saying he didn't know Luo Qian well, and even the people around them were creating that illusion. Obviously, they were trying to hide her identity. But Su Da's team has checked the household registration. How could they not have discovered anything? Mr. Zhao was about to leave when Zhou Ning raised his hand to stop him. Zhou Ning turned and pointed at the screenshot photo that Xia Momo had restored, saying, also, ask Suda to bring Yi Xiao in for questioning. We need to search their house, especially the surveillance footage. We need to go through it again. Yi Xiao? Why do you suspect her now? Mr. Zhao was baffled. I remember that Yi Xiao has a mole on the right side of her jaw, and the reason she was ruled out as a suspect was due to the evidence she provided. But the evidence wasn't verified by us. The fact that Yi Xiao was doing something as mundane as fixing pipes for Luo Qian shows that Dong Qingwen must have trusted her greatly. She must know more of Dong Qingwen's secrets. Realization dawned on Mr. Zhao as he raised his hand, shaking it vigorously. I get it. You're suggesting that the setup for Hiruxing and Feng Hua at the Hot Spring Hotel 2 years ago could have been arranged by Yi Xiao on Dong Qingwen's behalf. That's why even if Dong Qingwen had a special relationship with Yi Xiao, he wouldn't choose her as his wife. After all, she knew too many of his secrets and was far too cunning, not wife material. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning nodded, and without wasting another moment, Mr. Zhao grabbed the report and ran off. Mr. Chu raised his hand, but Lu Yongxin kicked him. If you've got something to say, spit it out. There's no need to raise your hand. Mr. Chu laughed. Dr. Lu, what I mean is, although we can't trace who installed the eavesdropping software on Dong Qingwen's phone, we can take these people's phones and check them. I can find the phone collecting the eavesdropped data. Even if it's been deleted, I can recover it. Lu Yongxin immediately dialed Su Daiwan's number, briefly explained Mr. Chu's suggestion, and, of course, mentioned that Mr. Zhao would arrive soon with details and a full report. In the interrogation room, Su Dayuan hung up the phone and looked at Luo Qian across from him with a complicated gaze. He stood up. Dr. Lu, you keep talking to her. After speaking, he left the interrogation room. Mr. Zhao had already run over, panting from urgency. His hurried actions had already attracted the attention of Bai Ruixin, Tao Zhinshan, and Mr. Xing, who all gathered around. They walked into the adjacent observation room, where Mr. Zhao handed a report to Su Dayuan and recounted all of Zhou Ning's suspicions and various findings. All of this was too incredible. Su Dayuan looked at the others and said, "By Ruixing, find a female police officer in charge of household registration to take over the interrogation from Dr. Liu. Just control Luo Qian, no need to delve too deep. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Zing, go verify Luo Qian's identity, contact the local authorities in Jingzhou directly, and confirm at her home whether she was adopted. Jinshan, go arrest He Ruxing. Even if he isn't the murderer, looking at his actions now, he's helped the murderer escape and enter the crime scene area. That already makes him a participant. Dr. Liu and Mr. Zhao come with me, well, bring back Yi Xiao for questioning, and go to her house for an on-site investigation. Bring back everything, such as surveillance footage. Alright, let's start moving now." Mr. Zhao had already made a call, asking Yang Xuedeng and Zhu Xingxing to come down. Everyone got into their vehicles, and with the wail of police sirens, a fleet of cars burst out of the police station. Su Dayuan, clutching the car door handle, looked at Mr. Zhao. "I didn't notice Yi Xiao had a mole under her jaw. Is Zhou Xiao certain?" Mr. Zhao waved his hand. "Don't worry, Zhou Xiao has sharp eyes. If he says there's one, there definitely is. I don't know about the rest, but Yi Xiao's evidence is too complete. Although she's an assistant at a law firm, she's too calm. Plus, the surveillance isn't unadjustable. If the dates were set a day ahead all along, everything would make sense." No one else in the car spoke again. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Ning Yuan Law Firm. The car had not yet come to a complete stop when Dr. Liu jumped off from the police car in front and led the team straight in. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The receptionist at the front desk was dumbfounded, having never seen such a spectacle. She covered her mouth and leaned against the backdrop wall, her eyes wide. Su Dayuan followed in, pointed Dr. Liu in a direction, and Dr. Liu headed straight for the outer room of Dong Qingwen's office. As soon as the door opened, Yi Xiao looked up. Dr. Liu showed her police badge, then said, "I'm from the Criminal Police Brigade. Are you called Yi Xiao?" Yi Xiao nodded, looking puzzledly at Dr. Liu, even with a displeased and angry expression on her face, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Yes, I am. But what does this mean? Was our cooperation with the investigation last time not sufficient, or are you going to shut down our law firm?" As soon as these words came out, many lawyers gathered around. Even if Dong Qingwen was arrested and their firm investigated, their work was at least unimpeded. But if the law firm was shut down, then their jobs would be gone, and moving from such a tainted law firm would make finding a new job difficult. After all, Ning Yuan Law Firm had become synonymous with scandal. "What do you mean by this? Why are you shutting down our law firm? Even the police can't be this outrageous." For a moment, there were a lot of chattering voices, but they were all shouting from outside. Su Dayuan, who had now reached the door of Yi Xiao's office, looked back at those making noise. "Go about your business. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. We need to take Yi Xiao back to the criminal police team for questioning. Or is it that you have some evidence to provide, or do you have an objection to the police enforcement?" Such a resounding statement made everyone stop their whispering, and no one else came forward. Su Dayuan glanced at Yi Xiao and directly raised a search warrant in his hand. "Yi Xiao, come with us. Take a look at this, it's a search warrant. We need to search your home, car, and office for evidence." Yi Xiao set down the document in her hands, her face devoid of much expression. "I can cooperate, but may I know the reason?" Su Dayuan shook his head. "We can't disclose that for now. There's an eyewitness who saw you, so we need identification, and to collect blood samples and fingerprints for exclusion. Please cooperate." Yi Xiao stood up, and Dr. Liu reached to grab her arm. Yi Xiao dodged away and smiled faintly. "This doesn't seem like an arrest warrant requiring handcuffs, right? I can walk myself, please don't pull on me." I don't want to disrupt the normal operation of the law firm, and I would appreciate your cooperation as well. Dr. Liu smiled and nodded at Yi Xiao. Very well, Ms. Yi, please come with us. Also, we need your home address so we can search there as well. No problem, my home is very close. Dr. Liu unlocked her phone, having received a text message from Mr. Zhao, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It read that from the property records, it was confirmed that Yi Xiao owned 2 properties. One was in the community behind the law firm, and the other was in Lijiang East Road's Zhanghe Jinan, Jinkou District. I need to see Zhanghe Jinan on Lijiang East Road. Yi Xiao paused, her expression changing slightly as she looked surprised and tilted her head, seemingly not understanding Dr. Liu's words. I haven't lived there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 174 to 173. I don't know _1 Chapter 174. Chapter 173, I don't know _1 The car arrived at Zhanghe Jinan. Mr. Zhao, carrying the inspection kit, followed Su Dayuan to the front of building number 6. Although this was also a high-rise, it was clear at first glance that it was a luxury complex, with none of the apartments being small. Moreover, this location was no more than a kilometer in a straight line from Shanghai Building, just separated by a road. It wouldn't take long to get there, whether driving or walking. Taking Yi Xiao up to the 18th floor, they opened the door to the apartment, and Mr. Zhao smiled at Su Dayuan. Leaders, please wait a moment, it'll be quick. Su Dayuan waved his hand, signaling Lu Yufei to take Yi Xiao down, but Yi Xiao disagreed. I'm not going down. I want to watch. Although I don't live here much, there are quite a few things inside. If something goes missing, you wouldn't want to get sued, right? Indeed, those who work at a law firm sure do have sharp tongues. Unaffected and smiling cheerfully, Mr. Zhao suited up, put on headphones, turned on the body-worn camera on his chest, and then entered the room. He didn't rush to begin the inspection. Instead, he kept turning in circles. Zhou Xiao, ask Mr. Chu, where could the surveillance be, and am I looking for an old mobile phone? This is Mr. Chu. Don't move forward. Turn back and look at the top near the door. There's a surveillance camera, and there's another one on the living room TV cabinet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. These two are wireless. Just bring them back. They have SD cards. The data stored in here won't be much. This kind of high-end device usually gets a cloud storage account directly. Look for her computer. I think she can check on her mobile phone. If I know the account and password, I'll be able to log in. Mr. Zhao made 2 sounds of agreement, hung up the phone, and along with 2 detectives, began the search. After checking around, they found a laptop in the study and, in a drawer under the desk, 3 mobile phones that didn't seem very old. Mr. Zhao didn't spare any of the books on the bookshelf either. An hour into the search, Mr. Zhao approached Su Dayuan, several evidence bags in hand. Leader, the inspection is done. We found quite a few items. I'm not sure if Mr. Chu can crack them, locate the cloud storage. Also, I noticed lots of sportswear in Izai's possession, but not a single piece of yoga attire. Su Dayuan squinted his eyes. You mean, she might have destroyed it? Mr. Zhao nodded. It's possible. However, Yang Xuedong just called to say a bag with a yoga mat and strap was found in her car. I think she must have a fitness location where she might have stored items. So, I told Yang Xuedong to contact the larger yoga studios in the city, the ones with high-end chain memberships, to check if Yi Xiao has a membership card. We'll hear back soon and it'll go over after we return to the city center. Let's pull out. Inside the interrogation room of the city bureau, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Ruxing sat on the chair, looking panicked. Whenever he moved, the handcuffs made a sharp sound, and from time to time, he looked up at Tao Jinshan. Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan stood in the adjacent observation room. Su Dayuan glanced at the time and tossed the half-eaten box lunch onto the table. When will the lab results be out? Everything will be out by 5, but some results will start trickling in sooner. Mr. Chu has already found the cloud storage and is breaking the password. The mobile phone will take some time. After all, we don't know which phone had the spyware installed. It's based on luck. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning. He understood the reasoning. After all, the killer had plenty of time to destroy the evidence over the past 2 months. The Jinko Branch Bureau's investigation was sloppy, which I think gives the killer confidence. Moreover, I believe you've got the Midas touch, always pulling through in desperate situations. Zhou Ning gave a sideways glance, thinking, what is this? Am I some sort of lucky charm? What about Yixiao? Is Mrs. Liu interrogating her? Su Dayuan shook his head. No, she's left alone in a room to cool off. That woman is exceptionally sharp. Left to her own devices, she'll start scripting various scenarios. We're waiting for the lab results and information from the yoga studios. So there's no rush, and furthermore, we still don't know the relationship between He Ruxing and Yixiao. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We've checked their household registrations and found no family connections, not even from their grandparents' generation. Let's see how He Ruxing holds up first. He's young and easier to handle. Plus, it's best to start with the easier tasks first. Zhou Ning didn't respond, just picked up a pair of headphones. Tao Zhenqian's voice came through from the interrogation room. You just looked at my police badge. Listen well, I'll only say this once. This is the first team of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the City Bureau, not some local police station. I'm not just scaring you. Without hard evidence, you wouldn't be here, let alone sitting in this chair with handcuffs, got it? He Ruxing nodded, and Tao Zhenqian patted the table. Don't just nod or shake your head at me. Answer whatever I ask you directly, said Zhou Ning. Let's start. What's your name? Gender? Age? Give me your ID number and the place you work at. Startled by this array, He Ruxing's lips visibly trembled. After coughing once, he quickly said, My name is He Ruxing, male, 25 years old. My ID number is 3702119860304 ******, and I work at Xingchen Law Firm as an assistant lawyer. Tao Zhenqian flipped open a notebook on the table, his pen tapping incessantly on the pages, a gesture that made He Ruxing swallow nervously, clearly very anxious. Which school did you graduate from? What qualifications do you have? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I graduated from Southwest University of Political Science and Law with a master's degree in 2010, but I started interning at Xingchen Law Firm at the beginning of 2010, he said. Who got you the internship? I don't understand. He Ruxing was startled and looked up at Tao Zhenqian with confusion. Who arranged for you to go to Xingchen Law Firm? Don't tell me it was your parents pulling strings. I have your detailed information. Your father is just an ordinary electrician with a disability in his hand, and your mother, unemployed from her former post, relies on street vending. However, after this spring festival, your father retired, and your mother stopped vending, and you bought a new house in Liuhe District. Even though you took out a loan for it, the down payment alone was 470,000 renminbi. Don't tell me your family had savings. You applied for student loans for your education, and we have verified your parents' income statements. And at Xingchen Law Firm, your take-home pay after everything is no more than a little over 5,000 renminbi a month. So tell me, where did the money come from? Sweat covered He Ruxing's face, his gaze starting around. Tao Zhenqian slammed his hand on the table, startling He Ruxing. Are you planning to resist till the end? No, I'll confess. I borrowed the money from relatives, he said. At that moment, Su Daiwan's phone rang, receiving a QQ message from Mr. Zeng. The first image was He Ruxing's bank statement, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. On January 1st, 2011, a cash deposit of 400,000 renminbi was made by He Ruxing himself, and in the previous November and December, there were 4 deposits of 20,000 renminbi each, roughly one every half month. The subsequent images were household registration information and an adoption certificate. Su Dayuan looked over them for a while before he understood the relationships. No wonder he hadn't discovered this before. It turns out Isaiah's mother was adopted at 8 years old by a neighboring elderly professor couple and took their surname. Originally, her surname was He, making her the eldest sister of He Ruxing's father. Su Dayuan hastily forwarded the information to Tao Zhinshan. After Tao Zhinshan looked it over, he glanced at He Ruxing. "Should I call your parents in for questioning to find out where this money really came from?" he asked. He Ruxing quickly gestured with his hands. "No need, I'll tell you. I did some work for others and was compensated for it. But it's not something that can be openly talked about, so there's no receipt or transfer record. After all, no one wants to leave evidence behind, you understand, right?" he explained. "Oh? Helping someone with work? What kind of work? Having affairs with married women? Then tell me how you know Feng Hua. Don't say you don't know her. I'm holding your statement from the Wenquan police station in my hands. It was when I was going to Ningguan law firm to handle some affairs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p greater than I stumbled in the parking lot, rushed out and accidentally bumped into her. Her heel broke and feeling guilty, I drove her to get the shoe repaired. After all, she was such a beautiful woman. Afterwards, we exchanged contact information. I swear I didn't know she was Mr. Dong's wife at the time. We would chat online when idle, and then we occasionally had meals together. The trip to Wenquan town was my idea. You know why men go there, don't you? Only, I didn't expect Dong Qingwen to report it to the police, and I was terrified at the time. I had just gotten a job, and if I lost it, how would I live? And knowing Dong Qingwen's means, he could make it impossible for me to survive, he said. He Ruxing, agitated, raised his hands only for the handcuffs to clink loudly. He then moderated his actions. Tao Zhinshan glanced at him, arms crossed, looking at He Ruxing. He Ruxing, my patience is limited. I'm talking to you today to give you a chance. Do you think you'd be handcuffed without any substantial evidence? Don't you see the situation you're in? He Ruxing uttered an awe sound, his face wearing an innocent expression. Tao Zhinshan stood up. Tell me, what is your relationship with Isho? Such an abrupt shift startled He Ruxing, his eyes now filled with panic. No relationship, I don't know her. With a loud smack, Tao Zhinshan had already stood up, walked up to He Ruxing, and slammed his palm on the small table, causing the metal interrogation chair to tremble along with it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p don't say you don't know her. We've sent people to look through decades-old household registration records and adoption documents. Do I need to remind you? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, p chapter 175 to 174. We are not people from the same world _1 chapter 175. Chapter 174. We are not people from the same world _1. He Ruxing's tears had already fallen, probably frightened by Tao Zhinshan's actions. It wasn't just He Ruxing, even Zhou Ning had been startled, but Su Dayuan burst out laughing. Zhinshan's getting impatient. I thought this guy had such a good temper. I didn't expect he couldn't hold his fire just the same. Zhou Ning glanced at his watch. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet. The more anxious he became, the slower time seemed to pass. I wonder how much He Ruxing was involved? Su Dayuan waved his hand. Now he was the one who was calm. No rush, let Zhinshan wear him down. By the way, Su Da, have someone check whether He Ruxing has rented a house at Shanghai Building. With Isaiah's intelligence, she wouldn't do this by herself. She had He Ruxing drive, and even disguised herself as him, but it was only to hope he would take the fall. The best way for them to hide in Shanghai Building is to live there to evade inspections and leave smoothly. Otherwise, from the incident to 7:20 this morning, they couldn't have been in the car for that entire 8.5 hours. Su Dayuan laughed and patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. Don't worry, I've thought of that too, and I've already had Mr. Zhang and the others look into it. Inside the interrogation room, He Ruxing lifted his arm and wiped his face with his sleeve, staring at Tao Jinshan, not daring to avert his gaze. Ill talk, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p were actually distant relatives. Isaiah's mom and my dad are siblings. But the family couldn't afford so many children, so my aunt was given away to the neighbors, a couple who were professors. They took her mom away after the political rehabilitation and cut off contact. My grandpa had said that the old couple didn't have children, lived well, and fully supported Isaiah's mom's education, making her a judge. Not many had such conditions in that era. After the old professors passed away, Isaiah's mom had some contact with my dad and my eldest uncle. However, the relationship was very average. After all, among my father's 6 siblings, either they were poor as can be or uneducated and low status, so seeking her family out was basically for borrowing money or arranging work. Isaiah's mom gradually cut off contact with our family too. I knew about Xiao and that she was my schoolmate, but we never really contacted each other. Given the difference in family backgrounds, even if I tried to reach out, they wouldn't bother, would they? Tao Jinshan leaned forward, resting his hands on the small table in front of He Ruxing, their faces less than 2 fists apart. At such a close distance, He Ruxing couldn't help but blink. You didn't lie at the beginning, but don't tell me you two weren't in contact or weren't familiar. The surveillance footage from June 29th at 22:23 already caught your car entering Shanghai Building, and it left at 7:20 on June 30. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. You think wearing a baseball cap makes you unrecognizable? He Ruxing was dumbstruck, but this time he kept his mouth shut. After all, more explanations would only make things worse. Su Daiwan's phone rang. It was Mr. Zhang on the line. Mr. Su, we've confirmed that He Ruxing indeed rented a room at Shanghai Building, Tower 7, Floor 3, Room 1401, but only for 3 months. He rented it on April 5th and vacated on July 5th, didn't even ask for the deposit back. The landlord isn't local, so he didn't register with the property management. For the car's entrance and exit, the landlord's Bluetooth was used. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning had already drafted a message and sent it to Tao Jinshan. Upon seeing the message, Tao Jinshan couldn't help but laugh. Are you clever or are you a fool? Renting a room in Tower 7, Floor 3, Room 1401 at Shanghai Building in your own name, bringing Xiao to Shanghai Building before the incident, and then taking her away afterwards, with your video images everywhere. Do you know that you're now listed as a suspect in the June 29th arson case? Do you need me to enlighten you about the law? He Ruxing remained silent. Tao Jinshan stood up, glancing at the time behind him. Decided to keep quiet, huh? I've given you a chance. I thought you were young, someone misled, not to have your future ruined like this. It seems you don't cherish it. Mr. Bai, send him to the detention center. I'll go interrogate Xiao first. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As he spoke, without giving He Ruxing a single glance, Mr. Bai stood up, ready to fetch the keys to unlock the handcuffs. He Ruxing became dumbstruck, his body twisting continuously. I haven't admitted to any crime. You can't send me to the detention center. This is against the rules. Tao Jinshan turned his head to give He Ruxing a brief look. Now he was simply amused. You think reading books has made you dumb? Based on the previous records from Wenquan police station and the video captures of you entering and leaving the community around the time of the incident, I can classify you as an accomplice. This means you could be subjected to control, detention, or solely additional penalties. Naturally, you can be sent to the detention center, understand? Let me add one more thing. Dong Qingwen hasn't confessed either. He's still a family member of the victim, but because he's a suspect, he's been sent to detention for 2 months already. What else do you want to know? He Ruxing clutched his hair, shaking his head nonstop, until he finally started to cry out loud, and Mr. Bai also stopped what he was doing. After a short wait, He Ruxing lifted his eyes. I tell you, I really didn't take part in the arson. I was in contact with Yi Xiao, and I went to Xingchen law firm because she found someone. It was a coincidence that I met Feng Hua last year. I wasn't lying about that. It was just that afterwards, Yi Xiao came to me, and she told me about Feng Hua's identity, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I was scared, thinking Yi Xiao was acting on behalf of Dong Chengguan. I swore never to contact Feng Hua again, and moreover, I didn't know before that she was married or anything about her identity. But Yi Xiao pulled me up, saying she believed it wasn't intentional on my part. After all, who wouldn't want a shortcut to a beautiful, wealthy sister? She understood completely. However, this time she came to ask if I wanted to make some money, without involving any reputation issues or affecting future work. I refused, but then she slapped 20,000 yuan in front of me. I won't lie to you. Since I could remember, my family had never seen so much money. Even our old broken house was left to us by my grandfather, and even with my father's disability, my uncle and aunts still coveted it. Then I took the money. Yi Xiao said it was just about me being an extra, and that Dong Chengguan had sent her to do this. She chose me because I was in opposition to their law firm. As long as I followed the arrangements, I wouldn't lack money afterward. Over the next 2 months, she indeed gave me 4 more sums of 20,000 yuan. At first, all I was to do was maintain my relationship with Feng Hua, talk about love, or have an online romance, but no sex was allowed. When I heard the last condition, I just went with it. As for the time I got caught by the police, I received a message from Yi Xiao early in the morning, asking me to invite Feng Hua out to the Hot Springs Hotel, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She told me not to do anything because the police would be checking rooms and reminded me to control myself, or it would affect the rest of my life. I hesitated, but she said when she gave me the money, she had recorded video and audio and could report to the police, claiming I had threatened Yi Xiao. If I did that, not only would I have to return all the money, but I would also be implicated in criminal punishment, and my next life would be ruined. So I agreed to meet up. She explained the process to me, and as expected, we were checked at the hotel at night. We were taken to the police station to make a statement. Although nothing happened, still Feng Hua's husband came. He arrived very fast and was extremely angry. After signing, he took Feng Hua and left. In the months that followed, Feng Hua contacted me on QQ, asking if I was the victim of any retaliation, and she was very concerned about me. But I knew we were from different worlds, and I couldn't give her anything. After all, I was just an actor. Tao Jinshan tapped on the table. Get to the point. How much money did they give you? And why did you go to the Shanghai building on June 29th? Why did you rent a room there? He Ruxing sighed and then said, she gave me 300,000 just before New Year's. I never knew 300,000 in cash was such a large bundle. Afterwards, I did as Yi Xiao requested and kept in contact with Feng Hua, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In March, she photocopied my ID card, claiming she wanted to rent a room but didn't want to reveal her name. You know, I was in her hands, and she was the financier, so I didn't dare offend her. As for that room, I went there 3 or 4 times, and each time, it was me driving her there, though she always lay on the back seat, saying her back was uncomfortable. On June 29th, Yi Xiao asked me to pick her up. She called several times, urging me. I didn't know what happened, but I got to her place at 9 in the evening, and it wasn't until after 10 that she got into my car. She didn't come from the front parking lot, but suddenly appeared on the side, telling me to sit in the back seat. She even pulled off my baseball cap. Later the car arrived at the Shanghai building and went directly to the West District. She told me to get out of the car and go back to the rented house and wait for her call, so I quickly walked away. In the rented house, I waited a while, and when Yi Xiao didn't return, I took a shower. After all, she hadn't said I could leave, and I didn't dare to go. When I finished showering and came out, I heard a noisy sound from the east side, along with flames. At that moment, my heart sank. I had this feeling that it had to do with Yi Xiao, but just then, Yi Xiao spoke up from behind me, scaring me. I asked her what she meant by asking me to come here today. She said if I wanted to know, I'd have to return the 400,000 yuan I had received before, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, only then would she explain. If I didn't return the money, she said to go to sleep, so I had no choice but to sleep on the couch. The next morning, she woke me up, and after washing my face, we went downstairs. She gave me back my hat and threw a bag in the car, asking me to drive away. Officer, I swear I haven't lied about a word. I don't know what she did, so there's no way I can be considered an accomplice. Tao Jinshan nodded and looked at He Ruxing. I believe it. I believe you didn't know anything that night, but what about afterwards? You must have seen the news about Fang Hua being resuscitated, right? So don't tell me you can't be considered an accomplice. When you helped a suspect flee, why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you say anything after the news came out? Why didn't you mention it when we called you just now? Sign here, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 176 to 175 stop, _1 chapter 176, chapter 175 stop, _1 after hanging up Mr. Chu's call. Zhou Ning sighed with relief. In Isaiah's home, the computer and several mobile phones that had been found were decrypted. Traces of eavesdropping software were discovered on the phones, and although they had been deleted, the contents were fully recovered. There were quite a few people being monitored, including the phones of Dong Qinguan, Fang Hua, and Luo Qian, with the monitoring spanning 16 months. Hence, many monitoring files had been deleted. As for the surveillance on the computer, it seemed a professional had been hired to cancel all the automatic sync dates for the surveillance. Instead, they were set to manual date settings, with the default date set 1 day behind the actual date. In other words, the surveillance showed dates from the previous day. In the real surveillance footage from June 29th, Yi Xiao had not returned home, and only images of a cat were captured. Zhou Ning glanced at the time on his watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock now, and the lab results were about to arrive. Su Dayuan, standing nearby, also heard everything clearly. Just as Zhou Ning was about to speak, his phone rang again. The call was from Yang Xuedong. What has Mr. Yang discovered? Team leader, we found Isaiah's locker, but it was empty. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We opened a few adjacent lockers and found a black backpack containing a set of yoga clothes, a black tracksuit, a pair of black sports shoes, a few scraps of cloth, and a strong smell of gasoline inside the entire backpack. Zhou Ning frowned and looked at Su Dayuan. If it wasn't Isaiah's locker, how did you open it? I didn't explain clearly. We just talked to the owner. They started a full renovation of the place on July 3rd and had posted a notice that it would not reopen until October. The front desk recorded that Yi Xiao had visited once, but the scene was very chaotic and all the lockers were sealed with plastic sheets, which is why she left. As for the lockers, they keep detailed records here. No one else used the lockers to the left or right of hers, but they were locked with a code lock that was not from their store, which is why I thought of opening it to take a look. As for the bag, the front desk staff recognized it. It belongs to Yi Xiao, and it's a designer brand I don't recognize, with an oval logo featuring a carriage. However, that front desk lady said the bag is very expensive, and only Yi Xiao carried it. Haven't seen another like it around Qidong. Are the yoga clothes black pants and a black skirt? Team leader, don't make it hard for me. Although I'm married, I can't make sense of these things. The black is like shorts that look like a skirt, and there's another pair of pants that look like tights. The top is a bright pink long-sleeved yoga shirt with a hood, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning laughed. Whether it was the black shorts or the black skirt, the color matched. If they could find scratches, then it would be solid evidence. Bring them back and send them directly to Mrs. Cuisine Place. See if there are any scratches or bloodstains on the left leg. Got it. I'll head back now. But I checked carefully. There are scratches on the left leg as if the thread has jumped. No bloodstains found. The color is black, so it's indistinguishable to the naked eye, and I didn't dare to use luminol spray. Better to send it for testing for accuracy. After the call ended, He Ruxing had already been taken away. In the interrogation room next door, Yufei was led in by Lu Yufei. The switch from casual chairs to such a place had visibly surprised Yi Xiao. What evidence do you have? I'm not a criminal suspect. Release my hands. Despite her verbal resistance, Lu Yufei's actions did not cease, and without any delicacy, she locked Yi Xiao to the interrogation chair. Don't rush, you'll find out soon enough. Seeing Zhou Ning put away his phone and seeming ready to speak, Su Dayuan raised his hand, stopping him. Don't tell me to go to the tech department. Whatever they need to send for testing, they have. I've got Mr. Zhao waiting at the lab door, so once the results are out, they'll send them right over. You stay and watch here, I'll go meet this Yi Xiao. She's given us quite the runaround before. With that, Su Dayuan quickly entered the interrogation room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu Yufei took a seat next to the stenographer, as a female suspect requires the presence of a female law enforcement officer during interrogation. Su Dayuan didn't sit down either, instead standing in front of Yi Xiao. Just now in this interrogation room, He Ruxing confessed. Everything at the Hot Spring Hotel was orchestrated by you behind the scenes. You gave him a total of 480,000 yuan in cash, even contacting He Ruxing to get him close to Feng Hua. Hearing this, Yi Xiao laughed. You're quite funny. Police need to speak with evidence. If someone slanders with just a word, does that make it true? Don't the police investigate? Do you have evidence of me giving him money? Any transfer records? If I say I gave your chief 1 million yuan, is your chief guilty of bribery? Su Dayuan wasn't annoyed. He had been prepared for Yi Xiao's resistance and casually glanced at his watch. I know you're smart, opting for cash transactions. That way, there won't be any transfer records. And if things go south, He Ruxing is your scapegoat, considering from June 29th to June 30th only He Ruxing was recorded entering and leaving the residential area. But don't get too happy too soon. A disguise is just a disguise. Do you think that dressing like He Ruxing and relying on your similar looks and identical attire can fool us? Su Dayuan pulled out his phone and found a screenshot, a comparison between He Ruxing and Yi Xiao from the surveillance footage, identical in scale and angle. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Nevertheless, Su Dayuan pointed out the differences in weight, height, the angle of the jawline, as well as a mole on the jaw. You think your deception is flawless, that if you disguise yourself well enough, you can deceive us. But to us police, these are nothing but clumsy tricks. I can also tell you that the password on your computer has been cracked. We have discovered that you tampered with the surveillance timing, so the alibi footage you provided is totally invalid now. Furthermore, Dong Chengwen's phone has been located. Although it has been reset to factory settings, the content has been fully recovered. Of course, this includes your phone too, where we found applications of wiretapping software. Although they've been deleted, the duration of the eavesdropping, its content, and the wiretapper's information are all intact. I also discovered that you contacted someone from the Jinko Branch Bureau to hide a phone with evidence and even mislead the investigation. There is corresponding evidence for these actions too, and the people you contacted will also face legal consequences. As for talking so much with you, it's just to kill some time. By 5 o'clock, all our test results will be out, and then, with concrete evidence, even if you don't confess, the chain of evidence will be complete. Come on, Yufei, check her leg. Yi Xiao was still in shock, not because of anything else, but because Su Daiwan's attitude was so pressing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It wasn't about getting her to confess anything, but rather he seemed disdainful to converse with her. It was as if he was afraid she might admit to something too early and seek leniency. While Yi Xiao was still dazed, Liu Yufei had already walked to her left side, reached out, and lifted Izai's skirt right up to the thigh, then proceeded to snap pictures with a camera. By the time Xiao realized and began to struggle, closing her legs, Liu Yufei had already finished taking photos. She lifted the camera to show Su Dayuan, then handed the camera toward the direction of the single-pane glass. Zhou Ning leaned in closer. A scratch less than 1 centimeter was very noticeable. Seeing this wound, Zhou Ning clenched his fist tightly. The left leg, its height, position, and the state of the wound's healing were already very close to the answer. At that moment, the door to the observation room was suddenly pushed open, and Mr. Zhao rushed in breathlessly, holding a stack of reports in front of Zhou Ning as he crouched on the floor. "Take a look, the lab results are out. The scanning was a waste of time, so I just brought them over myself." The lab contents were extensive, but Zhou Ning went directly to the blood trace comparison report from the garage's security door. The conclusion stated that the fiber and blood mixture found on-site matched perfectly with Izai's DNA, coming from the same person. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Also, in the yoga studio's bag of clothing, the missing fibers matched those collected from the garage's security door. Blood traces from Xiao were also found on the yoga clothing, and the soles of the shoes found in the yoga bag contained pieces of glass, gasoline, and particles of burned ash. Now, with the photographed injury on Izai's leg just now, we can prove that she indeed got injured in the garage. Additionally, in the trash bin of Hiruxing's rented house, a blood-stained bandage wrapper was found. The blood was also confirmed to be Izai's through tests. As Zhou Ning turned to the last page, he paused. The analysis of the material extracted from the crevices of bricks revealed female DNA, which matched perfectly with Izai's DNA. This was an unexpected bonus. Zhou Ning's heart raced, and he immediately dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone. Inside the interrogation room, hearing the ringtone, Su Dayuan took out his phone and saw that it was Zhou Ning's number. He laughed, lifted the phone, and waved it at Xiao, his demeanor of having everything under control intensifying her nervousness. "See this? The forensic doctor is calling. It seems the lab results are out. Just wait a moment, Assistant I'll share with you shortly." Izai's breathing quickened even more. At this point, she didn't know which of the police's operations were true or false, especially the recent examination of her leg wound, which she wasn't even aware of when it happened. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She only noticed the injury back at the rental house and applied a bandage to prevent bleeding. Could she have left something behind at that time? Xiao struggled a bit, her handcuffs clinking noisily, and she quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, officer, please stop." Su Dayuan raised his finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture, then broke into a smile. "Save your excuses, we're just wasting each other's time. Think it over and decide how you'll answer my questions. I'm going to retrieve the report now to see if it brings any surprises. Does that sound fair?" Xiao shook her head. "No, don't go, officer. I've been framed. I'm just Dong Chengwen's assistant. I might have helped him with some illegal activities, but that doesn't mean everything Hiruxing says is true. He's purposely framing me." Su Dayuan appeared to clean his ear, clearly unimpressed by her words. "That's enough. Just be patient for a bit longer. I'll have good news for you shortly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 177 to 176 Killing Intent _1 Chapter 177. Chapter 176 Killing Intent _1 Su Dayuan arrived at the observation room and snatched the report from Zhou Ning's hands. After flipping through 2 pages and finding it all Greek to him, since the comparison was extremely complex and the report loaded with jargon, Su Dayuan threw the report aside without trying to understand what it said. "My head's a mess. I can't digest any of this right now. Just tell me straight up what the results are." Zhou Ning repeated the findings from the report, especially mentioning the brick, yoga outfit, and shoe sole DNA comparison results. Hearing the end, Su Daiwan's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the last report's results, where Zhou Ning had already circled the key section with a pen. Damn exciting, I didn't expect this. All these items bearing results, especially the brick and shoe sole, they're like undeniable evidence. Glass, gasoline, ash, all here. Just stay put and keep watching, and don't tell me you need to go to tech to sort out the reports or something. Play mascot for half an hour. Zhou Ning almost laughed. He didn't know why Su Daiyuan had become so superstitious, but there was no need to hurry now since the case was essentially solved. Mr. Zhao nudged Zhou Ning, looking utterly confused. I mean, Zhou Xiao, why do you think Yi Xiao did all this? Zhou Ning looked towards the interrogation room where Yi Xiao was nearing a breakdown. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Now her eyes were filled with panic. Maybe she was clever and had previously been sufficiently ruthless, even capable of strategizing, but once in the police station and no longer the center of attention or cared for her performance, she was the most panicked. The words he Ruxing just said were thought-provoking. Isaiah's mother, after being adopted, had changed her social status and didn't have to worry about basic necessities. But this upbringing wouldn't drive Yi Xiao to the extent of committing a crime just for money. After all, as the most trusted assistant of Dong Chengwen, she must have known numerous core secrets and wouldn't have been short of money. This was evident from her clothing, the various properties, and items she owned. Moreover, being the only daughter at home, she had no competition for the inheritance. Could Dong Chengwen be that charismatic? Probably not. Or maybe, was it the process of conquering Dong Chengwen that got to her head? What for, only Yi Xiao knows. Initially, when she framed Fang Hua and caught evidence of his affair, those tactics were clearly Isaiah's. Perhaps Dong Chengwen really wanted to do so at the time, but he must regret it because once that happened, his relationship with Fang Hua could never return to what it was. Just like on June 29th, when Dong Chengwen sought a divorce from Fang Hua, I believe Yi Xiao played a significant role in that. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. As for Luo Qian, looking back now, the reason our attention was drawn to Luo Qian was due to Isaiah's deliberate guidance. Mr. Zhao kept nodding. Talking about Luo Qian, Yi Xiao claimed she didn't know who her husband was or in which law firm he worked. She emphasized she had only visited the Ning Yuan law firm a few times with the doors always closed. If they were indeed that indifferent to each other, why would she care so much about Dong Chengwen's affairs? It's all too suggestive. Okay, let's stop guessing and see how Suda goes about questioning. The two stopped talking and turned their attention back to the interrogation room, where Su Daiyuan showed Yi Xiao every examination report and patiently explained the technical details. After explaining, Su Daiyuan looked at his watch. It's past 5. It'll give you 10 minutes to speak up if there's anything you want to say. Honestly, your testimony doesn't matter much at this point. If you refuse to admit to the crime, it'll just be seen as obstinate resistance, and they'll be harsher when sentencing. But for 2 lives taken, you know what charges you face. There's no need for me to spell it out. After all, you're a bright graduate from Southwest University of Political Science and Law, right? As time ticked by, Yi Xiao, who had been leaning forward on a small desk with her elbows propped up, let out a slight sigh and leaned back into her chair. 7 years ago, I came to Ning Yuan law firm. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. At that time, Dong Chengwen was a nobody, despite having a few successful cases, but he had offended more people. Tires slashed, law firm vandalized with paint, such incidents were frequent, and the firm struggled to retain staff. Despite that, he drew me in. You haven't seen him in court. The way he gave no quarter to the opposition completely won me over. He was already married, though, with a marriage that seemed happy to outsiders, but was really only a constraint. I had to suppress my feelings and slowly gained his trust, eventually building up the firm's team. Everything changed on New Year's Day of 2010. He gave me a photo and asked me to find someone. That someone was Luo Qian, and then I learned his story, which completely overturned my understanding of him. Any hopes I had harbored were dashed. It turned out that in his childhood, he fell in love with his cousin Luo Qian because he always knew Luo Qian was adopted. But neither of their families approved, and they forced Luo Qian to study abroad. No one knew where Luo Qian had gone. It was only then that he left Hubei to try his luck in Qidong. Even when his father introduced Fang Hua to him through an old friend, he had no objections. As Dong Qingwen put it, if the person he was marrying wasn't Luo Qian, it didn't really matter who it was. Over the following years, he gradually became a leader in the industry. He also heard that Luo Qian had returned and had come to Qidong. I couldn't refuse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After a little inquiry, I found Luo Qian, and after becoming friends with her, it took half a year to arrange a meeting with them. At that time, I found a hacker overseas and found an excuse to give them all cell phones with installed surveillance software. I was obsessed with finding out what Dong Qingwen intended to do. However, to my surprise, Luo Qian didn't want to destroy his family. She said everything was in the past, and there was no need to cling to obsessions. Dong Qingwen was devastated, but I knew that men, especially a successful one like Dong Qingwen, found refusal to be all the more enticing. After a few encounters, I realized that Luo Qian was not doing well. Then I advised Dong Qingwen not to rush and to express his feelings for Luo Qian. He had to show sincerity and at least settle his family affairs properly. An ordinary divorce, which would split the ownership of the law firm, would be very unfavorable for him. Such reasoning naturally won Dong Qingwen's approval. He trusted me even more. Although I was just an assistant, I had more authority than the vice president. But that was not what I needed. Before Teacher's Day 2010, I discovered Fang Hua's unusual activities. To my surprise, she was actually interacting with He Ruxing. I went to find He Ruxing. Of course, you all know what happened next. I then staged a scene and made sure it was recorded by the Wenquan police station. But Dong Qingwen felt he was being unfair to Fang Hua and Dong Xiaomi. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This deepened the barrier between him and Luo Qian even more. On April 1st of this year, I took advantage of Dong Qingwen being drunk and went to bed with him. Dong Qingwen felt guilty and wanted to give me money to lessen his guilt. He told me, "You know who I have in my heart. There's no room for anyone else." I was devastated and disappeared for a few days. When I came back, I found out that Dong Qingwen had gone on a trip with Luo Qian. Their relationship had progressed rapidly, something I had not expected. While listening in, I found out that Luo Qian was already pregnant, but she hadn't told Dong Qingwen. Meanwhile, Dong Qingwen kept thinking about the divorce. His divorce agreement was revised over and over again for more than a month. I knew I didn't have much time left. If I couldn't have it, then no one could. It would be better if everyone was destroyed together. I had He Ruxing rent a room in the Shanghai building. Then I adjusted my home surveillance system and started searching online for cases about explosions and accidental fires, calculating the quantity of fuel needed to start a burn and prepared gasoline, medicine, and other items well in advance. On June 29th, while Dong Qingwen was out picking up a cake, I snuck a peek at his briefcase and found the draft divorce agreement. I knew it was time to act. I contacted He Ruxing, told him to stand by, and dressed him in the clothes I prepared. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In the pantry, I injected diazepam into the cake, and to be safe, I also sprayed some on the surface. I knew Dong Qingwen didn't like sweets and hardly ever touched cake. After Dong Qingwen left the law firm, I drove straight home. Then I got into He Ruxing's car. I had him lie in the back seat while I listened to his phone conversation with Luo Qian. After he got home, I listened to his interaction with Dong Xiaomi and to him telling Fang Hua, "After we finish the cake and put Dong Xiaomi to bed, I have something to talk to you about." I took advantage of a car passing in front of me and a barrier that hadn't dropped to speed through. Only if I was fast enough would the surveillance footage be blurry. Then I drove to the underground garage and saw a pickup truck 1500 blocking the security door next to Dong Qingwen's home. I was even more delighted. I got out, told He Ruxing to go to the rented apartment, and warned him not to casually look up at the surveillance camera. If there was any problem, we would all die together. I then carried a yoga bag, cushioned with a small towel, entered the password, and went into Dong Qingwen's home. The sounds of their argument reached my ears, and I was overjoyed. I called Luo Qian, asking her to persuade Dong Qingwen to not rush the divorce. If a scandal like domestic violence were to leak, it would be the end of his career in this industry. With that said, Luo Qian was surely panicked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Suddenly, Dong Qingwen's phone wouldn't stop ringing, but he never answered. He tore up the divorce agreement and stormed out. I waited a minute and, hearing no more crying upstairs, assumed the drug had taken effect. I went to the storage room for the keys, always cushioning them with that small towel. Exiting through the back door of the kitchen, I hid by the shrubbery at the perimeter wall and smashed the window of the cloakroom with a brick from my backpack. Not hearing Fang Hua's voice, I lit the cloth on the bottleneck and threw the bottle through the window. After that, I quickly re-entered through the kitchen's back door and returned the keys to the storage room. I left through the garage on the negative first floor, winding my way behind the heavy-duty pickup truck, sticking close to the edges until I reached the western high-rise area. I took the elevator upstairs to the rented apartment and didn't have He Ruxing take me away until past 7 in the morning. That is what happened. But what I don't understand is, where did I slip up? Why didn't you suspect Luo Qian? After all, she also lived in the Shanghai building, and if something happened to Dong Qingwen, she would be the biggest beneficiary. Moreover, she had more motive to kill him. Yi Xiao spoke rapidly, and the stenographer's fingers almost sparked from the rapid typing. Su Dayuan listened to this question and kept shaking his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He glanced at the stenographer, and Lu Yufei quickly stood up and brought the printed transcript over to Yi Xiao. There are too many flaws, especially the injury on your leg. When you left, you scraped the metal strip on the edge of the security door. You probably didn't feel the pain due to the agitation. The bloodstain is different from Luo Qian's. We naturally looked for other targets. Besides, you should know that fake will always be fake. As soon as we took over the case, we found anomalies because among the evidence transferred to the scene, Dong Qingwen's cell phone was missing. Did you think you could cover everything up just by restoring it to factory settings through connections? You underestimate our police force and current forensic methods. Sign here. Before the trial, you'll have a long time to go over the details of the case. Of course, you can also think about who you will hire as your defense lawyer. I guess Dong Qingwen won't be defending you. Such a heart-piercing statement made Yi Xiao close her eyes, and a tear slipped from the corner. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 178 to 177. Scarred Eye Man _1 Chapter 178. Chapter 177. Scarred Eye Man _1. Mr. Zhao folded his arms and spat out disdainfully. Damn, it's only now that she realizes Dong Qingwen might hold a grudge against her. This woman is truly terrifying. It seems all her intelligence is invested in this matter. Zhou Ning's brows were tightly furrowed, and there was not a trace of relaxation on his face. Mr. Zhao looked puzzled. What's wrong, Zhou Xiao? The case has been cracked, and Yi Xiao has already admitted to the crime. What else are you worried about? Just then, Su Dayuan came in through the door and heard Mr. Zhao's words. The excitement on his face also faded a bit. Zhou Xiao wasn't someone who expressed his feelings carelessly. After taking a careful look at Zhou Xiao, Su Dayuan moved closer. Tell us, what's on your mind? I remember, the files mentioned that Yi Zia's mother is a judge, right? No need for Su Dayuan to answer. Mr. Zhao was already nodding over there. A mother who is a judge and a father who works in the prosecutor's office, and she's an only child at home, but this has no necessary connection to her committing a crime, does it? Zhou Ning pondered for a moment before lifting his head. This case doesn't need to wait for the transfer to the prosecutorial authorities. I'm afraid Isaiah's parents will find out about it tonight. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I've carefully analyzed Isaiah's interrogation just now. She was extremely fixated on Dong Chengwen, and it was all on her own initiative. If this point is amplified and presented, there's a term you're all familiar with, paranoia. Another term is paranoid personality disorder. Currently, our country's criminal responsibility is mainly divided into 3 levels: full criminal responsibility, limited criminal responsibility, and no criminal responsibility. Su Dayuan was startled and narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding Zhou Ning's implication. Article 18, Clause 3 of the criminal law states, a mentally ill person who has not completely lost the ability to recognize or control his own conduct and commits a crime shall bear criminal responsibility, but may be given a lighter or mitigated punishment. From the aforementioned provisions of the criminal law, it is clear that the criminal punishment for mentally ill people with limited responsibility is different from that for criminals with full criminal responsibility, as well as from those who are completely without criminal responsibility. Mr. Zhao looked from Zhou Ning to Su Dayuan, stamped his foot, and got anxious. What are you two getting at? Are you saying that we've been busy for nothing and encountered a professional who might exaggerate a minor issue with Yi Xiao into a major one, allowing her to escape legal sanctions? Is that what this means? Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan nodded together. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning's gaze landed on Su Dayuan's cell phone. We've done our part, and the case has been essentially cleared. At least Dong Chengwen's suspicions have been removed. As for the next steps, that's up to Mr. Hu to decide. We're leaving, and the report will come tomorrow. Su Dayuan did not stop them. After leaving the criminal police brigade, he looked up at the sky, and Mr. Zhao sighed. Well, we can't help with what's next. About Professor Li, do you need to send a message? Zhou Ning nodded slightly. I need to send a message back. Later, when I return, I'll contact Professor Li. It's too early in me country right now. Mr. Zhou patted Zhou Ning's shoulder and moved in close. Let's go, I'll take you back. I've been working nonstop these past few days. My arms and legs feel like they each have their own agenda. I need a good rest. After drying his hair, Zhou Ning sat down on the sofa. He took out his cell phone, and it was almost 8 o'clock. Zhou Ning composed a message with the details of the case and all the information about the people involved and clicked send. Soon after, a text message came in. Zhou Ning, I've seen your message. I didn't expect the case to be solved so quickly, but this outcome is indeed rather sigh-worthy. I'll talk to Mr. Hu later, and we'll try to transfer the case as soon as possible, with no interference. Zhou Ning looked at the message, replied with an OK, and let out a sigh of relief. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although the case was solved, Zhou Ning always had the feeling of being used. Dong Chengwen had not disclosed all the details at the time of the incident, and even after their repeated investigations and 2 meetings, he never fully told the truth. This means he knew who the murderer was all along and was well aware that Luo Qian wouldn't be implicated. Even when she was temporarily considered a suspect, he offered no explanation. All that talk about his family not agreeing to their relationship was his own story. He had no deep feelings for either Fang Hua or Luo Qian, and Yi Xiao was just an object he used. From beginning to end, he was the most selfish person. And with this case closed, he would cleanse his name, and his reputation would be higher than it is now. After all, the case was sensational, and he even emerged in the industry as a victim. All for his first love. What a brilliant strategy. Yet from beginning to end, he had done nothing. Zhou Ning felt a tightness in his chest. He threw off his bath towel and flung himself onto the bed. To pull himself out of the doldrums, he subconsciously raised his hand and waved it in front of his face. Then he opened the basic information on the large screen. Seeing the data there, Zhou Ning immediately lost his composure. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes. Could it be true? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p bound user. Zhou Ning age, 27 Forensic Doctor level, 2 overall evaluation, learning ability is passable reward utilization rate, 42% upgrade cumulative value, 200. 2,000 cumulative value required for upgrading. Unexpectedly, he had leveled up. Though there were no various countdowns and no prompts reminding him like a death knell, completing cases still earned him upgrade values, and he even had 200 left after leveling up, which was certainly surprising. However, after several consecutive upgrades without enhancing his existing abilities, Zhou Ning didn't know what to do. Was there some action needed? But there were no prompts, were there? Zhou Ning observed carefully and noticed that the layout of the entire screen seemed to change with the upgrade. On the edge of the screen, there was an icon shaped like a loudspeaker with a slanting line across it, like the mute symbol on a phone. After thinking for a moment, he clicked on the loudspeaker and suddenly heard a prompt in his ear. System prompt. In accordance with the bound user's behavior habits, the system has automatically entered mute mode. However, in mute mode, task prompts will not be received. Regardless of the cases the bound user takes, they will all be considered system tasks and rewards for solving them will be doubled, with the awarded rewards automatically added to the cumulative value. To open the lottery page, just click on the envelope symbol at the lower left corner, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The opportunity to open the lottery page can't be closed once used, and it will also default to system upgrade prompts. If the bound user gains lottery opportunities and secures all the rewards, they will automatically be exchanged. Of course, once the bound user reaches level 5, they will default to receiving all the rewards needed for exchange, and as the bound user's level increases, damaged memories will gradually be repaired. Please choose carefully. Zhou Ning fell silent. What's found comes when called, and to get it sooner means to enjoy it sooner, but this rate was too slow. As for the software, he didn't need to do anything at the moment, since the research work had already entered the 3rd stage. Of course, what attracted Zhou Ning the most was the last sentence about gradually restoring memories. Dr. Shi had already treated him a few times, but no new images emerged, so Zhou Ning, with determination, clicked to turn off the loudspeaker. Then he closed his eyes, and just as he drifted between sleep and wakefulness, he seemed to be pulled back into that dream. The cold sensation beneath his feet made Zhou Ning shudder, and he hurried toward the bright hole. The shearling shoes appeared before him again. Zhou Ning bit his lip hard, struggling to control the fear coursing through his body. His gaze slowly moved up from the shoes. The man kept repeating, "Damn woman, still want to, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As Zhou Ning's eyes reached the man's face, he noticed the thick fog on it had largely dissipated. The gaunt cheeks, pitted face, and what seemed to be a scar over the right eyebrow, a particularly ferocious scar. But after a careful look, Zhou Ning still couldn't see it clearly. However, he felt very clearly in his heart that it was a terrifying scar, and the end of the scar even extended to the man's eyelid. With a loud bang, everything froze. Zhou Ning felt warm liquid flowing down his head. He wanted to continue looking, but still couldn't control his body. At the same time, the scenery before him changed. It was still an autopsy table, but the shadowless lamp overhead had become a high-end maquet four-leaf clover type. Before he could react, a corpse appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Ning didn't wait for the system to explain. He lunged straight for the corpse. He wanted to complete the autopsy as quickly as possible. Now accustomed to the grueling training, Zhou Ning had even started to welcome it. Because completing just one autopsy training would earn him a point, he wanted to level up, to regain the missing memories, to see the full image of the scarred man. The prompt in his ear kept going, and Zhou Ning tried hard to remember the introductions. As he made incisions in the chest and abdomen, he used his hands to separate them, and then lifted the bone saw to begin cutting. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. Chapter 179 to 178. My sister disappeared _1. Chapter 179. Chapter 178. My sister disappeared _1. September 9th. 2011. Mr. Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead, tossed the tissue into the trash, and then waved at Zhou Ning, who was not far from the car. Stop looking. Take the car for a spin to break it in. Zhou Ning hastily waved his hands. Let's not embarrass ourselves here. Let's leave first. Mr. Zhao seemed about to say something else, but seeing Zhou Ning's nervous sweat form on his nose, he laughed and shook his head. Look how nervous you are. You weren't this jittery during driving practice on University Road. Now that it's your own new car, you're afraid to damage it? Zhou Ning nodded. You drive first. I won't hit the road until the plates come. A while ago, Mr. Zheng from the lab just got his car and, in less than an hour and a half, a lady who made a mistake at the intersection and pressed the gas pedal instead of the brake slammed right into the bank entrance. The car was a complete write-off. It was heart-wrenching. I really don't want that to happen to me. Mr. Zhao sighed, but gestured to Zhou Ning to get in the car before he settled in the driver's seat himself. Mr. Zheng really had bad luck. The at-fault driver's insurance had expired, the driver is still in critical condition, and she doesn't have any assets, only debts. It's such a headache dealing with that. Come on, get in. Weren't you going to see Dr. Zhou? Zhou Ning hummed in agreement. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. He was supposed to go last weekend, but a case had come up. Today they were off, spending the day picking up the car and visiting Dr. Zhou, especially since there had been some new developments in his dreams. Let's go then. First, to Dr. Zhou. I'll have my treatment, and you call Shansuan. If I finish early, the meal is on me. Mr. Zhao glanced at Zhou Ning, incredulous, as if he couldn't believe his ears. So proactive? Last time, we nagged you for a half-month, and you didn't offer to treat us. What's this all about? Are you intending to sacrifice to the new car? Zhou Ning dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, not buying into that superstition. We haven't gotten together for a while, and Xiaoyu is coming over today. I actually have a hidden agenda, hoping that He will be my brother-in-law and just providing some convenient opportunities. Mr. Zhao pursed his lips and started the car, heading toward the psychological clinic. You're really not considerate, not even trying to set me up with Xiaoyu. I think I'm more suitable. I'm younger than Mr. He, and even if I don't make as much money, I'm good at having fun and making people laugh. With that kind of competitiveness, how can you not consider me? Zhou Ning couldn't stop laughing. Mr. Zhao was really putting in the effort to sell himself. Zhou Ning slapped Mr. Zhao's belly, sending ripples through the fat as if they were ripples on water. Buddy, you can't talk about me like that. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. You wouldn't get past my second aunt with that waistline of yours, which must be over 3 feet 5 inches, right? Mr. Zhao looked aggrieved and snorted, about to hit the brakes. I've worked hard to grow this flesh, and you still despise it? Zhou Ning was amused and quickly waved his hand. Stop joking, let's get to Dr. Zhou, and then on the way back, we still have to buy vegetables and seafood. Mr. Zhao looked puzzled. What do you mean? Are you saying we're eating at your place? Yeah, I bought an electric hot pot and have already ordered beef and lamb rolls. Of course, there's also a lot of stuff like meatballs, but now we just need seafood and vegetables. Mr. Zhao's displeasure disappeared in an instant, and he pressed the accelerator a bit more aggressively. Why didn't you say so earlier? I love hot pot, but eating it outside is not satisfying or safe. By the way, aren't you bad at cooking? Zhou Ning nodded. I can't cook, but I can make instant noodles, so as long as it's something boiled in a pot, I think it should be fine. Now, quit the chit-chat or we'll be too late to buy seafood. Mr. Zhao quickly focused on the road, and the car swiftly turned onto a highway. Soon they arrived at Taingxia's psychological clinic. Zhou Ning glanced at his watch and opened the car door. "Come inside with me, it's too hot outside." Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes, clearly. Zhou Ning was just trying to save gas by avoiding air conditioning and pretending to be considerate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p pointing to a nearby parking lot, he said. "I'll go park the car over there." "You're just worried about me using up gas with the AC on, aren't you?" "Yeah." "You're saying yeah?" Zhou Ning didn't waste words. He gently closed the car door with such excessive caution that Mr. Zhao couldn't help but clench his jaw. Entering the psychological clinic, the receptionist approached Zhou Ning with a slight nod and an apologetic tone. "Forensic Doctor Zhou, hello. Our Dr. Sher has been asked by a friend to see an emergency patient. He's in a consultation upstairs. Dr. Sher said to have me escort you to the lounge outside his office to wait. Please don't rush." Zhou Ning was quite understanding. It was like the surprise 6.29 case had gotten. Many things were decided last minute and often out of their control. Being so rushed that he didn't even have time to call meant the patient must be really serious. "No worries, you go ahead with your work. My friend and I will head up and wait. No need to attend to us." The receptionist smiled even more brightly. Men and women are the same. It's such a joy to talk with a good-looking person of the opposite sex, especially when they're gentle, a happiness that has nothing to do with love, just pure bliss. Just then, the clinic's door was opened again. Mr. Zhao dashed inside, wiping the sweat off his brow. The girl was about to get up, but Mr. Zhao quickly pointed towards Zhou Ning and then hopped over in a few quick strides, taking 2 steps at a time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Once upstairs, hearing the noise coming from the clinic, Zhou Ning explained to Mr. Zhao that there was a hot pot waiting for them later. Mr. Zhao was in such a good mood that he didn't mind the disruption and took out his cell phone to play Snake. Seconds and minutes ticked by. Zhou Ning's eyes were half closed, and he was becoming drowsy, but a sudden scream from inside the clinic dispelled all his sleepiness. It seemed as if Dr. Sher was offering comfort, along with the soothing voices of others. After a while, the screaming gradually subsided. However, the girl's voice could still be heard, speaking extremely fast, her voice an octave higher than before. "I don't know how to explain. I feel like I'm going crazy, and this thing has been troubling me. But after I started school, I dared not mention it to anyone, because everyone gave me such strange looks, as if I were a monster. But that dream seemed so real, like a sequence of small vivid dreams, all connected. Every day I would drag my lisping little sister around the yard playing hide-and-seek, playing with mud, and even catching ducks." Dr. Sher's voice was calm and slow, offering a comforting, soothing tone. "Take your time, deep breaths, relax your body. Now, slowly open your eyes. Good, relax. Look at me and tell me about your dream, okay?" An anxious man said. "Doctor, having her recall that dream, isn't that only reinforcing the memory? She's been acting as if she's haunted. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Are you going to write a talisman and give her some talisman water next? Are you really a psychologist?" Zhou Ning blinked. This man was bold, questioning a doctor's professional skills and interrupting the psychologist's treatment session. How ignorant. Following Zhou Ning's gaze, the door to Dr. Sher's clinic opened, and a man was quite literally thrown out by the collar, still highly agitated and continuing to shout and jump. However, he calmed down immediately upon seeing Mr. Zhao in his police uniform and Zhou Ning. He found a corner to sit down in, but his eyes remained fixed on the clinic. In the clinic, it seemed Shi Tianzhao was standing close to the glass door, so even though he lowered his voice, Zhou Ning could hear clearly. "Okay, now that no one will disturb us, is he your brother or your boyfriend?" "Boyfriend. He dislikes how I always wake up startled or even screaming, which is why he took me to so many neurologists. That's how we were referred to you. I can remember some bits when I wake up, just not as clearly as I do at night. Don't rush. Tell me the story slowly, or just chat with me about that ongoing dream of yours." The girl seemed to reflect for a moment, organizing her thoughts, before she started speaking. She said that in the dream, she appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, with a younger sister nearly 1 or 2 years her junior, speaking indistinctly, always stumbling when walking. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Her little sister followed her everywhere she went, imitating whatever she did. With a foreign accent, they played hide-and-seek, molded clay, and chased ducks, but that was only part of their experiences. She and her sister slept together in the same bed every night. Her last memory of her sister was of her walking into a house with 3 rooms. The floor was paved with stones. There were baskets with fresh tea leaves. Feeling hungry, the sister went inside to ask the old grandmother for food. The grandmother took her in with a smile, then closed the door and never came out again. Even now, speaking of that scene made her hands tremble. But from that point on, her memory seemed fragmented, as if several years were missing. This wasn't part of the dream anymore, as she had written down everything in her diary. Once, her mother told her to wash her hair, and she said she'd wash her sister's hair first. Her mother was surprised, telling her she'd been an only child from birth, with no sister at home. Since the dreams were recurring and so vivid, she refused to believe it and questioned all her relatives, who confirmed she was an only child. Afterward, her father brought home a Taoist priest because he thought there was something unclean attached to her, something that needed exorcism. After 3 days of rituals, she ran a high fever for 3 days. This ordeal ended only when she admitted her sister was a figment of her imagination. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Yet, she knew deep down that she hadn't made it up. She had diligently recorded the dream, but the memory from when she was 5 until she started school was the only piece missing. Besides the dreams, her sister never appeared in reality. Upon careful comparison, she noticed one thing: the courtyard where she played with her sister, its furnishings, and the material of the house were different from her family's. She cautiously probed her mother, who mentioned they had moved when she was young. She wondered if the house in her memory was that old home. After a long silence, Tianchao spoke. "I can't help you, but based on what you've told me, it sounds somewhat similar to another patient of mine, except what he experienced wasn't in dreams. If possible, I suggest you visit that old house. As for psychological treatment, it's not particularly necessary. Relax and don't fixate on the dream. After all, life is about looking forward, not being forever immersed in memories from when you were 4 or 5. The girl choked up, thanked Tianchao, and left the room. Zhou Ning glanced at the girl, noticing she was putting away a photo. Whether out of nervousness or disappointment, the photo dropped to the ground. Zhou Ning picked it up and examined it closely. The photo showed 5 people, 2 elders, a middle-aged couple, and a girl being held. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The 4 adults were dressed in traditional minority costumes from northern Yunnan, but the little girl in their arms was wearing pink clothes and didn't bear a particular resemblance to the 4 behind her. Zhou Ning handed the photo back to the girl and glanced at Tianchao. "Miss, I suggest you go for a paternity test with your parents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 180 to 179 Jujing _1 Chapter 180. Chapter 179 Jujing _1 The girl was stunned, and it took her a long moment before she finally raised her head to look at Tianchao. Tianchao had also recovered from the shock by now and seemed to have thought through the entire story the girl had recounted. He did not refute Zhou Ning's statement, but instead followed that train of thought himself. Seeing the girl look at him, he raised his hand to pat Zhou Ning's shoulder. "He's a forensic doctor from the technical department of the municipal police. Although we can't be certain of anything, the experience you've described is deeply unsettling. It's necessary to do a paternity test." If. Sure, Tianxiao did not finish, because the greasy boyfriend walked over, and the girl bowed to Sure Tianxiao and Zhou Ning. Thank you. I will confirm this matter as soon as I return. I've heard that a hair with a follicle or a toothbrush can be used. Let's go. Seeing Zhou Ning nod, she quickly left with her greasy boyfriend. Sure Tianxiao let out a long sigh, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for you being here today, I wouldn't have known how to deal with this person. I got goosebumps listening to her, felt like there were eyes all around me in the room. A fond childhood memory turned into something out of a paranormal incident the way she told it. Mr. Zhao walked to the window and looked down. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't know whether the girl was abducted, but that greasy boyfriend is no simple character. This car, there can't be more than two like it in Qidong City. Sure Tianxiao was unconcerned and pulled Zhou Ning into the consulting room. Since Zhou Ning had saved him from an awkward situation, he was even warmer to Zhou Ning. Of course he's no simple character. He's the third son of Tian'ai Real Estate, the absolute heir. This girl must have something special about her to be chosen by the third son. It said she was a directly admitted PhD candidate in accounting at Donkai. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. Since he had partnered with Dr. Liu, he had met quite a few PhDs, many of whom were highly distinguished. However, this girl's age definitely didn't exceed 23 or 24, which showed she was no ordinary intellect. Sure Tianxiao took out a box of snacks from the cabinet and passed it to Mr. Zhao, who cooperated very well. He walked out with the box and even closed the door behind him. Such situational awareness was rare. After wiping off his sweat, Sure Tianxiao drank a large glass of water and then slowly said, "All right, let's put this page behind us. Now, tell me, today is not the weekend for you to come over so proactively and wait patiently outside for that long. Could it be that you've remembered something?" Zhou Ning also smiled. Each has his own expertise, and indeed, Sure Tianxiao's strength was psychology. Leaning back in the recliner, Zhou Ning relaxed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I can now see part of the face of the man in the fur-lined shoes. Just as you said, I didn't overthink it because I've been dealing with a very tricky case recently, running back and forth to Jinko every day, too tired to even speak, and that's an insult to dogs. The day the case ended, I suddenly saw part of that person's face. Gaunt cheeks, a pockmarked face, other features were blurry, but there was a very clear, hideous scar above the right eyebrow. Sure Tianxiao nodded, neither inquiring about the nature of the scar nor continuing to ask if the dreams increased. He simply handed Zhou Ning a bottle of mineral water. Then he leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "Well done, significant progress. I know your parents' death might involve some secrets at a very high level. Our principle is not to actively touch it or resist the memory, but once you remember, you should accept it calmly. Even if you say the scarred man is right in front of you, you should stay composed." Zhou Ning was taken aback, not expecting Sure Tianxiao to say so, but after thinking, he shook his head. "I'm just a forensic doctor, and I've only recently transferred from the branch office. Although I've been involved in some stuff, I am just an ordinary person. What exactly my parents went through is impossible to guess. In fact, I've asked my grandfather if my parents were on a special mission, why would they bring me along? On the other hand, let's analyze it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, if it wasn't for a mission, just a vacation or some other time, how did these people find my parents? Even knowing the general situation of my family, was it an internal leak?" Sure Tianxiao blinked and gestured for Zhou Ning to stop with his finger. "Stop, don't tell me anything too secret. I see a lot of patients every day, each carrying fearsome amounts of negative energy. But your analytical perspective is not bad, distancing yourself. Looking at it from a third-person perspective, it might be beneficial for your memory recovery." Zhou Ning nodded and spread his hands. "What, knowing that I've remembered something, you're not even going to bring up treatment today? Shi Tianxiao rolled his eyes and walked over with a tablet, handing it to Zhou Ning. Come on, genius, do a set of questions. I'll reevaluate you and then we'll start treatment. It was nearly 5 o'clock when Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao finally left the psychological clinic. Sitting in the car, Zhou Ning took 2 deep breaths, as if trying to exhale all the oppression he had just felt. He used a bit too much force, though, and retched twice. Mr. Zhao glanced at him. Do you want me to stop the car so you can throw up? This is a new car. Zhou Ning waved his hand. It's not car sickness. Let's go to the seafood market, but let me be clear, we're buying things that are convenient for a hot pot. Mr. Zhao grinned, driving towards the seafood market. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Given that Zhou Ning was this generous for once, it was as rare as a blooming iron tree. He bought a bit of everything they saw. When they arrived at Zhou Ning's apartment, they found Zhou Xiaoyu already standing at the door, chatting with He Shanxuan. Mr. Zhao hummed twice. Look at you, just showing up with an empty mouth. Hurry over and help out. We bought quite a bit of seafood and vegetables and mushrooms, all of which need some pre-processing. Mr. He and Xiaoyu came over, and it seemed that Zhou Ning had seen them talking, as Xiaoyu's cheeks were slightly red. Zhou Ning smiled and gestured with his hand. Hurry up and come inside, we really do need your help. I know that doctors have good knife skills. Mr. He scoffed and glanced at Zhou Ning's hands. Forensic doctors have even better knife skills. Mr. Zhao rushed out, standing directly between the two and waved his hands in a stop gesture, speaking with a solemn expression. Look, what are we here for? Let's make it clear, okay? No need to start arguing as soon as we meet. You two might not feel anything, but Xiaoyu and I can't stand it. It's like a storm in our stomachs, and it might affect our rhythm later. Mr. He had been laughing it off, but he glanced at a building not far away where a woman seemed to be standing at a window. Zhou Xiao, you didn't fail to invite Mr. Xia, did you? You both are working on the same project, and people at the window can see everything. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Moreover, it wouldn't be too awkward with Xiaoyu here as a girl. Xiaoyu also came over, her face full of smiles, and gratefully glanced at Mr. He. Brother, call Mr. Xia over. I only met her briefly last time, and I really want to get to know her better. After all, she's going to be my sister-in-law in the future. Zhou Ning took out his cell phone, looking at these two who were playing back and forth, which irritated him greatly. In fact, he had been thinking of inviting Xia Momo, but considering that Mr. Zhao would then be the only one left alone, it was somewhat awkward. His comments about having a soft spot for Xiaoyu were not merely casual remarks. Zhou Ning could tell that ever since they arrested Cui Guanglin, Mr. Zhao had been extremely attentive towards Xiaoyu, seemingly having real feelings for her. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he dialed Xia Momo's number, and on the third ring, she picked up the call. You saw from the window, hurry over. Mr. He snorted, and Mr. Zhao made tut-tutang sounds, shaking his head and exchanging a glance with Mr. He. This must have been arranged earlier. Seems like we spoke out of turn. After joking around for a bit, Xia Momo arrived swiftly, wearing a milky white dress that was casual yet distinctive. Her long hair was already pulled up on top of her head, secured with a chopstick, a peculiar technique that Zhou Ning never quite figured out no matter how many times he saw it. Come on, don't just stand there, let's go upstairs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I can only cook instant noodles, but we have plenty of ingredients, so let's all pitch in. Xia Momo grabbed Xiaoyu, who was about to start working, and gestured toward the three men with a nod of her chin. You don't need to go. They can handle washing the vegetables and getting things ready. After all, being doctors and a forensic doctor, they should manage fine. Well, just prepare the table. Xiaoyu naturally heeded Xia Momo's words, wrapping an arm around Xia Momo's and clinging to her. Right, I'm at my brother's place, so naturally, I'll do as you say, especially since Grandpa likes you so much. Xia Momo's cheeks were a bit warm, but she didn't shy away with embarrassment. Instead, she swiftly got everything ready on the dining table. She was very clear about how serious Zhou Ning was at his job. She had known him for almost a year, and although they hadn't made their relationship official, Zhou Ning didn't push her away. Even his family approved of her, leaving Xia Momo quite contented. Once everything was ready, the 5 of them took their seats. Mr. Zhao curled his lips. "I'm telling you, next time we have a meal, you've got to find me a girlfriend, or it's just too uncomfortable for me. Mr. He, set me up with one of your nurses, right? There are plenty of them in your department." Mr. He waved his hand. "In our department, the youngest nurse is 29, and she's already got kids. As for other departments, I'm not familiar enough with them yet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, and don't tell me you can't find someone. It's just that you don't want to. If your family put the word out, you'd be swamped with people throwing themselves at you." Mr. Zhao sighed. Every time his family was brought up, he had the same expression. Xia Momo patted Mr. Zhao on the arm, and he looked up at her. "Don't sigh. If there's no one suitable at Dr. He's place, why not look in your department?" Zhou Ning nearly burst into laughter. "Our department? The Public Security Bureau has few women as it is, especially on the criminal investigation side. Where would you find young and pretty girls?" Xia Momo shook her head slightly. "There is one. Didn't Mr. Peng assign you an assistant, Zhu Xingxing? That girl is very pretty, and her mother works in the Education Bureau too." Her words left both Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao stunned. "I forgot Zhu Xingxing is a girl." Mr. Zhao scratched his head, clearly struggling with himself. "No, I can't. I know her father, and it's hard to make a move on someone you're too familiar with." He Shansuan grabbed Mr. Zhao's arm, his eyes gleaming as he looked at him. "Wait a second. What do you mean by it's hard to make a move on someone you're too familiar with? Did you know Zhu Xingxing, the girl Mr. Xia mentioned, from long ago? Why didn't you speak up sooner?" Mr. Zhao awkwardly raised his head, shaking it as he sighed. "Because when we were kids in the compound, I gave her a nickname Jujing, and since then, she stopped talking to me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Her family also moved away with the military. I swear I didn't do anything disgraceful. It was just that I called her Jujing in front of our classmates. She cried and went home to complain, and then I got a good beating." He Shansuan was almost in stitches, pounding on the chair beside him, and looked at Zhou Ning earnestly. "I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter here. Such a nice girl, and you nicknamed her Jujing? What were you thinking, Zhou Xiaozhou? Next time we have a gathering, we should invite her so we can see for ourselves. What does she look like to earn such a nickname?" Xia Momo also joined in the laughter. "Zhu Xingxing is very pretty. Don't listen to Mr. Zhao's nonsense. But next time we have a gathering, let's do something different. How about we rent a boat and go out to the island? How does that sound? We could plan it for the National Day holiday, especially since Xiaoyu is about to be transferred over soon." Zhou Ning was taken aback and looked at Zhou Xiaoyu. "Transferred? How come I didn't know? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 181 to 180. The suitcase on the rocks _1. Chapter 181. Chapter 180. The suitcase on the rocks _1. October 4th. 2011. The boat roared through the white waves, leaving the city further and further behind. Their destination was Xiafudeo Island. "Zhao Xinli, take a photo for us." Upon hearing the shout, Mr. Zhao squeezed out a pained smile on his pale face. "Xiaoyu, I'm seasick. Don't make it hard for me. Let Mr. He take the photo for you," he groaned. To prove his point, Mr. Zhao leaned over the railing and began to vomit, and Mr. He kicked him before walking toward the 3 girls. "I asked you if you get seasick, and you bragged about driving more cars than I've seen patients. You've participated in countless off-road races. How could you possibly get seasick? Do you want me to take a commemorative photo for you now?" Mr. Zhao waved his hand weakly. Part of him felt absolutely powerless. His stomach was churning, and he had no energy left to banter. "Bro, I was wrong. Please treat me, or I'm gonna die." Mr. He laughed, helped Mr. Zhao up, and pointed at an island that was drawing closer. "See the lighthouse? We're almost at Xiafudeo." Mr. Zhao strained to glance, noticing indeed the lighthouse was getting closer. He nodded and slightly lifted his hand. "Mr. He, if we're brothers, let's not take this kind of sightseeing yacht on the way back. It goes too far out of the way and bounces around too much. My poor life nearly ended. Please spare me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Shansuan laughed and handed him some water, and at that moment the boat began to approach the dock. Having disembarked, the group shouldered their camping gear. 6 people landed on the island. Mr. He held up his phone, which had a guide written by their colleagues who had previously visited, and of course, a map as well. "Let's go." "Well, climb straight from the dock to the lighthouse. There's a high platform below, which is a vantage point. Not many people come here to play, and we also had to make a reservation in advance. After all, there are only 2 people who manage the lighthouse living on the island all the time. It's not really a tourist spot. No one is responsible for cleaning. Be careful with your backpack, Mr. Zhao. It contains fresh water. When we leave, we must take our trash with us." No one had any objections. They distributed the backpacks, and everyone began the hike towards the lighthouse. The island didn't look very big, but it was full of rolling reefs. The altitude difference from the dock to the lighthouse was nearly 100 meters, yet the whole island was no more than 5,000 square meters. Only upon reaching the top did they realize it was a plateau, and from a distance, the whole island looked like a mountain. At the mountain's peak was the lighthouse, standing tall despite the howling sea waves, with seagulls constantly circling overhead. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Xiaoyu seemed very happy, dragging Xia Momo and Zhu Xingxing to run around on the platform, looking around and exclaiming in amazement at how the lighthouse was built atop such a rocky reef. The duty personnel came over once for registration. At Zhou Ning's suggestion, Mr. Zhao gave them quite a bit of food. Although the person demurred, this kind gesture still fostered goodwill, leading to an unplanned chat with Zhou Ning's group. Actually, the scenery on this island is very beautiful, and there are many schools of fish around. The water is clear, which is great for diving and fishing. However, the island is too small. There's no freshwater supply and no guest houses. Moreover, Dafu Island is nearby, which is larger and not just made of rocks. There are residents on the island, and its development for tourism is quite good. Here, the lighthouse is still off limits, so very few people come up to play. We chose this place precisely because it's less crowded. Rest assured, when we leave, we will take our trash with us. We will invite you to join us for the barbecue tonight. Let's have a gathering." Even though Mr. Zhao was not feeling well, he still managed to make arrangements effectively. The person on duty gladly departed, and Mr. He and Zhou Ning put up 2 large tents. Next to one of them was a pavilion-like structure. There were already various barbecue tools arranged there. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao filled 2 barbecue stoves with charcoal and neatly set up the food ingredients and a portable cooler. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he noticed his hands turned black. Zhu Xingxing handed him a wet wipe, but it didn't help much. Mr. Zhao waved it off and picked up a collapsible bucket. "Just wait here, I'm going to wash up by the seaside, and then I'll bring up a bucket of seawater." Xia Momo approached Mr. Zhao, considering he had recently been as good as incapacitated. "You're not seasick anymore? Otherwise, let me fetch the water. Xiaoyu and I plan to take pictures by the northern seaside anyway. Although there are many rocks, the slopes are gentler there." Mr. Zhao kept shaking his head and grinned at Xia Momo. "Just go have fun with Xiaoyu. This is the kind of physical work for men. They'll be back soon." With that, he headed to the northern seaside. Indeed, this side wasn't as steep. Reaching the water's edge did not exhaust him, but standing on the edge of the reef, he couldn't reach the water. Only the waves crashed against it. Mr. Zhao observed for a bit, jumped across a few rocks towards the sea, squatted down to wash his hands clean, and filled a bucket with seawater. As he was about to stand, he spotted a few modest-sized wandering fish. He tried to catch them, but they simply swam away. Mr. Zhou turned and shouted up to the others, "Come on down and play. There are lots of wandering fish here. Didn't we bring a fishing net? Bring it down quickly." Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao's booming voice was indeed loud, particularly with the northerly wind. Those above heard his shouts, but the content was fuzzy. Pulling out his phone, Mr. Zhao dialed Zhou Ning's number. "Hey, why don't you all come down here with the fishnet? The water is crystal clear, and there are a lot of parrotfish swimming around. Let's catch some fish, prepare them on the spot, and then grill them. Wouldn't that be great?" Zhou Ning naturally had no objections, as their preparations were already complete. He conveyed Mr. Zhao's suggestion, and Xia Momo and Zhou Xiaoyu were especially eager to try, as they were going to take photos with their gear. The five of them quickly made their way down. By this time, Mr. Zhao had already stripped to the waist and was standing in a shallow bay between several rocks. The constant thrashing in the water indicated there were fish, and probably quite a few. He Shamsuan rushed over, intending to remove his shoes, but Mr. Zhao immediately stopped him. "I doubt your credentials as a doctor. This isn't a sandy beach, it's full of rocks. There are lots of oyster and clam shells around, and you'll get cut if you step on them. What if you get infected with Vibrio vulnificus and end up needing an amputation?" Mr. He paused for a moment and hurriedly put his shoes back on. "You with your bad omen? Always looking on the dark side of things, huh?" Everyone laughed, and soon they had caught more than a dozen parrotfish. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He volunteered to clean the fish on the rocks, but was met with disdain from Xia Momo and the others, who told him to move further away. Left with no choice, Mr. He reluctantly ran off to a distance. As he leaped onto a rock, Mr. Zhao pointed in his direction with a look of surprise and ran over. "Mr. He, don't move yet." Mr. Zhao's words drew everyone's attention, and Mr. He obediently crouched on the rock. Mr. Zhao jumped closer, climbed onto the highest rock in front of Mr. He, pointed at a rock ahead, and shouted to the others, "I thought we said this place doesn't get many visitors, so why is there a suitcase here?" At this point, Zhou Ning joined them, and sure enough, from Mr. Zhao's vantage point, he could clearly see a silver-gray suitcase on the rocks. However, the suitcase was enclosed in a cage-like structure similar to those used for air conditioner external units, with a thick iron chain, as thick as a thumb, tied around the bottom and locked. The iron chain, the lock, and the cage were all covered in rust, and the suitcase itself also bore some dents and rust marks. The suitcase was 29 inches, not the usual 22 to 28-inch size, with hand-painted images of Conan in just black and blue, quite lifelike, indicating that the owner must be a Conan fan. But how could such a large suitcase suddenly appear on the rocks? Wrapped in a cage and secured with chains, the whole thing looked very strange. Zhou Ning's gut feeling was even worse. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He, with visible interest, bumped into Zhou Ning. "What are you thinking? Could this be someone's lost property? Let's get this suitcase up here and open it to have a look," he said. Seeing the naivety in Mr. He's eyes, Mr. Zhao sighed. After all, given Zhou Ning's serious expression, it was evident he shared the same suspicion as Mr. Zhao, that there might be something unpleasant inside the suitcase, especially with Zhou Xiaoyu here. Mr. Zhao didn't want to frighten Xiaoyu. But now that they had found it, they couldn't just ignore it completely, leaving Mr. Zhao in a dilemma. Zhou Ning waved his hand, signaling Mr. He to back away. "Don't look so excited. The appearance of such an object on a deserted reef is definitely not a good sign. Back off and take Xiaoyu straight to the shore," he said. Mr. He was startled, and seeing the seriousness on Zhou Ning's face, he blinked and waved his hands nonstop. "Now, Zhou Xiao, it's your holiday. Don't bring the vibe from your work into everyday life. What, you think you're Conan, stumbling upon cases wherever you go? It's just a suitcase with some extra protection outside. And look at the rest, it must have been in the sea for who knows how long. Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes at him and took photos around the suitcase on his own before gesturing for Mr. He to come over. Not afraid, huh? All right then, come on, let's carry it to the shore. Watch your step, said Mr. Zhao. He Shansuan coughed and quickly stepped forward, joining Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody peed out on one side of the suitcase to lift it. As they moved, the iron chains swung to one side and Xia Momo and the other girls approached. Zhou Xiaoyu was excited, gathering her flowing hair. What is this? She asked. Mr. Zhao then approached the suitcase and sniffed it. He pushed aside the iron chains horizontally, and with no horizontal barrier on top, the cage was laid on its side. Mr. He came over to help lift the cage, and the suitcase slid out easily. Mr. He was now nervous. After all, he had just felt its weight. Mr. Zhao crouched down to look at the suitcase and nodded towards Zhou Xiaoyu. Turn around, close your eyes, and don't turn back no matter what you hear. Only when I call you can you turn around, he instructed. Zhou Xiaoyu appeared confused, but was already being pushed around by Xia Momo, as Zhu Xingxing approached Mr. Zhao curiously. However, at this moment, the ever-curious Mr. He had already opened the suitcase, and a foul stench immediately assaulted He Shansuan. He glanced down and suddenly shouted, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 182 to 181. A chorus of retching _1 Chapter 182, Chapter 181. A chorus of retching _1 inside the box were white and yellow clumps, half filled with a brown liquid so glaringly unpleasant to behold. Zhou Xiaoyu shivered and could not bring herself to act. Xia Momo also turned away. Although she had seen Zhou Ning perform autopsies, the gore was different. It didn't hold a candle to the shocking scene before her eyes. Zhu Xingxing, however, was more direct, dropping to her knees with a splat and starting to vomit violently. The sound was highly contagious. Mr. He had already rushed to the shore, retching into the sea. Zhou Ning approached the box to take a closer look, while Mr. Zhao covered his mouth, evidently struggling to hold back his nausea, tears almost forced out by the revulsion. Do we have gloves and masks? We have disposable plastic gloves, but they don't block out the smell. As Mr. Zhao spoke, he began searching his backpack and found several pairs of disposable gloves that came free with duck neck snacks. Xia Momo pulled a silk scarf out from her backpack and used it to cover Zhou Ning's nose and mouth. Wrap it around, this should help. All right, everyone step back. Mr. Zhao, try to call Suda. Since our holiday is ruined, he shouldn't rest either. Mr. Zhao complied and left. Mr. He, having somewhat recovered, lifted his t-shirt to shield his nose and mouth, but still dared not look at what Zhou Ning was handling. Our vacation is over, isn't it? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhu Xingxing pouted unhappily. Later on, don't say Mr. Zhao is the one with the bad omen. You're even worse than him. Mr. He's face turned awkward. Curiosity killed the cat. I thought we might find something unexpectedly. Who knew I'd stumble upon this? Zhou Ning ignored their conversation, crouching beside the box to take photos and examine the contents closely. It was a corpse's torso, specifically the back. Despite the decay and deformation, the exposed spine was visible. The head, hands, and feet were nowhere to be found. The neck's break was clean, and the whole body was curled up, kneeling in the box. As Zhou Ning lifted the torso, two pronounced bulges in the area between the legs and torso became apparent. The deceased was female, but oddly, the chest didn't show the bloat typical of decay. The box was spacious, its edges stuffed with a lot of fluffy packing paper, which had now been soaked through and squashed into the corners by the expanding decaying body. Such a large space, and yet the perpetrator discarded the victim's head and limbs, obviously assuming that even if the box were found, it would be impossible to identify the victim. Without fingerprints or a skull, indeed, it was a challenge to determine the identity of the deceased. Zhou Ning stood up and closed the box. This 29-inch suitcase did not have a zip closure, but had 3 side latches with a combination lock, and it was edged with rubber seals for a tight closure. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The body had decayed so much it gave the impression of being gigantic, especially since there was so much blood loss and the decaying gases had an exit, preventing the body from swelling too much. Fixing the body in this position only allowed it to continuously expand and fill the space. Zhou Ning stood up and tried to close the box again. The lid now resisted closure, indicating that the ambient temperature was too high, hastening decomposure. He quickly locked the 3 latches securely shut. Looking around, he saw Mr. Zhao had just ended a phone call. Zhou Ning waved and shouted, "Go up and get the ice blocks from our mini fridge. The decay is accelerating. Transport will soon become an issue." These words caused Shansuan to heave twice more. Zhu Xingxing ran in the direction Mr. Zhao had gone, while Xia Momo approached Zhou Ning as the box closed and handed him a garbage bag, which he used to dispose of the gloves. "Never thought we'd run into something like this, ruining your fun." Xia Momo shook her head and actually smiled. "I've been alive for more than 2 decades, and I've been on enough holidays, but this is the first time I've encountered something like this. I won't forget it easily." Zhou Ning joined her with a smile, and Zhou Xiaoyu came over and patted both of their arms. "That's too much. Here I am scared to death, and you two are cracking jokes. And there's Vitamin, who was jumping around just now. Now he's lying like a dead fish, pale on the rocks. Don't call Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Vitamin." Zhou Ning tried to keep a straight face, but couldn't help laughing. Truth be told, Shansuan had seen dead bodies before, given his medical training, but today was an all-in-one experience, encountering a highly decomposed one. Of course, Mr. Zhao's performance today was also noteworthy, probably spurred on by his rivalry with Shansuan. At some point, Mr. He had gotten up and approached the group, his complexion deathly pale. "Call me whatever you want, but Comrade Zhou Xiaoyu, please support me a bit. My legs are weak." Zhou Xiaoyu snorted, but to Zhou Ning's surprise, he walked over and even helped Mr. He's arm onto his shoulder. Zhou Ning and Xia Momo exchanged glances, and Xia Momo leaned close to Zhou Ning. "Don't look so surprised. Xiaoyu quite fancies Dr. He, and although they love to bicker, it's just their way of interacting. Like how you are with me, I'm always the one taking initiative. Since you don't reject it, it means you accept it, which I think is good." Zhou Ning was stunned. Such an unexpected remark left him momentarily at a loss for words. But upon reflection, it was true. With Xia Momo, whether professionally or in personal contact, it was she who always took the initiative, and he had never refused nor felt averse to her company. However, if you asked him how much he liked her, to the point of losing sleep over thoughts of her, that seemed absent. Seeing Zhou Ning look at her, Xia Momo quickly raised her hand and covered his mouth. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Since I'm the one taking the initiative, let me control the pace of our relationship. Don't tell me you refuse, and definitely don't mention not wanting to get married. I don't want to right now either. Just looking at you like this makes me happy. I'm not forcing you to make a statement, just let me quietly enjoy liking you, got it?" After finishing her speech, Xia Momo quickly flicked her hand, as if she had accidentally touched Zhou Ning's lips, which made her extremely nervous. Zhou Ning looked at Xia Momo's flushed cheeks and nodded with a smile. This girl has been plotting for a long time, but indeed, Zhou Ning didn't dislike Xia Momo. Perhaps he could try out the progress she was talking about. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go, let's take a look at the pier. I think the ship Su De Found should be arriving soon." Xia Momo nodded, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her lips, and the two walked toward the lighthouse. Half an hour later, Mr. Zhao rubbed his stomach. Zhou Ning was beside him and could already hear the rumbling sounds from Mr. Zhao's stomach, who was obviously hungry. "How about I grill something for you? Mr. Zhao waved his hand and kicked Zhu Xingxing's shoe. Zhu Jing, give me a pack of biscuits. Don't just hand the whole pack to me. My hands have been touching the crate, the smell of a corpse, you know. Feed me one at a time. Zhu Xingxing rolled his eyes at Mr. Zhao and, ignoring his protest, tossed him a glove and a pack of biscuits. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, stop the nonsense and eat it yourself. At that moment, Mr. He pointed at the pier and shouted, "Here they come. Su Da's ship has arrived." Are they going to dock on the north side of the shore? Zhou Ning shook his head. The north side is full of rocks, and the ships can't dock there. After waiting a while, Su Dayuan, along with others, had climbed up. They didn't know many of the people, but Bai Ruixing followed Su Dayuan closely. With the pout on his face, it was clear how reluctant he was to come. Dr. Zhou, you didn't come out here to play, so how could you be so lucky with unexpected findings? Next time you buy stocks, make sure you tell me so I can steer clear. Everyone laughed as Su Dayuan looked around. Where's the crate? Mr. Zhao pointed at the rocks on the north side and approached Su Dayuan to speak. The 2 island guards work in shifts, 1 week on, 1 week off. We didn't tell the guy on duty when we found the body, so naturally, we couldn't move the crate up here. With that smell, once it's up, everyone knows what it is. Su Dayuan gave him a look. Don't play tricks with me. Let's go to the scene quickly and tell me about the discovery process. Several people headed toward the rocky beach on the north side. Mr. Zhao was actually quite glib, recapping the events once more. The more Su Dayuan listened, the more amused he became, sometimes looking back at Dr. He and the others above. This guy is really unlucky, but who had the idea to pick such a remote island? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, pointing upward at Dr. He. Mr. Zhao shook his head helplessly. Mr. He's doing. One of his colleagues came camping here before and thought it was great, so he recommended it to him to bring friends. All of them couldn't help but laugh. Dr. He was far away and couldn't hear their conversation, but seeing them all looking at him and laughing, he didn't need to hear more. Covering his nose, he swung his fist at Mr. Zhao. As the crime scene kit was passed out, Zhou Ning shook his head on the side, which puzzled Mr. Zhao. What's the matter? Don't we need to examine the scene? Just check the crate for fingerprints. With a high-degree decrepitation and dismemberment case, the boat has been soaking in the sea for about a month with no head or hands or feet. Any search for facial and fingerprint identification is likely cut off. This location isn't the primary crime scene nor a body dumping site. The crate just got stuck here during high tide. The iron cage and chains need to be taken back along with the crate. That's all the useful information we have right now. Su Dayuan rubbed his buzz cut, feeling as uneasy as Zhou Ning said. This island without fresh water or residents left no room for meaningful investigation. All right, Mr. Bai, have someone carry the crate onto the ship. Mr. Zhao kept waving his hands and looked at Bai Ruixin's hands. Didn't I tell you over the phone to prepare the largest plastic sheet and bring some tape? That iron cage on the outside of the crate is huge. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, did you bring it? A person approached and set down his backpack, pulling out a roll of thick barrel-sized plastic sheeting. Mr. Zhao finally smiled, quickly summoning help to wrap the crate several times with plastic sheeting, then securing it with tape. If even a bit leaked out, the ship would be ruined. The group boarded the ship, and Su Dayuan looked at the assortment of items set near the lighthouse, breaking into a grin. Don't just stand there, load this stuff onto the ship too. Tonight, in the backyard of the station, we'll have a barbecue of our own. If they're disgusted, we're not. Mr. Zhao gave a look, and Mr. He poked Mr. Zhao's arm from the side. Come on, man, this gear is all good stuff. And there are over 300 various skewers in the little fridge. Are we leaving them? Mr. Zhao laughed. With the smell on your hands, you dare to eat it? That's going too far, ugh. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, p. Chapter 183 to 182. Spherical luminary _1 Chapter 183. Chapter 182. Spherical luminary _1 October 4, 2011. 1547 Mr. Zhao put down his empty instant noodle bowl, feeling sorry for himself as he rubbed his stomach. Finally, a National Day holiday with no cases, and I could have rested for a few more days. Who would have thought that going out for some fun on the island would lead to stumbling upon a dead body? With this kind of luck, I'm truly in awe. Zhou Xiao, if you can't finish it, give it to me, I'm not full. Although he complained verbally, his body was honest. Upon seeing Zhou Ning stop eating, Mr. Zhao immediately poured the remaining noodles into his bowl and wolfed them down. Zhu Xingxing, seemingly afraid of having his food snatched away, moved closer to Xia Momo and focused on eating. At that moment, the office door opened, and Su Dayuan walked in with Bai Ruixin, both wearing expressions of surprise. I had someone take Mr. He and Xiaoyu back home, but why are you guys still here? Haven't you gone to the autopsy? No rush, we've already sent it for rapid freezing. A high decomposing body will smell less foul once frozen. However, I want to give a heads up to the leadership. This body has no head or limbs, and the perpetrator is very aware of police procedures. Therefore, we won't get much from the autopsy, so be prepared for that. Su Dayuan pulled up a chair and sat opposite Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In cases of dismemberment like this, 99% of the time it's someone the victim knew. There's nothing complex about the case details. The only difficulty is identifying the victim. Once we confirm the victim's identity, the case is 80% solved. So, Zhou Xiao, you need to conduct the autopsy quickly and provide me with clues to investigate the victim's identity. Zhou Ning nodded. Then let's go together. Su Dayuan paused, taken aback by Zhou Ning's response. Mr. Zhao laughed and grabbed Su Dayuan's arm. Come on, leader, you'll get a better understanding if you see it in person. It's a holiday, Mr. Yang and the others aren't around. There's only a few staff on duty in the lab, so come and take a look. You can also help Zhou Ning with the recording. With that, he practically dragged Su Dayuan into autopsy room number 2. The ventilation system in the room had already been turned on, and soon the suitcase arrived, emitting a chilling and putrid coldness. Su Dayuan had seen many decomposed bodies before, but they were usually like the Li Delin murder case, where the scene was more fixed and the bodies were intact, with some parts already skeletonized and many insects present. But this one felt different. It was as if rotten fat was covered by an intact layer of skin, and all the tissues of the body had decayed into a paste-like substance that seemed ready to ooze out at any touch. Su Dayuan coughed twice and secured his mask tightly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning had already finished dressing up and waved at Zhu Xingxing. With a body this decomposed, Zhu Xingxing better do the recording. Mr. Zhao and Su Da, give us a hand and lift the body out of the suitcase. Well, all work together. Try not to grip any particular part too hard. Just slide it out is fine. The person who had delivered the body was kept there by Mr. Zhao. For strong men inserted their hands under the lump of remains in the suitcase and lifted it up in unison on a count, as Zhu Xingxing quickly moved the suitcase aside, and the body was finally placed on the dissecting table. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Xingxing ripped off a layer of gloves and turned the ventilation system up to the highest setting, but still gagged. After adjusting herself for some time, she came closer. Mr. Zhao checked on her. Would you prefer that I record and you step out for a breather? Zhu Xingxing shook her head. It's okay, I just need to get used to it. I've had too little exposure to this. Zhou Ning looked around and saw that everyone was ready, then nodded towards Mr. Zhao. Start the recording system, and you do the statement. Mr. Zhao wasn't shy about performing. He started the recording system and briefed on the time the body was found and the general situation. By then, Zhou Ning had already begun the external examination of the body, which still lay folded on the dissecting table. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody Speak. Speak. Prosody. P. The incisions on the neck were very even, the skin edges weren't curled, and as for the vertebrae's cross-section, some rough fragments could be seen. Zhou Ning picked up a magnifying glass, took a closer look, and gathered some particulate matter. Then he flipped the body over so its back lay against the dissecting table, and together with the others, unfolded the bent portions of the bodice legs. As they did this, a tattoo appeared in the area below the groin on the right thigh. Mr. Zhou hurriedly passed over a ruler, followed by taking photographs. The tattoo was somewhat unusual in its form, resembling a simplified drawing of deformed letters, but it was cute and looked like a cat. This discovery excited everyone present as the victim was missing its head and limbs, making the tattoo the best unique identifying feature. As for the amputation surfaces of the limbs, Zhou Ning also examined these closely. The cut surfaces were very neat, but they also had leftover bone particles, clearly the result of sawing. Zhou Ning stretched his neck and then said to Zhu Xingxing, who was responsible for recording, "Record this. The deceased's estimated height is between 160 to 165 centimeters, with a slight build, and the estimated age is between 20 to 30 years old. We'll revise the specific age later through the analysis of the pubic symphysis. There are bone fragments remaining on the severed sections of the head, hands, and feet, which are caused by sawing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P will take samples later to make ground bone slides to determine whether the cutting occurred while the deceased was alive or after death. Okay, let's start the autopsy. The autopsy began, and Su Deyuan wrote a note and held it up for Zhou Ning to see, which read that Mrs. Cui had already been notified and would come over later. For the tests that needed to be done, just proceed with normal sampling. Zhou Ning gave a slight nod and then asked Mr. Zhao to come over and perform an X-ray scan. When he saw the X-ray image on the big screen, Zhou Ning was stunned because in front of the deceased's chest, on the surface of the ribs, there were two spherical luminous bodies. Their size, position, and shape made it unnecessary for anyone to tell Zhou Ning what they were, had already guessed. Mr. Zhao cocked his head and stared at the screen for a while before asking in a low voice, "What's this thing?" Zhu Xingxing turned to look at him and then pointed at the video recorder. Mr. Zhao quickly closed his mouth, while Su Deyuan glanced at him, wishing he could kill him with his eyelids. The deceased had breast augmentation surgery. Su Deyuan nodded in agreement, but his attention had already returned to the body of the deceased. "But how can you tell?" Zhou Ning didn't respond, nor did he explain. After decomposition, it was naturally impossible to see / original appearance. He raised the scalpel and began incising the chest and abdomen of the deceased. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. He skillfully removed the two spherical objects from the chest of the deceased and threw them into a glass basin prepared by Zhu Xingxing. The autopsy proceeded unusually smoothly. The neck of the deceased was severed at the 6th cervical vertebra, a position that had lost the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage, making it impossible to determine whether the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. The lungs and trachea of the deceased showed no drowning fluids or exudate indicative of drowning. The heart, spleen, liver, and intestines were all very normal. The female reproductive system had no pathological changes. The cervical OS was round, indicating no childbirth or induced abortion had occurred, and there were old lacerations on the external genitalia. Having taken the pubic symphysis and the humerus, Zhou Ning then gestured with his hand. The body was so badly decomposed that there was no need for suturing to preserve it. Instead, keeping the skeleton would be more beneficial for solving the case, as some injuries are more apparent on bone. At Zhou Ning's signal, Mr. Zhao turned off the recording equipment. "Suda, extracting the skeleton will take some time. I'll be able to give a more accurate analysis of the deceased's age after the bones are extracted. However, these samples can be sent for testing." Suda glanced at the autopsy table, understanding what Zhou Ning intended. After all, there were no birthmarks on the deceased, just a tattoo and 2 spheres, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The murderer was very clever, which indicated strong anti-investigation capabilities, leaving the police a seemingly insoluble problem. I won't rush you. When the results come out tomorrow, let me know. I'm going to investigate the suitcase and places around Shizuku where one could dispose of a suitcase into the sea without it quickly sinking into the sand. Zhou Ning shook his head. And the tattoo. I haven't seen this pattern before. I don't know if it's designed by someone specifically. I think we could ask around in specialty tattoo shops. They might understand the symbolism better. I remember once, someone had tattooed a flower and we didn't think much of it, but a tattoo master said it was hell's flower. Su Dayuan nodded vigorously, raising his phone. The image of the tattoo had already been sent to him. He stood up once more, gazing intently at Zhou Ning. Okay, I won't press you guys or put pressure on you about this case. I'll start with the investigation. But remember, the murderer went through so much trouble to hide the identity of the deceased, which proves that as soon as the woman's identity is revealed, he won't be able to escape. Let's all do our best. After Su Dayuan left, Mr. Zhao moved closer, looking at the autopsy table, full of confusion, because Zhou Ning said he wanted to remove the bones from the decayed flesh, a process he had not seen anyone perform before. Zhou Xiao, how are you going to extract the skeleton? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing, who had come over holding the glass basin. There are 2 methods. The first method, if my master were here, he would definitely say to find the lovely maggots and let them help us clean the decomposed tissue from the body. With our assistance, we could be done in 48 hours. The second method is simpler, but it depends on your puzzle-solving skills. And right now, we need to borrow a pressure cooker from another dissection room. Throw in the manually separated bones, and given the amount, we could be done in 4 hours. Now, you 2 choose which method we'll use. Mr. Zhao looked at Zhou Ning with horror, then turned and vomited, rushing out of the dissection room. Zhu Xingxing raised his hand and waved it back and forth, his insides churning with retches just like Mr. Zhao's. Seeing their reactions, Zhou Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 184 to 183. The meaning of tattoos _1. Chapter 184. Chapter 183. The meaning of tattoos _1. The following day, Zhou Ning arrived at the technical department, bypassed the office directly to change clothes, and went to the autopsy room. But as soon as he entered, he saw several familiar figures, all wearing gas masks, standing in front of a row of autoclaves. Heh, you got here early enough. Zhu Xingxing was fishing out a bamboo basket from the pot, then carefully picked the bones out of it, placing them on a tray to one side. Don't worry, team leader, we'll have everything sorted out soon, but I want all our group members to experience this. Zhou Ning smiled, walked over to a platform next to the autopsy table, where part of a skeleton had already been laid out. He had to commend the city bureau's facilities. They had boiled the flesh off the bones after dealing with a highly decomposed body the night before, and amazingly, there was no smell today. Zhu Xingxing brought over the tray and laid out the bones on the platform, then stretched languidly. We came down a little after 5, and we've finally finished assembling it. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. Did you rest in the dormitory? Yeah. Why didn't you go home? My family has gone out of town. There's no one at home, so it's better to make do in the dormitory. Coming here early so we could assemble the skeleton doesn't delay things. Zhou Ning nodded. He didn't ask any further. After all, she and Mr. Zhao were raised together. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. From the bits and pieces had heard about her, it was in a military compound, with all the attendant status and family backgrounds, and he thought it was better not to know. However, Zhou Ning still found it difficult to understand why someone with her background would choose this line of work. After putting on gloves, Mr. Zhao had already passed him the articulating magnifying glass. Zhou Ning walked over to the skeleton, began to examine it carefully. After a thorough inspection and a comparison with archived images of the pubic symphysis, Zhou Ning concluded that the victim's age range was between 20 and 22 years old. Of course, on the right shin bone, the tibia, he noticed a thickened fracture line that would have been undetectable without careful examination. The fracture was wider than typical bone fractures, with faint traces. Zhu Xingxing, holding the magnifying glass, looked puzzled. I noticed this thickened part when I was fishing it out, but since the girl doesn't play soccer, such fractures in the middle of the shin bone are quite rare. Could it be caused by a severe sport or twisting and jumping injuries? Zhou Ning glanced at the left shin bone and fibula, where the left leg's shin bone also had a thickened area similar to the right leg's, narrow and elongated, with both fractures spirally winding around the shin bone. They appeared to be quite old, somewhat resembling a spiral shape. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Both this fracture and the crack occurred between 12 or 13 years ago and 10 years ago. As the bones grew, the position of the cracks was stretched, hence leading to this kind of trace formation. If it were in an adult, the positions of fractures and cracks would not have changed. Zhu Xingxing still looked confused. But the victim was only about 10 to 12 years old 10 years ago. What could cause fractures and cracks at that age? Zhou Ning shook his head, gazing at the mutilated hands and feet of the corpse, pondering before saying, "We can't judge that. Perhaps this is related to why the victim's hands and feet were chopped off." Have the results from the forensic lab come back yet? At Zhou Ning's question, Mr. Zhao quickly gestured to Mr. Sun, and Sun Gaodai quickly approached, holding a stack of documents. Mrs. Cui sent someone to deliver these. Zhou Ning carefully flipped through them. The victim's lungs showed no signs of seawater, no toxic substances were detected in the blood within the heart from the toxicology tests, and no parasites or genetic diseases were found in the samples taken from the major organs. Turning to the last page, these were the reports of 3 bone marrow slides. No blood cells were found in the bone marrow of the neck, hands, and feet. Zhou Ning sighed, closed his eyes, and handed the report back to Sun Gaodai. Mr. Zhao and the others also leaned in, with Mr. Zhao patting Zhou Ning on the shoulder. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. In this beheading and dismemberment case, where the victim was discarded, the pressure was indeed immense since there were so few leads. Any details that could reveal the victim's identity had already been severed by the murderer. The loss of the head, in particular, left the laboratory clueless, as their expertise lay in facial reconstruction from skulls. But what to do without a head? Zhou Ning glanced back at the whiteboard, continuously recording known conditions, the dumping site, various photos, each pinned on the board. Then he looked at Zhu Xingxing. Based on the records on this whiteboard, draft an autopsy report. As for the victim's time of death, it's estimated at around 1 month ago. Zhu Xingxing uttered an acknowledgement and nodded, wisely refraining from naively asking what the team leader intended to do. Seeing Zhou Ning taking off his coat and going upstairs, Mr. Zhao gestured to everyone to continue with their tasks. "All right, everyone get back to work. Hammer out that autopsy report as quickly as possible. As for the victim's skeleton, let's just keep it in this autopsy room. Moving it around is too much trouble." By this time, Zhou Ning had arrived at the 4th floor laboratory. After swiping his card, he pushed the door open and saw Xia Momo standing in the center of the room. "Momo, do you have a pattern for that tattoo found on the victim? Relying on your artistic intuition, help me analyze the meaning behind this pattern. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Xia Momo had already turned on the computer. She magnified the tattoo on the screen. Actually, calling the design a cat seemed a stretch to Zhou Ning because the pattern was very abstract, like 2 curved tails coiling in opposite directions. However, at the top end of the tail on the upper right, there were 2 shapes resembling cat ears, and below was a curled and deformed R. It had a feel of ancient wall painting. If he were to share his first impression, Zhou Ning leaned more towards the pattern being that of a seahorse, but as someone who knew only a little bit about drawings, Xia Momo was the expert in this field. Xia Momo did not hurry, found a book titled The Transformation of Alphabets and Logo Design, flipped to a particular image, and handed it to Zhou Ning. Actually, when I got back last night, I flipped through this book. Is there a possibility that the pattern isn't an animal, but a transformation of a letter? If we analyze it from this angle, the figure as a whole looks more like an X. If we divide it into two parts, this here looks more like the curlicue at the bottom of a capital T, which is a curly R. Zhou Ning paused, because he had just seen the R as well. However, Xia Momo's analysis seemed very reasonable, and he nodded continuously as he stared at her. If we analyze it this way, could the figure be imagined as two combinations, XDR or simply TR, without striving for an overall form? I think it might be a name. Heart too soft? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao looked puzzled and blurted out. Seeing Zhou Ning glance over, he quickly covered his mouth and raised a hand in apology. Xia Momo tilted her head and continued to analyze. I don't think it has to be her own name. It's more likely her boyfriend's name. Zhou Ning paused, then shook his head decisively. The edges of this tattoo are somewhat greenish, not the pure black kind. I think the tattoo must be at least 5 or 6 years old. It's not a fresh tattoo. According to the analysis of the pubic symphysis earlier, the deceased's age is between 20 and 22, so she got the tattoo at 14 or 15. I don't think it's very likely. Xia Momo smiled, offering no rebuttal. After all, Zhou Ning was more expert in this area. It was enough for her to help with the analysis. I phoned Suda, and actually this analysis is a direction too. Okay, I've got it. Based on the death time of about a month, we found a missing person from Liuhe district. I am going over to take a look and won't talk to you anymore. After hanging up the phone, Su Deyuan waved at Bai Ruixin. Didn't eat enough, or did you buy your driver's license with money? Bai Ruixin floored the accelerator, and the intense sensation of being pushed back caused Su Deyuan to close his eyes. Bai Ruixin kept grumbling. In telling you, Chief, this car has more than 1 or 2 traffic violations. I have no more points left, Bai Ruixin said. Su Deyuan didn't open his eyes at all. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The car swiftly sped along, and it wasn't long before they arrived near Shazaku in the southernmost part of Liuhe district, heading straight for the Shazaku Border Defense Police Station. Having just conducted a search in the system, Su Deyuan saw over 20 possible missing persons fitting the criteria, but it was the woman from Shazaku that caught his attention. The others were either the incorrect age, the wrong gender, or didn't match the height. Especially since the body was found on Xiafudeo, and the nearest coastline to the land there was exactly Shazaku, it all seemed too coincidental. Feeling the car stop, Su Deyuan opened his eyes. Exiting the car in one fluid motion, he didn't get to hear what Bai Ruixin, who was locking the car and muttering to himself, had to say. At that moment, another police car that had been closely following them also stopped. Mr. Xing glanced at Bai Ruixin and barked irritably, "You've been speeding all the way. Were you being chased by a dog?" Bai Ruixin felt wrong beyond belief and pointed in the direction where Su Deyuan had disappeared. "You know what the boss temper's like. He's still complaining about my speed. I can't fly, can I? If I could have flown, I would have flown here already. Enough with your nonsense." Mr. Zeng followed him in, only to see Su Deyuan shaking hands with someone before coming out with a file. "What's up, Mr. Su? Let's head to the next room. The missing person's husband is here. Let's go ask him some questions. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. They saw a man who looked honest and straightforward, definitely over 40 years old. Su Deyuan looked through the file. The man's name was Cheng Jipeng, 44 years old. He had married a woman 22 years younger than himself. There might be some unknown reasons behind this. Standing in the interview room with dark skin and a thin build, His hands were constantly rubbing at his sides, showing clear signs of nervousness. Don't be nervous, we just need to verify some details with you. Is the missing person your wife? What's her name? How old is she? Tell us about how she went missing or any information you know. My wife's name is Zhu Feng. She's 22, and we have 2 sons, one 5 and the other 2 years old. She went out on September 7th and never came back. Her hometown is in Shannon Province. She doesn't have many acquaintances here, so it's like she's alive but unseen, dead without a body. Su Dayuan paused, his thoughts returning to Zhou Ning's assessment. The deceased hadn't had children. Evidently, this missing person had nothing to do with the deceased. He sighed, but he wasn't yet willing to give up. Does Zhu Zuifeng have any tattoos on her legs? The man blinked. I don't know, never noticed. Su Dayuan narrowed his eyes and slapped his hand on the table. I'm from the criminal police, not the Shazaka police station. Do you not realize the seriousness of the situation? Could you have been called here if there wasn't a problem? Now tell me the truth. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Cheng Jiping collapsed his knees with a thud, trembling all over. Ill talk. I bought her for 30,000 yuan 6 years ago, and her running away means I've lost 30,000 yuan. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 185 to 184_1 Chapter 185. Chapter 184_1 I'm telling you, I bought my wife 6 years ago for 30,000 yuan, and now that she's run off, I've lost 30,000 yuan. Su Dayuan was startled. This sudden statement shifted the direction of the entire affair. He immediately dialed a number, and the call was picked up. This is Su Dayuan. Come to the adjacent interview room immediately. Cheng Jiping is suspected of buying trafficked people. Cheng Jiping was still crying, apparently oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Moments later, several policemen from Shazaka rushed in, each with an incredulous expression on their face. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and 2 policemen yanked Cheng Jiping to his feet, cuffed his hands, and led him away. It was only then that Su Dayuan breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to Bai Ruixin. Give the law enforcement recorders to them, copy it down. Cheng Jiping admitted his wife, Zhu Zuifeng, was bought for 30,000 yuan 6 years ago. Zhu Zuifeng is 22 this year, which means she was only 16 back then. Now that Zhu Zuifeng is missing, she is either a victim of a crime or trying to escape back to her hometown. Organize the details of the case and pass it to the brigade. The leader seemed a bit stunned. After all, he was the one who had called Cheng Jiping over. When he had come to report the disappearance, it was still fresh in his memory. He had been to Cheng Jiping's home, and it was quite dilapidated. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Cheng Jiping said his brother had borrowed money to buy a boat, which later sank, and his brother too was gone. All the debts nearly crushed him. At the time, he was also surprised that Cheng Jiping had managed to find a wife almost 22 years younger. It all made sense now. In the villages around Shazaku, everyone made their living from fishing and were all quite wealthy. To marry a local bride, one would have to spend at least 180,000 yuan, otherwise it was impossible. This is just too dramatic. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll organize everything and contact Mr. Hu later. Su Dayuan left with his team, but of course, they didn't head straight back to the station. He didn't know the direction of undercurrents along the coastline or the details of the tides, so he needed to consult with professionals. When they reached the wharf, they saw some old men squatting in the shade for a chat. Su Dayuan approached them, adopted the same posture as the old men, and squatted down with one leg spread out. Uncle, I want to ask about something here at Shazaku. If something really heavy around 100 or 200 pounds is dropped into the sea, could it be swept by the water to Xiafudeo or Dafu Island? The old men looked at Su Dayuan, a bit taken aback by the sudden question. An elderly man, who seemed the oldest among them, nodded at Su Dayuan, his chin lifted, and said knowingly, The police are investigating a case, huh? Su Dayuan nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p yeah, but I don't quite understand about the waves, the ocean currents, the eddies and such. So, I wanted to ask you uncles if you know anything about it. The old man nodded and then explained, we're locals here, been fishing our whole lives. The bay is a bit peculiar. If anyone dies by drowning, you simply can't find the body here. The currents sweep people away directly through the exits on both sides. Some end up caught between Xayafudao and Dafu Island, while others are carried straight to Nanyuan. About 30 years ago, a son from the Yao family in our village fell overboard while out at sea. He floated with the currents and eventually washed up in Fuo. That was an anomaly because from Shizuoka Wharf to Dafu Island is 4 kilometers, while it's 10 kilometers to Fuo. Another old man nodded in agreement. This bay is like the bottom of a bottle, where water rushes in and swirls around, sweeping away both people and objects. Just a bit of big waves and even staying close to the wharf can be problematic. But old Zhang is right, most of the drowned ones are things that fall and show up near Xayafudao and Dafu Island, since the north side there is all reefs, like a natural strainer. Su Dayuan had an epiphany. It turned out the old men knew quite a bit. Do people drown here every year? The old men found Su Dayuan easy to talk to and even offered him cigarettes. Once the initial tension was gone, the conversation boxes were opened. With someone to chat with, who could disagree, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They spoke one after another. Every year there are cases. Not just every year. There's no year without several deaths. The school teachers constantly warn not to play in the sea, but it's no use. As soon as the weather warms up a bit, 1 or 2 will die on the weekends. But it's strange. One death will calm it down for a few days, and then it starts all over again. Su Dayuan sighed. When talking to these old men, you couldn't be hasty. You couldn't just chase down answers to your questions. After thinking for a moment, Su Dayuan followed up on the old men's conversation and asked, I saw it on the news, but didn't pay much attention then. Were the bodies recovered? There were some they didn't find. At the time, the police came and asked, and I told them. But they didn't believe me and searched in the bay. It would be strange if they did find anyone. In the end, it was the people from Xayafudao and Dafu Island who reported to the police, and only then could they confirm whether the bodies were of those who had drowned. Su Dayuan furrowed his brows slightly. He wanted to ask about cases involving boxes or iron cages, but that would reveal case details. Just ask directly what you want to know, young man. Uncle, I wanted to ask if a person is tied up and weighed down, and then if they could still float up and be washed ashore on those islands? The old man slapped Su Dayuan on the back and, showing some missing teeth, laughed. You can tell you're a landlubber. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Stay submerged long enough, and no matter how heavy they are, dead bodies will float up eventually. I heard from the elders that before the liberation there was a local tyrant, can't remember his name, who suspected his concubine of infidelity. He tied a millstone to her and threw her into the sea. Over 20 days later, someone saw that concubine dangling from the rocks on Dafu Island, the millstone caught on the rocks behind her, standing there, horrifying to behold. She was clad in a bright red dress, pale-faced, terrifying to imagine. The old man finished his tale and shivered, as if the story always frightened him when he was a child. The old man, worried that Su Dayuan might not believe him, leaned in closer and said, Don't disbelieve it. Back in the day, my dad and a few other men saw it all happen. They got the concubine off the rocks and buried her on Dafu Island. They were all unfortunate souls. It's only right they should rest in peace after death. The other old men joined in the conversation, some saying they had heard about it from the elderly, while others claimed a relative had been part of the group that went. Su Dayuan understood that this might be true. After all, it wasn't uncommon for someone to be killed in that era. Another old man came over. I heard from my grandson that it has something to do with the currents. We don't understand much about it, But this place is called Shazaku because there's a lot of sand by the sea. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Non-geo water flows into Han River and out to sea here. The seabed sand is fine and soft, but not all the sand stays here. Most of it is carried away by the water. The fine sand on Dofu Island comes from here. You might wonder why Xayafudeo, also an island, doesn't have as much sand. That's because Xayafudeo was originally part of Dofu Island. It only appears separate because of the collapsed reefs in between. Su Dayuan stood up and smiled at the old men. Thank you, uncles. After saying goodbye to them, Su Dayuan got into the car and Mr. Xing joined him. Mr. Su, shouldn't we consult a marine expert? Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. Other than criminal investigation, let's skip the other experts. Let's go back to the city bureau and see what Zhou Xiao and the others are up to. It's strange that they haven't called me all day. It's not like him. In the forensic lab on the 4th floor, Zhou Ning, with folded arms, gazed at the skeleton on the table. He understood why the killer would cut off the victim's head, to avoid revealing their face and the hands, to hide fingerprints. After all, almost everyone now has a second-generation ID card with all 10 fingerprints in the database. Obtaining those fingerprints would reveal the identity. But what about the feet? Why would the murderer cut off the victim's feet? Could it be related to the 2 fractures on the shin bones? Zhou Ning dialed Mr. He's number, and it took 7 or 8 rings before he answered. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. How are you? Still feeling sick? If you're calling just to mock me, then I'm hanging up. No, I truly care. Xiaoyu told me to ask if you're feeling better. Zhou Ning told a white lie, and as soon as he said it, Xia Momo couldn't help but laugh on the side. Sure enough, Mr. He fell for it, and his initial irritation softened immediately. Oh, I'm okay. I was fine all the time you didn't call. Now that we're talking about it, it feels like the storm is churning again. I'm calling to consult you about something. You're more knowledgeable and experienced in medical matters than a general practitioner. Mr. Zhao on the side, already giving 2 thumbs up, really couldn't believe how Zhou Ning could flatter someone so subtly and make it sound so comfortable. Even when you know it's just flattery, there's no way to refute it. What is it? Tell me. About this case, I'm puzzled about something. I can guess why the killer would cut off the victim's head and hands, but why the feet? I checked the skeleton closely and found that on both of her shin bones, around the age of 10, there were signs of healed fractures or cracks. What do you think caused them? Wait, I'll send you some photos and a video. The location of the fractures and cracks, one is in the middle, the other is at the bottom, and they kind of spiral around the shin bone, somewhat like a helical shape. As he spoke, Xia Momo had already sent 2 photos and a video to Hishansuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After some time reviewing them, Hishansuan said, I'll be honest, I think I've seen such cracks before. They don't seem to be caused by trauma from a bump or hit. Let me study the video and photos, then send me the x-rays too. I'll consult with someone from the hospital and search for similar cases I've encountered before. Just then, Zhu Xingxing walked in carrying a bucket, yanking off her gas mask with some excitement and bringing the bucket over to Zhou Ning. Chief, didn't you ask me to clean out these 2 fillers? I've cleaned them out and disinfected them, but I've found what seems to be writing on them. Writing? What kind of writing? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 186 to 185 xdr_1 Chapter 186. Chapter 185 xdr_1 Zhou Ning was startled. Zhu Xingxing moved extremely fast and had already fished one out, dripping with water, and placed the egg yolk-colored, teardrop-shaped ball into Zhou Ning's hands. Fortunately, Zhou Ning was wearing gloves, but even so, the touch made him shiver all over. It was chillingly cold and squishy, seemingly still retaining some fluidity. Squeezing it slightly, It had the feel of a stretchy rubber band, but the grainy texture of the surface still made his hairs stand on end. Where is their writing? Zhu Xingxing quickly leaned in, squeezing Mr. Zhao aside, and said to Zhou Ning and Xia Momo, "Look at the center part. This isn't the usual anti-slip texture, but a smooth surface. There's a mentor logo, and below it, there's a series of letters and numbers that I can't understand. Something like 180cc 354-1058/10.5 cm 9.9 cm 3.8 cm. Seems like some sort of code." Zhou Ning quickly searched Baidu and found this brand. It was an American brand, quite popular in China, but also quite handsomely priced. He knew about silicone implants, though they seemed to talk a lot, but having a logo meant it was a high-end brand. At least this girl wasn't short on money. He quickly took photos of the numbers on the implant and then sent them to Mr. He. After that, he dialed He Shankun's cell phone, and this time the call was quickly answered. "What's the problem now?" "I haven't even asked yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Don't get excited. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We've found 2 balls on the body. After cleaning them up, we realized they're silicone implants, and they've got writing on them. Which hospitals in the Qidong area deal with these kinds of implant procedures?" He Shantuan seriously pondered for a moment before responding. "Not many. The first in the city to offer this was the plastic surgery department of the first affiliated hospital, and then there's Lu University Hospital. Of course, cosmetic clinics can do it too, but I don't know what brands they use. It seems high-end brands don't allow entry into the lower-end market. After all, this isn't like getting a double eyelid surgery or ear piercing." "Understood. So you mean to say that good brands would choose capable tertiary hospitals with plastic surgery departments?" "Your hospital doesn't have a plastic surgery department?" "Yes, we do. I just forgot to mention it." Zhou Ning laughed. This guy was doing it on purpose. He just didn't want Zhou Ning to give him a hard time. "All right, I'll have Suda look into it. We found some numbers and a brand on the implant, and it seems like a good direction for the investigation. I don't know much about this, but these numbers seem to represent the type, model, and production batch of the implant. Not every implant has an individual number. Only those are custom-made, but the cost for that is beyond what most people can imagine." "Got it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than I will contact the relevant personnel, but you need to help me with the broken bone issue, since you guys are the most authoritative." After hanging up, Zhou Ning dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone. "Suda, when are you coming back? We've made some discoveries here, and I need to discuss them with you." Su Daiwan's voice was filled with excitement. "Tell me over the phone. I'm heading towards Rizhao now. We found a missing person there named Huang Liang, a DJ at the nightclubs, the kind who sings and leads dance groups. She matches various details of the headless female corpse in the 10.4 case. They say this girl had tattoos, but what exactly they were, even her own parents don't know, because Huang Liang was a bit rebellious. She went out on her own when she was only 17 or 18 and rarely contacted her family. However, she was supposed to visit her best friend on September 10th, but she never showed up. Worried for Huang Liang, her best friend kept calling her to no avail, as the calls couldn't get through, and she had just returned from Qingdao yesterday. It's said that after looking through over 20 nightclubs in Qingdao, they found the one where she danced, but she hadn't been there since the 9th. I'm going to visit Huang Liang's home first, collect the DNA from her parents for comparison. Now, tell me what you have discovered. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Seeing how excited Su Daiyuan was, Zhou Ning didn't want to dampen his spirits and recounted the spiral pattern of the bone fracture, the guess that letters were hidden in the tattoo, and the serial numbers on the silicone implants on the body. Su Daiyuan kept affirming with sounds, then said, "When I get back tomorrow, I'll have someone look into it." "Didn't you speak to Mr. He about the spiral marks from the bone break and fracture? Let them give us some direction. As for the numbers, don't rush. We'll talk more when I get back." After hanging up, Mr. Zhao came over. "Should I call around and ask?" After all, searching on Baidu is like chasing after countless little advertisements flying across the sky. As for those tertiary hospitals, we can wait for Suda to get back in check. Zhou Ning waved his hand. Off work, let's go have some guatai. Call Mrs. Tui. We've been working overtime on this case. Why the rush if they're not in a hurry? Mr. Zhao knew Zhou Ning was a bit emotional, but naturally had no objections to going out to eat. Let's go. I know a place where my aunt makes guatai with big shrimp inside, really tasty. I'll go call Mrs. Tui. The next day, the lab door burst open as Su Dayuan stormed in, his face showing frustration. He took off his hat and rubbed his hands incessantly. Mr. Zhao, unaware of the implications, went over to chat. What's the matter, boss? You seem off. Is it the chill from the temperature drop? Su Dayuan gave Mr./P break time equals 300 ms /prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Zhao a cold glance before he slowly said, the DNA comparison result from Mr. Cui's team just came out. The deceased isn't Huang lying. Across the entire Qidong area and the neighboring cities, among all the missing persons, only these two match the known criteria. It really puzzles me. Zhou Xiao, tell me in detail about your findings yesterday. Zhou Ning gestured for Mr. Zhao to pull over the whiteboard, which already had the BOTUS information carefully categorized into 3 aspects: tattoos, bone fracture patterns, and information about the silicone implant. Su Dayuan listened attentively to the introduction and nodded slightly, jotting down all the information in his notebook. I'm going to hold a work assignment meeting for the 10.4 task force and have people check according to the first and third pieces of information. But we'll need Mr. He's help with the second. There are so many patients with bone fractures, but I think he should have almost completed the search for those with this kind of spiral trace. Zhou Xiao, run over and help me with this. Also, I've been in touch with the dive team to carry out salvage operations in 3 locations, near Shizuoka Wharf, Dafu Island, and the reefs surrounding Xiafudeo. We're going to search in the direction provided by the fishermen. Isn't this like looking for a needle in the ocean? Su Dayuan glanced at Mr. Zhao, /P break time equals 300 ms /prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. He of course knew it was like looking for a needle in the ocean, but they could only make do with the information they had. Let's just start looking. Mr. Hu said that the nature of the case is heinous and has given us a deadline of 1 week to crack it. But what did you deduce from the tattoo? 2 possibilities. We suspect it could be one person's name, XDR, or possibly 2 people's names, X and TR, intertwined as if to reveal one's feelings to the other. However, based on the fading of the ink, the tattoo must have been done at least 5 or 6 years ago. We're not sure if a 14 or 15-year-old girl would understand love to that extent, and would her family even agree to her getting a tattoo? As he spoke, Zhou Ning gestured to Xia Momo to open a folder which contained a list of surnames that could be formed by combining the letters X and T. X, Shi, Xiao, Xia, Xia, Su, Shui, Xing, Xian, Xiang, Su, Xiang. T, Tong, Tung, Tao, Tan, Tai, 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 Qin, Tan, Ting, 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 Tian, Tai. Su Dayuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. That's quite a few. Even if it's their own name, 3 letters can make for too many possibilities. Zhou Ning nodded. He of course knew how many combinations there were. If we managed to find an overview of the deceased's information, this could be a criterion for judgment, which would narrow down our search range. I think the investigation into the silicone implants needs to be followed up. /P break time equals 300 ms /prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. We need to check the sales records for the same batch number sold domestically in the past 2 years, one by one. Why within 2 years? Curious like a child, Mr. Zhao's question did not annoy Zhou Ning, who patiently explained, this type of textured, natural conical implant has been in production for the past 2 years. According to their company's website, it is supposedly the most suitable for the Asian physique. However, it's quite expensive, and since it's implanted through a periareolar incision, not many unmarried people choose it. Moreover, Asians often struggle to accept that type of incision. It's just not clear why the deceased chose it. Could it be that a scar hidden under the armpit would be more conspicuous? Su Dayuan nodded, the direction being so clear that he no longer felt the annoyance he had upon arrival. You've worked hard. Zhou Xiao, go and talk to Mr. He. I'm off. Su Dayuan left quickly, and Mr. Zhao came over and bumped Zhou Ning. What gives? Are we going to Lu University Hospital now? Zhou Ning looked at Xia Momo, as going to Lu University Hospital was not far from Xia Momo's home. Let's go together. We'll drop you off straight away. This case doesn't need any software input for now. You haven't seen our master come over, have you? Don't stick around here with us any longer. Xia Momo shook her head and said with a gentle smile, I know the software isn't needed, but I want to go and see Dr. He. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I also want to understand what causes such a unique bone fracture pattern. If I encounter it again in the future, I'll know which direction to consider. With that said, Zhou Ning found it hard to refuse. After all, it would be good to follow along, just as Xia Momo said. Looking more couldn't hurt, and if they encountered a similar situation again, they would know how to analyze it. The group got in the car and headed straight for Lu University Hospital. Upon arrival at the emergency department, they called He Shansuan. We're here, are you still busy? He Shankun's figure suddenly appeared from the other end of the corridor, waving at them. They quickly went towards him, and Mr. He led them towards another building. I just can't remember the situation when I received that patient. However, I've found several authoritative doctors in orthopedics to give you a small consultation for that x-ray. Let's go listen. Mr. Zhao swallowed hard, his face showing some nervousness. Why am I feeling a bit nervous? Mr. He, you're not going to take revenge on us for the island incident, are you? Mr. He stopped in his tracks. The island, what did you do? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 187 to 186. Spiral fracture _1 chapter 187, chapter 186. Spiral fracture _1 orthopedic doctor's office. After all, it was an office, not a meeting room with its tense atmosphere. Everyone took their seats separately. Xia Momo still opened her laptop and played the video of the spiral X-ray recording, and there was another video which Zhou Ning had taken while holding the tibia, displaying the spiral fracture on the bone in full detail. A doctor in his 40s, who looked quite authoritative, pushed his glasses up and raised his foot clad in Crocs, pondering as he spoke. The spiral nature of the fracture line is mainly due to opposing forces at both ends of the fracture causing a twisting effect. In plain terms, one end of the tibia turns inward while the other turns outward, resulting in a spiral fracture line. Last year, I had a patient who rolled down the stairs, and his humerus was spiral fractured. The good thing about this type of fracture is that it generally doesn't cause a large hematoma around the tissue. Some even remain in place and can be treated conservatively with manual reduction and proper fixation. Other doctors nodded in agreement, and a white-haired elderly doctor, as though reminiscing, raised his hand and said, now with all kinds of detection equipment available, back before 1990, there were only about 30 CT machines nationwide. And the quality back then can't compare to now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I remember it was either in 89 or 90. The Qidong theater was rehearsing some play, and there was a set of movements that are commonly used by Peking opera actors, which involved twisting the body from one end of the stage to the other. The middle-aged doctor who had spoken first interrupted the old doctor. In Peking opera, that's called small somersault. The old doctor nodded. Somewhat like that, yes. But these movements are what Peking opera actors professionally train in. They hadn't been trained, and without professional guidance, only some stage designer joining them, suddenly 5 actors couldn't move their legs after practicing. We received them at the Central Hospital and discovered that all 5 had tibia and fibula spiral fractures to varying degrees, one of which was the most severe with bilateral fractures of the tibia and fibula. My mentors were all called back to collectively perform manual reductions on these people, but the one with bilateral fractures of the tibia and fibula still ended up with a slight issue with walking afterwards. Zhou Ning kept nodding. It was understandable for adults not professionally trained to come into occasional contact with these activities, but considering the deceased's skeletal state, she had sustained such fractures and fissures continuously during her childhood. Could it be that she was often involved in such activities? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p gentlemen, I would like to inquire, for a case like the deceased, based on her healing traces, we can determine these two fractures and fissures likely occurred around the age of 10. Could a child be involved in such intense training? Yes, the city's Peking opera troupe recruits a few kids every year, and the provincial team also scouts here for children with special talents, such as in gymnastics or other sports. A younger doctor added, and kids who dance, we've had quite a few of them sent to orthopedics recently. The middle-aged doctor clicked his tongue. That's different. Kids in Latin dance suffer more lumbar spine injuries. It's a different nature of injury altogether. If you put it that way, many kids training in ballet might also face similar situations. After all, children in their developmental stage can easily sustain different levels of injuries from overly vigorous activities. Ballet dancers may look graceful on stage, but their feet are all scarred. Zhou Ning paused, then suddenly thought of the deceased's severed foot. She had been suspecting the deceased's line of work and thought maybe her feet could provide a clue. This direction seemed to hold some possibility. Doctor, based on what you know, besides ballet dancers, are there any other professions where one could tell from their feet what they do for a living, where the changes to the feet are very noticeable? The doctor pondered for a moment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than I feel you're limiting yourself, because regardless of the sport or industry, foot injuries can vary, but changes can also be seen in other parts of the body, such as the lumbar spine in dancers, the knees in sprinters, and the elbows in tennis players. Zhou Ning had an epiphany and stood up, bowing respectfully to the doctor. Thank you for the clarification. We won't disturb you any further. The middle-aged doctor waved his hands eagerly, his face showing great interest. I tell you, Dr. Zhou, when the case is over and if convenient, talk to Mr. He and ask him to share the details with us to satisfy our curiosity. After all, you encounter a case even when you go camping. You're that lucky. Zhou Ning's cheeks quivered as she struggled to hold back a smile, glancing at Mr. He, who was sporting an ashen face. He had truly embarrassed himself by seeking a professional consultation to protect his own dignity. Certainly, we'll take our leave now. Mr. He, do you need me to give you a ride back? Mr. He gave her a look and mouthed a word that meant leave. Zhou Ning raised her hand, aware that Mr. He was indeed embarrassed. It was, after all, through his own mishap that they had managed to foster a closer relationship with the orthopedic department, something others wouldn't believe if told. All right, I'm off then. You're on the night shift, right? Later, someone will bring you food to the emergency room. Remember to accept it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Having said that, Zhou Ning didn't look back as she walked out, even raising her hand in a wave. Mr. Zhao stared at Mr. He, who appeared somewhat guilty, barely holding back his laughter. He hurried a few steps to catch up with Zhou Ning, poking her in the lower back. Zhou Xiao, just keep teasing Mr. He. His intelligence isn't the sharpest to begin with. It's diminished from being overworked every day, and here you are, tricking him about bringing him food. That's just heartless. Zhou Ning shook his head. Later, you go to the entrance and find a spot to order 2 dishes, nothing too fancy, 1 meat and 1 vegetable will do. Also, get 2 bowls of rice. I will call Xiaoyu and have her pick them up and deliver them. Mr. Zhao was instantly stunned. I mean, Zhou Xiao, you're going too far. Is this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? How come you never make such an effort with me? On one hand, you make Mr. He feel guilty, on the other, you let Xiaoyu know Mr. He is busy, and at the same time, you make Mr. He feel cared for by Xiaoyu. You're using one expenditure for 3 different purposes. Zhou Ning took out 50 yuan and handed it to Mr. Zhao. Can't go over budget. I'm a person with a mortgage now. I need to cut down on my monthly living expenses. Remember to order from that northeastern restaurant. Half a portion of their iron pot stew will be fine. Of course, when I say 2 dishes, you don't have to take it literally. They basically have everything. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He has mentioned several times that their food is good. Xia Momo glanced at the time. It was already past 5. Don't bother with all that trouble. Let's just go together. I'll treat you guys to dinner. Well, prepare a portion for Xiaoyu to take to Mr. He. How does that sound? Just as Zhou Ning was about to refuse, Mr. Zhao stuffed the 50 yuan back into Zhou Ning's hand. Stop fussing. Mr. Xia has spoken, so let's get to that northeastern restaurant quickly. May I ask Mr. Xia if I can order the iron pot stewed goose? Xia Momo turned to look at Zhou Ning and tugged at his sleeve. Could you call Zhu Xingxing and Mr. Yang and ask them to come over? I'll call Dr. Liu and Dr. Liu. It'll be nice for everyone to get together. Without waiting for Zhou Ning to object, she was already dragging Zhou Ning into the restaurant. Since they had called quite a few people, and they also had to take food to Mr. He, it naturally wouldn't do to bring just a little bit. Xia Momo quickly arranged for 2 pots, one of iron pot stewed goose and the other of pork ribs stewed with green beans, with potatoes and sweet potato noodles added. Of course, she placed a steaming layer on top, one with big pork buns and the other with steamed pepper salt rolls. In just over 10 minutes, the aroma was wafting through the air. People gradually arrived one after another. Xiaoyu was among the earlier arrivals and looked at Zhou Ning with a puzzled expression. Brother, why are you making things so complicated for me? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Even if dinner is delayed by a few minutes, nobody's going to eat it all, right? Zhou Ning pulled her aside and whispered, the last time we went to Xiafudeo, we neither ate well nor had a good time. You and He Shansuan were both so sick. He's having a really tough day today. We went to ask for his help only to find out that he has to take over a colleague's night shift in the emergency department tonight, and that's incredibly exhausting. Why don't you first bring him some food? Then you can come back and, well, eat slowly, right? Of course, you could also stay and eat there with him. I'm not forcing you to do anything. After all, you both had a tough time together on the island, and it wouldn't be right to ask Mr. Xia or my master to deliver the food, would it? Xiaoyu looked around. Zhu Xingxing and the others hadn't arrived yet. Mr. Zhao was busy helping out, pouring water and arranging appetizers. Entertaining guests was not her forte. Xia Momo was the sister-in-law she recognized in her heart, so it wouldn't be appropriate for her to run errands. As for Dr. Liu, he was her cousin's master, which was even less suitable. Okay then, she said, picking up the 2 old-fashioned lunch boxes Mr. Zhao had prepared, and headed towards the central hospital. Lu Yongxin came over and bumped Zhou Ning's shoulder. My dear apprentice, you sure have a diverse range of services. You're mediating matches now? Zhou Ning laughed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. My sister is not good at expressing herself and doesn't meet many suitable people. Mr. He, despite his blunt mouth, is overall a great guy. I think they look good together. It's good to create more opportunities for them. Lu Yongxin nodded and leaned in close to Zhou Ning's ear. Don't just look after others. Have you managed to win over Mr. Xia? That big house of yours needs a woman. Besides, with your grandfather gone, you need someone to ensure there's food on the table, right? Zhou Ning just smiled without replying, as if Xia Momo had sensed something and looked over, handing Lu Yongxin a cup of tea. Dr. Liu, let's sit down. Zhu Xingxing and Yang Xuedong have arrived. Now that everyone was present, Xia Momo called for people to gather around the 2 big pots. With the steam rising continuously, and the weather having turned colder, sitting around the pots eating such hot food was simply too delightful. Mr. Zhao swallowed his saliva, his eyes practically dropping into the iron pot stewed goose. It was then that Dr. Liu spoke up first, asking the waiter to set the buns aside to wait for Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu, I heard you guys have another case? Zhou Ning nodded and briefly described the case. Lu Yongxin looked up, seemingly surprised. This person has a strong awareness of counter-surveillance, discarding the head, sawing off limbs, and then stuffing them in suitcases and throwing them into the sea, aiming to destroy all evidence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Could this be the work of someone professional? As soon as Lu Yongxin finished speaking, everyone was stunned. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 188 to 187. Number 16 Kingning Road _1 Chapter 188. Chapter 187. Number 16 Kingning Road _1 October 6, 2011. A burst of ringing from the telephone pulled Zhou Ning from the small dark room. He exhaled and grabbed the phone. Hello, you've reached Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiaoyu. Why haven't you arrived yet? The sound of Su Daiwan's voice instantly energized him. He moved the phone away from his ear and saw that it was only 7:30. Zhou Ning exhaled. He had drunk quite a bit last night and returned late, especially since he had a lengthy chat with Lu Yongxin, which had broadened his thinking. What's the matter, Suda? I drank a lot last night and am just heading out now. Haha, it's just that there's no one in your office at the technical division, and I was getting a bit anxious. I wanted to update you on our progress. That implant of the same model, specification, and batch number, there are quite a few sold domestically. We've found 212 users. Last night, we got the list from the domestic master distributor, and we're currently verifying each one by phone. After all, the 212 users are scattered all over the country, and we can't guarantee that every contact detail they left is accurate. Some might need a home visit for confirmation. Zhou Ning listened, slightly bewildered. This method, though clumsy, was indeed the most effective way, as it was rare for anyone to register their cosmetic surgery information under someone else's name. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Nevertheless, he dared not protest as he had already gotten dressed. So Suda, what's this early morning call about? You cheeky boy, don't you see I'm trying to borrow a bit of your luck to speed up our screening process? Plus, how did it go with Mr. He yesterday? Did you get any results? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning hurriedly relayed his side's analysis. The situation is such, the orthopedic specialist has pointed us in the direction of dancers, opera performers, athletes, people involved in high-intensity activities. Moreover, the victim's feet were severed 4 fingers above the ankles, which leads me to believe that we can immediately discern her profession just by looking at her feet, making it more likely that she was a ballet dancer or an athlete. With respect to your phone verification, perhaps prioritizing the checks based on these conditions would help. Birth years 1989 to 1991, height 160 to 165 centimeters. Female dance or athletics professionals. Su Dayuan laughed and Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Their leader sounded irritated this early in the morning, and he wondered who had the misfortune of riling him up. Nonetheless, having a narrowed-down range was good news for everyone. All right, I'll pass the word on right now. You hurry over, I always feel like things don't go smoothly without you here. That last sentence left Zhou Ning feeling a bit powerless. It seemed the title of mascot was unavoidable. Despite his internal complaints, he didn't dawdle. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After getting ready, he quickly drove out, not headed for the technical department's backyard, but straight to the first squad. While he was still looking for a parking spot, he saw Bai Ruixin waving and running over to him. Dr. Zhou, you've arrived. The boss told me to wait here for you. Get out of the car and I'll help you park. Don't worry, I'll find a spot right under a surveillance camera so no one scratches or bumps your car. Zhou Ning was somewhat embarrassed. I'm really very sorry about this. Bai Ruixin clasped his hands together. With you here, it's like the arrival of a savior. The boss has been fuming all morning, not pleased with anyone. Mrs. Liu and the team practically have sparks flying from their fingers making all these calls, all waiting for you to come and save the day. Zhou Ning quickly got out of the car. Not bothering with pleasantries, he made a beeline for the first squad's office. Along the hallway, he could hear Su Daiwan's roar. Look carefully, call those on the list with the stars first. How many times do I have to remind you? Following the sound, he pushed the door open to a large meeting room where several people sat around, each with a list, dialing numbers. Su Dayuan stood in front of a whiteboard plastered with numerous A4 sheets, densely filled with names, ages, addresses, contact information, and surgical hospitals. Seeing Zhou Ning enter, Su Dayuan quieted down and waved him over eagerly. Not going smoothly, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan nodded and pointed to the chart behind him. We've had non-working numbers, people who can't be found. It's not as simple as we thought. Just find the list and you've got the victim's information. It seems that the cosmetic surgery industry is quite chaotic too. Zhou Ning smiled at Su Dayuan and glanced at the clock. It was only 8 o'clock. Suda, it's the National Day holiday, and it's only 8 in the morning. A lot of people won't be awake at this time, so don't worry. Tell everyone to take it easy. This isn't a problem we can rush through. Let's review the existing data together, shall we? With such a suggestion, Su Dayuan naturally wouldn't refuse. All right, all the materials are here. Let's take a look together. Zhou Ning sat beside Su Dayuan, and several people analyzed and carefully examined these forms. The person making phone calls was still busy, and the personnel listed on the forms were slowly being crossed off one by one. It seemed that there were very few individuals left who met the age criteria. It was nearing noon, and Zhou Ning kept his composure, focusing on the form in front of him. The personal information provided there was quite complete. The ones marked with stars were indeed all born between 1989 and 1991. Zhou Ning paused for a moment, then suddenly thought of the information Su Dayuan had mentioned earlier. If these implants had been on the market for 2 years, how would individuals under 18 be registered? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After all, such surgeries are paid out of pocket and registrations are not particularly strict, so. Zhou Ning carefully observed and realized that half of the hospitals listed there were from Qidong province, with the rest in Jing City and Zheshi province. He then flipped through the documents on Su Daiwan's desk from the domestic general agent. Inside, the records were very clear. Branches exist in Jing City, Qidong province, and Zheshi province. I see there are phone numbers for their branches here. Have they been contacted? Su Dayuan took out his phone, which had a number Su Dayuan had already called numerous times. It's always the branch's people who assist with the contact. This person is from Qidong, named Zhang Xiaoxiang, and he's responsible for the whole East China region. Hearing that we're relying on this to solve the case, he's been helping contact the headquarters in Mi country. Would you like to contact him? Zhou Ning nodded, and Su Dayuan dialed the number, said a few words, and then handed the phone to Zhou Ning. Hello, Director Zhang. I'm Forensic Doctor Zhou Ning. I had Su to contact you early this morning. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Haha, Dr. Zhou, don't mention it. As long as I can help, if this helps solve the case, isn't it also publicity for our brand? I can't thank you enough. Just tell me what you need. Zhou Ning glanced at the serial number, then asked, I want to know about the body type suitable for these implants. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As I understand, patients can't just choose any shape or size they want. It seems to be designed according to body type and overall aesthetics, right? Some special cases require customization, especially for surgeries through the areola. Aren't there size restrictions? The man paused, then said with interest, You are indeed a forensic doctor, an expert indeed. You're correct, it needs to be calculated based on height and chest circumference. The serial number you mentioned is a high-profile, teardrop-shaped, small-size implant, which even after augmentation would appear to be a B-cup size. To choose this size, the patient would either be very short or particularly slender. However, some patients just pursue larger sizes blindly, so the implant with the serial number you're investigating is not a bestseller. After selection, it requires waiting for stock, and some people might have to wait a couple of months. Zhou Ning paused. If they needed to wait for stock, that meant the phone surely had to be contactable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to notify patients. This suggests that someone might have changed their number during that period. One more question. What about if the patient is too young, for example, not yet 18? Can they still undergo the surgery? Of course not. One reason is that under 18, they are still developing. Moreover, they cannot sign the surgery consent form. That's a strict regulation. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody, P, are brand partners with major hospitals precisely because we want to avoid disputes arising from excessive cosmetic procedures. After all, nobody wants to get entangled in a lawsuit. Thank you. If necessary, I'll contact you again. After hanging up the phone, Su Deyuan looked at Zhou Ning with narrowed eyes. So you mean, the deceased might have been under 18 when the surgery was performed, and she could have used a false identity? Zhou Ning nodded. Not a false identity, but the surgery may have been done in someone else's name. After all, medical insurance wasn't involved, and the need for real name registration wasn't so strict, just like outpatient checkups. Many people go for checkups under someone else's name. Sometimes a person has their blood drawn several times just to get a health certificate. It's not unheard of. Su Deyuan looked at the remaining names while those marked with stars had been ticked off, over 60, with over 100 still to be called or unreachable. It seemed this work could not be rushed. Mr. Liu, go arrange for boxed lunches to be delivered. After eating, continue making calls. Also, when calling, make sure to ask if they themselves underwent the implant surgery. If not, find out who used their name, and also ascertain their professions. Without looking up, Zhou Ning continued scanning the content, feeling that the victim's identity was about to be revealed. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody, P. When he came across the information for the individuals from Qidong province, an address caught Zhou Ning's attention. Number 16 Qingning Road, Gola District, Qidong City. It was just opposite the north zone of Haibo River Park and adjacent to Hongcheng Stadium. Zhou Ning looked at the address, opened Baidu Maps, and searched. A few words directly popped up: Sports Bureau Dormitory. This discovery made Zhou Ning stand up immediately, and Su Deyuan quickly leaned over. What did you find? /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 189 to 188 Figure Skater _1 Chapter 189. Chapter 188 Figure Skater _1 Zhou Ning pointed at the address and spoke quickly. Look at this address. Number 16 Qingning Road, Gola District, Qidong City. It's the housing dormitory of the Sports Bureau. I know the place, a single building, houses from the year 2000, without property management or anything. Initially, it was the dormitory for the Sports Bureau, but after the housing reform, it was all allocated to individuals. Zhou Xiao, why do you get excited when you see this address? Zhou Ning pulled out his cell phone and flipped to the X-rays he had recorded yesterday, explaining nonstop. Don't you understand? Based on the analysis of the victim's fractures, she could have sustained multiple fractures due to excessive activities like dancing or sports. The murderer cut off her feet because one could determine her profession just by looking at them. So, it's very likely that she was a professional athlete with very distinctive feet, the kind that someone could recognize at a glance. Especially this address, being the Sports Bureau dormitory. Even if the victim had borrowed an identity, she would need someone familiar. I think it's too much of a coincidence. We should call this person first to confirm if they know such a girl, right? Su Deyuan had also come around by this time and hurriedly dialed the number. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody P. Initially, I hadn't paid attention to this person's information, mainly because her marked age was 35, which was too far from the age of the victim to be considered. But then again, are plastic surgeons blind? Can't they differentiate between an 18 to 22-year-old girl and someone who's 30 plus? The call from Su Dayuan went through, and after 10 rings, someone answered with a hello. Su Dayuan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the name that was marked. Hello, may I speak with Zhuang Qunlan? This is she. Who's this? I am Su Dayuan from Team 1 of the Criminal Police Detachment in the Qidong City Bureau. I need to verify something with you and ask that you answer truthfully. Did you undergo surgery at the Plastic Surgery Department of Lu University Hospital on July 22, 2009? The other party was clearly taken aback, but subconsciously uttered half a sentence. I have never had surgery. What did you say the date was? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Su Dayuan repeated his question, and the caller seemed to be doing something, as the noise of a TV news broadcast could suddenly be heard in the background. Then it vanished altogether, apparently, because she had covered the receiver. It seemed there was someone with her, and this analysis made Su Dayuan feel as if he had grasped a thread of hope, and his tone of voice changed instantly. Hello, Zhuang Qunlan. Please answer my question, and don't consult with anyone else. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P like I told you before, we're from the Criminal Police Detachment in the City Bureau. It wouldn't look good on you if we had to bring you in for an investigation, right? Just then, the other party hung up the phone. This caught Su Dayuan by surprise, and he stood up gesturing to everyone. Mr. Liu, take some people with me. Mr. Zhang, you stay here and keep calling. Liu Yufei reacted quickly, grabbing her police jacket and rushing out. Before leaving, she even gestured a yeah to Mr. Zhang, who realized a moment later that everyone had already left. He pointed at the door, still unable to comprehend. Wait, why am I the one staying behind? Taking Liu Yufei along? The person on the other side is a woman. It's more convenient to have Mrs. Liu there. Mr. Zhang blinked, his expression clearly one of disgruntlement, a look Zhou Ning often saw on Mr. Zhao's face. But why still make calls? Zhou Ning patted his shoulder and let out a soft sigh. We naturally have to verify each call. It's a process of elimination. We can only conclude this part of the investigation once we've confirmed that Zhuang Qunlan knew the victim or was related in some way. Don't be discouraged, pal. Mr. Zhang waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep at it. There were quite a few people from out of province, each diligently using Mandarin to verify identities. Zhou Ning stood up and walked to the window. Half an hour later, Su Daiwan's car stopped downstairs. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The siren had ceased its blaring, and a man and a woman were led out of the car uncuffed. Liu Yufei was very discreetly pulling on a woman's arm. The woman appeared panicked and looked as if she might burst into tears at any second. The man beside her was furious, yelling about something. Mr. Zhang and the others, hearing the commotion, gathered at the window. Wow, 2 for 1? Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh at his credulous look. Don't say I didn't warn you. If your boss comes in and sees you gawking while your calls aren't done, you'll be the first to get it. Mr. Zhang shrank his neck as if the roaring Su Dayuan was right before his eyes and quickly went back to making calls. As Zhou Ning walked over from the window, Su Dayuan had already stepped into the office briskly, took a drink of water, and looked around at everyone busily at work. He motioned to Zhou Ning. Let's go, come and listen. Zhou Ning didn't waste words. He knew Su Daiwan's temperament. Serving as a mascot wasn't so bad anyway. He followed Su Dayuan into the interrogation room. The man and woman were already seated inside the interrogation room. The woman's jaw was trembling slightly, while the man was holding a phone, seemingly about to make a call. Stop scaring me. So, what if it's the criminal police? We haven't done anything illegal, yet you come up and arrest people. Do you know who I am? Liu Yufei was extremely indifferent, slightly shaking her head. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I don't know who you are, but you can make a phone call right now and see who in the sports bureau or the city can help you get out of the obligation to assist with a murder investigation, she said. The man was startled and immediately lost his arrogance, sitting upright in the chair with a complete 180-degree change in attitude. They didn't make things clear on the phone and just came to take people away. Who wouldn't be suspicious? After all, there are so many scammers these days. Since you need assistance with the investigation, go ahead and ask, he said. Liu Yufei didn't linger on this issue, but rather held up the form and pointed to the date of July 22, 2009, and asked, "On this date, Zhuang Chunlan, did you have surgery at Liu University Hospital?" Zhuang Chunlan shook her head, not hesitantly, but giving a straightforward answer without any second thoughts. "No, let me put it this way. I only stayed in the hospital to have a child. I've never been hospitalized for any other reason." When our team leader called you just now, why didn't you say this? Why did you cover the phone and seek someone else's opinion? Zhuang Chunlan lowered her head somewhat awkwardly, glancing at the man beside her. Previously, he had been reported twice, and we thought, so we were a bit cautious. I thought it might be some reporter wanting inside information or something like that, since in Qidong, he's the only one involved in figure skating. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Liu Yufei said nothing and didn't nod, but shifted her gaze sideways to the man. "Why not introduce yourself?" she said. "My name is Wang Ligong, and I am a coach at the city's sports bureau, considered to be specially hired staff. I receive a salary, and there are special allowances and rewards when the team wins medals or ranks. I coach 3 athletes, but for the juniors, there are about 20 children under the age of 10. Besides my wife Zhuang Chunlan, who takes care of nutrition, there's also a fitness coach, an assistant coach, and a team doctor." Has Zhuang Chunlan's ID card ever been lent to someone else, or has someone else been aware of her ID information? "Even when buying a car, they used my ID. What exactly do you want to ask?" Liu Yufei didn't answer Zhuang Chunlan's question. Wang Ligong paused, then lifted his head to look at Liu Yufei. "A lot of people know my wife's ID information. How should I answer that?" he said. "Just answer whatever comes to mind," she replied. "People from the sports bureau, our team, and finance are all aware since the bureau handles our social insurance. They also use her information to distribute bonuses. As for the athletes, when information for a guardian is needed for those who are underage, it's typically our information that's filled in," he explained. Zhuang Chunlan nodded along from the side. Liu Yufei stared at Wang Ligong, as did Su Deyuan and Zhou Ning, all without blinking. Wang Ligang's face remained unchanged, and his gaze steady. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Deyuan typed a string of information on his mobile phone, just about to hit send when Zhou Ning stopped him. Su Deyuan looked puzzled and turned to Zhou Ning, who was smiling. "What's up?" he said. "Su De, listen to Mrs. Liu's interrogation. She already knows what happened just now. Since you gave her this chance to perform, Mrs. Liu is interrogating with more dedication than anyone, hoping for your approval. Besides, Mrs. Liu is smart, and there might be better findings," Zhou Ning explained. Su Deyuan put away his phone, deleted the text he had just written, and turned his attention back to the interrogation room. Liu Yufei rubbed her nose, crossed her arms, and moved closer to Wang Ligong. Her face stopped just a punch away from Wang Ligang's. "Oh, a coach, huh? Then please introduce your 3 athletes," she said. Wang Ligong was puzzled, but since he decided to cooperate, he naturally behaved well. He put his hand on the table and began counting off on his fingers. One is Xing Xiaoli, 21 this year. He practices men's singles skating and his technique is quite good. Last year at the national championships, he took 7th place, which makes him a key athlete in training. The other 2 are girls, one named Wang Ying, a relative's child and a local from Qidong. She's very talented, though not yet 14, prepping to compete in the Winter Olympics in 4 years. A very promising young athlete. The other girl is named Tan Ran, 20 years old. /p break time equals 300 ms prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. She and Xing Xiaoli used to skate pairs, but Xing Xiaoli didn't grow in height or weight, so he couldn't lift Tan Ran anymore. As a result, the partnership was dissolved, and she began to practice women's singles skating on her own. Upon hearing these two names, Zhou Ning clenched his fists tightly. Xing Xiaoli and Tan Ran combined formed the initials XDR. The names of these two people combined matched the tattoo on the deceased's leg, Zhou Ning said. Su Dayuan nodded his head, equally excited, and quickly composed another message, sending it to Lu Yufei. After glancing at her mobile phone, Lu Yufei did not show much expression. Qidong doesn't have the rich resources like the Northeast for figure skating training. When did you come to the Qidong Sports Bureau? When were these athletes found? She asked. Wang Ligong let out a sigh. I was originally a fitness coach for the Liaodong provincial team, but I had disagreements with the supervising coach and was marginalized. Therefore, in 2006, I accepted an invitation from Qidong Sports Bureau. Xing Xiaoli and Tan Ran were athletes I brought over from the provincial team. They were about the same age as Wang Ying back then, 14 or 15. They've been here for 5 or 6 years in the blink of an eye. Oh? What about your athletes? Are they on vacation? She asked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 190 to 189. The unreachable phone call _1 Chapter 190. Chapter 189. The unreachable phone call _10. So, where's your team member? On vacation? Wang Ligong nodded. Each summer, we focus on physical training. Wang Ying just joined the team, so she didn't get a vacation. As for Xing Xiaoli and Tan Ran, they haven't been home for 2 years. Besides, we are going to Liaodong province for a training camp at the end of October, so we gave them leave on September 6th, as long as they return to the team by the end of October. Su Dayuan let out a breath and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. There's an 80% chance the deceased is Tan Ran. Let's go in together. Zhou Ning knew that refusal was futile and followed Su Dayuan into the interrogation room, noticing that there was a new arrival in the room, which somewhat unnerved Wang Ligang. After all, despite the many questions asked, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Su Dayuan approached Wang Ligang. Did Tan Ran take a leave on July 22, 2009? Wang Ligang was getting anxious, spreading his hands as he looked towards Su Dayuan, whose oppressive presence was very strong. How could I possibly remember that? His wife, Zhuang Chunlan, tugged at Wang Ligang's sleeve and thought for a moment before speaking. I can't recall the specific dates, but if you're talking about 2 summers ago, Tan Ran went to see the team doctor a few times, saying she had menstrual irregularities and needed time to recuperate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. She also complained of leg pain and wanted it examined. She had listed a number of dietary restrictions with me, which, according to the old sayings, were all foods that could exacerbate her condition. However, she didn't rest for more than a few days. Yufei, check the registration logs of Lu University Hospital. I need the exact surgery times, including the time of making appointments for outpatient services. I believe there should be records in her medical file, Su Dayuan said. Lu Yufei left without a word, and Su Dayuan turned back to Wang Ligang. Tell me about the situations of Tan Ran and Xing Xiaoli. Where's their hometown? What do their parents do? After the previous questioning, even a fool could tell that the case they were investigating might be related to Tan Ran. Clearing his throat, Wang Ligong took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and handed it to Su Dayuan. It contained quite a bit of detailed information. Tan Ran is originally from Liaodong province. Her parents are in the seafood business. They are not well educated but quite wealthy. Tan Ran has never been interested in studying and has been very rebellious and defiant since she was young, but she is beautiful. She could skate in figure skating competitions and, since following us to Qidong for focus training, they have never objected. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Since she was under 10 years old and in the juniors, she would always receive gifts they sent, especially during festivals, because even though their business kept them busy, they hardly ever came over to see Tan Ran. As for Xingxieli, he's also from Liaodong province, but his situation is a bit special. When we were selecting athletes from various schools, this kid recommended himself, saying he wanted to train in sports. However, he only passed 2 items. The boy clung to my leg and knelt down, begging to follow me. I was quite surprised at the time. I had never encountered such a situation before. When I inquired, I found out that Xingxieli was an orphan with average academic performance, not outstanding in any area, and often bullied at school because of his appearance. He wanted to leave that school. I took pity on him and helped him to practice secretly for over 10 days. By the time of the second physical examination, he passed and, since he was good-looking, naturally stayed on the figure skating team. When I transferred to Qidong, both he and Tan Ran came with me voluntarily. These are the contact details. Su Dayuan tossed the phone to the clerk, who rapidly noted down several numbers. Su Dayuan continued his questioning. Were Xingxieli and Tan Ran in a romantic relationship? Wang Ligang's wife tugged at his sleeve and spoke up first. There was a bit of that when they were practicing pairs skating. Mainly, Tan Ran was truly good to Xingxieli. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. She shared everything she had with him. Whatever she ate or used, she would bring a portion for Xingxieli too. But it seemed to fade after a while. When was after a while? It was 2 summers ago. The two had a bad argument. However, they didn't dare quarrel in front of Wang Ligang. Afterward, they trained separately. After all, Xingxieli stopped growing taller, so they couldn't perform high-difficulty moves together and had to split up. Zhou Ning raised his phone, displaying an X-ray image of the deceased. Did Tan Ran ever suffer an injury to her leg? Wang Ligang nodded. She had injuries on her legs and feet, which is quite normal in figure skating. She fractured bones several times, and the most severe injury was in early 2004, before we came to Qidong. During training, Xingxieli made a mistake, and she was thrown out. Her face was cut, her right forearm fractured in several places, and she also broke her leg. At that time, I thought the child wouldn't be able to continue skating, but she recovered fairly well. You've asked so many questions. May I now know exactly what case this is about? Su Dayuan handed over Zhou Ning's phone to Wang Ligang. We've discovered remains of a deceased person without a head or limbs, and the body is severely decayed. However, we found a tattoo on the thigh and, after extracting skeleton bones, it appears the deceased had signs of spiral fractures in both legs and also had breast augmentation. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. With the number obtained from it, we traced the surgical registration to Zhuang Qunlan. Wang Ligang was startled for a moment and reached for his phone, his fingers shaking. He opened the contact list and dialed a number labeled Ran. After a brief pause, a woman's voice came through. The phone you dialed cannot be connected temporarily. Wang Ligang panicked and quickly found another number, just about to dial out when Su Dayuan stopped him. If you're trying to contact Xingxieli, you better hold off for now. Well, contact him later. There's another question. Have you seen this tattoo before? Su Dayuan handed a printed photo to the couple. After a close examination, they both shook their heads. I haven't seen it. I have never seen that tattoo on Tan Ran's body. Can you ask Wang Ying? Or maybe the team doctor. After all, the location is very secretive, underneath the groin on the right thigh root. Even wearing shorts won't reveal it. Wang Ligang was quite cooperative at this moment and found Wang Ying's phone number to call her. Wang Ying, I want to ask you something. Does Tan Ran have a tattoo? No. The person on the other end didn't hesitate and directly gave a negative answer. If you dare to lie to me, I'll call your dad and have him take you home. You won't need to practice figure skating with me anymore. Coach, I was wrong. Sister Ran does have a tattoo, but she told me not to tell you. Relax, I'm just asking. Do you know where the tattoo is? What does it look like? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, was it done recently? It's been a long time. I saw it when I took a bath with Sister Ran when I first arrived. It's on the right thigh. She said it was a cat, but aside from the cat ears, I really couldn't make out that it was a cat. It was just a few lines like cattails. Su Dayuan nodded, and Wang Ligong told her a few more things, especially to not run around and to stay at home, before hanging up the phone. As the call ended, Wang Ligong covered his face and cried because the picture in front of him was clear. The pattern was just as Wang Ying had described, with only 2 cat ears visible, and the rest of the lines curved and twisted like cattails. Zhuang Qunlan also covered her mouth, constantly patting Wang Ligang's back, and looked up at Su Dayuan. Officer, we've watched this child grow up. Do we need to contact Tanran's family? Su Dayuan shook his head. As long as the address and phone number of Tanran's family are correct, that will be fine. We'll send someone over to draw their blood later for a DNA comparison. You must cooperate with us and not disclose any information about today at the criminal police team, including Tanran's family, understand? Wang Ligang nodded emphatically, stood up, and bowed deeply to Su Dayuan, but his tears kept flowing uncontrollably. Then we count on you. Please catch the murderer. This child is no different to us than our own. We've been taking care of her since she was under 10. Even when she was injured, I didn't give up on her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I still don't know how to explain it to her family. Comforting others was not Su Daiwan's forte, but he still laid his large hand on Wang Ligang's shoulder. Try to control your emotions. Later, I will ask your team doctor to come in to understand the situation. I think for massage and medical leave slips, the team doctor has to handle them, right? She went for breast augmentation surgery without your knowledge, and there were many visits. If the team doctor didn't issue medical leave slips, you wouldn't have agreed. Wang Ligong nodded, found a number in his phone's contacts, and handed it to Su Dayuan. Our team doctor is Dr. Zheng Yu. He is at the gym today. Wang Ying has physical training as well. How about you come back with us, and we can say you're undercover visitors from the Provincial Sports Commission. Su Dayuan was not surprised at Wang Ligang's sudden change of attitude. This urgent matter concerning Tan Ran left him panicking since he couldn't face Tan Ran's parents. After caring for the child for so many years, her sudden death, especially one so gruesome, was a responsibility too heavy to bear. Okay, then we'll go to the gym with you. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning, who was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, clearly not looking like a policeman, and dialed Lu Yufei's phone. Did you check? Admitted on July 21, 2009, surgery on the 22nd, scheduled for June 11th. The attending doctor admitted he realized the patient's registered age couldn't have been over 30, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, that's fine, you go directly to the gym. Park the police car a bit further away, wear your plain clothes and meet with us in a while. After the call ended, Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning. In a while, you and I will each drive a car, bring the investigation box. After we understand the situation, we'll draw blood from a few of them. This way, if we discover the primary crime scene, we can do the comparison without the need for double work. Everyone got into their cars, and with the holiday period ending, the roads were incredibly congested. It took them half an hour to reach the gym. After parking the car, Lu Yufei had already arrived early and followed Wang Ligong through a side entrance into the gym. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they could hear shouting from an office. Use your legs to power up, control your speed in the air. Following the sound, the group entered the room, where several young children were training separately, along with a somewhat older girl. She stood on a mat, gasping for breath with a strap tied around her waist, while a coach spoke to her and a man squatted beside her, recording something. When people entered, everyone stopped what they were doing to look at Su Dayuan and the others. Wang Ligong clapped his hands and gestured to the girl and the man squatting on the ground. People from the Provincial Sports Commission have come to take a look. Keep training. Wang Ying and Mr. Zhang, come over here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 191 to 190. Complex relationships _1 Chapter 191. 190 Chapter Complex Relationships _1. The two followed Wang Ligang to an office that was quite a distance away. The room was dusty, with a layer of dust accumulated on the desk that clearly indicated the room was seldom used. Wang Ying was somewhat nervous. After all, she had previously received a call from Wang Ligang. She stood nervously beside Zhuang Chunlan, clutching the corner of her clothing. Wang Ying bit her lip. Her slightly chubby face, slender waist that one could wrap their hands around, and her tall stature all accentuated her well-developed chest. With such a youthful appearance combined with her figure, she would have no problem making a living in the entertainment industry. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning before saying, "There's something I need to discuss with the two of you separately. Just answer honestly what you know." After he finished speaking, Wang Ligang looked towards Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan nodded and then turned to Zhou Ning and Lu Yufei. "You two take Wang Ying next door first and come back later. The nutritionist should follow." Zhuang Chunlan nodded, pulled Wang Ying out, and went to the next room, where Zhou Ning drew blood from Wang Ying, who looked tense. Lu Yufei looked at her and then asked, "Answer my question seriously, Wang Ying. When did Tan Ran and Xing Xieli take leave and depart?" Wang Ying thought for a moment. September 6th, Ran needed to return to Liaodong Province Bin City, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for Mr. Li, it seems he left early on the 7th. I don't know if he went back to Liaodong Province, but I do know that he seems to be renovating a house in Qidong. Did he buy it himself? Wang Ying glanced at Zhuang Chunlan, obviously seeing the surprised look on Zhuang Chunlan's face, as if he was unaware of the house buying and renovation. He won quite a bit of prize money in the recent competitions. Last year, when the properties were launched, he had someone purchase a house for him in Tangshan District, Qingdao. Even though he's from Liaodong, he doesn't have any significant attachments there, as he was a child abandoned at an orphanage. He hasn't told the coach. "Please, sister, don't say I told you." Lu Yufei stared at Wang Ying. This girl's seemingly unintentional revelations were all designed to inflate the situation, and Zhuang Chunlan's expression on the side was very unhappy. Indeed, Wang Ligang and Zhuang Chunlan have taken them under their wing since they were 10 years old, caring for their daily living and training, helping them plan for the future and achieve results. The reward for such efforts was this kind of secrecy, and there would likely be bitter consequences to come. Once she knew they were from the Provincial Sports Commission, Wang Ying couldn't wait to disclose everything. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The purpose was obvious. She wanted to shed some light on Xing Xieli, especially in Wang Ligang's eyes, as Xing Xieli was considered the 7th best in the country with the potential to compete in the Winter Olympics 4 years later. If she could break this trust, then perhaps Wang Ying's abilities might surpass his, especially since Tan Ran had switched from pair skating. Moreover, in terms of age 4 years later, she couldn't compare with Wang Ying. Such scheming made one's hair stand on end. Zhou Ning understood it all, and naturally, so did Lu Yufei. The two exchanged glances, and Lu Yufei continued to ask, "So, do you know if Tan Ran and Xing Xieli are in a romantic relationship?" Wang Ying was startled, then her eyes darted around, stealing a glance at Zhuang Chunlan, and she shook her head slightly. "I don't know." Zhuang Chunlan became furious, letting go of Wang Ying's hand and glaring angrily. "Stand properly. Answer whatever you are asked. Don't think you're better than anyone else just because you're my cousin's child. In this team, besides performance, character is the most important thing. You're coach, and I have never treated you any worse than others." With that outburst, Wang Ying immediately started to cry, feeling utterly wronged, but no one comforted her. Lu Yufei took out her badge and flashed it in front of Wang Ying. "Let me reintroduce ourselves. We're from the Criminal Police Brigade, and this person who drew your blood is our forensic doctor. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Now, think carefully and tell me, are the two of them in a romantic relationship? Wang Ying was stunned, nodded, then shook her head, anxiously saying, they used to be. Ran liked Mr. Li, which the whole team knew about, but after Mr. Li stopped growing taller after the age of 17, he wasn't much taller than Ran. He couldn't meet the physical demands for pair skating and couldn't perform the throw jumps, so they ended their skating partnership in 2009, and after that, their relationship faded. When in 2009 did they end their skating partnership? I had just arrived at the time. I think it was around April or May. Do you know the address of Xing Xiaoli's house? Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone, searched through her text messages, and showed Lu Yufei an address, which read 397, Hong Kong East Road, Building 3, Apartment 1-301, Shanshui Mingyuan Phase 1, Tongshan District. Zhou Ning quickly took a photo. This place was right next to Shirlaran, with prices so high they were outrageous, having shot up to over 30,000 at launch, especially since they were ocean view properties. Even the smallest apartments there were no less than 150 square meters. Just going by the smallest size, that would be 4.5 million already. It seemed he had indeed won a considerable amount of prize money, yet their coaches seemed to still be living in the sports bureau dormitory. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Such a disparity and secrecy suggested there might be many secrets between this teacher and student. Have you been there? Wang Ying glanced at Zhuang Chunlan once more, saw her face was ashen, and shrunk her neck, nodding slightly. I went there during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The renovations were almost done. Lu Yufei caught the key information in the statement and pressed on, you visited during mid-autumn, which means that after Xing Xiaoli left on September 7th, he contacted you? Wang Ying was shocked and instinctively tried to hide her phone behind her, but Lu Yufei had already snatched it away, opening her contacts to see frequent calls with Mr. Li between September 7th and October 5th, almost every other day. Lu Yufei then opened her QQ, which was not logged in. Zhou Ning took the phone and held it up to Wang Ying. Unlock it. You know we want to see your records with both Xing Xiaoli and Tan Ran. Don't tell me they're deleted or that there hasn't been any contact. With your phone, we can find it all. And if that happens, the nature of the matter will change. Wang Ying didn't speak, inputted a string of numbers, and logged into QQ. The avatar for Ranan was blacked out, and Mr. Li was shown online. Zhou Ning sent Wang Ying's phone number and password to Mr. Chu. After all, with this information, Mr. Chu could access chat histories at any time, even deleted content. Lu Yufei glanced at her chat history, which indeed was cleanly deleted. What's your relationship with Xing Xiaoli? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P lovers? Wang Ying glanced at Zhuang Chunlan before nodding slightly. What's there to hide? I just like Mr. Chu. As she spoke, a crisp slap resounded. Zhuang Chunlan had already slapped Wang Ying on the face, followed by 2 kicks, each delivered with real force. Wang Ying didn't know why the police were looking for her, but Zhuang Chunlan certainly did. Now that Xing Xiaoli was already listed as a suspect, and with Wang Ying eagerly jumping into the mix, wasn't she just asking for trouble? Zhou Ning grabbed Zhuang Chunlan's arm, but couldn't stop her feet. Perhaps because her husband was a coach, her movements were fairly agile. Why are you hitting me? Why? Your parents left you in my care, not for you to come here and start dating. You're not good at studying, and if it weren't for the support from your uncle, would you have any results? All day long, it's nothing but vanity and chasing after stars, and even going to concerts. Now you're following others in dating. Do you realize you're only 14? Who do you think you're going to get locked up? Upon hearing this, Wang Ying stopped being stubborn, though she still wore a look of defiance. Why didn't you care when Ran and Mr. Chu were dating? Tan Ran liking Xing Xiaoli is true, but she was just good to him, and didn't do anything else. What are you doing? Lu Yufei shouted loudly. All of you shut up. Am I asking questions here, or are you? Wang Ying, tell me now, where is your dorm? Are you staying with Tan Ran? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, also, from September 6 to today. Where have you been? Explain everything without leaving anything out. Wang Ying straightened her neck, as if she wanted to retort, but Zhuang Chunlan raised her hand again, and this time Wang Ying seemed to sense that it was no ordinary situation, and didn't talk back. Zhou Ning watched the two of them, not getting overly involved. A young girl claimed she liked Xing Xieli, but when it came out that Xing Xieli had secretly bought a house, she didn't hesitate. Her supposed like was probably something that needed more thought. I share a dorm with Ran Ran at 201, Unit 1, Building 4 in Enbo residential area. Our building is full of athletes like us. As for the time period you mentioned, on September 11th, I visited Mr. Chu's house, and on the 11th, I went out to have fun for a day. The rest of the time, I was training, and we have attendance records. Zhou Ning picked up the case, and Lu Yufei knew that he wanted to go to the dormitory, as there they could find Tan Ran's DNA for comparison. Zhuang Chunlan, take Dr. Zhou to Wang Ying's dorm. Get the keys out. Zhuang Chunlan held up a bunch of keys. No need, I have keys to their dorms. As they left, Wang Ying bit her lip and looked at Lu Yufei. Police sister, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Next door, the team Dr. Zhang Yu was brought in. Seeing Wang Ligong standing to one side, he quickly smiled at Wang Ligang, although the tension on his face remained. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Do I need to prepare any documents for the leader? Su Dayuan stared at Zhang Yu, finding him to be physically similar to Wang Ligang, about 178 centimeters tall with a medium build, and with scholarly elegance marked by a pair of glasses. Are you the team doctor? Zhang Yu nodded. Think back, on July 21, 2009, did Tan Ran ever ask you for leave? Zhang Yu spread his hands, his face marked by an embarrassed expression. Leader, how could I remember that? Shall I go find the related records? Su Dayuan directly pulled out his credentials and held them in front of Zhang Yu. I'm not from the Provincial Sports Committee, I'm from the Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade, so don't tell me you need to check some records to know. If I hadn't learned of some information, how could I have found you? Zhang Yu was shocked, unable to hide his panic as he glanced at Wang Ligong, clenching his hands tightly. After hesitating for a while, he finally looked up and said, from May to July in 2009, I issued several leave slips for Tan Ran, the longest being for a week. She said she wanted to go for a little plastic surgery, and she even gave me a red packet of 1,000 yuan. I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me. She was afraid I'd tell the truth to Mr. Wang, so I just... Plastic surgery? Do you know what procedure she had done? Breasts. Su Dayuan nodded, bringing things into alignment, but Wang Ligong looked very displeased. Zhang Yu quickly tried to explain to Wang Ligang, Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Wang, it was Tan Ran who kept pestering me, and I felt that the surgery wouldn't affect her subsequent training, so I helped her. Don't be mad. Su Dayuan stood up, not interested in hearing their dispute, and gestured with his hand. Discuss your other issues later. For now, you may step out. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 192 to 191. Blood fingerprints on the wire gloves _1 Chapter 192. Chapter 191. Blood fingerprints on the wire gloves _1 Zhou Ning went with Zhuang Chunlan to the dormitory in Unit 201 of Building Number 4 in Enbo residential area. The room was very messy, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with each person having their own room. Both bedrooms faced south, and the bathroom had an east-facing window. Which one is Tan Ran's room? Zhuang Chunlan opened the slightly larger room on the west side. This room was obviously much tidier, but the wardrobe was open as if someone had rummaged through it. This is Tan Ran's room. They usually don't lock it. Zhou Ning nodded, found several long hairs on the bed, an electric toothbrush on the table, and a contact lens case. When he opened it, there was a pair of contact lenses inside. Zhou Ning packed these items and looked at Zhuang Qunlan. Can you open Xing Xiaoli's room? Since I'm here, it's best to collect samples at once. Zhuang Qunlan nodded. Just across the door. Here we don't separate the living areas by gender, so we let them live close to each other. I occasionally come over to clean up for them. After all, they originally lived at my place. At this point, Zhuang Qunlan almost cried, quickly turned her head away, and opened the opposite security door. As soon as the door opened, a faint smell of blood rushed over. Zhou Ning reached out and grabbed Zhuang Qunlan's arm, stopping her. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He then fully opened the door and looked inside. There were no signs of a struggle in the room, but on the inside of the door, there was a very conspicuous bloody handprint with the texture of lined gloves. Zhuang Qunlan was somewhat stunned. She didn't know what the forensic doctor had found, but his actions made her very uneasy. What's wrong? Stand still and don't move. As he spoke, Zhou Ning took out his phone and called Su Dayuan. Hello, I've finished asking around here. Tan Ran gave a red envelope to Dr. Zhang, which is why he gave her the sick leave note. Where did you go? Su Da, listen, I'm in Xing Xiaoli's dorm right now. I found a bloody fingerprint from lined gloves on the door, and there's a faint smell of blood in the room. Zhuang Qunlan is with me. Send someone over to help. I'll call the second team to come over. Wait up, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning told Zhuang Qunlan to wait in Wang Ying's dorm. She had heard the recent phone call and was already frightened, now complying obediently with Zhou Ning's instructions. Then, Zhou Ning made a call to Mr. Zhao to give them instructions. After saying all this, he heard footsteps from downstairs. Su Dayuan had already rushed over, panting heavily. Did you examine the scene? Zhou Ning shook his head. Zhuang Qunlan was here, so it wasn't convenient for me to look around. Besides, we still have to wait for Mr. Zhao and the others to come over. I don't have all the necessary equipment with me. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. I'll stay here for now. But have you got the Tongshan district address from Lu Yufei where Xing Xiaoli was? Su Dayuan nodded, having finally caught his breath. I'll leave Mr. Xing with you. I'll take Zhuang Qunlan and temporarily detain her. Let's wait for your team's investigation results before we say more. I'll take someone to find Xing Xiaoli. If this turns out to be the primary crime scene, it would be a significant breakthrough in the case. Zhou Ning wasn't so optimistic since the place hadn't been inspected. He thought for a moment and said, detain all the people from the figure skating team for now. I'll have Zhu Xingxing come over later to draw blood and collect fingerprints for comparison. Just because bloodstains were found in Xing Xiaoli's room doesn't mean he's the murderer. Su Dayuan waved his hand. That's for later to worry about. Mr. Xing will stay here, and no one is allowed to come in or out until Zhou Xiao and the others have completed the investigation. As he spoke, Su Dayuan walked away, dialing his phone as he left. Jinshan? Look up a few phone numbers for me. I sent them to you by text. Make it quick. In front of Unit 1 in Building Number 3, Shanshui Mingyuan Phase 1, Su Dayuan waved at Lu Yufei, and everyone dispersed. Lu Yufei approached him. Boss, I just asked the security person. Only one young person lives in 301. I showed him the photo, and he confirmed that the resident was Xing Xiaoli. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Moreover, this person went for a run by the sea this morning and has not gone out since. Su Dayuan nodded, lowering his voice. Take 2 people with you and follow me up there. Once the personnel were confirmed, a few of them went straight up to 301. Su Dayuan stood on the stairs facing the door while the other 2 squatted in front of 302. Lu Yufei covered the peephole with one hand and began to ring the doorbell with the other, but no one came to open the door as the ringing continued. Hello, gas company here. Is anyone home? Lu Yufei pressed her ear against the door and shook her head slightly at Su Daiyuan. Su Daiwan's brow furrowed, and he knocked thrice on the door with his middle finger, very loudly, raising his voice on purpose. Anyone in 301? Gas company here to install gas alarms. If you miss it, you'll need to pay for the installation yourself. As he said this, he gestured for those blocking the entrance to 302 to knock as well. They responded quickly and tapped on the door of 302. They had already checked with the property management, and there was no one living in this unit. Lu Yufei cooperated, calling out, "Anyone in 302? Gas company, we're here to install gas alarms. Please open the door." Right after the shouting, Lu Yufei suddenly stopped, pointed at Xing Xiaoli's door, indicating that there seemed to be some movement inside, the sound of the safety lock being turned. The door then opened a crack, and Lu Yufei pulled it forcefully outward. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Daiyuan had already charged in, tackling a young man to the ground. The man's arm was twisted behind his back, and he wore an expression of panicked alarm. Who are you guys? Is this a robbery? Click, click. As others followed in, Lu Yufei leaped forward, handcuffed the man with his arms behind his back, and lifted him up. Feeling the cold touch of the handcuffs on his wrists, the man's panic subsided and was replaced by a hint of anger. Are you cops? What's this all about, and what have I done that you barge into my home like this? Su Daiyuan glanced at the man, then back at the photo on his phone, confirming that this person was indeed Xing Xiaoli. He then holstered his gun and gestured to the two people behind him. They searched the rooms. Su Daiyuan sat down on a chair, and Xing Xiaoli, pressed by Lu Yufei, squatted next to the dining table. The two finished inspecting each room and then came out, shaking their heads at Su Daiyuan. There was no one else in the rooms, and they hadn't found anything suspicious, like bloodstains, for instance. Su Daiyuan flashed his badge, then looked intently at Xing Xiaoli and asked, "We are from the Qidong Criminal Police Brigade. What's your name?" Xing Xiaoli. Occupation? Athlete. Am not a criminal. Why are you interrogating me like this? What's actually happened? Lu Yufei suddenly yanked on the handcuffs on Xing Xiaoli's hands, an action that caused him pain, even as an athlete with his arms handcuffed behind his back. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Just answer the questions. It's not your turn to ask. If there's nothing amiss, I'd like to know your address. Is that possible? Xing Xiaoli fell silent, staring at Su Daiyuan. When did you start renovating after taking time off? The 6th. I took a vacation on the 6th and came here on the 7th. But the renovation was already finished. I was just having a cleanup done. Wang Ying said that you were renovating. When did she come to find you? Xing Xiaoli seemed to be genuinely trying to recall. She came the day before August 15th. I don't really remember the exact date, but on the day she came, I was getting the locks changed, and all the furniture in here had just been delivered. You can check the delivery notes if you don't believe me. They have my signature and the delivery dates. Also, there are records on my phone. Xing Xiaoli answered smoothly, looking towards the dining table, and sure enough, there was a mobile phone on it. Su Daiyuan picked up the phone and scrolled through it. Indeed, there were calls logged with several furniture companies and cleaning services, as well as with Wang Ying. 10 Ran only appeared in the call logs on the 6th and 7th, and only for a few minutes each. After setting the phone down, Su Daiyuan didn't directly ask about Tan Ran but looked around the room. The money for the house, was it all provided by you? Xing Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, not looking at Su Daiyuan. Yeah. Let me remind you that we can check your bank statements. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. If we find anything contradicting, it's going to be a different matter. Xing Xiaoli pursed his lips and exhaled. I borrowed 1 million from Tan Ran. The down payment and the renovation cost me a total of about 2.92 million. That's about it. Do you have a loan agreement? No. What do you really want to know? Xing Xiaoli grew anxious. He was clearly confused by the police's erratic line of questioning and uncertain of their motives. I legitimately bought the house through a real estate agent. I signed the contract last year. It's in the drawer of the coffee table. You can check if you don't believe me. Liu Yufei looked at one of the male detectives, who quickly went to the coffee table and found a stack of documents that contained renovation contracts and a loan agreement, and, of course, the trust contract that Xing Xiaoli mentioned, which cost 30,000 yuan. What's your relationship with Tan Ran? We're from the same hometown and also came here together from Liaodong province. We've been partners for years, so naturally, our relationship is very close, more than just friends. Su Dayuan tilted his head, scrutinizing Xing Xiaoli, his gesture clearly indicating dissatisfaction with Xing Xiaoli's answer. Okay, fine, we used to date, but we were too young at the time to understand our feelings properly. But ever since we stopped being team partners, we broke up. Still, we remained on good terms and didn't part on bad terms. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lent me the money, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. When did you break up? Over 2 years ago, around March or April of 2009. I don't remember the exact date. After that, she never tried to get back together with you, or did anything. Xing Xiaoli hung his head and let out a long sigh. She thought I broke up with her because of her figure, so she insisted on getting implants. I've tried to talk her out of it, but the more I explained, the more she got fixated on the idea, so I stopped trying. After all, it's her own pursuit. What about after the breakup? I didn't find out until the end of July when she rejoined the team that she had secretly undergone the surgery. It was the summertime, so we were only doing physical training with no extensive spinning or jumping, so I helped cover for her. And Wang Ying? Don't tell me that you see her as just a little sister or as the coach's relative, and that you have no other motives. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 193 to 192 Human Purgatory _1 Chapter 193. Chapter 192 Human Purgatory _1 I know Wang Ying likes me, and I haven't rejected her. It's just that she's too young. Even if there's something between us, I hope to wait until she's older. Obviously, Xing Xiaoli's attitude towards Wang Ying and Tan Ran was very different. It goes without saying, Tan Ran was someone he had known since childhood in Liaodong, someone who knew his past, had seen his most tragic days, and had witnessed him being stripped of his figure skating pairs event. Moreover, with Tan Ran's wealthy background, a man's pride, especially after gaining wealth, becomes even more fragile. In contrast, the younger and more coquettish Wang Ying, who behaved with girlish charm, better matched his aesthetics at this moment. Su Dayuan abruptly changed the subject. Do you know the meaning behind the tattoo on Tan Ran's body? Xing Xiaoli nodded. Speak, don't just nod at me. Didn't you see him holding up the law enforcement recorder? Everything you say and every response will be recorded, Xing Xiaoli sighed. She likes telling people it's a cat, but I know it's a combination of the initials of our names. But that was many years ago. How do you know about it? Su Dayuan took out a piece of paper from his underarm bag, with the tattoo printed on it, and held it directly in front of Xing Xiaoli. After one glance, Xing Xiaoli leaned forward, trying to break free from Liu Yufei's grip. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Such a photograph, the pale white skin, the peeling on the side, it was self-explanatory under what circumstances it was taken. What's going on? Let me go. What happened to Tan Ran? Did something happen to her? She's dead. Dead? How did she die? Su Dayuan stared into his eyes. The concern and shock on Xing Xiaoli's face weren't feigned. That's what I wanted to ask you. Wait, you suspect I killed Tan Ran? Su Dayuan opened his briefcase again and found another piece of paper, which he laid in front of Xing Xiaoli. It was the sketch of the 29-inch suitcase covered in doodles, and Su Dayuan pointed at the suitcase and asked, "Look at this suitcase. Do you recognize it?" Xing Xiaoli froze, his expression already showing recognition of the suitcase. "This is my suitcase. I use it when I go out for competitions." Never mind that, tell me clearly, how did Ten Ran die? Su Dayuan kept his gaze on Xingxieli and spoke slowly. Dismembered, stuffed into a suitcase, and thrown into the sea. Embo Residential Area, Building 4, Unit 202. Mr. Zhao carried the box upstairs, followed by Yang Xuedong and others. Upon seeing Zhou Ning at the door, after everyone was geared up, Zhou Ning briefly explained the situation to them. Hey, race the situation. There are no signs of forced entry on the door. It was opened by Coach Wang Ligang's wife just now, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I asked, and quite a few people have keys to this dormitory, pretty much all the coaches and the team doctor, because Xingxieli is the only male athlete, so some ice skates are also kept here. I took a glance in the living room. There are 2 sets of parallel wheel marks stretching from the bathroom to the door. There's no blood trace or wheel marks outside the door. We'll start by examining the bedroom and living room first. The 2 simultaneously responded affirmatively. The implication of such traces was clear to everyone. If this was the primary crime scene, then someone must have cleaned it up. But this is an athlete's dormitory, with people constantly coming and going. If this was the primary crime scene, could it be that no one heard anything? Mr. Zhao glanced at the inner side of the security door. The bloody handprint there was very faint, almost as though it had been diluted with water. Mr. Zhao and Yang Xuedong quickly entered the scene. The room reeked of the stench of rotten feet, the smell of 84 disinfectant, along with a faint whiff of blood. The layout of the room was similar to Wang Ying's dormitory but flipped. There were 2 bedrooms on the south side, and the eastern bedroom was the biggest one with a small balcony. However, the curtains were tightly drawn, and despite the abundant midday sun, only slivers of light could penetrate through. The western room had a fairly new lock hanging on it, evidently where Wang Ligang mentions storing those items. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning passed Mr. Zhao a set of keys. We've got the keys. After you unlock it, drop the lock into the evidence bag. Sun Gout, I hurriedly prepared the evidence bag. Mr. Zhao put the lock inside, and upon opening the storage room, it was packed with various boxes covered in dust, clearly not opened for some time. Sun Gout, I checked the spare room while Zhou Ning nodded. He entered holding luminol, while at that time Yang Xuedong was inspecting the master bedroom, and Mr. Zhao was spraying the living room. Zhou Ning glanced at the master bedroom. It was relatively tidy, with the sweaty smell much less pronounced, likely because all the shoes in the entryway shoe cabinet were contributing to the odor. A bed, 2 wardrobes, and a desk with several brand new high school textbooks and a few notebooks on it. Yang Xuedong did a check around. Not finding any blood traces, he gathered all the notebooks from the desk and flipped through them, revealing a training diary on the top and an account book below. The account book detailed salary starting from his time with the Liaodong provincial team, as well as various bonuses from an initial 600 yuan a month to the current 12,000, along with various bonuses, each recorded very clearly. Zhou Ning took the 2 books and threw them to Zhu Xingxing. Calculate the total income recorded here. Sun Gaodai, flip through the other training diary and see what Xingxieli was doing on July 21st, 2009. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The 2 sat on the floor in the corridor, where there seemed to be noisy sounds from outside. Zhou Ning knew that perhaps some people wanted to come in, but the criminal police below had stopped them, and for now, no one could pass through here. Returning to the room, Mr. Zhao and Qin Xuedong had finished inspecting the living room and master bedroom, both shaking their heads at Zhou Ning. The space inside the wardrobe in the master bedroom is very large, near the balcony. The marks suggest that luggage cases were once placed there, not one but a row of 4. However, similarly, there are no blood traces or fingerprints on the balcony of the master bedroom. No major bloodstains were found in the living room, but there were many footprints on the ground, some with faint luminescent reactions, all leading from the bathroom to the kitchen. Zhou Ning nodded and gestured towards the bathroom directly opposite the entrance door. Check the bathroom first, then the kitchen, one place at a time, inspect carefully. Mr. Zhao opened the bathroom door and on the lower inside, he found a smeared blood trace, seemingly kicked by a shoe. The blood trace was still faint, and next to it, there were many black scuff marks, which were difficult to spot when mixed in. Mr. Zhao quickly crouched down to take samples while Zhou Ning's gaze turned to the inside of the bathroom. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p facing the door was a washing machine with a window above it, to the north a wash basin and a toilet, and to the south, a glass partition wall. The area was designed for wet and dry separation, complete with a water barrier on the floor. Zhou Ning walked around Mr. Zhao's bulky figure to the side of the south glass partition wall, where a dark green shower curtain obscured his view, swinging continuously, perhaps due to the open window. As they entered, a bunch of flies buzzed away from the gap in the window screen. As the shower curtain moved, the faint smell of blood and decay grew stronger, and Zhou Ning squinted his eyes, clearly sensing the source of the blood right here. Zhou Ning grabbed the edge of the shower curtain and pulled it forcefully towards the side of the glass partition wall. The scene before him made him gasp in shock. Just behind the curtain was a living hell. Blood, everywhere was blood. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, the shower head, everywhere was splattered with blood, with streaks of flung blood, columnar flows, and the floor was completely a dried, soaked blood pool. A kitchen knife lay in the dried pool of blood, its metal handle covered in rust, and the blade was nicked and chipped, indicating that the killer had tried to dismember the body with it, but had not succeeded. Mr. Zhao came over, shocked into blurting out an expletive. Holy shit, is it that stimulating? Can we confirm that this is the primary crime scene? Zhou Ning nodded slightly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. However, the knife abandoned at the scene wasn't the tool used to sever the victim's head and limbs. Judging from the cross-section of the bones, it should have been a saw. Even if not an electric one, then it's a regular handsaw. Zhou Ning crouched down and picked up the kitchen knife with an evidence bag. At the same time, there were two crisp sounds from below. Several saw blades came into view. It turned out the knife was above a drain. Mr. Zhao laid down an examination mat and kneeled on it, picking up the broken saw blades, only to find a piece of wire twisted into 3 loops, then into a spiral shape. Lifting it to measure the circumference, the inner diameter was around 28 centimeters. Zhou Ning carefully examined the wire, which had yellow insulation, and saw marks where the saw had cut, indicating that the killer, who must have been wearing gloves, was confident no evidence would be left behind. The shape and size made it easy to guess what it had been used for. It appears the victim died of mechanical asphyxiation. After the victim's head was severed, this would have fallen off. When we get back, we'll have Mr. Xia calculate the diameter of Tan Ran's neck based on the photos, and then we can estimate it. The drain cover was carefully opened, revealing a core loaded with a lot of hair and some thick substances. On the exterior of the core, there was a dense layer of tiny black insect-like creatures resembling maggots. Mr. Zhao stared wide-eyed, his voice pitching up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Xiao, help, give me a bag quick. What the hell are these bugs? How come I've never seen black maggots before? Chen Xuedong had already rushed over, capturing the drain core in an evidence bag and examined it closely. These are not maggots, it's a type of moth. Obviously, the drain was clogged, probably with bits of flesh and bone, and these creatures started to breed. Let's be thankful that the room's screens are relatively secure. Suppressing his urge to retch, Mr. Zhao got up from the ground and started taking pictures inside the shower booth, while Zhou Ning instructed Yang Xuedong to spray luminol around the wash basin area, which indeed appeared to have been cleaned. Yang Xuedong cocked his head, puzzled. This is really weird. What kind of hobby does this killer have? Why only clean this area here so meticulously, probably using diluted disinfectant to wash it while not cleaning the shower room? Was he interrupted? Zhou Ning shook his head. If he was interrupted, It wouldn't be such a coincidence to just finish cleaning the dry area of the bathroom. Go check the kitchen. I think the knife was taken from there. As for the handsaw that could replace those saw blades, look for it. I believe we'll find it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 194 to 193 deliberate bloody footprints _1 Chapter 194. Chapter 193 deliberate bloody footprints _1 Yang Qidong went to the kitchen. He had no doubt about Zhou Ning's judgment. Although the team leader was younger than him, his observation and comprehensive abilities were well recognized in the bureau. Mr. Zhao struggled to his feet and glanced at the fluorescence on the sink and toilet floor, then turned to look at the shower area. This murderer is twisted. Could it really be that Xingxiali? Zhou Ning shook his head. It's hard to say for certain. If there were only one bloody handprint on the door and the room was thoroughly cleaned, then Xingxiali would be the prime suspect. But now half a complete crime scene has been deliberately left behind, which subconsciously makes people think that Xingxiali couldn't possibly be the killer. If he were, he wouldn't be so foolish. Oh, the half that was cleaned up knew to use a chlorine-based disinfectant to destroy protein, and this shower area here is simply an original crime scene overlooked, a classic frame-up. But the more it is like this, the more puzzled I feel. The killer clearly knows what the effect of using the chlorine-based disinfectant is, so why leave a bloody handprint on the door? Mr. Zhao pondered for a moment, shaking his chubby head. Can't figure it out, I don't have the brains for it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I think anyone who likes watching CSI probably knows to use bleach to damage the DNA in the blood, so it seems most appropriate for cleaning up the scene. This doesn't require expertise. But to dismember with a kitchen knife is too deliberate. It doesn't seem like someone who has watched CSI. Zhou Ning nodded. Mr. Zhao claimed to not understand, but he had already touched on the key point. You also feel that it's contradictory, right? Mr. Zhao nodded. Let's first investigate the scene. We can talk about all the analysis after we return. Zhou Ning left the bathroom, and it seemed because the floor drain was tampered with, the smell of blood and decay in the entire room was even stronger. In the kitchen, several marker signs had been placed on the floor, one being a relatively clear shoe print. There was no need for luminol to see the bloodstains where the sole would be. This was indeed the only reliable footprint. Size 43 shoes, just found this pair in the shoe cabinet. Mr. Zhao held up a bag with evidence, a pair of semi-new Nike sneakers. Bloodstains could be seen on the edges of the sneakers. Zhou Ning took the bag and looked toward the window, inspecting the inside of the shoes. He didn't see any bloodstains, nor were there any traces of stepping on the heels. At that time, Yang Qidong was searching inside a cabinet on the north side and pulled out a box. As he opened the lid, he shouted, "Team leader, found the saw. Take it back. Check for fingerprints. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. All right, the scene investigation is complete. Leave someone to guard and we withdraw." Back at the technical office, Mr. Zhao personally went to submit the evidence for examination, as there were especially many items to be tested. Zhou Ning drank a glass of water, quickly eating boxed rice. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. He was so hungry he felt faint, and everyone was eating silently with their heads down. Just then, Su Dayuan walked in through the door. Seeing Zhou Ning and the others eating, his face showed an apologetic expression. "You all have worked hard. I've already been in contact with Tan Ran's parents. They arrived on the 3 o'clock flight. I've asked Mr. Xing to pick them up. When they arrive, please receive them, draw blood if needed, do the comparisons that are required." Following that, Su Dayuan updated them on the investigation concerning Xingxiali, including printing out the mobile phone call content between Xingxiali and Tan Ran. Xingxiali's call list was varied, but according to his phone's notes and subsequent discoveries, these were indeed personnel involved in furniture and home appliance delivery. In Tan Ran's call logs, there were communications with both her parents and her colleagues. However, on the afternoon of September 7th, Tan Ran's phone had no more call records. As for the bank statements, on November 12, 2010, Tan Ran transferred 1 million to Xing Xiaoli / break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Afterwards, she had many expenses for shopping and several large cash withdrawals, showing that she was someone who spent money lavishly. After all, just from January to September this year, her bank transactions exceeded 500,000, and she made 4 large cash withdrawals, one time as much as 100,000. Regarding the surveillance at Enbo Residential Area Building 4, there was none, but there was a camera at the intersection near the east side of Building 3. Tao Zhinshan had already gone to the property management to obtain it. After all, today was October 6th, and if delayed any longer, they worried the footage could all be washed away. After listening to Su Daiwan's briefing, Zhou Ning nodded, quickly stuffing the last 2 bites of rice into his mouth, rinsed his mouth, and with a pen in hand, walked up to the whiteboard. Su Dayuan came at this time for a clear reason, and at this moment, it was better to be proactive. On the whiteboard, Xia Momo had drawn a floor plan to exact scale. Zhou Ning used a red pen to mark several positions on it, pointing as he spoke. After examining the crime scene, we found a blood fingerprint with a glove on the inside of the entry door, but its color was very faint, and it appeared quite abruptly. The dry area of the bathroom had been meticulously cleaned using disinfectant bleach, but the shower area had not been cleaned. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. There, we found broken saw blades, coils of wire, a chipped kitchen knife, and the drain was clogged with hair and other substances. A saw was found in the kitchen, which had also been cleaned. However, a very clear blood footprint was left behind. The shoes were found in the shoe cabinet. There were traces of a suitcase in the master bedroom, and from the bathroom to the front door, there were 2 drag marks left by a suitcase. As for all the evidence and samples collected from the scene, they have all been sent to the forensic department. Most of them require DNA collection for comparison, and the results won't be available until tomorrow at the earliest, given the large quantity. Based on the examination, the cause of death in putting forward is mechanical asphyxiation. Just now, Xia Momo analyzed the victim's neck girth according to the photos, which matches the circumference of the wire coil found at the scene. Furthermore, there are traces of saw cuts on the external covering of the wire. Obviously, when the victim's head was severed, this wire also fell. At this point, Zhou Ning paused, and after waiting a long time and seeing that Zhou Ning didn't continue, Su Dayuan poked him. "What are you thinking about? You can't make up your mind with me. Just say what comes to mind. Let me hear your analysis." And listening to your introduction, I feel like the killer could have completely cleaned up the scene but didn't. Is that what you mean? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Zhou Ning nodded. This was the part he found most perplexing during the crime scene investigation. Yes, what puzzles me is this point. The dry area of the bathroom was cleaned very thoroughly. Not a single drop of blood was left, and it was even sprayed with disinfectant. To prevent the shower area from being cleaned, the shower curtain was even blocked. Regarding the blood fingerprint on the inside of the entry door and the blood footprint on the kitchen floor, they seem more like they were deliberately left behind. Even the shoes were intentionally left at the scene. When we examined them, all the shoes at the scene were size 43. According to the wear on their soles, these shoes belonged to Xing Xiaoli. It seems the killer intentionally directed our attention toward Xing Xiaoli. After all, Tan Ran and Xing Xiaoli used to be a couple, even if it wasn't publicized. I think many could see that. So, can we interpret it this way? The killer is also on the figure skating team, which is why they knew them so well. Of course, Xing Xiaoli's suspicion has not been eliminated. According to Su Da, there was no loan receipt between him and Tan Ran. If Tan Ran died, he would be the beneficiary. Su Dayuan lit a cigarette. Now his head was truly spinning. What you're saying makes sense. If part of the scene can be cleaned up, then all of it could be cleaned. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p, since the key is communal and with so many people coming and going. Now everyone on the speed skating team is a suspect, from the coach to team members, especially Wang Ying, whom Xing Xiali didn't reject his advances. Lu Yongxin had been standing behind Su Dayuan the whole time, continuously nodding as he listened to the analysis. Mr. Su, stop fixating on my apprentice. He's just a forensic doctor, although he follows along with a lab. But cases still depend on your direction. If you need to check surveillance, then check it, and if you need to verify everyone's whereabouts, then do it. The examination results will be ready by tomorrow. As for the victim's remains, it'll take another look with Zhou Xiao in a bit. Does that work for you? Su Dayuan laughed and patted Lu Yongxin on the shoulder. After all, they had collaborated for many years, and this old man still understood him well. You understand me? We'll take another look at the remains and see if there's any additional information. Actually, I've been puzzled about why the victim's feet were severed. If it was because a figure skater's ankles show unique signs of wear, or the bones in the feet were deformed, doesn't that seem a bit far-fetched? I mean, even if the feet are there, even seeing protruding bones or wear marks would only make it easier for us to analyze the victim's occupation. It wouldn't necessarily attract more attention, right? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, it's just a dismembered body thrown into the ocean. What difference would it make if it were found? This statement made Zhou Ning lift his eyes. Su Dayuan was making a very valid point. He had just studied the ankles and feet of figure skaters. They weren't as severely deformed as those of the speed skaters, only the skin around the ankle bones appeared rough, mainly due to wearing ice skates. If that were the case, even if they witnessed it, they wouldn't pay too much attention. But how serious would it have to be to necessitate chopping off the feet? Or, to put it another way, did Tan Ran's feet have such distinctive features that the killer had no choice but to do this? Mr. Su, asked that coach. After all, Tan Ran had been training in figure skating for 10 years. I think as an athlete, she must undergo regular medical examinations each year, which are quite strict. I'm not sure which hospital they go to for this. We should retrieve the records. Just now at the scene, I didn't see any medical files or examination reports in the dormitory opposite. Su Dayuan immediately dialed Wang Ligang's number, and after just 3 rings, the other party picked up. Hello? This is Su Dayuan from the Criminal Police Brigade. Where do you conduct annual medical exams for the team members? Do you keep the related files, or does the hospital? At Qidong City Central Hospital Physical Examination Center, /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. We conduct a wide range of examinations since we need to stay informed about the athlete's physical states. As for the files, they're all with Dr. Zhang, but I'm not sure if the hospital has kept any records. Every year? Yes, every year. Besides the regular checkups, we also perform specific tests before international competitions, such as urine tests, which are all done before traveling abroad. All right, have Dr. Zhang give all the files to our team. With that, Su Dayuan hung up the phone. Lu Yongxin glanced at Su Dayuan. With that statement, it was clear that the entire figure skating team was already under control. You move fast. So everyone's been taken into custody, /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 195 to 194 trial in progress _1 Chapter 195. Chapter 194 trial in progress _1 Su Dayuan nodded. After coming out from Xing Xiali's place, I felt like everyone on the figure skating team seemed to have a motive, especially Wang Ying, who kept mentioning Ran and Mr. Li. But the things they've done are not polite at all. Now all of them are being detained on the 3rd floor of the sports hall. I want to meet up with you and then go back to talk to them individually. Zhou Ning put down the whiteboard marker and nodded slightly. We'll study the skeleton later. After getting affirmation from Zhou Ning, Su Dayuan shook his cell phone. Okay, then I won't disturb you here. There's still a pile of things to deal with over there. Let me know right away if there's any news. After seeing off Su Dayuan, Zhou Ning headed straight to the laboratory, where, after all, the remains of the deceased were laid out. Xia Momo heard the door opening and saw Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin come in. Did Suda leave? Yes. Have you scanned the cervical vertebrae and the extremities cross-sections? Xia Momo nodded and turned on the large screen. A huge image appeared. The entire picture was of the cervical vertebrae's cross-section, with very obvious horizontal traces. Some bone chippings and defects were even visible. This is too clear. Lu Yongxin marveled surprisingly. After all, he didn't understand these novel items. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This is a newly installed high-definition camera that can capture images under the microscope. Many details can be observed more meticulously. Zhou Ning asked me to contact Dr. Lu to borrow it. Lu Yongxin looked at Zhou Ning, who was focusing on the picture. Obviously, his beloved student had a plan in mind already. But what could be found from the cross-section? Are you trying to determine whether the killer is left-handed or right-handed? Zhou Ning nodded. Yes, I've always had a suspicion, feeling that the killer has some familiarity, but if you ask me to describe it, I can't articulate it. Therefore, I want to look at the details of the cross-section, whether it's the proficiency of the cutting or the use of the left and right hands, to see if we can discover some hidden information. We brought back a handsaw from the primary crime scene. You've seen it. It's so ordinary that it could be bought from any hardware store or big supermarket. I've asked Mr. Zhao to go buy pig legs, necks, and a handsaw. We'll do an experiment later and then make a comparison. Lu Yongxin leaned over, staring at the screen with as much attention as Zhou Ning. The cutting surface had a very strong sense of grain direction, and the locations of the loss were probably where the saw blade broke off, but the cutting continued at almost the same frequency. It looks like the work of a right-handed person, very skilled, very even in strength. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning nodded. Lu Yongxin's analysis matched his own thoughts. Strong physical strength, good hand control ability, adept at using tools, a regular viewer of shows like CSI with anti-investigative capabilities, and also knowledgeable about ways to destroy blood trace DNA. Lu Yongxin raised an eyebrow. According to this analysis, aren't Wang Ying and Zhuang Qunlan already ruled out as suspects? At the same time, the door was opened, and Mr. Zhao's voice was heard before he was seen. Hurry and help, I can't carry it myself. Quick, 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 someone come lift the pig head with me. The three turned around as the door swung open, with Mr. Zhao holding the door with his foot and calling out through the crack. However, in their minds, they were all thinking about the word pig head. Pig head? In telling you, Zhou Xiaozhou, don't space out, come over and help me. I can't free my hands. My sleeve got caught on the scanner. The group hurried over and found that Mr. Zhao was followed by a large pig head. Xia Momo jumped in fright because the pig head's ears were still trembling. Zhou Ning glanced at it and realized it wasn't just a pig head, it was the front half of an entire pig. How much did it cost? Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes. Zhou Xiao, is that a question about money? Help me. Don't worry, I will get reimbursed from Mr. Peng, it won't cost us. Hearing this, Zhou Ning quickly helped Mr. Zhao free his sleeve. They carried the half of the pig over to another workbench. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Young Xuedong, with a bunch of tools in his arms, also followed them in and got startled upon seeing the pig. Isn't it a bit excessive to do an experiment with half a pig? Mr. Zhao grinned, wiped his hands clean, and then, with his hands on his hips, said, "Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After all our research, we can't figure anything out. I got half a pig because its bone strength is different, so might as well get the whole front half." Momo glanced over. What about the back half? They sell it to you like that? Of course, they sell. Come on, let's get on with the experiment. Zhou Xiao, you choose, who's going to do the cutting? Zhou Ning looked at everyone. His gaze landed on Yang Xuedong. After all, Momo had to operate the software and take notes. Zhu Xingxing was dodging back at the sight of the pig. Lu Yongxin lacked physical strength, and Mr. Zhao was too vigorous. Mr. Yang, follow Mr. Xiao's instructions. We'll replicate the killer's cutting motions to see if we can achieve such a neat cut and evenly balanced force. Momo calculated for a moment and drew a vertical line on the pig's leg. Cut along the line I drew, but I need to collect some data first, so please wait a moment. Saying that, Momo placed a pressure sensor pad under the pig's leg, hooked it up to a machine, then clicked on the data collector and finally gave an OK sign. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Yang Xuedong didn't waste any words, put on gloves, lifted the handsaw, and began sawing downwards along the line drawn by Momo. With considerable experience in trace examination, he had a steady hand and sufficient strength. The first stroke punctured the pig's skin and soon reached the bone, where he could feel increased resistance on his hand. However, maintaining control of the speed, the front end of the pig's leg soon fell off. Zhou Ning stopped the stopwatch. It took 4 minutes and 43 seconds to saw through a pig's front leg. Picking up the fallen pig's leg, he checked the cut surface. It had to be said that the surface matched the victim's tibia and fibula's cross-section almost exactly, both with directionally textured cross-sections and comparatively neat. Continue. This time they placed the pig on the ground. Momo put the pressure sensor pad underneath, and Yang Xuedong knelt on one knee, using his leg to control the direction of the saw as he began to saw noisily. The cutting speed through the pig's neck flesh was fast. It hesitated slightly at the cervical vertebrae and indeed, the saw blade broke. After replacing it, the operation continued, totaling 10 minutes including the time taken to change the saw blade. Yang Xuedong stood up, shaking his somewhat sore wrist. Do we need to saw the other front leg for comparison, team leader? Zhou Ning shook his head, and Zhu Xingxing raised her hand. Team leader, how about I give it a try? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. I'm left-handed. It might serve as a reference point to compare time and strength? Good. Zhou Ning nodded crisply. Zhu Xingxing came over and, imitating Yang Zitong's technique, started working vigorously on the front pig's leg. Perhaps because she had been watching all along and had summarized Yang's motions, it took her only 5 minutes and 3 seconds to saw through the front pig's leg, her speed not far below Yang Zitong's. Zhou Ning paused the stopwatch and raised his head slightly. Based on this speed, the murderer's time for dismembering the body in the Enbo residential area would be around half an hour. To kill the victim, dismember the body, pack it up, and clean up, they would have stayed at Enbo residential area for at least an hour, and either a man or a woman could have done it. Everyone nodded in agreement, but at that moment, Momo spoke up. The results of her calculations on the computer were ready. The data we just collected show a significant disparity in strength between Yang Xuedong and Zhu Xingxing, but their accomplishments differ. If you look at the detailed comparison chart, you can see the difference in the patterns on the cross-sections. With that, Momo displayed 3 images on the big screen, with labels below indicating that the first one was the cross-section of the victim's cervical vertebra, the second was Yang Zitong's cut, and the third was Zhu Xingxing's /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The surfaces of the first 2 were fairly even, with clear horizontal striations and almost identical spacing between them. However, the cross-section that Zhu Xingxing cut was much rougher, with large and small gaps and even areas of inconsistent depth. The unevenness occurred due to insufficient strength, so I think the murderer was stronger than Zhu Xingxing and had a strength similar to Yang Zitong's. Zhou Ning took off his gloves, washed his hands, and then said slowly, "It seems that the murderer is an adult male, right-handed, which makes Zhuang Chunlan and Wang Ying less likely suspects. Let's wait for the results of the examination and, of course, the surveillance footage investigation. When can Mr. Chu arrive?" October 7, 2011, 7:33 a.m. Just as Zhou Ning entered the office, a shout came from behind. Turning around, he saw Mr. Zhao walking towards him with a stack of lab reports in his arms. Has the victim's identity been confirmed? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. Chapter 196 to 195 On-site Secondary Survey _1 Chapter 196 Chapter 195 On-site Secondary Survey _1 Mr. Zhao nodded. We have confirmed that the victim is Tan Ran. This is part of the examination report, but some tests haven't been completed yet. Zhou Ning took the report and read it carefully. The bloodstains found at the scene all belong to Tan Ran. Blood footprints, blood fingerprints, spatter drops, and pools of blood. These results had all come out. As for other DNA at the primary scene, only Xing Xiaoli's had been collected. It seemed that the murderer wanted the police to suspect Xing Xiaoli. However, after looking through the report, Zhou Ning was surprised that the testing reports for the handsaw, kitchen knife, and electrical wire hadn't come out. Did Mrs. Cui say why the tests haven't been completed? She did. Although the victim's blood was found on these pieces of evidence, the components of 84 disinfectant were detected on each item, even inside the crevices. Mrs. Cui said that it's possible these items were sprayed with 84 disinfectant before use. She wants to try and see if DNA fragments can be extracted because while most people know from crime shows that 84 can destroy DNA, Mrs. Cui said what's actually destroyed is just the oxidative damage caused by free radicals, which, although irreversible, still allows for the extraction of DNA fragments. Zhou Ning nodded. Talking about the effect without mentioning the dosage is just nonsense. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. If it's just a spray, there would be residues in the crevices. Even if the items were soaked in disinfectant, if there's a layer of grease blocking the liquid, residues can still be found inside. Of course, as Mrs. Cui mentioned, even if damaged, it's still possible to obtain some DNA fragments. However, this requires a lot of collection and extraction work, which is very laborious. It also requires a bit of luck to see if Suda is that fortunate. Talking about me, huh? With that voice, Su Dayuan pushed the door open, his eyes bloodshot, but his spirits seemed good, suggesting he had made some discoveries. Mr. Zhao grinned. Us talk about you behind your back? Not a chance. Mrs. Cui said she wants to see our luck, to make multiple extractions to see if we can find something else. After all, those items were sprayed with disinfectant before use. Isn't that done just to remove residual matter? Su Dayuan nodded, evidently moved by their seriousness. I'll give Mr. Cui a call later to thank her properly. You're going to thank her just with words? You don't show any real gratitude. Seeing Su Dayuan glaring, Zhou Ning hurriedly said, Has the surveillance been delivered? Su Dayuan huffed at Mr. Zhao twice before finally turning to Zhou Ning. Got the footage last night and sent it straight to Mr. Chu. The surveillance is very blurry, so a few people from the technical department and Mr. Chu worked on it all night. Let's go take a look. The three of them went upstairs together. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. In the lab, the air was thick and murky, with Xia Momo wearing a mask and still coughing constantly. Mr. Zhao rushed in to open a window and kicked the two technicians and Mr. Xing a bit. Do you guys have no consideration? Mr. Xia is here, and you few chain smokers can't take a break? If you want to smoke, go outside. You're turning this room into an alchemist's workshop. Don't come to the lab anymore. After this outburst, neither Zhou Ning nor Su Dayuan stopped him. Zhou Ning was genuinely dissatisfied, as the primary mission of the laboratory was to test the application of software, followed by assisting Zhou Ning and others in case investigation. None of the people here were official staff, and while helping was gracious, they couldn't act like bosses. Su Dayuan coughed and looked at Mr. Xing, who was awkwardly embarrassed and quickly jumped over. Boss, you've arrived. We've already restored the surveillance from the 6th, 7th, and 8th of September, and we're searching through it frame by frame for people. Mr. Zhao smiled and moved closer, bumping Mr. Zhang on the shoulder. Don't bluff your boss. Searching frame by frame? Mr. Chu has experience, you know. The software can filter people from surveillance videos, then analyze all personnel, requiring manual comparison of time and individuals in the end. Mr. Zhang scratched his head as Su Dayuan pushed him aside. There was a call logged on Tanran's phone, the last one on September 7th at 12:34 p.m., introducing a mobile plan, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We've already looked into it and found the call recording, confirming it was answered by the person herself. So, our investigation focus is on the 7th and 8th. Did we find anyone leaving with a suitcase? Also, what time did she leave on September 6th? At this question, Mr. Zhang stuttered a bit, then desperately looked toward Mr. Chu for help. We just found that and have saved the screenshots. Tanran left on the afternoon of September 6th, carrying a small suitcase. As he said this, Mr. Chu had already found a clip of video and clicked play. On screen, marked with a timestamp of 1541, Tanran is seen exiting through the doorway with a red suitcase, wearing a red baseball cap, walking while talking on the phone. Then on another monitor, Mr. Chu opened more than a dozen images, all snapshots from surveillance footage, nearly each showing a person with a suitcase. These are all the people who left with a suitcase between September 7th and 8th. They all crowded around the screen, and after Su Dayuan had looked it over, his brows furrowed. Isn't there a matching gray suitcase? Zhou Ning stared at the screen. The luggage these people were carrying was quite large, yet it seemed nearly impossible to fit a 29-inch suitcase inside them. Is Xingxieli in there? Without Mr. Chu's identification, Su Dayuan had already pointed at someone and said, "That is Xingxieli." He was pulling two suitcases. Zhou Ning leaned in for a closer look. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Although the footage was not very clear, he could still sense Xingxieli's slight build. Indeed, given his height, it would be physically challenging for him to be a male pair skater. Similarly, his stature would make the dismemberment and transport of a body quite difficult. Can only this camera see the fourth building of the Enbo residential area? Only this one can see it. There's a wall on the farthest east side, which leads directly out of the residential area. Besides, all the unit doors are on the north side. You can't possibly throw suitcases out of the window, right? There's a person stuffed inside. After saying this, Su Dayuan paused, then took out his phone, looked up satellite images of the street, and noticed that on the very eastern side of Building 4, right next to a narrow path adjacent to a hotel, the hotel was quite tall, creating a tight passage. Moreover, this elongated path had exits on both sides. It seems that carrying it out through the window is a very good method. We just don't know if there are any cameras at the back of the hotel. Having finished speaking, he turned to look at Mr. Zhang, who quickly nodded. I'll go now. Su Dayuan thought for a moment and waved his hand. Let's go together. Zhou Xiao, you take people for a second examination of the first crime scene. We'll check the surrounding area to see if there's any surveillance camera that might capture this location. And we'll investigate the vehicles entering and exiting both ends of the road. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After all, the best way to transport a body is by vehicle transfer. Half an hour later, Zhou Ning and his team had arrived at Building 4 of the Enbo residential area. They had just driven around the small road outside, and indeed, the east side wall stuck closely to the edge of Building 4. The south side was not a wall but a section of iron fencing. Moreover, the distance from the windows to this fence was about 5 to 6 meters. A few people went upstairs. In front of room 202, a police officer was standing guard. Seeing Zhou Ning and his team approaching, he promptly nodded in greeting. Dr. Zhou, you've arrived. Zhou Ning smiled and nodded. Wang Ying didn't come back to stay last night, did she? The boss said that, without exception, everyone must stay in temporary rooms inside the stadium and is not allowed to leave. This answer was somewhat satisfying. After all, It was impossible to throw suitcases out of the windows in Xing Xiaoli's room. It could only be done from the east side bathroom window, or potentially from 301, 401, 501, except for 101, which had no east window. But dropping it from these floors would more likely attract attention. While thinking, they didn't stop moving. They had already entered room 201. Mr. Zhao, check the bathroom. Yang Xuedong, go check the 2 bedrooms. Look for blood traces and fingerprints. Ignore the footprints on the ground for now, mainly check for any traces of luggage being dragged. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Yang Xuedong took his equipment to the main bedroom, while Mr. Zhao opened the bathroom door. The layout here was the exact opposite of room 202, with a small window whose full width when open was 65 centimeters. Mr. Zhao came closer, measured, and then pressed the mosquito screen downwards, which rolled up with a snap. As the screen rolled up, dust flew, and Mr. Zhao poked his head out of the window. 2 dirty wipe marks on the outside of the window were very noticeable. It was too dark to see what was on them. Zhou Ning handed him a wet cotton swab. Mr. Zhao wiped it and then tossed it into a test tube. The liquid instantly turned pink. Blood traces. Yes, blood traces. Take a sample. To Mr. Zhao, this discovery was like a shot of adrenaline, and he excitedly took the sample. Then, he leaned out the window for a closer look and spotted a fingerprint on the outside of the window. However, this wasn't from the pad of the finger. Mr. Zhao collected it and showed it to Zhou Ning. This one will be hard to match. See, it's an impression left by the tip of a finger. Indeed, between 2 lined glove prints, there was a round tip mark, which obviously was left during the process of moving the suitcase out when the perpetrator's glove tore and he inadvertently left this mark. We can still compare it, but if there are no distinctive features, the likelihood of someone else having a similar pattern in that position is high. It can't be the main evidence. Mr. Zhao sighed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He always maintained a good attitude, and Zhou Ning's words didn't faze him. Regardless, finding a clue is good progress. Zhou Ning nodded. Yang Xuedong walked over. Team leader, there are many fingerprints in these 2 rooms. I have finished collecting them. Except for a fluorescent reaction on the doorknob at the entrance, no blood traces were found elsewhere. Zhou Ning nodded again. The killer knew everyone's schedule well, had free access to this unit, even having keys to 201 and 202, was right-handed, had certain anti-surveillance capabilities, was strong, and a mature male. Mr. Zhao spoke from the side. When we called Wang Ligong to find out what was going on, he answered the door with his right hand. That's a subconscious action, which can't be changed deliberately. According to your description, is he also a suspect? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 197 to 196. The Secret on the Right Foot _1 Chapter 197. Chapter 196. The Secret on the Right Foot _1. Mr. Zhao's words made a lot of sense, and Zhou Ning very much agreed with this judgment. Both are possible. The key is to compare them with the surveillance video. Mr. Zhao kept working with his magnifying glass, carefully examining both inside and outside the window. Suddenly, he spotted a protruding nail cap below the window with a white object hanging from it, fluttering in the wind. He paused his actions and picked up the object with tweezers, observing it for a while. It's not fabric, nor is it paper. It looks somewhat tough, and there are some words and vertical stripes on it. Wait, I know what this is. It's the sticker on the telescopic handle of checked-in baggage that's used for baggage check-in and registration. Zhou Ning patted him on the shoulder, looking at Mr. Zhao. Well done. With the bloodstain and this, we can prove that the suitcase was moved out from here. This spot is just a little over 3 meters above the ground outside on the road, and it wouldn't be very difficult to lower a suitcase using a rope or a strip of cloth. Having said that, Zhou Ning glanced at the time. Their medical exams were not done at the central hospital, were they? Have the records still not been found? Mr. Zhao shook his head. You ask Mr. He about it. Mr. Tao went there yesterday afternoon, but for some reason, he didn't get them. Zhou Ning dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Suda, are all the figure skating team members at the gymnasium? Yeah, what's up? I'm just asking because yesterday, Dr. Zhang was supposed to give me everyone's medical exam reports. No one has brought them over here, so could you check with him, please? Wait a second. It wasn't long before Su Dayuan called back. They forgot about it. Just wait, and I'll have someone send it over to you. Did you find anything? Yeah, we found a fingertip print outside window 201. It's hard to discern, but it proves that the murderer definitely threw the suitcase containing the corpse out through the east window of the bathroom in room 201. That's why the vehicles coming and going along the roads on both sides are key. Got it. We've found the surveillance cameras on both sides of the junction. Although there's some distance, we can still see the vehicles entering and exiting. We are retrieving the footage now, and we're fortunate that the hotel's video storage is set to a special time frame. They only overwrite after 40 days. It wasn't long before Bai Ruixin came running up quickly. He wasn't allowed into the crime scene, so Zhou Ning went downstairs and flipped through the files provided by Dr. Zhang. In there, one person, one box, Xing Shili, Wang Ying, and Tan Ran, 3 sets in total. The boss said to not bother with all those kids and the coaching staff, since they're not related to the case, Bai Ruixin explained. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhou Ning quickly skimmed through Tan Ran's file, which was very simple, copies of various medical examination reports. The evidence of her leg fracture was also reflected in the reports, and there were no disqualifications among the remaining biochemical indices. When he saw the 2010 medical examination report, Zhou Ning paused. It mentioned that it was recommended to remove the steel nail from Tan Ran's right metatarsal bone. There were no images, no detailed descriptions. Flipping forward, there was no mention of this in the 2009 examination. In the 2011 medical examination report, again there were no x-rays, no excessive descriptions, just the note no abnormalities seen. All examinations were conducted in January, which meant that after January 2009, Tan Ran had suffered an injury that required a steel nail in her foot. In the 2010 examination, it was suggested to remove it, and by the 2011 examination, no abnormalities were found. Zhou Ning's brow furrowed. A note just saying hyperplasia was too vague. At that moment, Mr. Zhao came running over with a laptop. Zhou Xiao, Mr. He helped retrieve Tan Ran's medical records, a huge compressed file. I've finished downloading it for you. I can't make heads or tails of this stuff, though. Saying so, Mr. Zhao had already placed the laptop on the passenger seat of the car, clicking to open the folder. Perfect timing. We've just gotten hold of the files from the team physician. If we had called to hurry Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, he just now, we likely would have ruffled his feathers again, Zhou Ning remarked. Mr. Zhao grinned. You know him, just not the greatest with words, but when there's a problem, he's a good guy to have around. Zhou Ning smiled and nodded, leaning in closer to the laptop. Corresponding with Tan Ran's medical reports, there were X-ray exams from every year, along with CT scans, where Tan Ran's leg fracture could be clearly seen. Zhou Ning enlarged the image, looking closely at Tan Ran's foot. The position of the bilateral malleoli shows significant hyperplasia compared to the other side, especially on the left dorsum of the foot, where the healing traces of fractures are visible on the 2 anterior distal metatarsal bones. Moreover, these 2 metatarsal bones are somewhat thinner and even appear lighter in color on the X-ray, as well as being slightly misaligned. Zhou Ning checked the date. The examination was performed on January 17, 2011. The abnormalities seen in the X-rays couldn't simply be replaced by a single line stating no abnormalities found in the medical record. Flipping back a few pages, the examination on January 4, 2009, showed that Tan Ran's foot was intact, which did match Dr. Zhang's archive. However, there was no X-ray examination in 2010. Having seen this, Zhou Ning immediately called He Shansuan on his mobile. "Hello, I've received the stuff you sent. Can you take a look at Tan Ran's 2011 X-ray for me? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Her metatarsal bones look really odd. They seem much thinner than the other side. It looks like the metal pins were removed a year ago, and there are no X-rays from 2010, right? I knew you'd ask about that. When I was accessing the records, I noticed they were missing. I checked with the radiology department and clearly, the surgery wasn't done here. There were no X-rays during the 2010 physical examination either. Looking at the condition of the metatarsal bones, she must have walked or exercised too soon after the fracture, causing dislocation, probably with nerve damage as well. With her foot like that, her legs are likely to be uneven in thickness, and she probably walks with a slight limp. Of course, if she overexerts herself during physical activity, it could cause further damage. This can't be corrected through training alone. It needs to be assessed whether she's a candidate for secondary surgical repositioning. Furthermore, looking at the lateral X-rays, you can tell that the injury originated from the dorsum of the foot. I don't think it's an impact injury because that would have caused a comminuted fracture. Her fracture line is relatively neat, but any force that could break the first and second metatarsal bones would inevitably damage the dorsal nerves. These nerve injuries are very difficult to repair, aren't they? Theoretically, post-injury surgery could reconnect them, but nerves are not like muscles and blood vessels. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Even if you connect them perfectly, that doesn't necessarily mean function will return. If she started exercising too soon, the consequences could be severe. I've seen too many patients like this. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Perhaps this was the key point. This person is a figure skater. I think the sensations in her feet are extremely important. If the nerve damage is serious, it could affect her career, couldn't it? Brother, why are we still talking about sports? I'm telling you, as a normal person, you could tell by her walk. Even if she controls it, the movement would feel off. How could she not know? Zhou Ning hung up the phone and tapped on the computer screen. Mr. Zhao leaned in closer. Since we began the investigation, no one in the figure skating team has ever mentioned Tan Ran being injured. According to these archives, the injury occurred in early 2009, which was also when Xing Xiaoli stopped partnering with her. Obviously, they knew about Tan Ran's injury. But how did she get injured? Zhou Ning closed his laptop and got into the car. Call Yang Xuedong and the others. Have them continue the investigation here. Have them check the windows of the bathrooms on the 301, 401, and 501 floors again. We are going to the sports stadium to find Su de Mr. Zhou Ning must have thought of something. Without any nonsense, he started the car and sped off. They arrived at the sports stadium within minutes and went up to the third floor. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. In a plain office, the technical staff were sorting through the surveillance. Zhou Ning glanced over, glad that there was no need to bother Mr. Chu again, as their last talk had been effective. Just about to reach for his phone, Su Dayuan approached from not far away, quickening his steps when he saw Zhou Ning. What is it? Did you find something? As he spoke, Su Dayuan had already closed the door. The group moved to a corner of the office and Zhou Ning placed Tan Ran's medical examination box on top of it. Mr. He retrieved their annual physical examination records, and there are some discrepancies with the archives provided by Dr. Zhang. Moreover, Tan Ran suffered a severe injury to her foot in 2009, resulting in a metatarsal bone fracture. I talked with Mr. He, and looking at the later X-rays, her recovery was very poor. It seems she exercised too soon, which affected the healing process. The bones were misaligned, and it's likely the nerves were also damaged. Not to mention the difference in leg thickness, the abnormality in her walk would be noticeable. However, the body was highly decomposed, so we couldn't detect any abnormalities. Since the investigation started, Nobody has mentioned this, and around April or May 2009, Tan Ran stopped pairing with Xing Xieli and began training individually. Could this be related? Also, Mr. He and I analyzed it, and typically metatarsal fractures are caused by impact injuries, which are comminuted. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p, but Tan Ran's fracture lines are neat, which suggests she was injured by some sharp-edged object. Mr. Zhao listened attentively. However, at the end of Zhou Ning's analysis, he exclaimed in surprise, "A sharp object, and clean-cut at that, could it be a skate blade?" Zhou Ning paused, and Su Daiwan's eyes lit up. That analysis makes sense. As a figure skater, she would come into contact with skate blades routinely. I remember the speed skating team often gets cuts from the ice, and their clothing is made of special material. Zhou Ning raised his foot, positioning it above Su Daiwan's, but didn't bring it down. You have a point. However, an ice blade normally causes cuts. To inflict a fracture of this magnitude, the force of the stomp had to be great. It's not as simple as just stepping down with force. Mr. Zhao blinked his eyes, hand resting on the computer. Conspiracy theory for a moment. If Xing Xieli accidentally injured Tan Ran when they were still a duo, and given that Tan Ran had a liking for Xing Xieli, do you think she would tell others that she was severely injured by Xing Xieli? /p. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 198 to 197 The Origin of the Foot Injury _1 Chapter 198 Chapter 197 The Origin of the Foot Injury _1 Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao both turned their gaze to Su Daiyuan, who slapped Mr. Zhao's fat face away. Speak if you're going to speak. What's with the face all up in mine? You make a good point. If it was Xing Xieli who injured Tan Ran, she wouldn't delve into it, and might even cover up for Xing Xieli. But according to what Zhou Ning said, with injuries so severe, how could no one in the team know? Zhou Ning thought for a moment. An injury can't be hidden. A cut and a fracture with a severed nerve are both injuries. One is at most scolded a bit, while the other won't be so easily dismissed. It's just unknown how he handled it at the time. After all, there's no hospitalization record of hers at the Central Hospital. However, as the team doctor, surgeries for cuts and fractures are entirely different. Others might be covered up, but he couldn't possibly be covered up. Moreover, there are the coaches. With an injured foot, one cannot train normally. Did they not notice either? Or did they just let Tan Ran make a fuss? Su Daiyuan furrowed his brow. It seems we need to have a serious talk with Dr. Zhang and Wang Ligong. They must be hiding something. Xing Xieli is also worth questioning. He should know about Tan Ran's injuries. By the way, are their cars still here? I'll call Yang Xiwedding over, have Mr. Zhao go with him to check the cars. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The luggage will need transporting, so the mode of transportation is key. Su Daiyuan waved his hand to someone beside him, and Bai Ruixin came over. Take Mr. Zhao and the others and go downstairs to check the cars. I had them hand over their car keys last night, but I was so busy I forgot all about it. As he spoke, he opened a drawer with 4 small bags inside, each containing a set of keys and a note, stating who owned which car. After giving the dirty keys a glance, Mr. Zhao first put on gloves, then took them and looked towards Zhou Ning. I'll call you immediately with any news. Su Daiyuan patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder, then turned to look at the few people in the room. Keep investigating here. You've got all their car license numbers, so focus on those. Of course, try your best to identify the drivers' faces too. If they were driving, check those cars as well. Zhou Xiao, come back to the team with me. We'll talk there. It's our home turf. Zhou Ning didn't object. Indeed, it was less nerve-wracking to talk at the criminal police team where there was less of a sense of oppression. An hour later, interrogation room of the 1st Brigade of the Criminal Police Detachment. Team Dr. Zhang Yu sat inside, while Su Daiyuan tapped on the files laid out on the table with a pen. Tell me, why is there forgery here? Zhang Yu looked surprised, shaking his head constantly. Forgery? I didn't forge anything. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. If you didn't forge anything, then tell me, where are the X-ray results from Tan Ran's physical exams in 2010 and 2011? Zhang Yu bowed his head, neither explaining nor speaking anymore, simply silent for a while. Su Dayuan stood up and walked over to Zhang Yu. Thought through how you're going to deal with me? If you don't want to tell us the truth, then I see no point in talking. Once everything is investigated and it's proven that you falsified medical records, do you think you can still be the team doctor? There goes your rice bowl, right? Zhang Yu looked up, waving his hands repeatedly. I just took out the X-rays, didn't touch the examination results or any of the lab work. You think I'm a 3-year-old? What else didn't you touch? When did Tan Ran injure her right foot in 2009? How did it happen? Tan Ran told me she was hit by a figure skate on the top of her foot. Su Dayuan raised his hand, interrupting Zhang Ye's words. Don't tell me what Tan Ran said. I want to know the actual truth. Don't tell me you don't know a thing and that you're helping her cover up. Are you not aware of the severity of her injuries? Zhang Yu looked stunned, obviously shocked by this statement. Zhou Ning, observing through the single pane of glass, also stared intently at Zhang Yu, whose performance as the team doctor was too natural, with nervousness, fear, and concern, every detail in place. Now it seemed, both Zhang Yu and Wang Ligong were suspects, but what would killing Tan Ran mean to them? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Were they afraid of her parents demanding compensation or of a potential lawsuit? Zhou Ning couldn't figure it out. Zhang Yu cried, yes, covering his face, motionless for a long while. When he finally moved his hands, his face was already covered in tears. On January 22, 2009, it was the 27th of the 12th lunar month, the last day of training. Mr. Wang and his wife drove back to Liaodong early in the morning, having not been home for several years. I remember it was just past 1 in the afternoon when I had finished eating lunch, and I received a call from Tan Ran. She said she got injured during training and asked me to accompany her to the hospital. I was puzzled at the time because it's normal for athletes to get injured, and for her to take the initiative to arrange a hospital visit meant it wasn't minor. Upon arriving at the gym, I was dumbfounded. There was blood all over the ice and ground. Xing Xieli was crying beside Tan Ran, who, on the other hand, was comforting him. I quickly took Tan Ran to the hospital, but she didn't let Xing Xieli come along, telling him to clean up the stadium and make sure no one found out about the blood. I took her to Hospital 401, as it was the closest, and was shocked at the diagnosis. Tan Ran's metatarsal was fractured, and the nerve damage on the dorsum of her foot was very serious. I wanted to call Mr. Wang right then, but Tan Ran disagreed, saying if I made the call, she'd tell Mr. Wang about me accepting her red packets. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Continue, so you covered it up? Zhang Yu nods. It coincided with the Spring Festival, so I thought we could let her recover thoroughly. Once Mr. Wang was back, we could say the wound reopened, necessitating a few more days of rest. It seemed like a feasible cover-up, so I signed off on her surgery. By this time, Zhou Ning had already dialed Mr. Chu's mobile phone, asking him to check whether Tan Ran was in the January 22, 2009, admission records of Hospital 401. Mr. Chu replied almost instantly, finding Tan Ran's medical records and subsequently sending a photo. Zhou Ning looked through them and, sure enough, it was almost as had guessed. The patient complained of a metatarsal fracture caused by being kicked by another person's ice skate due to rotating too fast during training. Zhou Ning forwarded the information to Su Dayuan. In the interrogation room, Su Dayuan glanced at his phone and then, with his arms crossed, looked toward Zhang Yu. Continue, Su Dayuan said, after Wang Ligong came back. How was the training conducted? Don't you know that the recovery period for a metatarsal fracture is extremely important? If one engages in activities too early or exercises improperly, it can lead to very serious consequences. Zhang Yu kept waving his hands, his voice becoming urgent. I tried to stop her, but Tan Ran wouldn't listen to me. Since Mr. Wang canceled their partnership, Tan Ran just went crazy, thinking all day about how to make Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Wang changed his mind and let them continue as a pair. So, she completely ignored my advice and started participating in the training. But you didn't tell Wang Ligong the truth, did you? You also didn't inform Wang Ligong about the severity of Tan Ran's injury. Even the surgery to remove the metal pins you didn't tell him, did you? Zhang Ye's lips moved, but he just slumped into the chair. I didn't say, he admitted softly. Now tell me, where did you go and whom did you see from noon on September 7th to noon on September 8th? Zhang Yu hemmed and hawed for a long while, as if he couldn't remember. Can I check my phone? This question is so sudden, I can't remember. I only remember that Tan Ran and Xing Xiaoli started on holiday from the 6th, since they had to prepare for the winter season after coming back. Su Dayuan gestured with his chin, and Zhang Yu took out his phone. Flicking through it, he pointed to the content and said, I was at the gym on the 6th. I took leave at noon on the 7th because it was my father-in-law's birthday, and went to Jimmy Cliff in the afternoon to buy seafood. Su Dayuan slapped the desk. You're kidding me, buying seafood in the afternoon? Zhang Yu, becoming anxious, raised his phone and said, if you don't believe me, ask the seafood shop. Ask them if I went in the afternoon. I had ordered mackerel early in the morning and asked them to freeze it for me to pick up later. Su Dayuan didn't take Zhang Ye's phone but continued to stare into his eyes. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. So, up until now, you've never told Wang Ligong about Tan Ran's foot injury? Zhang Yu nodded. Then tell me, is there anything different about Tan Ran's foot and leg? Zhang Ye's voice became quieter. Her right leg is a bit atrophied, but it's not very noticeable when she's wearing tights. As for walking, unless she's in a hurry, it's not very noticeable either. Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively, and as the scribe approached to get Zhang Ye's signature, Zhang Yu was taken out and then Wang Ligong was brought in. Wang Ligong, eager and without waiting for Su Dayuan to speak, blurted out, Officer, how is the case investigation going? Have you found the murderer? Su Dayuan shook his head, his gaze fixed on Wang Ligong's eyes. Answer the question first. Did you know about Tan Ran's injury on January 22, 2009? Without hesitation, Wang Ligong nodded and said, Yes, I knew. I left in the morning and in the evening, I got a call from Dr. Zhang saying Tan Ran had accidentally been cut during training, quite a deep cut too. After the new year, when we went back, it seemed the wound even split open again. Her physical condition had dropped significantly. Does her separation from the partnership with Xing Xiaoli have anything to do with this injury? After thinking for a moment, Wang Ligong sighed. To be accurate, it does. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Because of this injury, Tan Ran stopped her physical training for too long and gained quite a bit of weight, while Xing Xiaoli was already slim and lacked in strength, making it impossible for them to complete lifts and throw jumps. There was a major competition at the time, a men's singles qualifying event, which made me decide to split them up and have each of them compete as singles skaters. What about after that? Did you shift your focus primarily onto Xing Xiaoli? Did you acknowledge the physical issues Tan Ran was dealing with? Wang Ligong moved his lips, seemingly wanting to counter this statement, but in the end, he nodded. You could say that. Because Xing Xiaoli was outstanding in that qualifying event. Yet, during 2009, Tan Ran was always dealing with one issue or another, not focusing on her training and unable to control her weight. Her peak weight was over 110 pounds, forget about lifts, even jumping and spinning on her own was problematic. So, I focused more on nurturing Xing Xiaoli, and of course, Wang Ying, although she was young, her results were very impressive. She had better innate conditions, was more diligent in training and obedient. As for the physical problem you mentioned, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Zhou Ning pursed his lips. Clearly, Wang Ligong had given up on Tan Ran. In his eyes, What mattered were the results, and if there was no hope for them, that person would no longer be valued. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a very pragmatic answer, yet there was nothing one could say against it. The question remained whether Tan Ran would regret protecting Xing Xiaoli, leading herself to such an awkward situation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 199 to 198. A drop of blood in the trunk _1 chapter 199. Chapter 198. A drop of blood in the trunk _1 in the interrogation room. Su Doyuan stared at Wang Ligang. During the subsequent training sessions, did you notice any changes in Tan Ran? I'm referring to her physical condition. Wang Ligang thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I didn't detect any physical changes, it was just that her athletic performance plummeted. She couldn't even beat Wang Ying in the provincial selection trials. I talked to her twice, advising her that if she couldn't train normally, I could help her apply to a sports university. That way, even if she left the competitive scene, she could still have a decent career. That was also her parents' wish. Did her parents seek you out? They did, just this May. We had a deep conversation. My advice to her was really for her future consideration. After all, she has been with me since she was 10. I wouldn't want to harm her. I had already made contact with the provincial sports university, but I never expected this to happen. Visibly agitated, Wang Ligang spoke as Su Doyuan sighed deeply. Tan Ran's foot injury is severe. It's not a simple cut. She even had surgery to remove a steel pin last year. You didn't know about this? Wang Ligang was taken aback, gripping the edge of the table, his face filled with confusion. What are you talking about? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhengyu told me it was just a cut that didn't heal well at first and reopened, making the healing process very slow. That's why her control over her footwork diminished, and he asked me to reduce the leg strength training as much as possible. What steel pin? What is going on here? Su Doyuan lifted his cell phone in front of Wang Ligang. This is Tan Ran's X-ray. You can see the marks where the steel pin was removed, and there's a misalignment in 2 of her metatarsal bones. The doctor said that her fracture was very severe and, of course, the nerve damage was even worse. It might not have seemed serious at first, but because of early movement, it led to irreversible damage. According to the X-ray, Tan Ran's foot is deformed and she'll suffer muscular atrophy in the leg. In layman's terms, her right leg will be much thinner than her left. You can even see her limping when she walks quickly. Do you understand now? It seems you didn't care for Tan Ran as much as you claimed. Wang Ligang stared blankly at the X-ray, continuously shaking his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. Impossible. I didn't notice any issue with the way she walked. Just then, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was Mr. Zhao. Zhou Xiao, come quickly. We've found long hair and bloodstains in Wang Ligang's trunk. Zhou Ning paused and glanced at Wang Ligang inside the interrogation room before responding. Where are you now? At the technical department's garage laboratory. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhou Ning hung up the call, composed a message, and sent it to Su Doyuan before turning and leaving the observation room. Upon reaching the garage occupied by the laboratory, he saw 2 cars lined up inside. Mr. Zhao seemed to hear Zhou Ning's footsteps and waved at him repeatedly. Zhou Xiao, come over here and have a look. Zhou Ning hurried over. It was a brand new black Camry. Having been car shopping for several months, he had some knowledge. This model was the latest of the year, with the high-end version costing nearly 300,000. However, for a coach, the price tag of the car was still acceptable. Approaching the trunk, Mr. Zhao, holding a bright flashlight, pointed something out to Zhou Ning. Look at the edge of this blanket, there's a tiny, tiny blood stain. At first, I even thought it was just a mark from a drop of oil, plus there's a scratch underneath. Saying this, he lifted the edge of the blanket, revealing the bloodstain, which was larger than it appeared on the surface. Have you sent it for testing? Already sent. But it puzzles me, why just one drop of blood? According to our previous investigation, that suitcase was very well sealed. It didn't take on water even after days in the sea. If it was used to transport a corpse, there shouldn't be any blood dripping, right? Maybe it's something that got on the outside of the case? Zhou Ning pursed his lips and shook his head slightly. Don't forget, the victim was dismembered. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We didn't find her head or hands and feet in the suitcase. Perhaps when moving that part of the body, some blood could have dripped. But the comparison should be quick, right? Yeah, Mrs. Cui said she'd first compare the blood types. If there's a match, she'll inform us immediately, then carry out the DNA comparison. She promised not to delay our investigation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Mr. Zhao's phone received a message. The blood sample sent for testing matched Tan Ran's blood type. Mr. Zhao showed it to Zhou Ning. Then we need to investigate thoroughly. Where has this car been? Did it pass through the alley in the Enbo residential area on September 7th? Mr. Zhao dialed Su Daiwan's phone number. After a long ring, it was finally answered. He relayed their findings to Su Daiyuan and then hung up. Zhou Ning was somewhat perplexed by this action. What's up? They said the surveillance footage has been sent to Mr. Chu. The tech department people are with him now. They've identified several vehicles, but the footage isn't clear and needs some enhancement. Zhou Ning nodded. Keep checking Wang Ligang's car, see if there are fingerprints on the door from somebody else. Zhou Xiaoyou. Do you think that this was not done by Wang Ligang? Zhou Ning didn't speak and glanced at the car next to them. Whose car is that? Dr. Zhang's. Y/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Do you think someone who could silently kill and dismember a person, arrange the scene with Xing Xiaoli's bloody footprints, and even leave bloody fingerprints would use their own car to transport the body? Even if they did, wouldn't they clean the car interior traces or simply change the upholstery? After all, that would be more prudent, right? Mr. Zhao fell into thought, then nodded. That makes sense. Oh, and Dr. Zhang's car seat covers and the trunk liner are brand new, spotlessly clean. It's obvious at a glance. Zhou Ning raised his eyebrow and quickly walked to the other car. Sure enough, the Jetta's interior was indeed clean. Although the car was a bit beaten up, the inside was as tidy as a new car's. Zhou Ning dialed by Ruixin's phone since Dr. Zhang had been taken away by him just now. Mr. Bai, ask Zhang Yu when he changed the interior of his car, where it was changed and why. Mrs. Liu is here, I'll let her ask. Liu Yufei took the phone. Zhou Ning repeated his questions. Liu Yufei said to wait a moment, but didn't hang up the phone, and then started to question Dr. Zhang. Tell me, when did you change the car's interior, where, and why? Don't tell me it was some roadside shop. Even if so, it doesn't matter. Just be clear about which road it was on. I can find it all the same. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and answered directly. There's nothing to hide. After I celebrated my father-in-law's birthday, there were mackerels in the car, and it seems the melted ice seeped inside, so there was a fishy smell everywhere. That's why I had the interior cleaned and replaced things like the rear padding board. As for the seat covers, I just changed them while I was at it. The shop is a garage run by a buddy of mine, called I Love My Home on Gao Road, next to the Gao Road gas station. I have his phone number. You can verify this. I remember I went on the 17th, left the car there and picked it up in the evening. The phone number is 1390 ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** and he had gone to Jimmy Cliff for mackerels. This time point indeed coincided somewhat with the time of the victim's death. You heard that? Do you need me to help you verify it? We need someone to go check it out. We have to see if the items he replaced are still there. Wait, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Mr. Zhao's chubby face leaned in. We already found bloodstains in Wang Ligang's car. Why are we still looking into Dr. Zhang's? Zhou Ning's brows were furrowed as he looked up at the two Jeddas. Wang Ligong was not particularly attentive to Tan Ran, even leaving her to her own devices later on. His wife controlled all the dormitory keys. But Tan Ran was like a daughter to him. He had no reason to kill. And Dr. Zheng did, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I can't be sure, but Dr. Zheng knew too many of Tan Ran's secrets, and as for her leg injury, if Dr. Zheng could have offered professional advice, I think things wouldn't have reached this point. Our investigation over the past few days has shown that Tan Ran is a very capricious girl. She comes from a wealthy family and has no real plan for the future. Although the suggestions Wang Ligong gave seemed to spell the end of her sports career, they weren't a bad way out. But to Tan Ran, these things didn't matter. She preferred to chase after Xing Xieli. Mr. Zhao shook his head. I can't analyze all that. I'll go with Mrs. Liu to the car wash and see if we can find something. But if you're talking about being calculative, I think Wang Ying is the most sly one. She's a girl who holds her cards close to her vest, ready to take advantage of both sides with a single word. Zhou Ning didn't respond, knowing all too well that Wang Ying was the one with the most scheming mind, using her relation to Wang Ligong as leverage in the team. It seemed like it was her idea for Xing Xieli to buy a house and even to borrow money from Tan Ran. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning waved his hand. You go. I'm going to find Suda. They're probably finished over there. After Mr. Zhao left, Yang Xuedong came over, carrying a case. They had hurried out of Enbo residential area, leaving Yang Xuedong to continue the search in apartment 201. Seeing the evidence bag, Zhou Ning quickly stopped. Found something? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yang Xuedong lifted the evidence bag, which contained 2 old cell phones and a hard drive covered in fingerprints. One of the phone screens was even cracked. Found them inside the overhead cabinet right by the entrance of 201, hidden very secretly. I'm not sure which girl they belong to, but the phones are locked. I can't unlock them. I was thinking of taking them back to Mr. Chu to have a look. Do we know whose fingerprints are on them? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.